pen. Put you in the sickle for the harvest is right. We ain't down for wickedness, false prophets a lie. Woman to the wicked grass of blind to sight. Unquenchable flame, stars fall in the night. Shemayim snapped the scroll, mountains fled in the anger. Hills a flock of rams, skipping special forces, we can angels. Really by no labels, we bout labor for the source. Wells up in infinite, waters coming forth. Spiritual revival, dehydration shall I pour. Kept the run down to the Mount cool floor. Kingdom heaven in me is boss of the morbid head. Treasure like deep in you, key to the never end. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. Hit me on the end, you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant, Nehemiah, not Easter. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. Hit me on the end, you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant, Nehemiah, not Easter. Not a game, stolen the soul arrangement. Adversary in the details, mirrors and smoking angels. Incriminating emails, fake news, read the paper. Pimping who been printing, it's all designed to take ya. Division in your cells, almighty sustain. Ain't got how relying on nothing else. In trouble, it's all vapor, elder wind in the sails. The water, the whole rainbow, reclamation, just a vessel, a wrestle. Jonah, you came for. Stay mind, grow it holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Stay mind, dwell with holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Force tremendous, Bill Adam breath, living dust, mushy for the enemy, burnt down like a Dutch. Once upon a distant, dirty sackcloth in the ashes. Truth don't grow with mischief, prayer get raised about the ashes. Save me from the mire, I would fell of not your pasture. Had you not an anchor, if you save me, I'll be thrown. Thorn to the thief, leech, mind to the corn. Stone in the sling, sing signs in the storm. Rock foundation, time echo with the north. Recon over game, wings fly with the force. All purpose type material to camouflage the course. Tiger stripe, orange, red drip from the source. We all array, your fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. He'll be on it then, you're passing the present teacher. Pre-sealed and covenant, Nehemiah, not Easter. Stay mind, dwell with holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my word. Stay mind, dwell with holy who. Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my wing.
Hello. Just came off of, I think it was Chaotic Truth, it's called. Saw it on OTWs, figured I'd jump up, and we got into it, as is predictable. I tend to incite that. I elicit that response from folks, right? I'm a very triggering personality, it would seem. So I got a guy here, Ford. He wants to come up and talk at some point. I don't know if he's going to get wind of the live stream. If he does, we'll interact with him because he's got a bunch of beliefs like so many, and it's another thing that's rather predictable, right? He says in the Telegram, he has a court date coming up. He can definitely make time. He hopes to get some assistance. If they, I guess it means the court personnel, honor their oath of office and stand for the Constitution. See, this is a constant sort of lingo that's used as if these folks understand what's actually in the Constitution. They don't, apparently, according to me, my interpretation or understanding of what it reads there. Because if they did, they wouldn't make statements like that, right? Stand on the Constitution. There he is, Mr. Brian Ford. Mr. Brian Ford, I'm picking on you a little bit right off the bat. I hope you don't mind.
Right off the bat, eh?
Yeah, let me get this out of here. Okay, so just to elaborate real quick, and then at some point, because I got a meeting at 1:30 with some agents, a sheriff specifically, a federal agent of the forestry division. Who else? Well, some interlopers who want to act as the representatives, the inauthentic corporate male representatives, talkers, mouthpieces, right, for these folks. So yeah, sheriff, federal agent, head of a private jail, because oddly enough, these jails are private, many of them.
They're all
Don't
private
ask me
matter.
how that works. Right. So we're having a, I guess, semi-private meeting to discuss, apparently, if we're going to go forward with trial. And by we, I mean them, because they did wrong. They know they did wrong. The charges that were levied against the person were dismissed. So unless they decide to bring that back up, that's out of the way. So now we have to discuss potential compensation and or begging for forgiveness, which is proper when you do wrong. When you cause loss, injury, and harm to your fellow countrymen, and you misuse and abuse your official position, and you're like, negligent and or malicious with that abuse of official position, you're doing sedition, right? You're doing treason, some might say. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I don't know, maybe I would. But in this case, I'm saying some might say that federally, the top rung of the corporate code, because that's what it is. The federal code is just the tippy top of the corporate ladder, right? There's a world outside of that where like man and woman is the closest thing to God. And then we have federal corporation, Supreme Court that rules on what government, aka the corporation, can or can't do. It does not make rulings for men and women. So we're still above and beyond that.
Well, that falls
but we're
under
going to hold them.
the whole ordeal with God created man, man created government, and then government created persons.
Right. And they even outline legal person. What's the term they use? I know there's natural person, federal code. And I believe it's legal person or some other kind of person, right? Which then opens the door to the realization. Man. Well, if you want to call it that. I mean, we just go by man. We try not to put anything before or after that, because that'll do, right? Like, and even that they'll try to alter the definition. Well, man is an animal, and some of these proceedings or precedents allude to the idea that man is only subject to natural law. What is that?
Arguing against me. It come down to a whole big ordeal. A buddy of mine had referenced me to you, Anthony Beard. He had told me to get in contact with you because he's like, your all story is kind of the similar, and doing what I felt was the right thing to do, and taking the steps and the procedures. We got the national director of the FBI that's stating to fully disclose and report this stuff. And you do so when you see that there's a violation or they're doing something wrong. Now I'm flagged from the FBI. Now I'm labeled as a threat. And surrounding counties have been notified.
Why is that?
Well, that's the whole excuse me, that's the whole process of me following what the director of the FBI says, is to report when you see it's criminal activity. Basically, what they're doing is they're more or less trafficking the natural body. They're creating the GSA bonds. They're doing.
But what makes you believe that you're flagged as a supposed enemy or something negative by the FBI? What makes
it's not my belief? It's not my belief. It's what I had a hearing because I was the police come in and they surrounded my house over a traffic violation for a failure to appear with a no bond on a warrant. And I had a hearing, which I stated once I was incarcerated, they had me held. It was a no bond. So I argued the fact, and I was very adamant about that was a violation of the 8th Amendment, excessive bond, which is a bond is preceded and it's done as a, it's listed and it has to be categorized on based if you're a threat or danger to the society. There has to be imminent danger or a threat. There is no crime. There's no loss, injury, harm in this case. And they have an excessive bond with no bond. So then in return, they drop it down to $10,000 full cash. So what they're doing in my case in particular, they're taking a traffic violation and making it trying to make it criminal. So in the process, which went through and stated, through the director of the FBI and made the claim, called the FBI and let them know, what's going on directly. Well, the judge tells me in the hearing, tells me every word verbatim what the FBI said, because it's listed now that I am a threat to all surrounding counties.
Okay, so what did they relay to you as far as what you're saying? It was written verbatim, as you call it. What was expressed to you?
The conversation, but it kind of seemed more of an AI and a AI basic deal. The words that were, keep in mind, so when I did this hearing, you don't get to go in front of the judge once you're incarcerated now. It's all done just as well as you and I are sitting here talking now. So
Sure.
they can meet you out. They can hold your voice basically. So he was like, "You're posing as a threat and talking about warrants and so on and so forth." I'm like, "What threat?" He goes, "Well, I don't know. I don't really pose it as a threat." So I'm like, "But you're telling me that you've got a notification from the Federal Business Investigations that the surrounding counties have been notified that I contacted them to let them know that there's corruption going on."
Right. So basically, again, this is where we have to learn, and I can't tell you how to proceed, nor would I.
Right.
Because you have to deal with the liability at the end of the day, as do I. What I can tell you is how I would present. If necessary, either I would not engage with that line of thinking, or I would make it clear on the record, in written statement, if any man or woman is claiming that my actions of informing folks of potential corruption are a threat to them, then they're indirectly admitting they're doing corruption.
Yes.
We're using their lingo now, right? Anyone who has nothing to hide, who isn't doing wrongdoing, shouldn't be threatened by me contacting federal agency to audit or to investigate surrounding towns and counties and all the rest of it, unless they are engaged in activity that they know is wrongful.
Correct.
Well, that would make sense, right? From a common sense perspective, that would make sense.
Absolutely. And the only thing that which I picked up on a lot of things in that mediation, because when I was in there, I demanded, I was like, "This is very illegal. I need to speak and file a claim."
Well, there you go again. But see, this is part of the problem, is that, let me undo my cape here. I have my jacket on with nothing underneath. Very sexy. Some folks have said. But they got the pack over my gallbladder, so that's why I have this look, so to speak. But this is part of the issue, is folks keep mixing jurisdictions, just like you told me. I'm sure you've invoked it somewhere, somehow, the Constitution in your proceedings. You either said it or you put it on paper. I would bet you have like licenses, registrations, and all the rest of it.
License on what now?
I would bet you have various forms of contracts and admissions that lead these people to believe that you believe you're part of their society and their system.
Well, that's what I've questioned in front of the Article 1 administrator. Prove that I'm in contract. My license, driver's license, it's not a driver's license, because I've argued the Supreme Court, the supreme law of the land. You can travel freely, unhinged or unhindered.
All right. The Supreme Court is not the supreme law of the land. It's the highest aspect of the corporate capacity that keeps the agents theoretically in line. It's not the highest law of the land, right? So I've said that in one of the videos mistakenly. I misspoke, because to them, I was speaking to them as far as their code, policy, and statute goes. Supreme Court is the highest entity that essentially still can be checked and balanced. That's the whole point of this system, supposedly, is checks and balances. So anyone at any strata of the system can impose a check or a balance on corruption or activity that is not pursuant to the Constitution. The problem is, or the solution is, we're not a party to the Constitution. They are, because they swear to it. And there's amendments in the Constitution creating the idea of congressional citizenry. And that's, ergo a lot of these courts and private jails to do public safety, right? They're fulfilling some service that the rest of the citizens of the corporation are paying for and begging for with their applications. So, a lot of this is lore, right? We don't have any direct thing we can go to correlate or to cite. We have to go by our experience and what that reveals to us, and the definitions, the words and terms, and the amendments, and what it seems to be, right? That's how we gain an understanding and apply that and get a result, and then do it all over again. So,
right.
With that said, most oftentimes it's best to not argue or interact with these people. If you are going to put these folks on notice with the higher up, so to speak, You have to be clear about who and what you are and what you're not. And then ultimately, we can't get like scared off when they go, hey, you're flagged by the FBI because you're potentially a threat to all the other corrupt states and counties and institutions that want to like do fraudulent, constructive fraud with an amended contract that they're only a party to and we're not. And they don't want to give us informed consent, but want to use that contract and its amendments to try to rein us in and interfere with our natural rights. So I'm not upset with that. Like I just said, it's very easy to take a statement from a parent, a teacher, a supposed authority, and turn it into a positive if you let it be. Correct. It's like, this is what I've been doing all my life. This is why they say, Paul, you should be a lawyer when you grow up. Why? Because I'm great at taking your bullshit that I'm supposed to be scared of and using my trust, equity, and faith and understanding to convert that statement into something that works for me rather than against me.
Right.
Which is all this is. They're playing word games and doublespeak and calling you things that they're trying to get you to answer to and engage with. I just go, thank you. Just like when they go, the judge believes that Paulie Laporte is a sovereign citizen. I go, well, not only is that not possible, and I could get into that if you'd like, but thank you for considering me, you, the administrator of these proceedings, sovereign on some level. That's the determination you just made. I never called myself that. You're saying that. I have a citizenship. I can get in it and sail the waters of commerce whenever I'd like in my citizenship. I can dock it and step out and be a man on the land, so to speak, metaphorically, if not physically. So I can't be a sovereign because God makes law. Men and women interpret the law. That's what courts are for, to interpret the complicated facts of the matter of law. I didn't make law. Okay, nor am I a citizen at this time in this capacity in which you view me and experience me. But thank you for considering me on some level from the bench a sovereign. That means I'm the closest thing to God or the king of this court. And that makes sense because all courts on this land proceed under the common law. That's what a court of record is. If not, it's an administrative court. And I wouldn't want to believe that your administrative courts are attempting to overwrite and overthrow the law of the land. But hey, anything's possible, I guess. See, I never tell them directly what I think they're doing or know they're doing. I never challenge them directly. First of all, I don't even invoke a lot of this at court because it just doesn't matter. Like it could get them scared and uppity. It could get them scared and uppity to fuck you. So it's like, are we trying to get them scared and uppity, or are we trying to remind them that they got a player here who understands the law of the land and isn't going to be duped out of their power and position and isn't going to engage beyond a certain point to get arraigned into their jurisdiction? So you're free now to some degree, right? Give me and then we'll work backward. How are you before me right now presenting if they held you and they weren't going to let you go and all the rest of it? How did that shake out, if you will? So
it has been going on. It's a matter it's been in over 2 years, 2 Christmases ago, actually. So it has been.
What are you charged with right now as we speak?
Well,
what is your person charged with?
The person is allegedly DUI. So
okay, so we don't have anything crazy going on with the feds or anything else. They're just basically saying you got a traffic infraction essentially, and nobody on the other side. No criminal history in the past, or what are we looking at?
No criminal history in the past. In fact, I was a deputy within the jail for almost 6 years.
Oh, okay. So you're already, and this is part of the issue too, is
yes,
from my world, right? I'm not saying that that's definitely true for them, but in my world, right, it's like saying I was blooding and cripping and now I'm not, and I want to move under this banner of reality, and I'm wondering why they want to keep me, right? And they don't want to let me go. Blood in, blood out, right?
Yeah, so they've asked me to come back several times. It's not happening.
Sure they have. Again, it's easier to get in than it is to get out on all levels. So yeah, when you work as a jail guard and you're in a corporate capacity and that's your lifestyle, they're going to presume some things about you as a member of a society. It would occur to me. I'm not saying that's true. It would just occur to me. It's common sense. They're going to go, he was a Crip for 20 years. He thinks he's just going to go off and live under the Bloodin' rules and the Latin Kings and all that. No. We're not letting you go that easy. We're going to really test your mettle here. You're going to have to get stabbed up to be let out. That's the reality of it.
The shank at its best.
you know? So, yeah, this is just comes down to we're back to like all of us now leaving Babylon and being the crazy ones, right? It wasn't crazy when we thought policy and code was law and the vaccines and the masks and that was normal. Now we're going full crazy. Hey, we once believed that this was all applicable to us. We once believed we had to listen to all this. We once believed that this held any weight. We now understand the difference between statute, policy, and code, which is given the force of law through the consent of the governed, and the actual law of the land.
Correct.
Right. So we start to give notice on record of a change, a spiritual awakening, some might say, that's going on like worldwide right now, you know, and then it just comes down to cosmic gambling. Hey, we're having a spiritual awakening. We didn't choose this. God is choosing it. Whoever you believe that is, it's the foundation for your contracts you're a party to, says our rights come from God. Okay, so that must mean we have a relationship with that God experience. So because we have a relationship with God and the universe, changes are happening. And we didn't even choose that. We're just experiencing it. So since we're experiencing this and we've had a change of heart and we now believe and understand something different, this is who and what we are and the form you're looking at. And this is how we're proceeding and moving forward in our lives. That is how you get the favor of God. That's how you get Shaitan to respect you, which means take a second look and realize, okay, at some point, we are not here to govern this creature anymore because this creature has had a change of heart, is self-governing, knows who and what it is, and understands the law of the land. We have to give it safe passage. We have to let it go. The one that got away. See? So we come from one flock spiritually under another flock, right?
Correct.
You know, we essentially go from goats to sheep. And when I say sheep, I don't mean like the sheeple. I mean sheep of the spiritual shepherd, right? And I'm not talking Jesus Christo either, because the original Bible says not to worship Jesus, to worship God and to be one with God. Jesus was an emissary and a prophet for that. Brian, are you there? I don't know what just happened. Is that on my end or on his end? It looks like you cut out there. Did he have a blackout? Okay. Yeah, I thought you passed out there. That may happen sometimes. I do a lot of rambling. So yeah, again, no one can stop the spiritual change that's happening and coming for each individual whose heart is being called by God to uphold the law of the universe and the law of the land, so we can make this God's country and America great again. There is no stopping an idea whose time has come. Now we have to get on the X and play our part. We have to surrender the rest, because you got to live in faith. You can't live in fear and expect to be self-governing. You got to be good faith and honor able. So I'm saying all that. I'm saying all that to just kind of allow you and others to have a core perspective of this is bigger than you and I, right? We're all in this together, as they like to say, but it's bigger than you and I as individuals. There is no such thing as you and I as individuals. We are incarnated here to be avatared by the Spirit, holy or lesser so, it would seem. So that's exactly what's taking place. Folks are being called like 2,000 years ago by the Christed Spirit to come out of her, my people. Get out of the fake churches, get out of the Babylonian false courts, get under God and God's law, put it on record, surrender the rest in faith, and let it work for you.
Absolutely.
Because you don't have any other option at this point. Look around, understand where we are in history, understand what comes next, and realize we don't have any other option. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. Right? This is God's plan, you know, as far as I can tell. So with that said, this should be pretty simple. And this is why if I were you, I'd go listen to the Karl Lentz video and audio that I've been restreaming here, because it gives you like dozens of hours of interactions of question and answer that he's doing, and it's going to reflect or emulate what I'm doing. It's one and the same understanding, application, heart set, mindset, if you will, skill set. He probably has more experience, although at this point, who knows? I don't know if he's had, over 5 to 7, however many it is, it may even be more than that, arrests and dismissals and moving forward. And wherever the warrants have gone, there's been a couple warrants, they've disappeared, and I can only chalk that up to when I called Colorado State, DMV, they said your IDs aren't expired, but they're all defunct, essentially. They're all inactive. And I said, well, how does that happen? She goes, something you must have done did that. She didn't have any court orders. She didn't have any of that. And then I knew what she was talking about. And I go, oh, this is another feather in my cap, another piece of information that I can glean to understand how this all works. So when I gave them all notice, because I gave the DMV notice, I gave Secretary of State, I gave everyone as much as possible notice. This is who and what I am. This is the law that I'm under. I have an experience that I call God. You can't tell me any different. And this is how I'm going to move in my life. Notice to agent is notice to principal, and vice versa. If I see any of you out and about and you attempt to interfere with my rights / property, I'm going to sue you. And I'm going to go all the way up the chain if I have to get you on record, because these are your employees.
Yes.
Secretary of State and all the rest of it. Get your little minions in line. Okay.
And that's a factor too. I've entered a notice of acceptance and surrender of assignment. It's been placed on record and sent in. They've been put on notice. They still fail to address
what
that.
What was that term you just used? See, I don't like a lot of these terms because I don't need to use any of these terms or put them on paper for them to know what I'm doing and how it relates to their system or not. And it doesn't matter if it relates to their system or not. It relates to what's criminally wrong, right? It's not even criminal. It's wrongdoing. You're doing wrong and you know better, and you don't want to uphold that because you got money to make. Well, do it with the pimped out, hoed out slaves, not with me. So what was that term you just used?
Which one?
You said notice of acceptance and something else?
A surrender. It's
surrender of what?
It's just a surrender and an assignment. It's what it's listed as an assignment.
It's basically, you were about to say is what it's called. Who calls it that?
Well, I mean, that's just what it is. It is what it is.
According to who? I'm just trying to get where you're getting your information from and then replicating it. Is it legal society? Is it legal system? Is it state nationals? Who's giving this lingo that you're repeating that you may or may not know what it actually means? Because I don't claim to know what any of it means, nor do I seemingly have to.
Right, and it has to be, I understand what you're saying on that nature of things there, but it's dressed and built by me and only me as
right. So why do we have such a hard time? And I'm saying we because at one point I was doing some of this, but I'm a very simple man in the sense of I don't like to complicate shit. I know I'm intelligent to some degree, truly intelligent. I don't have to appear to be an intellectual, an authentic corporate male, and I don't have to use anybody's lingo. This is very simple, right? I'm a man. I have God-given rights. I'm going to uphold the law. Any man or woman acting as a whatever, interfering with my property, which is also my rights, is now put on notice. Why do I need to get into notice of this and that and the third? That is your notice. The notice of liability and acceptance or not and surrender is whatever you want to call it is in the words and the energy that the words are carrying, right? Like the meaning that is conveyed by the words. So it's like we don't have to overdo this. When we overdo this, they give it less credence because they think you're going online and reading someone else's words and then putting it on paper, and you're not really going to stand on it. So the simpler we keep it, the more direct and to the point, the more we use plain lingo, the harder it is for them to twist it and get out of it.
Correct, because words have meaning. Just like the person they're in the hearing there, which keep in mind, my arrest warrant was issued before the discovery was turned over for me to defend myself in their administer kangaroo court.
Why did they have a belief that you were going to present, or as they put it, appear at their court?
With this is having trouble connecting.
Am I coming in clear for the folks down there? Because it's blowing up and raining crazy over here, but it doesn't look like it's on my end.
Just coming in.
Yeah, it's looking like it's on. Try to turn your camera off.
Are you still there, Paul?
Yeah, try to turn your camera off.
Seems we lost Paul.
Can you hear me? He's somehow connected to the audience and everyone else, but not to me. It's incredible technology.
Okay.
Salute to Elon, wherever he's at.
I'm going to
You
go ahead
guys
and
are
leave
amazing.
and see if it gets back in here.
Reset. Can he see? Can someone give him the cue? Okay, he's going to reset. So, yeah, again, please understand, as far as I'm concerned, why I do this, because this is a calling from whatever you believe God is, the universe, if you will, to be a better me, for me, and by proxy for everyone else, because that's how that works. We got to get selfish to get selfless. So because I care about myself and my life and my rights and the godly experience that I've had revealed to me, I will not relinquish that. I refuse to relinquish that, also because I seem to understand that there is nothing else to do and be here. And if we do attempt to ignore that, oppress, repress, depress that, we see what comes forth, the kingdom of Shaitan. So I don't even necessarily need a kingdom of heaven or to shoot for that to know I don't want to live in the kingdom of Shaitan, aka deception, destruction, disempowerment, disintegration with higher self. Right? I know that on some level. It's fun to dance with the devil, but at some point you got to find a seat. So that's where I'm at. I've found my seat, so to speak. And I believe because I've accepted freedom and rights and God for myself to some level, that it has worked for me and with me. I cannot explain anything else that I've done or been a part of with these courts in any other way. I know the rest can. He's ratting, he's lying, he's paying, he's buying off, he's doing everything other than faith and honorability, right? Because that's the Babylonian trash. They don't know faith, honorability, and God, so they can't imagine how this force, this experience could literally shape the world around you. They have no experience of that experience. So I don't fault them. They know not what they do. But just let us be clear. I don't know. I wouldn't know what to go back to. There was nothing to go back to beyond this revelation and this experience. So this revelation and this experience is if not final, one of the final stages of conscious and awareness that a being is on with their journey to completion and co-creation, it would seem to me. And the absence of this creates exactly what you see worldwide. When you don't know yourself and you don't know the truth and you don't know God and the universe doesn't work with you, you get a kingdom of Shaitan every fucking time on every land, a whole population of people run by statutes, policies, and codes with no conscience activated and engaged, and no common law being upheld and no universal law being upheld beyond common practice and procedure. Well, what's common practice and procedure for a Babylonian, statist, fascist, collectivist, Shaitanic slave? Well, slavery and Satanism. This is the beginning of time. I could loop it 1,000 times. It's not going to change. And the worst part is, or the best part is, we're all creating it. We're not. Every single one of these panel walkers who talks a big game, who says they're going to come beat me up and all the rest of it, has all the documents, has submitted, is on record, has never rebutted the presumption. When they charge them with something, they cower in the corner and break their back over, twerking for the courts like a hoe. And you wonder why we are where we are. The biggest and the baddest, the ones with supposedly nothing left to live for and nothing to lose, who are going to cap everybody. They're going to shoot everybody, break kneecaps. All the biggest, toughest, and baddest all got the registrations, all got the licenses, all follow policy and code, are not outlaws to the legal system. They're outlaws when it comes to God. See, they are true outlaws because there's legal and lawful. When I say outlaw, I'm talking colloquially in the sense of not following statute, policy, and code. The bikers, the Bloods, the Crips, all of them. They got all the code and policy in place. When the cops stop them, they know exactly what to say and what to answer to. When they go to court, they hire attorneys and all the rest of it and think it's a benefit. Got to come out of this. And this is exactly what this experience is for. See, those people, and I'm going to bring Brian back in, those people who went as outlaws or illegales away from the legal system to do what's called crime are actually stagnant in a process that I've already gone through. They've been pulled from the world and its society to live in the underworld so they could see the devil and the evil, so they could rise to the occasion to be a servant of God. See? And you need the experience of the devil to become a servant of God, right? You can't have one without the other. It's our greatest teacher, tester, and challenger. These folks like to stop halfway. They're half-assed and halfwayers in most things. So they find a home in the detritus, in the underworld. They find a home in what is not comfortable, but they think makes them who and what they are, right? It's supposed to build character. It's not the final stop on the journey. It's supposed to allow you to come back to the world. See, you go to the underworld to come back to the overworld so you can live with the overman, as the overman, as the higher self, so you can be an example to the rest of society on what to do and be and what not to do and be able to speak from experience. That's how you raise the next generation. Hey, Junior, I've been in the streets with the jerk-offs. I've done the wrong. I know what it feels like, and it's nothing pretty. I also know what it's like to uphold the law and to serve the community and be a leader truly in that community and go on a hero's journey to acquisition and co-creation and completion, actualization and realization, right? And spiritual faith and honorability. This is how we become united as men with the Father consciousness, Father God, so to speak, within us and within this realm, and become true leaders and stewards of the earth and leaders in our communities, right? To pass down this experience and this understanding, because without this, we see where it goes every time. There is no other understanding of what we're all doing here that makes as much sense as what I just laid out. There's just everybody's feelings about it. And that is few times, if ever, sense-able, logical, moral, rational, and sensible, right? It's just we do what we know how to do, that we're used to what we're doing, regardless of the outcome. And that has to change. That is addiction, by the way. If anyone's wondering, another cornerstone of what's done here, and I'm not saying I've perfected it by any means. I'm an addict, just like most, if not all, human beings are. We addict to people, places, things, street names, clothes, meals. Pick something, masters, voting for masters, paying to be a slave while complaining about it. We addict to everything and anything. And part of coming under the word, right, as I've said many times, the word is addiction. That means toward the word. Then there's the other side, because we always walk in two worlds. There's always a dualistic experience. There's the addiction or the almost fixation, obsession, like I do looping here day in and day out with the word of truth and moving toward that. And then there's vice, bondage and ruination. That's the other side of the addiction, right? So most citizen slaves, whether they want to accept it or not, I don't care if it's Starbucks, pharmacia, pharmaceuticals, their beast system they're addicted to, most are addicts because they've gone away from the true word and what the meaning reveals to people, places, things, substance, systems, institutionalization, all the rest of it, right? In and of the world. So all this broadcast does, and all this process and procedure that I'm engaged in does, is reveal to all of us our various forms of addiction where we've turned away from the truth and the word to be in and of the world to our own despair and ruination. Again, no other experience going on here that matters as much or is as qualifiable as what I'm speaking about. This is what we're all doing here. And if you could show me where I'm wrong, I'd love to see it and hear it. I can't find the seam on it. Go ahead, Mr. Brian. I did a lot of talking. Pick it up wherever you want or create a new sort of pathway if you got a question, a comment, concern, whatever the case may be.
Well, I mean, it's just I love hearing what you got to say, because it's just the truth. It's how it is. I mean, I'm not something I'm used to.
Go camera off because you're lagging.
Not used to just being straight in like that, because again, it's been several years ago whenever I was on that inside, just being in the jail system as a deputy. Been years away from that. I ended up going and doing CDL truck driving. Okay, so another thing that they keep getting, I guess, tore up about is I did not reissue the driver's license, and I've explained into the administrative courtroom that I do not choose to operate in commerce anymore, and I've allowed that to expire for a reason, because that is a contract. I've told them to present me with the facts of I'm being in any type of contract in any way, it cannot do so. During the hearing, which they brought in a special prosecutor, quote unquote.
That's special.
Yeah. And because in the thing of the matter, that let's back up just a little bit. So the matter of the fact that brought that on to be a special prosecutor, the county that I'm in, and the judge that was sitting there as administrative from the first time, I let them know that that they were wrong and incorrect and not going to allow due process. So I took it to a federal court, and which I did drop it, which is ignorant on my part. I understand that. Because I've not had the documents that I've entered and
the issue becomes when you start challenging them and telling them what their job is. They know what their job is, and they know the law, and they know whether they're going to uphold it or not. When you start telling them they're wrong and they're not doing proper process and procedure, you start offending them. Yes. They know what they're doing. Yes. They're trying to see how much of a pimped out host slave you are and how much you're going to stand on what's true and what's right. It's precisely what they're doing.
Exactly.
And I love it.
And
I think it's great.
And with the fact that there's no rebuttal that has ever been entered in a written form, they've not rebutted any document that I've entered.
You're not going to rebut it. Right. They don't need to. There's dual jurisdiction. When you put the proper claim on record and you stop engaging with them from their commercial side and their code and their policies and projections, they're going to find you guilty on one side and innocent on the other side.
Correct.
And they're not going to do anything to you.
They've more or less done everything but forced me to do what's called an Alford plea. I don't know if you've heard of the Alford plea or not.
No, I try to keep away from all this lingo as much as possible. Yeah, I don't want it poisoning the well of common sense.
That's their terminology. It's just a plea deal, I guess, stating that I remain my innocence, but no, there's enough evidence within the Commonwealth to find me guilty. Guilty of what? There's no crime. Okay, so keep in mind, I don't know if you heard a minute ago when I got disconnected. My bench warrant was arrest warrant was issued before the discovery was turned over from the special prosecutor. Had a arrest warrant Friday. My discovery was sent to my house via mail.
Now, why? Okay, that's where we were. Why do you have a warrant if you got a bond and were let out?
Well, this is all just been here recently. So last Friday, there was a failure to appear. I was not going. You can't appear. Appearing is spiritual.
Yeah, but you're doing it, man. You're crossing jurisdictions. Did you take a bond from them or not?
What do you mean? Did I take a bond from them?
Did they hold you on bond and get your signature or a payment?
They did.
Then you have to present. We cannot say we're honorable, good faith men, say and do whatever you want to be let out of jail, then not show up for the hearing. That's how you put yourself deeper in dishonor. And they know you guys are going to do that. That's why they do it.
I mean, it's forcing contract, basically.
It's not. No one forced you to sign. No one forced you to give your word or give them payment. You did that.
To maintain your free will.
No, you don't have free will. You have free choice at best. And you use that to make half-hearted, half-assed, half statements and dishonored agreements.
Because they put
you have to see this as a spiritual test. You can't look at the on the ground component. You have to go, I'm being taken because God wants to see who and what I am on record over and over again. You can't go, I'm God's people. The devil took me and put some fire to my ass, and I admitted I'm one of his children. And then when it comes time to show up and answer for that, go, I don't feel like showing up today. They already got you in bondage, dude. They already got you tested and failed. This is, I'm not coming down on you. I'm saying this is how I see it. And if you agree, you agree. If you don't, I can't get anyone to see it any other way. Do you think that I would sign anything or pay them anything? I got a buddy here who sat for 33 days. You think it's a coincidence? 33 days?
33.
It's a Masonic wink and a nod, and I'm not mad at it, bro. What else is he doing? He doesn't work. Okay. He doesn't really go anywhere or do anything. A lot like myself at this point, if I'm being completely honest and equitable as I try to do and accountable. What else does he have to do other than put on record he's one of God's people and can weather the storm? So by the time the 33 days went by, the administrator goes, "Why are you here?" He goes, "I don't know." He goes, "You ain't supposed to be here. We got to let you out. All charges dismissed." This is a spiritual test. You are not God. You don't get to decide when you come and go and what's given to you or taken. God does. And it uses the devil sometimes as an intermediary. So when you want to make deals with the devil, you better stand on it or they're going to get it back in blood. So again, I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm telling you what I would and would not do and what others around me who walk this path with me do and what the outcome is. One side or the other as far as I can tell. So if you want to be seen by yourself, first and foremost, and God as someone honorable and equitable and good faith, you weather the storm no matter what, and you trust in God that you will be delivered and restored with your property to your original condition. If not, you were living in fear already, and you're fit to be governed by the shaitan of this world. The people of faith are governed by God and themselves. The people of fear are governed by shaitan. You put on record, like so many before and so many after, that you are run by fear, which means the devil has to bond you and govern you. If you'd have shown faith throughout all activities, I can't prove this either, but this is what's been shown to me. If you show you're trustworthy and honorable and good faith through all conditions, you will get the reprieve.
And that's, I mean, that's, you're right. I mean, I'm not arguing that fact of anything. Because I mean, I did get.
So that's why they put the warrant on you, and that's why they did whatever they're going to do or have done, because you made an agreement with them because you were in fear and you didn't show good faith and honorability. You didn't honor yourself as a man under the law of the land. You showed yourself to be a ward of the state and someone who needs to be governed because you're run by fear and you can't govern yourself. And that's going to be part of the process of what you do here. You're going to learn through me yapping and showing my experiences what it means to be a man of faith. Doesn't mean to be perfect. Doesn't mean to be without error. Quite the opposite. It means regardless of the errors and the mistakes we make, we know that there's some kind of outcome here that's worth weathering the storm.
Right. And I get what you're saying 100%. And I guess that, that was a thing. And whether I don't know, but I mean, that was Friday. I was let out Tuesday, or not let out, I bonded out and signed the bond conditions without prejudice and recourse, all rights reserved. And now I'm sitting here and, trying to get everything addressed, because now the next step I feel is to write even more, I mean, which is not.
Hey, you're going to now have to come back from it and say, I once believed, it was my understanding that it would be beneficial to me to enter into an agreement or a bond with whoever, whatever, to be released from the jail. And I now understand that that is potentially a detriment to me. And they may come and put you right back in the box and you're back to square one.
I mean, that is true. Because
and then you're going to have to put another paper or correspondence on record that you are an honorable, supposedly, if this is what you believe about yourself. And then you're going to have to live up to that if you want to be judged as that by yourself, by God, and whoever's the functionaries of the courts. You don't think they know an honorable, good faith man who's courageous and willing to weather the storm? You don't think that's palpable and tangible for these people?
Oh, absolutely.
You don't think the last 3 to 5 times I went to court, the prosecutor turned his camera off and ran because he already knew what he was looking at and dealing with? You don't think that, like me, they know the antithesis of that? A punk coward who's run by fear, who's easily played out of his position? They do.
They most definitely do.
So that's all this is. You're going to have to get more experience of being under the gun to be able to face your death or your pain and not choose suffering, and to choose faith rather than to react with fear. That's the core of what this is. And for the cowards in chat who want to tell me about no results, people who talk faith are the ones with no results. No, I have so much faith because of the results, dummy.
Yeah.
I'm not living on blind faith. I'm living on, like I said, I'll say it again if you weren't here, 6 arrests where the warrants have been quashed and the cases have been dismissed. Weed charges, gun charges, all types of charges, gone and done. I'm now suing them at 1:30 today. We're going to have a preliminary hearing. My faith has been emboldened because of all the results I've got from accessing it and doing the next right thing and surrender the rest, not the absence of it. Stop trying to tell my story because you're a devaluing, demeaning, Babylonian, disempowered slave scum. I am not you and you're not me. On the highest level we are, on the lowest level we're miles apart. You have no results, person in chat. Whatever his name is there, I'm not even going to, Jeff C. You have no results of your own with God and the truth and honor and faith. That's why you have no honorability, trustworthiness, or faithfulness. So speak about your ungodly experience. Don't project onto mine. See? So up or out, it's not pretty immature. You're now using inauthentic corporate male lingo to try to escape accountability and liability. If you got something to say to me, click the link and get up here. If you don't and you do it in chat, you're a punk coward, and I'm going to thrash you verbally and throw you the fuck out at some point because you're not going to waste my time, energy, and attention, and you're not going to interfere with the reception of this information and this experience because you want to be a perverter and a deceiver. We have no shortage of perverters and deceivers on these internets, and I got about 400 to 500 of them blocked, and there's room for more. It's like a bellows. It's used but never used up. Infinite amount of space to block the reprobates, the deviants, the deceivers, and the devil's children, who are children of the lie. Right? It's one thing to be a child of the lie and be a disempowered, deceived loser failure. It's another thing to be a hater on top of it. Okay? So some of us love the truth. We love our lives to some degree. We love the revelation, and it's all we have, and it's what leads to our empowerment and inspiration. It's not a lack thereof. So don't come and talk no results when it comes to me, because I got a list as long as my arm, and you don't want to look at that because it's going to devalue your lack of experience, right? It's going to show you and all the rest of the incompetent, incapable, inauthentic corporate males that you don't have anything to stand on. See, my foundation is firm, even if it's metaphysical. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, basically, that's like the whole ordeal. I mean, that's what I've come to find out as far as just being, I guess, I'm not going to say all completely new into this deal, but based off of the research and stuff that I've dug into and trying to understand. I ain't going to say understand because I don't stand under nobody but God himself. But, you know, take, for example, during the little mediation deal, after that interview, I guess you could say, through the teleprompt prior to being reduced, the prosecutor stated that the discovery that he had sent was already sent, and I let the administrator know that it was a different person that is trying the case now, trying to bring charges against me, and he bashed out and immediately was like, he is not a person, he is a special prosecutor, which, understanding the term, their lingo, person is an entity, it's a corporation, and he was quick to correct me on that lingo, that he is not a person, he is a special prosecutor.
Is he a state actor? Is he an actor of the state of corporation?
Yes, he is the representative.
He's in a corporate capacity. Is he going to swear in and give firsthand knowledge and bear witness and testimony? The answer is no.
No.
Okay, but this is why you don't start to interact with their court, because in their court, you have to establish your court, right, to some degree. And the way you do that, or the way you rebut the presumption and assumption that you are at the whim of their court, is by putting the correspondence on record and not interacting. Once you start arguing with the prosecutor, they presume you're one of them, because we're intercoursing. You're arguing with me, right? And argue, I mean in that sense, colloquially, as in having a banter and a back and forth, not as it was used yesterday to make the facts clear and presently known. If I'm truly arguing, my correspondence does all that. Hey, such and such did wrong to me. They interfere with my property / rights. I want my body and my property and rights restored to their original condition and compensation granted. Done. Over. I will not interact with the other side. I will not bring life to them. If anything, I will listen to what they say, not interact, and say, can I properly put a correspondence on the record and do it with pen and paper? Because that's the whole case anyway. And I will still not address whoever, whatever that is, unless I'm going to say, is there a disembodied voice here? Are you John Jones? No, I'm special prosecutor. I'm pretty sure you're John Jones, aren't you? Do you have any interest in equity or standing in this matter, firsthand knowledge when it comes to me and a wrong I've done? Well, no. Okay. So are we going to? But see, this is the tightrope we're walking. If you start talking at court and interacting with them, you're bringing life to their side. And they're going to potentially presume you're one of them. It takes care of everything when you have 5 lines on paper and don't even talk. Right. And then you go one better. If there's any man or woman, I'd love to compensate. I'd love to apologize. I'd love to square the deal. If any man or woman comes forth with a verified valid claim, I will compensate immediately and beg for forgiveness. If the man or woman will not show up, swear in, bear witness and testimony to the facts of the matter, I can't respond. I can't compensate. I can't determine whether I'm guilty or not. I don't need to do anything other than 5 lines and then shut up and let it ride, because they got to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They're not going to be able to interact with anybody and have a back and forth. They're not going to be able to rein me in their jurisdiction, and they're not going to be able to get me to turn state's evidence or witness against myself and prove their case for them. They're also not going to get me to be able to establish guilt or innocence, because we haven't gotten that far yet. So I can't enter a plea, and whoever enters it on behalf of the person will be liable for the charges, acting as legal counsel from the bench. Done. Over. That's when you don't go back. And I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. I'm telling you what I did. The guy said, well, I said, I can't establish guilt or innocence because you've not brought forth a man or woman who claimed that I've done wrong, who will swear in and bear witness and testimony. So I can't establish if I've done wrong, which is what guilt means.
And then
so since I can't, I'm going to stand mute. Okay, we're going to enter a plea on your behalf. Illegal. Thank you for acting as legal counsel for the person, not me, not I, for the person from the bench. I presume that at the next hearing, you will be bearing the liability for the person and the charges. I will not be present at the next hearing. Thank you and goodbye. Done and over.
And see, I guess
I'm to gamble because they may put the warrant out and say the person didn't appear, he didn't present. Well, you got it on record last time. I'm not a surety for that person. I will not take on the liability for that person. If a man or woman comes forward and claims a wrong, I'll compensate. If not, I wish to be let alone, and I will not appear or present, rather, at the next hearing as a surety or bear the liability for the person.
And I have attempted, well, let's just put it this way. I've addressed that, you know, if there is no loss, injury, harm, there is no crime. You cannot injure the Commonwealth. And now it's to the point of they're setting a jury trial on the 27th, and he's already stated that he is going to limit my defense, that I cannot go in and say that I believe that the Commonwealth cannot be an injured party, and I cannot state my facts of what is law, that policies, codes, and procedures are not law. So now he's really restricted what I'm allowed to supposedly stand on, basically.
How did they get you for a supposed intoxication?
Well, technically, that's going to be entrapment because he watched where I come from.
Okay, that's fine. He saw you coming from Chili's Bar and Grill. Did you take a DUI? Did you take a breathalyzer?
The roadside is where I messed up, which does not stand in court. The roadside.
Did you take a breathalyzer?
Yeah, well, that's the PBT. The intoxilizer is what they hold.
Just give me a yes or no. I don't need it, because if you do that at court, they're going to get annoyed, just like I get. And it's not. I'm not faulting you. I'm trying to prepare you for what needs to happen if you're going to verbally, audibly interact, which could go either way. I mean, I repeat what Karl Lentz and others have put on the record as we should talk as less as possible. Correct. There's like a paradox to this. It's like the Tao. It says those who talk don't know, those who know don't talk. And that was a guy who then wrote 1,000 characters, right? So it's like most people should not talk, as least as possible until you find your footing and have an understanding and can kind of, move the cord and get your way and make them see that you understand, right? Until you have that juice, they're not going to recognize you, and they're going to think you're a clown, or they're going to try to play you to see how much of a clown you are and how much they can rule you with fear. Yep. Right? So it's a simple yes or no. Did you take the breathalyzer?
The breathalyzer, yes.
What was the outcome? What was the number?
Is a point, I think it was like a 0.92, something like that.
Why would you take a breathalyzer if you knew you'd been drinking already?
Well, because it does not hold up in court.
So, okay, so you're saying that, and I bet you when you go there, they're going to bring in the officer and say, what'd you observe? He was leaving the bar. I could then argue, if I want to play legal attorney, Columbo, him coming from a bar does not mean he definitely drank. So you were under presumption and assumption. You
Mhm.
had no articulable reason to suspect he was drunk. Did he observe you make a wrong move somewhere, somehow? Did you do something?
His statement was that I crossed the yellow line when turning through a.
There it is. It's the same thing every time. So I now have to go back to common sense. You're out and about without an understanding of law and responsibility and accountability, drinking and getting in a car which was licensed, registered, insured with plates?
Nope.
No. Okay. So we're, because again, if you're going to do this, you got to go all the way. Like, you
Right.
got to be like drinking out the window and going, I have a right. I could do whatever I want. If I'm responsible and didn't cause a direct threat to the public, I'll drink 2 beers at the same time because I don't believe I'm doing wrong. So.
And it's been stated, he's even the administrator is addressed because he knows that I know that a PBT cannot stand in court because
Yeah,
any
it can't,
officer,
but it can, because they're going to say, we saw him come from the bar. We watched him bobble the yellow line. We had reason to believe he was intoxicated. When we pulled him out, we smelled liquor. When we opened the window, when we gave him the test, he came up for alcohol. And they're going to just continue to barrage you with their facts of policy, statute, code, and procedure. And there's really not much you're going to be able to do other than say, I'm a man. I have rights. I believe I was using the substance responsibly. I did not create a direct threat to the public. And if any man or woman like to come forward and establish how they were caused a direct threat by me and my supposed incompetence, we have nothing to talk about. So you're telling me that this car hasn't been registered, you have no license, there's no insurance on it, and there's no plates? They didn't charge you with any of that?
Yep.
They did?
Mm-hmm. Driving on suspended, no operator's license, what they listed it, failure to produce insurance card and expired tags because the plate is still on, but that's it.
Well, and this is the other side of it too, is I'm not claiming if you put a private tag on there, they ain't going to hunt you more and stop you. Because when I did, it was everywhere I went, they stopped me.
Yes.
And took the car or whatever else. And then we got to litigate from digging out of a hole, which is pretty much where we're at. It's pretty much going to be, from what I gather, a good likelihood. If you're going to uphold the law and stand on rights at this point, you're going to be digging out of a hole, because we have hundreds of years of submission to statute, policy, and code. And the common practice and process and procedure is submission to statute, policy, and code. So they're all trained for that, and they all believe that, and they believe if they have to follow it at home, so do you. So you're flying a flag. When you're under the plate, you're flying a flag, essentially. So you're saying my citizenship or my ship is flying the flag of the state of corporation. It's expired. So can we just go all the way with this, one way or the other? Why produce the tag, which is also expired, which is then going to get you pulled over, which is then going to lead to the presumption and assumption that you're operating under that tag and whatever it's assigned to, and all the obligations that come with it, right? If we're going to do common law, let's go all the way. Private, out of service, no tag. It's all going to get you stopped either way. So why not go all the way? If we're going to drink and not have the license and insurance and whatever, why even fly the tag of the state of corporation to begin with? Why not be able to say at court, hey, as crazy as this looks, this in a way proves that I really believe what I'm saying and have a conviction, because I did it all and then some. I got 10 more illegal things I did too. Would you like to hear about it? It doesn't matter, because you got no man or woman on the other side. You don't have a contract with me that you can bring forth. If you did, I've renegotiated on it, and I do not comply or cooperate. You can advise to me. You cannot compel me to do what you say or what you believe is in our best interest. And you can't cause me a loss, injury, or harm because I didn't take your advisory statements of what you believe would keep us all safe. So All right, I guess, continue on what I'm laying this out for you and for others, just to kind of show, okay, Jeff C, you're gone. I don't need you constantly scrolling my chat, needing attention. It's beyond embarrassing and bizarre. A lot of you folks need to get a life. You need to get a career that's actually redeemable. You need to get something to do, right? Beyond be a loser, failure, hater, citizen slave. So, do you have any comment on anything that I've put down so far, or do you want to pick up where you left off? Because we kind of got to stop at each point and kind of delineate what's going on and point out this and point out that. It's just kind of how the flow of this goes, right?
Right. I guess the next thing, I mean, obviously, they're more or less expecting me to appear at this trial, and obviously they're going to limit my defense, as I said earlier. So now it's a matter of getting everything presumed, because I'm going to, if I go, I mean, I don't want to even appear there, because I think that every time that you enter their chambers or their banking system, that's all it is, that you recontract. And now, I mean, it's just a matter of going in and just laying it out. But then I'm going to get hit with the fact of contempt of court. I know what's going to happen.
That's why you don't talk. You put it in writing.
Well, and that's the thing, because I've entered a lot of things in writing and with no rebuttal, and then
don't need a rebuttal. They're never going to rebut you. They're going to pretend that they don't see it and that you have no status and standing. They don't recognize man and it doesn't exist. I never got a rebuttal to get dismissals. I don't want a rebuttal. They can't rebut it because there's no man or woman in the room. They can't actually address me. When I address them, I'm going into their side, into their game. They can't rebut a man, nor do I want them to. I want them in default. You saw did you get my correspondence? Yes. Do you understand it? Yes or no? If you need further understanding, I'll explain it or I'll read it into the record. I read it into the record anyway.
And see, they shut me down. They try to shut me down every time I state on and for the record. Because they
want to stack the deck and pimp on you. And you already signed the papers and agreed to bail. You gave them the contract. You gave them the jurisdiction. You're now a ward of the court as far as they're concerned.
I mean, it's
the point is to put you in a no-win position where you think to comply and cooperate is going to get you out with easier outcomes. That's how they get you. And at some point, you're going to have to draw your line in the sand and take whatever's coming for you. You're going to have to take your licking if that's the case.
Fair enough.
So you say, I once believed it was a benefit to me to operate under these or to move under these statutes, policies, and codes, and to present myself as a ward of the court and to let you folks administrate my affairs. I now understand that that's a detriment to me. You don't need to talk. Talking will not serve you at this point because you don't know what to say and not say. And ultimately, there's no point in saying anything with them, especially a prosecutor in quotes or anyone else. You want to address John Jones, who's acting as the magistrate? Good luck. You're gambling like anything else, and you got to read the room. This is what I'm saying. By the time I get to court, I already got a correspondence on record in crayon from the cell. I don't sign their papers. They can't cut me off and shut me up at court. I'm the only one there with interest, equity, status, and standing, and I haven't proven myself to be ward of the court. They give me my way every time. They go, what do you got to say? We got nothing but time. The last 3 times I've gone, they've never cut me off. I've cut them off and interrupted them at times. Cordially, you could argue. I say, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I put something on record here before we move forward? I got something important I need to put on record. And then it's about reading the room out. No, we're doing it. We're not. Okay. You're not going to hear witness and testimony at this time. I can't bear witness. No, we're not doing that today. Okay. Did you get my correspondence? It's either yes or no, or, we're not. Okay. We're not going to go over that. I'm going to take that as a yes. I'm going to presume that you got my correspondence, and I'll be sending over another copy, registered, certified, whatever the case may be, to give them notice. Directly to the judges, non-judges, man acting as a magistrate's chamber. But this is why I can't relate to most folks who go to court, because They say all the wrong things. They don't have a correspondence on record. Then they want to go to arguing with the functionaries of the court or having a back and forth with them. To truly argue, I don't need to have a back and forth to make the facts clear and presently known. That's what argue means. So the facts are that man did wrong to me, interfere with my property / rights. I'm now here before you. There's no man or woman on the other side. I wish to be, and I require me and my property be restored to its original status, standing, and condition and location. Immediately. Done. Over. Nothing to talk about. It's ironclad. You know, and again, this is just, it's so hard to get folks to realize how simple this is. And the simpler you keep it, the harder it is for them to double talk and spin and project and presume and assume. Just like I told Slow State and the others, I'm going to do whatever I want. They go, well, it's not this. The process is this, and the men with guns and the code. How about this? I'm going to do whatever I want and let the devil be damned to come and stop me. What do you not understand about that? It couldn't get any simpler. I have free choice from God to be the man I want to be and need to be and am meant to be. The rest is on you. Yep. You make the next move. I don't have nothing else to say. You already seen it. I already showed you who and what I am over and over again, what I'm going to do and not do. What else is there left to talk about? The same thing I'm going to tell a woman at some point, because courting is courting. Mm-hmm. Listen, you don't like this, you don't like that. Well, maybe we'll work on it. Maybe I'm not. You see who and what I am and what this life is together. Do you want it or not? If you don't, there's the door. Yep. What are we going to talk about here? What is there to talk about? How you have a complaint and you'd rather me do it this way than that way and all the rest? Okay. Go find another slave to project onto, presume and assume and complain to. It ain't me. So if you got an actual claim, if you got something with validity that's verified, that has that really matters and means something, I'm all ears. If you don't, take it to somebody else who cares, because I don't. And I'm willing to ride on that, obviously. I'm willing to go to jail over that, obviously. I'm willing to die on that hill, obviously.
Yeah, I guess that's my thing too, because, that's my stuck mind is that if there's no loss, injury, or harm, and that's what I've stuck by constantly, and which I live in a small town, keep in mind, which is kind of run by a small knit group, a family mafia, as you per se, which do not understand people in this that have the active power, do not understand the process. If you're arrested, to be taken in front of a magistrate, and then that the county sheriff has the highest level to take care of what's need to be taken care of on the aspects of the Constitution for the people.
You're doing the Constitution again. You're invoking the Constitution when there's amendments in there for public safety clauses.
Right. And for the reason, with that being said on that matter, because I let him know as far as how everything was going, and he was in agreement 110%.
Of course he's in agreement, and you just told on yourself, whether you know it or not. He's there he's there as a party to the Constitution, and you just invoked it and made yourself a party to it. What do you think they're going to presume and assume that you are? A 11th through 14th Amendment congressional citizen, and they're going to legislate you and rule you with policy and code.
True. I see exactly what you're saying.
See, you get my point? Yeah. You're invoking a document you didn't write and didn't sign, that you're not a party to, and you're making yourself a party to it when the only reason it works for you is because it holds them in bondage. They swear to uphold it. They can be limited in their powers if used properly, but it doesn't need to be used. It's superfluous. All you need is God, which X's them out of the equation. All you need is to invoke the other man or woman who's never going to be there to keep them out of the equation.
Makes sense.
So when you invoke the Constitution, you're invoking everything that's in there, including public safety clause, and you're now giving them the footing they need to presume you're a 14th Amendment citizen who buys into U.S. corporation, who owes allegiance to the corporation and has an obligation to follow statute, policy, and code. I would never bring up the Constitution. Not only does it piss them off, it makes you look like a fool, and then they govern you twice as hard because they go, this dummy thinks he's getting somewhere invoking a document that literally interferes with his natural rights. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm trying to beat it out of your head to invoke this document that you have no status, standing, equity in that matter or that documentation with. If anything,
not my document. I see what you're saying.
Right.
There.
It detracts. It's not your law.
Makes
It's a
sense.
charter. It's a business document for the Corporation of United States. And there's multiple constitutions. Which one?
Yeah, well, that's
I want
the
to play
thing.
games with you. I go, which one and which section of the Constitution are you referring to that applies to you?
Yeah.
You don't
There's
know what you're
multiple.
talking about. You just know a bunch of flag-waving conservatards have been yelling it for the longest time. My Constitution, my Constitution. It's not yours. You didn't write it. You didn't sign it. You're not a party to it. And when you invoke it, it limits your natural rights.
True. And unalienable rights that's backed by the Constitution is what a lot of people say. So
the first line of the backed by the Constitution till it's not, till it's amended, like everything always is, till Shaitan gets their fingers in it, right? Which is how everything works. You got a direct connection to God and conscience. Use that. That is above and beyond the damn document that's already been twisted and corrupted and had its ass wiped with. You know, they've wiped Lady Liberty's ass with the Constitution, and you want to invoke the shit paper.
Right.
That amounts to nothing. When the damn first line of it is, we're endowed by our Creator. Hello.
Yeah.
There's your power resource right there. Resource. God, creation, life, consciousness, conscience, man. There's your chain of title. There's your empowerment. There's your inspiration. There's your spiritual faith practice. There, ergo, is the codification of the Constitution and what it stands on. Invoke the foundation, not the glass house built on sand at this point.
True. Very true. Very well said. I understand that. It definitely makes a lot of sense now.
Gotcha. You see how it gets you? This is a spiritual holographic game where the word is your freedom, the word is your enslavement, right? If you don't know the word and the meaning and the understanding of this creation and the revelation, you will use their words in their ways and you will be governed by them.
Set yourself in a trap.
That's it. That's how they get you. The greatest lie is the one closest to truth. And the greatest thing the devil ever did is convincing you it doesn't exist when you are it. Because evil is spelled live backward. When you cite a damn paper for where you get your understanding of life, you are evil, sir. I'm not saying that to make you feel something or whatever. I'm just saying that's how we all been living for far too long. You're opening a book to substantiate the living God and the life force. That is the world of man's rule. That is the world of the deceiver and the deception. Is the written, twisted words where they define all their own words to mean what they want it to mean and then get you to use them so they can deceive you and pimp you.
Keep you enslaved.
That's it.
Slavers never ended.
And you can't actually enslave a populace who knows God and themselves and the truth and stands on it to death. Can't be enslaved. All you can do is kill them all. And if you think that more won't pop up because consciousness is recyclical, recycled, of course it will. They know it. They can never destroy the Christed consciousness here. That's why they're doing their best to bring in the digitized world and to get you to insert yourself into it and put the wires in your brain so they can interfere with the transmission. That's coming next if you let them. They know they're never going to get the Christed Holy Spirit up out of here. They know they can't stop it. They know every time they kill one, 10 more pop up.
10 more pop up. Multiply by 10.
So the only way to get you is to get you to get yourself. See? That's the sorcery. That's the mockery. That's the black magic. That's the mind and heart control.
That's very impressive.
Oh, it is. I respect the deceiver and the adversary way more than I do these citizen slaves.
Yeah,
I don't have to like it to love it and understand it's part of the game, right? I'm not a hater. I don't hate the player or the game. I think it's beautiful in its ugliness. I think it's exactly what we all need. You want to make a man and a woman out of this population? Well, let a devil loose to deceive them all into tricking themselves out of their power and position to realize where their power and position always was, right?
Pretty wild.
All right, Jennifer's here now. We got a meeting in about a half an hour. I encourage you to come back here.
Absolutely.
More. I'm sure you see some level of value and empowerment, inspiration, understanding here. We can talk 100%. More about your case and the law versus the legal system. And I can give you some more of my experience as it unfolds.
Absolutely. I greatly appreciate your time.
Well, you as well, sir.
your
I mean,
boss.
it takes a willing and courageous to some degree individual, dare I use that term, to come on up here and subject themselves to my rule in quotes, as it's been said, right, and my abrasive presentment. So I appreciate you being willing to walk this path with myself. I know I'm far from the most nicest, kindest, politest.
Truth will set you free, buddy.
Well, there it is, right? I just have to be the most real and the most faithful.
That's the key factor.
All right, Brian, come on back. We'll do more. I'm on 7 days a week at this point. Same deal. Link in the description. Come on back tomorrow. When usually I was going to say whenever I'm on, but it's probably going to be tomorrow. I'm not going to go on again today. I highly doubt it. I don't think it's going to happen.
Good luck with everything today, and hopefully you get everything squared away. And I'll definitely be in touch.
All right, I'm going to talk with her, and I'm going to do like maybe another 10-15 minutes of the Karl Lentz series. And you can listen in the background. I would encourage you to search those up. There's a guy, I think his name is, let me see. What we got here? Craig Lynch on YouTube. He's got a whole list of Karl Lentz videos. I'd start listening to those and just, in the background, go out your day, listening to that over and over again, sort of getting a more foundational, cemented understanding, and be able to kind of form your own perspectives on what's going on.
Right.
Be able to think on your feet or lack thereof, right? Oftentimes thinking gets us in trouble. So I guess feel on your feet when necessary and detach from your feelings when necessary on your feet to interpret the complicated facts of the matter of law, which is all a courting process is, right?
Correct. And I think that's probably a lot of my I guess misunderstandings, and wrong direction of guidance within myself. The overthinking and I guess not truly knowing the knowledge as far as do not go for something else that somebody's created. Instead stand on my own. Because you can't go, like you said, you can't go against the Constitution. I didn't create it. It's nothing to me. And I think that's what I'm stand by or was trying to stand by. I greatly appreciate you opening my eye on that.
Sure thing. All right, let me bring this person in. Let me get my Dr. Phil up here.
Appreciate it, Paul.
Karl Lentz, that's you?
Yeah, that's me, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, dude. What do you want? Ask me a question. Ask me a question. Somebody named Devin Bay. Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
Okay. Well, tell me about legal and lawful. I got a meeting in about 25 minutes. Give me something about legal and lawful.
What's the topic? What was it? Drugs? What is it?
Well, just in general, whatever you want to go into, man. It's if that is actually you, it's an honor to have you here.
Is it about drugs? Is it about trespassing?
Well, yeah. Doesn't it all come back to the same ideas in a sense?
The first thing you need to do when you go into any courtroom is ask whose court. Ask the number one question when you walk into the courtroom. You're going to ask, whose court is this? So that way you're going to see who you're going to take the orders from. You're going to get compensation from.
Right. So what would be a typical answer that one would get if they were to ask that question based on your experience?
Three things. It could be the state court. It could be the judge's court. It could be your court.
Okay. And can we delineate on that? What's the differences?
Yeah, the difference is who's going to pay for giving me an order. Did you hear what I just said? Is there a time delay or something?
Yeah, no, I'm listening to you.
Okay. Because the whole thing that you're doing when you're walking into court is you want to accept orders. See, I don't fight. Okay, I don't fight orders. I love orders.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I want to say it's breaking up. It's cutting out really bad.
Karl? Well, he's breaking up there. It definitely sounds like Karl Lentz. I would call it out if it seemed like it wasn't. If it's someone doing an impression, it's a pretty damn good impression and it's on time. So
seems like it's cutting out quite a bit.
Yes. All I want is orders. I don't want anything else but orders. Order me to do something. I don't care who orders me. Order me out of my car. Order me
Shit.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Karl.
Must have bad reception or something.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, we're breaking up there, Karl. Can we? Can you hear me?
I think he may be gone.
Watch me build. The judge ordered him. The judge ordered him to appear on arraignment. It's funny as hell. Since it was a Zoom call, I did his appearance. What? I'm on the. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ask something only Karl Lentz would know.
They apparently arrested you recently. I saw that in news the other day. Can you confirm?
And there's no low prosecuted. The video, you can watch the video on TikTok. The video is 1 minute and 43 seconds. They dropped the case instantly. It's 1 minute.
I figured that. I figured it was a smear campaign because you have a history of, like myself, you know, kind of showing.
But they still put me in jail for 5 freaking months, no bail, no bond, just to try to break me.
Yeah, well, like I was just telling this guy, you know, and like I always say, this is a movement of conviction, like almost spiritual, right? This is about honor and faith. So, used to be, it would seem, folks would have to fight wars and potentially die to secure this understanding and uphold the law of the land, right? So, while that sucks, in quotes, it's part of the game, right? Whether we like it or not.
I lost 70 pounds in 5 months, so it was kind of good.
Dude, how can I get a hold of you, man? Because you're like a.
I put my phone number on a chat board, and somebody kept blocking me, saying, "Oh, this can't be Karl Lentz. Stop being a dick."
Well,
look, man, all you got to do is type in Karl Lentz phone number on Google, and it'll pop right up. But you know what?
Yeah, I sent you a message, but you never got back to me. I don't know if you're aware of who and what I am, or if that's the proper number, but.
There you go. I put my phone number on the chat thing again. I'll put my other phone number.
All right, I got it there. So I'm going to be in contact with you. I got a preliminary hearing. I don't know if you're aware of me, just so you can see me. I'm Paul Unslaved. I go by on these interwebs. I've got about half a dozen dismissals over the past 3 to 5 years. Today, I have a meeting with Jennifer. We're bringing our court forth, right? We got a common law claim, pretty basic on the record, and we're holding the men and women acting as agents of the state of corporation liable. So we have a preliminary hearing at 1:30 today. We're going to find out.
Hey, is there a way that you could get an earpiece going in and I could walk you through it? Are you doing a Zoom call? You got to be there live.
Yeah, I don't know how we would set that up. This is
Devin. I do it with people all over the world. They call. You need 2 phones to do this. I need to hear what the judge is saying or the hearing officer is saying, and then only you could hear my answers, and I could help you walk you through it. I do it for people all over the world. I just did it for Devin. Devin was trying to get in touch with you guys. I did it for Devin 2 weeks ago. We gave the judge 9 notices, and he said, well, I'm going to take them as pleadings. And I said, obviously, you could call them apples, bananas, and oranges. I said, a pleading is when I'm begging the court to do something. A notice when I'm just trying to make everybody aware that there's an innocent man standing here. I'm going to require compensation if you order me to appear again. And then Devin just called me up now and said, hey, Karl, can you help me write that bill for the judge? I said, okay, man. He says, hey, Karl, there's somebody on YouTube doing your stuff right now. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, okay, man. What's the thing? And it's like, wow, look at this wacky long thing for a YouTube channel. Oh, well, it's going to be easy to find. And I found you guys. But like I said,
well, you're aware that I'm on the quote unquote offensive side, right? That I'm not, it's not.
Dude, like I said, I'm just on the side to take the order. I don't give it. I never played. Why play defense, man? There's no money on the defense.
Well, no, I know. I'm just saying that we already got a dismissal for trespass, gun charge, all the rest. And now we're engaged.
Dude, I want them to order me. Dude, I want them to order me not to ever have a gun again. Dude, I just want them to order me to rip my kids' eyeballs out. Dude, I don't care what the order is. Give me the order. And I'll show you how to manipulate that court order, make cash, man. That's what I do. I don't care what the order is. I love orders, dude. it freezes them in their tracks. They don't know what the fuck to do. You're talking to an innocent man. You're not talking to a slave. What is a slave? A slave is a man that used to have rights, but now he no longer has the capacity for compensation for the services he provides or products he produces. That's a slave. And there's the 13th Amendment says servitude is not allowed in this land. So if you read the 13th Amendment, it says there is to be no slavery or in servitude upon this land except upon conviction. And conviction doesn't mean the judge found you guilty. Conviction means your belief. Unless you have a conviction that Jesus Christ is going to come back in 3 days, yeah, that's your conviction. Now, if you believe they have control over you, if you believe they could order you to do something without compensation, yes, you can be a slave in this land. You could be a banana if you want to be in this land. You could be a pine cone. Man has the capacity to be anything he wishes to be upon this land. It's stupidly simple. You guys.
Well, yeah, it's essentially, from what I understand, it's essentially a corporate capacity, and they get everybody to contract or to sign in as allegiance to the corporate capacity, making policy, statute, and code their law, while overriding essentially the law of the land.
This could have been 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, without paper, pen, and ink. You don't need any written. The word is a joke. You know, this is silly to say, oh, it's written in Chinese, so I'm going to agree to it. Dude, it's legalese. Legalese is not English. And go to ChatGPT and literally just type in real quick, what is the difference between legalese and English? And it'll tell you that legalese was a language invented around the 1920s to obfuscate and confuse people into thinking it is English. Dude, legalese is, did you ever look at one of my videos where this judge came on for 27 seconds during COVID-19 and the black guy was standing in a jail cell with his public defender, and it was a split screen, and the judge says, and a white guy attorney for the black guy says, Your Honor, my client speaks a form of French. It's called Creole, and he'd like an interpreter. And the judge literally says on a split screen, he says, well, you know, counsel, I hesitate to ever speak slowly to anybody who stands in front of the court, because you know as well as I do, we speak another language. It's called legalese. So see, that's what I'm saying. That just somebody sent that link to me on Facebook, that's just like you guys just did, popped up in the middle of my day. I'm never on Facebook. And I had 2 cell phones and I recorded it because I didn't know how to download Facebook videos. I don't know if you can. But anyway, they took that thing down in like 2 minutes, man. I was so grateful somebody sent me that link, because I'm trying to tell you, you're walking to a court and they're speaking legalese. Like I said, that guy Gus I helped, one of the first questions he asked the judge when he got that gun charge on him, he said, is this a legal proceeding? Yes. And then the judge said, well, how do you plead? He says, well, I'll have a cup of coffee and a croissant. Thank you very much. And then the judge said, what are you doing? I said, you just spoke to me in legalese, right? Yeah, that's the best I can interpret it. Now, if we're going to speak man, and we're going to talk in English, that's one thing. But if you want to speak legalese, I'll talk legalese the best I can, but I'm not proficient. I can't comprehend legalese. I have no, certification to discuss anything in legalese. The judge said, well, I'm just asking you how to plead. He says, you know what? Put some sugar in the coffee. I think we're going to be here a while. I was trying to watch my weight. And the judge said, okay, fine. Screw it. And he's got that video on YouTube. And then he just talks like Susie Chatterbox about 45 minutes to the judge. And the judge says, well, I think we're going to hold this over for an indictment. So then he calls me up and he gets all panicky. And I'm like, nah, don't worry about it, man. This should be fun. And then 2 days later, he text messages me and says he got a nolo prosequi and he's driving his ass to Minnesota because he doesn't ever have to deal with it again in New Hampshire because he was still on parole. So he didn't want to be dragged. He said, they might change their mind, man. He said, I'm out of jail. He says, they gave you back my $50,000 that they put me on probation, on bail bond. And my dad wrote his house out to get me out. He says, look, man, I'm just getting the hell out of New Hampshire. I'm not dealing with this no more. But no, man, like I said, he just said the big thing, the big part of the story is, are we speaking legalese? Is this a legal proceeding? Am I a legal person? Is that what you think is standing before this court? And that's exactly what I just did with Devin, man. We just wrote 9 notices, and one of them was just funny like that. Standing, status, it's hysterical, appearance. Do you believe there's a man standing here? Or do you believe there's a fictional legal entity? Or option C, do you believe there's a fictional legal entity? I said, A, do you believe there's a man before the court? B, do you believe there's a fictional legal entity? Or C, do you believe there's a legal fictional entity? A legal fictional entity is like something on a piece of paper, or Judge Judy on TV is a good example. She's a fictional legal entity. Okay, now she's a judge,
state actor, right?
Just because she's a creation of man, you can't touch, you can't smell, you can't taste nothing. She's a fiction book compared to a nonfiction book. On TV, she's a fictional legal entity. In her courtroom, she's a legal fictional entity. And when she takes that robe off, we're just walking down the street together, she's man or that of mankind. See what I'm saying? There's three things that I could be in your courtroom. Which one do you want me to be? We just put in 9 notices, man. That was one of the funny ones.
Well, I'm on the other side now because, like I said, I have at least a half a dozen dismissals on the quote unquote, again, colloquially, the defensive side. So I'm now.
But why would you want to dismissal? Didn't anybody order you to do something? Did the judge go to this case dismissed and say, no, man, you ain't going to dismiss shit without paying me first? Who's ordering this case to be dismissed? I'm going to get paid. Dude, you're leaving so much money on the table. Dude, as soon as you guys understand what the word order is, man, you guys are going to destroy these courts.
Okay, so then let me ask you this, and then we're going to have to, because listen, I've been wanting you to come on for a while. I've tried to reach out to you. We're here now.
What's your name?
Paul.
Paul
Unslaved. If you look it up, you'll see I originally had a 20,000 subscriber channel. It was shadow banned, so now we're over here. It's Pimp Unslaved. It stands for Proper Instruction Motivates People. My
channel got taken down. All my videos got removed.
Well, I've been giving them notice, so the channel's still up, and they can't get the third strike on it because I've been essentially giving them notice the whole time and backing them down. I may sue them at some point.
Well, I didn't know mine was down till it was down because, like I said, they kept sending me emails, and I don't read emails. I really email maybe once every month or two. I'll read an email, so I didn't realize YouTube was sending me strikes. So by the time I realized, it was too late.
So let me ask you this, because I get what you're saying as far as taking orders and then seeking compensation. Without the order, ultimately, these folks did order me because they ordered me and the woman I was with to put on handcuffs and to get in the car and to go sit in a box for 2 or 3 days, without any, standing, right? Without any interest, equity, or standing in the matter or the property. So since that case has been dismissed, I would presume I'm liable for some sort of compensation. I'm not seeking that directly on the paper.
They're liable for compensation. Yeah.
Well, that's what if I misspoke, that's what I meant to say. They're liable to compensate the supposed injured party, which in this case, it's more of. I know. I'm going to clarify. I got it. I've listened to a lot of you and I've applied a lot of it. When I'm saying injured party, I want to qualify. It's more of a loss that occurred in interference with property.
No, man. That's why you have personal injury lawyers. They can only represent the legal fictional entity. They can't represent man. Man has been harmed. Legal entities have been injured. Your car, I just described.
Well, but this is why I'm saying I'm using that colloquially, Karl. We understand here.
When you walk into court, man, you can destroy them if you use the proper terms. They'll get scared shitless if you.
The proper term that I used on this claim is an interference with property and/or rights, which are essentially the same thing.
Say that again.
An interference with property and/or rights, which is essentially the same thing, because what is proper to I is property, and one of the things that's proper to I is not only the name, but also the rights given to me by the Creator. Right? It's an extension of self.
I just say property. I wouldn't add anything like rights.
Okay.
I'm not here. I wouldn't waste my time trying to explain to somebody what my rights are. It's none of your damn business. But
ultimately, it doesn't change the fact.
I'd explain it's my property. Screw my rights. I don't give a damn about my rights, man. It's none of your damn business what my rights are. That's between God and I.
So yeah, it's essentially again trial by fire. It's like on the job training.
You use the word interference, dude. It's a trespass. There's only 2 crimes, man, and the trespass is the number 1 crime. If the courts recognize 2 causes of harm to man, it's either trespass or trespass on the man's case. There's 2 things. You either like somebody's interfering with your right to access the court. That's trespass on the case or trespass. Now, somebody committed a trespass on property. Well, you had the right to possession. You could use that word. You use right to possession. You could do that. Or right of possession. You could use right of possession, if it's actually like, say I'm standing in my house, I have the right of possession. If my sister's in a will and I drop dead and die, she has right to possession. Or my landlord's got right to possession. I got right of possession because I'm within the building at this particular. Dude, it's little stupid nuances like that with the terms, man. It'll scare the shit out of them. But if it's like open sesame is not open taco, like you're not getting out of this cave unless you say open sesame. It's not going to happen. So you got to hit the right combination. And one of the biggest thing is characters, the way you write symbols inside of the sentence, the way you punctuate. Like if somebody saw what I wrote on that text, I was like I said, a federal judge down in the United States District Court in Nashville. I was helping some guy with gun charges down there. This 80-year-old judge retired after he read my notice, and he actually said that. He says, "Folks, I'm telling you this list. It took him about 6-7 minutes to write my 3-line notice, because what he did is he read apostrophe. He said to the court clerk, write this down exactly. He said apostrophe, lowercase I, apostrophe, colon, apostrophe, lowercase m, lowercase a, lowercase n, apostrophe, bracket, lowercase p, lowercase a, lowercase u, lowercase l, space, uppercase G, lowercase r, lowercase a." Dude, the guy, every single damn thing on my document means something. You guys can read it in 14 seconds. It took that 80-year-old judge 6 or 7 minutes to read it. You guys don't have a clue how impactful symbolism is if you want to draw on a piece of paper. It's all symbolism, man. I don't give a damn about the alphabet. I don't give a damn about some girl teaching me English when I was 12 years old. That's not legalese. That's English. That's beautiful romance novels. That's all cute shit for girls and guys. You're not walking into an English speaking courtroom. You're walking into a legal land. Everything matters to these people. You can't be sloppy. Oh, go ahead, be sloppy, and you're not going to get what you wish for. Oh, don't say open sesame, and you're not going to get into the genie's cave and get all your treasures. Go ahead. You got
to be clear at this point, Karl, I mean, I'm already getting what I want or what I need, because not only have we had you, I believe, spiritually brought here today. This is divine timing, as somebody who's saying down in the chat. But ultimately, me and her have got the dismissals, right? Where we're now at the point of learning on the fly how to move our court to either get compensation or to just put them on record. So next time we let them know, listen, you guys can do whatever you want, but this is what's going to come with it, right? So this is a 3 to 5 year journey. It's a long game journey for me. And ultimately, I just see everything coming together more and more, right?
One of the first things we asked and one of the notices, who's indemnifying this court and whose court is this? That's the number one thing I need to know, because if this not being indemnified, if you won't come in the name of the woman that could come after the seek compensation, you're wasting my time. I'm not going to play your silly game. I did that there's a man who called me up. His name was John Capelli. And he was a judge at one time, but he was just a traffic court judge. And he got into a situation with his wife in Canada. He calls me up and he says, "Karl, can we do the talking through the earphone thing?" I said, "Okay, John, keep." And I said, the first question we said is, "Whose court is this?" And then the judge said, "It's the province of Ontario court." And I said, "I don't say what court it is." I said, "Whose court it is?" Well, I don't hear anybody stepping forth claiming the court. So now it's from here forth. It's known as the John Capelli court. The first motion today in the John Capelli court is this. Anybody object? No. Okay. I hear crickets chirping, so it stands. Okay. Then I said to him, I said to the court, I said, "Is anybody, any man or woman wishing to take on liability for any harm, injury, or damage to any members of this court today?" No. Okay. Then I'll assume all liability. It was hysterical. And it only lasted about a minute. And John said they pulled the plug. I said, he said, "What did I say?" Because he was a great sock puppet. He didn't try to listen to the judge and listen to me at the same time. I said, "Judge, you took over the court and you said, since it's your case, it's going to be sealed, it's going to be closed, and it's going to be dismissed. And if anybody objects, make themselves known at this time." Nope, I didn't hear nobody. Crickets chirping. Okay, so it stands as true. Have a nice day, folks. And we were done. And John goes to me, "Karl, what did I say?" Like this. I'm paraphrasing what lasted 2 minutes. And it was hysterical. And I said, "Dude," I said, "It's your court. It's your case. You closed it and you dismissed it. And anything else you need me to do?" He said, "Did you record it?" I said, "You damn right I did." He said, "Well, I didn't record it." I said, "Well, it sucks to be you." He said, I said, "Call up the transcriber lady at the court and see if she'll send you a recording of it." And he said, okay. She said, yeah, it'll only be a few dollars because it only lasted a couple of minutes. And she should have it ready in 2 weeks. He said, I'll call you back soon. That's funny. I could get John on the phone. And John says to me, he calls me like 8 months later. He said, I'll call you back soon. So he calls me back and he says, hey, Karl, they're opening up the case again. What do I do? I said, dude. I said, what do you mean, what do you do? Didn't you get a copy of the transcript? He said, yeah. They won't let me have one, they said. I said, yeah, I kind of figure why they're not going to let you have it, because a clown like you is going to put it on the internet and shut down every single court in Canada. I said, yeah, I don't blame them for not giving you the 2-minute transcript. He says, well, what did I say? He said, John, do you really want to shut down every court in Canada? Is that really going to make you happy? I said, you got to be kidding. I said, look, John, you got away with this domestic violence. He didn't get violent with his wife. He just wouldn't give it back his cell phone. And she kept saying, I want to make a 911 or whatever number they call up in Canada. And he just said no. And then she just drove away. He kept her phone. I said, dude, you got to give it back a phone. But that's before he went to court. But anyway, like I said, man, you could shut all the damn courts down. But like I say to people, you shut these courts down, you better pray that you have a better alternative, man. Because when every clown in jail figures out, when every gangbanger, every illegal alien, when everybody figures out how simple this is, man, they're going to shut these courts down in this country, and then it's going to go to martial law. And Donald Trump's just a man who wants to do it. The first country that he visited when he became president in 2017 was the Philippines, because they had something called the murder squad. And Donald Trump's like, wow, how do you do this? How do you do this, Judge Dredd here? And they showed you, just type in murder squads back in, just Google it, 2015, 2016. Murder squads, Philippines, and you'll see that there was a stand-up comedian not too long ago, and I was watching him on YouTube, and he was from the Philippines, and everybody started laughing at him because they thought it was part of his skit. And he said at the very end of the show, said, you guys in the United States have no idea how lucky you are that you're here. You walk out of this club 2 o'clock in the morning now, you're drunk, you're a little high, you're laughing. He says, in my country, when we walk down the sidewalk at 2 o'clock, when the show's over, and we hear the murder squad coming, the cops on motorcycles coming, we all sober real quick. We slap each other in the face. The cops look us in the eye. They ask, we've been drinking. Dude, if we've been drinking, if we're on drugs, they will shoot us in the head and they will kill us on the spot. He says, you've got no idea, man, what a wonderful country you have. When your country turns into where nobody cares about the courts anymore and the cops take the law into their own hands, he says, you'll see what it's like to live in the Philippines. And Donald Trump, why is that the first country he went to when he became the president in 2017? He wants the destruction of the courts. He hates the courts, man. He's going to take these courts down. And when he takes the courts down, he's going to enforce martial law. And everybody says that he's going to do this with the cops. He's going to give them full qualified immunity to do whatever it takes to clean up this country. Dude, this guy's going to make this like fantasy land. You guys are going to be sober, straight, clean. Nope. You guys better have a damn driver's license. You guys better have insurance. Donald Trump, he's going to make this country tight. I mean, I could see it coming. My family was from Germany during World War II. I mean, I could see it coming. He's a great guy. He likes to socialize with everybody. He's a socialist, just like the Nazis was the Socialist Party of Germany. Everybody loved Hitler. Everybody loves Donald Trump, man. He's just the man to do it. So like I said, you guys better be very careful when you fuck with these courts, man. You better have an alternative backup plan, because when you shut these courts down and they can't give anybody an order, they can't give any street punk an order. Hey, I order you to go to prison. Oh, good. Just like my sister, she brought me over a video. It was Fast and Furious #2. And I was studying for years, and she said, you need a break, man. She said, I picked up a DVD and we're going to watch. I said, fine. I'll put the books down for 2 minutes. Fine. So the very first thing, if you watch Fast and Furious 2, you see Vin Diesel walking into the United States District Court and with 2 marshals next to him. And the credits didn't even roll yet. And he's got this pipsqueak judge, and they say, will the defendant rise? First thing I say, 1, is that an order? Or 2, I'd look around and say, you know what? It was fun being a defendant while it lasted, but I told you guys when it started, man, I was going to do a terrible job at it, and I'm more than sure I'll be found guilty. Like the defendant was on trial, but you know what? Nah, I think I'm going to go back over to be the man, because the man's been yet to have, his day in court. So you know what? Yeah, I think I'll be on my way, but whatever you wish to do with the defendant, are you looking for the fictional legal entity known as Vin Diesel, or are you looking for the legal fictional entity, or are you looking for the man? Because this is the man standing in front of you, and I don't remember the man being on trial. I remember the defendant being on trial. I'm like, isn't a defendant a legal fictional entity? Yes, well, I'll be on my way. And my sister just she said, would you just stop? She said, I got you this stupid car chase video. I figured there's no way in the world you're going to be talking about law for 2 minutes in your freaking life. She said, the credits didn't even freaking roll, and you were already taking the movie apart. I said, Karen, it's a court scene. This is what I do. I litigate all over the world. This is what I do. Just say, I wish that the man had an opportunity to see additional legal entities come before the court. I've seen prosecutors, but I've never seen anybody come by way of viva voce, by the word of the mouth, by the living voice, viva voce, the live voice, to verify anything of this is true. Yes, you guys got your truths, but does anybody know what's true? Only God knows what's true, and I represent God. So is there anybody here who spoke what is true yet? Or has anybody just spoke their truth? Dude, I just fly through these fucking courts. I've been doing this so many freaking years, and if I tell you guys it's important, exactly the words that come out of your mouth, man, it's going to open a door. It's not going to open a door. Now, if you just want things dismissed because you're a pain in the ass and they don't want to deal with you, fine. But if you want to make being compensated for appearing, that's great. I don't want to be bothered by these people. I want compensation, man. That's what I seek. I seek compensation. I'm a huge Karl fan. I am looking for more of your stuff. I saw a video on Craig Lynch. Where can I find your teachings? Well, it's funny. I haven't touched a computer in almost 4 years. I hate this stuff, man. I really do. I mean, it's just like when I guess you're so good. Like, say, if I owned a candy store, I'm so sick and tired of smelling candy. I haven't touched a computer in 4 years, and Devin asked me to type something for him. It was pretty funny. And he could tell you, man, he says, well, he sleeps while I type because I usually get done around 3, 4 in the morning, and he's got to get up and go to work, man. He'll stop over and say hi. And he'll bring a pizza and stuff like that. You know, he does some work around here. He brings a pizza over. And, you know, if he wants to give me money, I told him, hey, man, he did. He gave me a couple $100 the other day. It's under my wallet. I said, anytime you need the money, come back and get it. I don't need it that bad. But if you want it, and if Devin's on, he'll type in and say, yep, that's exactly what Karl did. He gave me some money so far. And I said, dude, every single penny you gave me is underneath that wallet. If you need it, take it. You know, I said, you want to give me money? Give me money. If you don't, don't. I said, if you can afford it, if you need money, if you're hard up and need to work on your truck or your van, just take whatever you need back. So I'm not that kind of guy. When I find a decent guy like Devin, you know, I'll work with him. But like I said, I got to be real careful with Devin too, that he doesn't go, you know, crazy on the courts. But so far, I think he'll behave himself. I hope he does. You know,
Karl,
he seems to be a decent guy. He's
sorry
a hard-working guy.
Sorry for interrupting. I watched all the Craig Lynch videos. I tried to study and learn from you as much as possible, but I'm sure you've learned quite a bit in the past.
Oh,
few
yeah.
years.
Sorry about that, man. That's where I was going with this. Where the fuck was I going with this? Where I was going with this, I went to find my old notices to say, oh, you know what? I'll just resurrect my old notices from 2015. That's the last time I really did any kind of writing. And I looked at them and said, oh, my God, man, I make things so much simpler than I used to do back then. I used to go on and on. I said, you know what? I guess as older as I get, man, the quicker I just want to get the damn thing done because I know I'm going to die soon. So I just like, you know what? Screw this. You know, and I just make things simple now. I thought I made things simple in 2015. But boy, I make things super simple now, man.
How would I be able to put that information out? Because I know that you want to share the information, and you said just now that your time is limited here on Earth. So how do I, you know, take over for the next generation and spread the seeds of knowledge?
Well, like I said, man, I get a good feeling with Devin. I get a pretty good feeling with some guy named William. You know, some people that I've tried to help, I've really screwed up in the past by picking people that I should not have given this information to. And like I said, man, it's just like I just did with Devin. If Devin's on, he'll type you. If he's still on, he'll type like, yes, call. I give him money. Call him, ask me for an amount. I said, if you want to leave money, leave money. If you don't, don't. It's like, dude, I'm not looking for your money. I'm looking for your help. You know, so that's the big thing for me. He comes over and he gives me a big hand. And
where can I find Devin then?
Devin, he should be on. Oh yeah, I got him and William going over the notices right now because I'm starting to get pissed off because they keep calling me up. And I'm like, will you guys start reading these notices and just learning these notices? Because Devin wants me to write more for him. I said, dude, do you even understand what the 9 that I wrote for you? I said, take the 9, work with William. I said, when you and William got it tight, man, give me a call and tell me what you don't understand, and I'll walk you through it. I said, I've only got so much time on Earth. I can't hold everybody's hand one at a time. This is ridiculous. You guys got to start to get in groups, read my notices, try to make sense of what I wrote, and come back and just say, okay, Karl, we studied this for like 2-3 days, and we can't get past this. Is this what you meant by this notice? And I'll, thank God, William did that to me the other day. I called him. I was on the phone with, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 people. And thank God William was on the phone. I said, hey, does anybody know the difference between a legal fictional entity and a fictional legal entity and a legal fictional entity? And he said, yes, I do. I said, oh, go ahead, kid. You think you got it? Tell me. And he told me, he said, like, one you could touch, one you can't touch. One is there and one ain't there. Like, one is a Coca-Cola can and one's just a name of Coca-Cola on a piece of paper. I said, dude, kid, you got it. I said, how the fuck did you get that? Don't think I've ever explained anything on any of my shows. Maybe I did 10, 11, 12 years ago. Maybe I did explain it. But kid, I said, wow, that's great. I said, that makes me feel good that somebody's out there that's understanding when I just said something that simple. Show me the difference between a legal fictional entity and a fictional legal entity. And the kid did it. I was like, holy shit, dude. Even though you smoke weed, man, you could do it. Wow. Okay. Because Devin started smoking weed, so that's why I'm working with him. I told him, I said, man, I told him 5, 6, 7 months ago, if you don't stop smoking weed, I'm not wasting my time with you. Your brain won't work at this level. It's got to be quick. It's got to be fast. You can't deaden your brain. And he did. He quit smoking weed, and he says his appetite's good and his cognitive reasoning is better. So I believe him. You know, he's doing a good job, man. I really appreciate that he stopped smoking weed. Because I want to waste my time. I told him I'm not going to waste my time because this is why they made weed legal. So you guys can't keep up with them. These people in the courts, they don't smoke weed. These guys are going to run over you.
So these guys that are studying under you, do they have a Telegram or a YouTube channel or a Discord or anything like that? I mean, I have your phone number. You could find out later and I could contact you later, but I don't want to waste any of your time or mine.
Well, William does. It's funny. William's got Telegram, and Devin, he's one of these conspiracy theory guys. He's like, well, they're going to track me, and he still has a flip phone. It's funny. He won't. That's what I'm saying. So it's amazing that he heard you guys on the phone because he uses a flip phone. You know, so he just calls me up and he says, hey, man, I want to write a bill and hand it to the judge because his next hearing is going to be sometime in, what's this month? January, I think. I think it's January. No, is it February?
February.
Yeah, he says it's going to be in March. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's how much I don't care what month it is. I don't care what day it is. I don't care. Once you get to my age, you just don't care.
Well, I really pay attention to how you say, is that your wish? Is that your order? Somebody tells you something what to do, you completely agree with them, you avoid controversy, and you send them a bill, right? And
yeah, so it's like with this wish stuff, it was funny. I did that in England back in 2013, 2014, and it was funny. Scotland Yard, somebody sent me a memo from Scotland Yard. It said all the offices of the UK and Scotland, if you pull over a motorist and if you pull over a driver over on a motorway, and the first thing he says, is that a wish? Is that an order? To take him into custody immediately, take him to the local precinct and process him immediately. Because it's like being a terrorist by just asking the cop, is that a wish? Is that your order? It's like, you ever watch that crazy movie from the 90s, Wishmaster? And no matter what wish you wish, dude, it's going to be ugly. There is no way you could possibly make a wish that this isn't going to come back and burn you. So go ahead and give Karl a wish and watch, no matter what you wish for, I'm going to spin it. And you're going to wish you never made that wish because I'm going to carry it out.
Well, we have the right to contract unlimited here. So anytime they start ordering you around.
It's funny. Like I said, that one of the biggest things that I can see that's going to be your problem is that you're speaking in legalese. You use the word like contract. I wouldn't even waste my time with contract. I just say, is that your wish? Dude, I don't even use a fancy word like contract. What? There's 7 elements? Well, Google it. How many elements are there to a contract? Some will say 4. Some will say 7. Some will say 8. Okay, give me a number. How many essential elements determines a contract? It's funny. Google gives you like 3 different answers.
Yeah, you can't trust Google or the AI stuff that people are using nowadays. Basically,
I'm not going to let the judge tell me, well, I missed one of the essential elements of contract. Like, oh, okay, so that's your definition of contract. Got it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to make it complicated on myself.
Well, I'm trying to unlearn the things that I've learned and learn to be more simple and not complicate things. But yeah, I just really want to know, where do I find the source of your material so that I can learn and
Well, like I said,
teach
it used to be
others.
great. People used to ask me that all the time. People used to ask me, where do I find a book of your stuff? Firstly, I learned all my stuff from my dad, and he couldn't read or write. And he taught me that he was learned from his dad, and he couldn't read or write. And none of the Lentzes in my family could ever learn to read and write. Never learned to read and write. Yet, if you go back to the early 1800s, my family made steam motor locomotive valves. You could actually find Lentzes. And when they came home from Germany during World War II, they worked for JPL, well, before JPL, to make rocket valves. So my family, even though we prided ourselves in mechanical dexterity, we mocked and ridiculed men who were girly men who, unfortunately, all they could do is read and write. All they could do is sit behind a desk all day and push paper. So we mocked those guys. That's what I'm saying. That's why I haven't touched a computer for all these years, and why my stuff is so quick and fast, because only a girly man sits and writes and writes and writes and writes, because a real man's out there changing the world. A real man's building, designing, engineering. It's like I said, it's a German culture compared to the English culture. The English want to sit around and write all day. The Germans, we want to get outside and build all day. We don't want to sit around and write. We don't want to learn how to read and write. Why should we? Who's ordering me to do something? Am I a slave? Yes or no? Dude, no, you're not a slave. Well, then I'm waiting for the order and I'll do it. Just like my dad would say, if a cop would come by and my dad would say, oh, well, the judge ordered you to appear and you're not here. It's like, he'd say, says so. And he says, right here on this piece of paper, you're supposed to appear in court. He said, I can't read or write English. He said, oh, I'll read it to you. He said, my dad said, my wife read it to me. I wouldn't trust her either. Why should I trust you? He says, that judge got something to say. If that man's got something to say, he knows where to find me. Come down here and find me. He says, I'm not going anywhere unless you order me to go. Dude, and I realized all those years wasted my time. Dude, I'm telling you, back in 2005 to 2007, if there was 10 people on earth that spoke legalese better than I did, could cite cases, rulings, precedents, it'd be amazing. But now I hope I'm not in the top 1 million. But boy, at one time, I thought learning legalese was the thing. And then it just hit me when I was I was cutting a tree with an axe, man, while I was laying on the ground into thirds to carry it down a hill. And they just laughed. I said, oh my God, all I got to do is act like a man when I go to court. What the fuck am I doing? What the hell's all this bullshit? Wasting my time with all this crap. My dad taught me the answer when I was a kid. And if I could teach a kid, my dad could teach me. He left when I was 16. If he could teach me when I was a kid, what the hell am I doing wasting my time with all this nonsense? I'm going the wrong way. And I just started laughing. I said, oh my God, all these years I've been going the wrong way. 7 years of this bullshit. I'm going the wrong way. I said, well, thanks God for finally kicking it in so I don't waste any more of my life. Thanks God. Thank God my hair went brown. Now it's freaking white. Yeah, thanks a lot, God. 7 years of bullshit, reading books, doing what some fucking clowns that I never met in my life that I don't trust fucking told me which way to go. Screw them. I'm going the way my dad told me to go.
Well, you figured it out, so you could go tell the others. So you figured it out, so you could go tell the others.
Yeah, well, no, my dad figured it out, and his dad figured it out, and his dad's figured it out, and I'm just the recipient of, generations of a man telling another man what it takes to be a man and not a slave. Like, why do you think we came to this country? We came to this country because this is the only country in the world that the people have the right to self-govern. This is ridiculous. I love hearing this crap all the time. As people says, oh, well, what form of government do we have? The government? You mean like how do we steer with our minds? We self-govern. Oh, no, we got a republic. No. That's for the public servants. The public servants wrote that they're going to abide by and consent to move under a Republican form of democracy or some nonsense like that, or monarchy, whatever. I don't give a damn. They could play whatever game they want to play. It's like you say, well, the United States has jurisdiction. If you read the Constitution, the United States only exists within 10 square miles. The only land that the United States could claim upon this land is 10 square miles. So if you want to be a U.S. citizen, are you saying that I had to be like Donald Trump saying, well, to be a U.S. citizen, it's like, yeah, you got to be born in the United States, right? Okay, the United States is 10 square miles. That's it. You got to be born in District of Columbia. And if you take a look at Washington, D.C., Virginia took their land back. So it's not a 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 square anymore. It looks like a saltine cracker that somebody took a bite out of. Virginia took their land back. Fairfax County pulled their land away from the District of Columbia. So if you want to be, Donald Trump's absolutely correct. If you want to be a U.S. citizen, you got to be born in like the D.C. area. Virginia ain't the U.S. It's funny. You want to be a United States citizen? Fine. And why did they make U.S. citizens? Because
freed slaves.
What happened when they freed the slaves down south and the slaves now had the right to vote, you had 10 million blacks in Mississippi and 1 million whites in Mississippi. Guess who became the chief of police? Guess what color the fire marshal was? Guess what color the governor was? Guess what color the senators were? Black. So the whites like, oh, no, we're going to put some sort of literacy test. That's why it was illegal to teach black people how to read and write. That way they can control you. That's why it was illegal to teach a slave how to read and write, because the master would write a permission slip, a permit, a passport. He'd say, if a white guy saw a black guy walking into the town down south in the 1840s, 1850s, 1860s, they'd say to the black guy, let me see your papers. The black guy had no idea what was on the paper. And on the paper would say, I'm slave Bob. My master Joe wants me to go down to the store and pick him up a pack of smokes. I'm only allowed to go to small town, USA. If you see me in the other town, but small town, USA, hold me. Don't let me leave and bring me back to my master, please. So the guy would say, okay, you slave Bob? Yeah. Are you driving this horse and wagon? Yeah. Is this your horse and wagon? No, it's my master's. My master Cupcakes. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what the paperwork reads. Okay, what are you going into town for? I says, I don't know. It's on the paper. My master didn't tell me. He just told me hand it to the man in the store when I get there, and he'll give me a package, and I take it back. It's like, okay. So they're doing the same thing to you guys, man. They're giving you pieces of paper. They're giving you permits. Well, what do you guys think a license is? Go ahead. You know how many times I watch these ridiculous YouTube videos, and all you guys are getting is backwards all these First Amendment auditors, Fourth Amendment auditors, Second Amendment auditors, and they say, you got a license. Okay. You guys know what a license is?
Permission to break the law.
If you come to my house, it's a verb. A license is a verb. Google it. It's a verb. It's not a noun. License is a verb. If you come to my house and you say to me, Karl, I'm going to take your truck, I'll give you a license to do so. So when a cop pulls you over, and he says, hey, whose truck is this? Well, here you go, man. Here's the receipt from the auto dealer. That's my license. That gives me permission to drive it. Or, oh, this is Karl's truck. Yeah, here. He wrote something up saying, I give Bob Cupcake a license to drive my vehicle. License is a verb. Now you're talking about a driver's license? Are you talking about a piece of plastic? Are you talking about a piece of paper? Are you talking about license as a noun or license as a verb? When the judge says you don't have license to practice law in this state, okay, in the state of what? In the state of being, in the state of consciousness, in the state of what? What state do you believe I'm in? License, you mean I got to get permission from somebody? Okay, because there's been no issuances of licenses since the 1920s by any, there's no agency in where you live, state of California, Vermont, I don't care where the hell you live. Google it. The only place I've ever seen a license so far on the internet is the Philippines. Google, show me a license of Vermont, a lawyer's license, a legal license, a attorney's license for any place. Go to images. So type in attorney's license images. You won't find a damn one in the United States. They carry around these little fucking cards called certifications. It looks like it's ridiculous looking. They're certified to practice any law in, say, the state of Montana. When I saw lawyers, when I went to go help some guy who, was a gold mining guy out in Montana, his lawyer was shaking like a leaf when I said to him, hey, man, he said, well, I'm going to report you for practicing. I went there to help him do a deposition. And he said, I'm going to report you for practicing law without a license. And I said to him, show what was his name? Gordon. Show Gordon Jones your license. He says, I don't got to do anything you tell me to do. I said, Gordon, demand that he shows you his license. And he says, and he's shaking, man. He's opened his wallet. It's got like 7 business cards, that cost like a penny a piece. And it says certified to practice law in the state of Montana, signed by the Chief Justice of Montana. And it's funny, the state of Montana was all lowercase. I never saw nothing like that. And it says he's certified to practice law in any court in the state of Montana. It's like, wow, I wonder where this lowercase state of Montana exists, because state in lowercase means a verb. I'm in the state of consciousness. I'm, like state your claim is a verb. I said, wow, I've never seen the word state written on a legal document in lowercase, because that means it's a verb. So the guy was shaking like crazy. I said, where's your, it says, you're saying this is a license. It says it hereby certifies. This is a certification. I said, where's like a red number, like on my driver's license? Where's like a seal? Where's a number? Like, here's my driver's license, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your license on this this license that you call an attorney's license? I said, dude, you know, and I know, man, that there can't be no issuances of actual licenses by any society to help another man in court. I said, that's ridiculous. Any man can seek counsel. He doesn't have to be a legal entity unless you're in a legal proceeding. So that's where I guess it would probably be a damn good idea to find out, is this a legal proceeding? Then you want me to appear as a legal person. And I heard, the only part I heard you guys talking about at the very beginning, when everybody said, oh, bullshit, this ain't Karl Lentz, was the guy kept saying something about legal. You guys kept talking about legal something. I'm trying to remember. Oh, they don't see you. They can't hear you. They won't talk back to you. Yeah, because you didn't ask them. Are you looking for the legal person? Or are you looking for the man? Dude, it's simple. Which one are you looking for? But dude, like I said, if you look, it's like a game. It's like any game. It's like I love playing chess. Like, that was one of the last things I watched was God's Game by Bobby Fischer. Watching a 23-minute video of how Bobby Fischer, when he's 12 years old, took down this guy. But anyway, it's a process, dude. It isn't like you go to court and you think, well, I got 2 or 3 of Karl's fucking quick steps. I mastered it. Dude, it's a lifestyle. It's like playing a game. These judges are great at what they do. They get you a very simple word. You make one little tiny mistake, and it's like chess, man. It's over. When I make a mistake, man, I realize, damn, there's no recovery. There could be like almost every single piece still left on a board, and I made a mistake, and I'll just withdraw. I'll just say, you know what? There's no recovery from this. You know what? You got me this time. And I'll fold. I was like, hey, you know what? I'll say, oh, well, say I lost, man. We're good here.
Well, Karl, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be direct and blunt. I'm tired of being a beta male. I'm ready to be an undomesticated, just a man. That's all I want to do. So,
yeah,
show me how to be a man, because my dad didn't teach me, and his dad didn't teach him, apparently. So,
Yeah, well, why do you think they're trying to get rid of anybody who acts like a man?
Of course.
Why do you think there's been a war on man?
Yeah, they want you to be a human, right?
Dude, they just don't want you to be man. I don't care what they want you to be. They want you to look at things from their point of view, but they don't want you to learn from an older man who was taught by another man who was taught by another man how to act like a man.
So,
was acting like a man. That's it, man. That's the image of God. They want to take down the image of God.
So how do I do it? They're waging war against everything natural, everything made in the image of God. So how do I do it? I want to know, like, before you go.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like I say to people, it's a lifestyle. Like, my dad couldn't read it right. My uncles couldn't read it right. Even though my uncle's got a ton of patents, not patents, for JPL, man, making rocket valves, he couldn't read it right. But boy, could he make valves. It was just trial and error. That's when you're a man. That's what you do. You just get out there and you see what works and see what doesn't work. You don't just keep writing stuff on a piece of paper. Great. Write on a piece of paper. Great. Now, does it work? I don't know, man. How would you get out there and make it work?
So should I just go out there and start breaking traffic laws and practice and try to use your stuff to the best of my ability till I see what works?
Well, I wouldn't call it traffic laws, man, but I kind of know what you're trying to say. I kind of hear what you're saying. There's something about saying break a law. It's like, okay, well, they're really not laws. I mean, because if you realize that like Donald Trump said in his first inauguration speech, and only Obama and Biden were the only 2 presidents when they did their inauguration speech, did not say, it's my great honor to be a servant of the true sovereigns of the land, the people of the United States of America. They're the only 2 that did not say the people are the true sovereigns of the land, was Biden and Obama. And I listened to Biden's inauguration speech to see if he was going to use the word sovereign anywhere, and he did not. So now then he's just talking about the corporate area known as the United States. He's talking about 10 square miles. He's not talking about the people that walk upon the North American continent. He's not talking about the people. So like I said, it's funny. It's when you understand what a sovereign is and that you're not embarrassed by it. Because I tell people, like they're spin meisters, man. They always try to get you to turn from God. And like my dad said, he was in Germany, and these folks, the Jewish people, they didn't have to pay taxes because they were not citizens of Germany. They were like Indians in this country or whatever, or they were their own people. They were people of God. And so they said to the synagogue, so they can't pay twice. So since they're not citizens of Germany, the Germans were pissed that they still got to use the libraries, the parks, the courthouses, and they believed that they didn't have to pay into the system. Like, you guys don't want to pay property tax, you don't want to pay whatever tax because you're special people, you're sovereigns. Like, okay. So my dad was saying that the Jewish people like that didn't have to enter the military, just like Amish people don't have to enter the military in this country. Just like if you guys don't want to do it, you say you're sovereign. Okay, you're the people of God. Great. Wonderful. So that's what my dad was trying to explain to me, why the Jewish people, they would never help when it came time to help. They believed they didn't have to follow German law. They could believe that they could live as a sovereign people. So that's how the Jewish people did it. So what's funny is they were people of God. So it's funny when they say, are you a sovereign citizen? They teach you to jump up and down and scream, I'm not a sovereign citizen. And they try to say, well, sovereign means God and citizen means like something about a city. No, a citizen, if you go back, you go to etymology, the word, it says a member of the family, like Romans, Latin. You could be born in Egypt, but if you got sponsored by a Roman, who lived in, who's a Roman citizen, he could bring you into the family and call you a citizen of Rome. And Rome was just a Romulus and Remus. There was the brothers, and it was the name of a family. It was like the Gambinos. You could be a member of the Gambino crime family if somebody brings you in. Like, I wasn't Italian, but I was a good kid. I couldn't be a part of, when my sister married into the Gambinos, I could be a good kid, but I could never be a member of their family, which I'm glad I wasn't. And when I did that big roundup in 1990, thank God I was in Virginia and not New York at the time, because they surrounded my sister's house and she said, I'm pregnant, I already had a miscarriage. Can you just turn yourself in? So that's a whole different story. But anyway, it's being a member of the family. They bring you on in. So if you want to be a sovereign citizen, all they're literally asking you is, sovereign means God, and citizen means member of the family. So do you believe you're one of God's people like the Jewish people did in Germany? Do you believe you're above our German law? Do you believe you don't have to pay taxes? Do you have to join our military? That you're your own free people and you can do whatever you wish on this land? That's exactly what the Jewish people told the Germans. Yes, we're people of God, and we don't have to pay property tax. We don't have to pay income tax. We pay to our synagogue. We're people of God, and you have no jurisdiction control over us. So see, that's what I'm saying. Thank God I had people in my past that explained to me why the Jewish people were hated the way they were, because they believed they didn't owe any allegiance to the German citizens. They didn't believe they were citizens of Germany. And so they were, then the Jewish people were like enemies within. It's like sovereign citizens in this country. We're going to be considered enemies within the legal society because we're going to buck this legal society. We're going to tell the legal society, you don't have any jurisdiction because I'm man and I'm in the image of God, so I'm one of the people of God. So it's going to scare the shit out of us. Like, they're going to say, here we go again, man. This Jewish nonsense, man. This is the bullshit we had to put up in Germany way back when. These clowns are doing it again. So they get a popular guy like Donald Trump, where everybody wants to be a member of his family. Everybody wants to follow Hitler. Everybody wants to follow Trump, And sure, like I said, the Germans my grandfather loved Hitler. Dude, when my mom told me, man, that the cleanest basement in Brooklyn was your grandfather's because he was the head of the Nazi party of Brooklyn. She said they called it the Wolf's Den. It was all red and black. And she said we were the youngest couple in the 6-family 3-story brownstone. We had to clean the grounds. And she said, I remember cleaning your grandfather's basement. It was beautiful. And it's like, so I'm saying, I'm coming from a family that my grandfather was the head of the Nazi Party of Brooklyn. So I think I know what the hell I'm talking about. You know, half my family loved that guy and half my family hated the guy. So, like I said, it's the same thing with Trump. You either love the guy or you hate the guy. There's no middle ground. If you can see where the guy's going, you hope, like I said, when Hitler was kicking ass in the 1930s, he was awesome. Everybody loved him. They took us out of the Depression. He left Jewish Central Reserve banks. He created his own money. At first, he had to go to monopoly money at first for the people. The people all agreed to play with monopoly money. And then the money became the most valuable money on earth because the people moved together as a unit. Everybody moved together as one. And, you know, it's like a homogenous people. So Trump is trying to get everybody to move together as one. And if he could do it, man, it's awesome. It is freaking awesome. But then they got into this all the satanic crap and it just collapsed. But I mean, it was a great idea. It was a great concept to be sociable, to everybody get along with each other. Like Hitler did. He made the people, you know, get along with the companies. The companies got along with the banks. Everybody got along together. Hey, you got something on your foot, big guy. Come here. Let me see your foot. You got a spur on your foot. Oh, I feel it. Where'd you get that spur from? Yow. That's a sharp one. You okay, little guy? Feeling good? Oh, now you just got the mystery pain, huh? You let me rub it out. There you go. Go ahead. Go run around. You're fine. You stepped on like a thorn. Yeah, go play, guys. Go play.
Well, it's good that you take care of the animals properly.
Yeah, they're fine, man.
Good
but like I said, man, it's funny. Thank God for AI, man, because it's going to be so easy for me. The Australians made a transcript of all my recordings, and it's funny, they called me up years ago, back in 2015, and they said to me, "We took all your recordings and we took out all the, you know, when you keep saying the same story over and over, we took it out. We cut it down." So as they said, "How many pages of original script of transcripts do you think we did of your show?" I said 70, 80 pages. It was 780 something. 700. I said, "What?" They said, "Yeah, 780 pages of questions and answers, man, that you did over the years." I said, "You got to be kidding me, man." So what's great about AI is I'm going to take the questions and answers and I'm going to drop them into an AI, and I'm going to have like a stick figure on one side ask me the question. We already did it with Donald Trump's voice. It was funny as hell. Like, he's like, "Karl, you know, this is Donald Trump, and I got a situation here. Yeah, they want to put me in jail. What should I do?" And I said, "Well, do they got the man before the court, or they got the legal entity known as Donald Trump?" Like, "What do you mean, Karl?" You know, it's funny how we were making it with Donald Trump's voice and my voice, teaching Donald Trump how to get in and out of all this bullshit that he's in court. It was coming out really good, you know. So thank God for AI, because like I said, I could put Donald Trump on one side and Karl Lentz on the other side, and I could show him about these 34 felony nonsenses that he guys like, "Oh, they ordering you to appear in court? Oh, great. I love appearing. I'm like Elvis Presley. I'll appear at the International Hilton in Las Vegas one night only. I'll make a special appearance. It's $1 million an appearance." And guess what? He got paid. Was it his Hilton? No. Did somebody order him to be there? Yeah. Did he accept the order? Yeah. Did he get paid? Yeah. If he didn't get paid, he wouldn't show up. And nobody'd blame him for not showing up, because he's not a slave to the Hilton. But if you're a member of the family, oh, yeah, damn right, you better fucking appear. Daddy fucking rang the bell, you better run. But that's because you're a citizen. Citizen of what? I don't know, and I don't care. You know, but all I know is if they, you know, you're a citizen of, you know, the United States of America, you're a member of the family, man. You're certainly not daddy. Because look at what's his name, Jamie Foxx. When what the hell's his name? Obama won in 2008. Jamie Foxx was on TV, and I thought Jamie Foxx was a clown. I didn't think he had any intelligence whatsoever. He's a very intelligent man. I was really surprised, because when Obama won, he was screaming up and down, "Yeah!" And then, like, CNN asked him, why are you so happy? They said, "Well, if you're a citizen of the United States, you just got a new daddy. His name is Barack Obama." And I just laughed. I said, "He's got that. That's right. Barack Obama's our daddy. And if you're a citizen of the United States, you're not daddy. You're a member of Obama's family now." And Obama says, "You know, we need you to go over that hill and take one for the team, take one for the family. You got to go over that hill and take one for the team." and you got to go over that hill and get shot. Oh, well. And if you don't, oh, well, you're going to wish you did, because you're a citizen of the United States and you have whatever limited rights the daddy gives you. So you could, like, when you go to court now, if you don't find out whose court this is, dude, I love that shit. I remember I did that in court one time, and man, I turned my back to the judge, and there were some people who came from all over the country to watch me do my thing in court, and I turned my back on the judge, and I was talking to the people who came to visit me in court. And when I got done doing my little shtick, the bailiff walked across the court, and his name was Jerry, and he grabbed me by my shoulder with one hand and shook my hand. He said, "That's the funniest shit I ever heard in court." I said, "Hey, man, it looks like the judge is trying to, compose himself. It looks like he's got a full dog. Why don't we go out in the hallway and laugh about it? Come on, let's go outside and talk about it. Let's let the judge get a breather. Let him come up for air. Figure out what just happened." So then when I came outside, the guy who's in charge of the Hebrew Israelites in Atlanta, his name was Baldwin. He built my website. He said, "Karl, man," he says, "you should have seen that judge, man. He's looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right." He like hit him uppercut. He was looking for a way out. You're talking so quick, so fast, he couldn't handle you. I said, "Man, I was playing patty cakes with the old judge, man. He's like 70-something years old." He said, "Man, that's patty cake." I said, "Yeah, if he was a young guy and he tried to give me shit, oh, yeah, I would have turned around, man, and I would have ripped him one." I said, "No, I went easy on the old guy." I said, "I figured he couldn't keep up with me. He's never heard nothing like this walk into his courtroom. Like God made an appearance. God appeared." It's funny. Some guy from Canada told me that smartest man I ever met up there in Vulcan, British Columbia. Graf means prince in German. John Graf? I think it's simple as John Graf. Well, whatever. He's got like 1,000 acres. He does 10 square acres. Each one has got different natural fertilizer. People come up from all over the world to look at the guy's farm. Anyway, Graf says to me, he says, there's this Air Force officer, like a lieutenant captain guy, and he's got a couple of kids with this Canadian woman up here. She came to Canada with the kids, and she's in family court now. And he says, "Karl, tell me what happened in family court." He said, "We were all sitting there. Each kid had like a guardian ad litem. They had a psychiatrist. We had a lawyer for the woman. And this guy comes in like 9 o'clock. It's like 2-3 minutes after 9. He starts talking blah, 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 blah." He says, "It sounds like what you say, Karl. It doesn't make any sense." He's going blah, 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 blah. And the lawyer says to his ex-wife, "Don't look at the man. Look down at the ground and look away." And he says, everybody in the courtroom is looking away. Everybody's looking down at the ground. He says, "I'm not looking away. I'm looking straight at this guy." He said, "I'm looking at this guy, looking at this guy. He's talking blah, 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 saying silly stuff like you say." And he walks over, grabs his son, grabs his daughter, walks out of the courtroom. Nobody stops him. He said, "We had all these psychiatrists and saying the kids were being abused by him." I said, "Karl, the guy just walked in and walked out." He said, "What happened?" I said, "Oh, man appeared." "What? Man appeared?" I said, "The guy knew how to act like a man." I said, "Now, maybe he's an officer of the Air Force. Maybe they taught him how to be a man. What the difference between an officer and a man is, maybe they teach him this stuff." I said, "I know I ran into like prosecuting attorneys for the United States government. And they said, when you learn how to act like a man, the world is yours. We're just here waiting to serve you." Because I went there to ask the United States prosecuting attorneys. I said, "Hey, man, I can't get a copy of my case file. They got my kids and they won't tell me why they took my kids." I said, "Can you guys give me a hand? They're U.S. citizens, right? Give me a hand." And he says, "No, they're citizens of Alabama." He says that we don't have any jurisdiction. They were born in Alabama. The jurisdiction lies in Alabama. And so unfortunately, they're not U.S. citizens. They got certified. Their certificates that have their name on it from Alabama. They're not U.S. citizens. They got Alabama certifications." He said, "Look, man, there's nobody that's going to help you, Karl. Nobody in Alabama, nobody in the United States, none of these attorneys. Like I hired 8 attorneys." He said, "You spent over $105,000 so far. You're telling me your wife's got 7, you got 8. Nobody's going to help you, man." He said, "When you learn how to act like a man, the world is yours. We're just waiting for the man to show up. As soon as the man appears, we know what to do." And I said, "Well, what do you mean by being a man?" I had my mom, my father-in-law, whatever. I had my sisters there with me, my wife. I said, "Man, I've been a man since I was 16. My dad walked out when I was 16, and he took everything." I said, "I've been taking care of this family since I was a kid. I quit school, kept going back and forth to school. Now leaving school, come back." I said, "I've been working." He says, "Any moron could push shopping carts." The guy said to me, "Any moron could push shopping carts at Walmart." I said, "Well, I had kids." He said, "Any monkey could pop out babies. That doesn't make you a man."
He said, well, he said that you're not even close to being a man. So he's totally insulting the hell out of me in front of my family. In the lobby in the Northern District office, man, in Birmingham for the United States Prosecutor's Office. He's embarrassing the shit out of me. He wouldn't even let us go past the metal detector. And he says, when you don't want to be a man, he said, you want to tell me what does it take to be a man? You want to give me a hint? He says, no. He said, that's every man's journey. His life's journey is to know how to be a man. He says, almost every single man, every single person dies and never knows what it meant to be a man. He says, if I give you a clue, if I help you on your journey, I'll be taking you away from your journey. I said, oh, that's some bullshit. He said, come on, man, give me something. He says, nope. He said, this is for you guys to learn on your own. And his name is Sandy, it was a goofy last name, Sandy Callahan Jr. He no longer lives in Alabama. He's now works in Carrollton, Georgia as an attorney. You could ask him. He's a lieutenant colonel, was lieutenant colonel in the reserves. Google him. It's Sandy Callahan Jr., Carrollton, Georgia. Say, do you ever remember talking to a man named Karl Lentz in the lobby? And you said that he takes to be a man. I'd love to go to Carrollton, Georgia one day with a video camera, find this attorney, and say to him, hey, man, what if I came before the court and acted like a man? Would you know how to deal with that? I'd love them to say, what are you talking about? I said, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Karl Lentz. You talked to me in the lobby about what it takes to be a man. I've given you guys like 98, 99% of what it takes to be a man on my stupid shows. Now, did I cheat you guys out of your life's journey? You're damn right I did. Why? Because it benefits Karl as well. Because the more people that understand what it means to be a man, the better off I'm going to be as well. But these people who joined the legal society, they're not going to screw themselves over. They're like the societal order of the Klan or the Boy Scout Society, Girl Scout Society. They took an oath not to leak any information out to you guys. Whatever little information they're told, they're on a need-to-know basis only. Attorneys don't know my stuff. You know, judges do at a certain level when they get to us. I mean, it's funny. My buddy who became a judge in New York, what's his name again? This was funny. Paul, John Capelli, that guy, John. He got kicked out because he was having sex with girls, so they had to pay the traffic tickets. So he got kicked out of being a judge. He got busted. Anyway, he said he just had to become a judge in New York. It was 2 weekends. My buddies who were lawyers in Alabama, they became judges. It took 3 days in Alabama. And this guy who does a show, what's his name? He's a bald-headed guy from England, the black belt barrister. We paid him, asked him a question. Is it true it only takes 3 days to become a judge in England? And he said, well, unfortunately for COVID-19, yes. We get, attorneys to become barristers in about 3 days, and they just learn on the job as they go along. But that's because we're so overwhelmed. It takes 2 years to learn to get a beautician's license in this country. It takes over 2 weekends in New York, or 3 days in Alabama, or 3 days in England to become a judge. And that judge could hold you in contempt of court for the rest of your life, and you ain't going nowhere. And so these guys have got no, qualifications other than they got elected. Like my buddy, he became elected. He was the best man I ever met in my lifetime in Alabama. He would sneak into the judge's chambers and try to get the court documents from me, because the court clerk to give both copies of the case file to the head judge, so nobody could ever take a look at the case file. So it was funny. He'd lock himself into the courthouse at night, and he'd fax me over pieces of the case file on the judge's desk. So he's a hell of a man. Worst lawyer you'd ever have, man, because he didn't know a damn thing about legalese. But good man. And now he's a judge down there. So I'm sure if you stand in front of him, you got a damn good man standing in front of you that'll understand what's going on. Because when we first met, I said, what do you think of parents who get their kids taken away? He says, I think you're all pieces of shit. I said, good. You just fucking remember that. You keep that in the back of your skull, because I'm a piece of shit. Don't you fucking forget it. And then when we walked in, man, to court, I said, nice of you to show the fuck up. You're late. We haven't had a conference. You have no idea what this case is about? Nope. I said, the only thing I want to see when we walk into this hearing is, I said, I just want to hear that marble roll in your head. I said, when I tell you shake your head yes, you shake your head yes. When I say shake your head no, he said, you got it, Chief. And dude, we became really, really good friends. We used to go out and eat lunch like every, what day was that, Thursday? Yeah, we used to eat lunch every Thursday together. Just something stupid like Hardee's or something down in Alabama. Nothing fancy. But we just talk about, what's going on, what I'm learning, what he's trying to figure out how to get through the case. But yeah, we had a great time at the first hearing. Alabama wanted to give me back my kids. Then he came into my life, I think 2003, and I didn't get the kids back until I think August 2007. But it's all funny. They realized, man, they totally screwed up. Oh, it's January 2004. That's right. February 2004. It's funny, walks into the hearing with me, and this Richard Simmons looking guy says, well, it's been a contentious fucking blah, blah, blah for the last few years. Yeah, yeah, we determined that the children are going to come back to you. And yeah, I said, today, immediate surrender, no conditions. And they said, no, we're going to still have to require like these terms and conditions be met. I said, hey, Richard Simmons, I said, who the hell do you think you are? I said, this is unconditional surrender. You walk away, you give me the kids, and you walk away, and don't you ever come back towards me again. He says, well, no, that's not how it works. We still need to do like a home study. I said, hey, I just was ripping on a guy. I said, I was just making fun of him. I said, are you trying to talk to me like you're a man? Is some man trying to give me terms and conditions of my belongings, my property? Is this where we're going? He's like, well, yeah. I said, look, Richard. He said, my name's not Richard. I said, oh, right, your name's not Richard Simmons, sure. I said, so I'm going to listen to some gay guy telling me what I can and cannot do with my belongings. He says, I'll let you know I'm married. I said, oh, yeah, good cover, Richard Simmons. He says, I don't got to take this. I said, no, but you got to take it from your fucking wife and her boyfriend when you get home from work. He said, that's it, I'm leaving. I said, good, get your candy ass out of here, motherfucker. Next time we talk, it's unconditional surrender. So I looked over to the guy who was my attorney. I can't tell you his name. I don't want to get him in trouble. I said, you understand how I roll? He said, I'm watching. He said, I see how you're doing this. I said, fuck them. They can take those fucking kids as long as they wish, man. No terms, no conditions, man. I said, this is how I roll. Absolute fucking surrender. I said, no terms. I said, this is how we roll. All or nothing. I said, I'm not. And it's funny, the judge asked me that 4 years later. They sent down a Supreme Court justice to take over the case because nobody wanted to take the case. We went to 9 judges. He was the 9th and final judge. He looked over to the state of Alabama and he said to the prosecuting attorney, Schlinkner. What was Schlinkner's first name? I don't remember Schlinkner's first name. John Schlinkner. He said to John, he says, the Alabama, what are you going to require Mr. Lentz to do to get his kids back? And he said, oh, we just need a piece of paper with somebody's signature on it saying that Karl's fit to be a father. He's like, oh, so Karl won't do a psychological evaluation? They said, no, Karl doesn't have to do psychological evaluation. There's nothing wrong with Karl. He's been in court 28 times for hearings and 2 trials. We don't even have a bailiff in a room. We're not worried about Karl. Karl is having a blast. Karl's having a lot of fun. So I said, yeah, I always invite everybody out to lunch. After you guys kick my ass, you pull out some dirty tricks. You're teaching me some crazy stuff. I said, I love you guys, man. I said, you guys are teaching me all the dirty tricks of the legal society. I said, I love you. If I got my kids back on day 1, I'd be dumb as a box of rocks. Thank God you've been screwing around with me for the last 6 years. So it's funny. They say to me, all he needs, the judge says, well, Karl refused to go see a psychiatrist. Like, no, we just need a piece of paper saying Karl's fit to be a father. And it's like, oh, so who's got to sign it? He says his mom could sign it. His brother could sign it. He said Santa Claus could sign it. Mickey Mouse could sign it. I said, we don't care. All we need is for our records is somebody witness that says that Karl's fit to be a father. And that man or woman needs to sign it, and we'll give him Karl back his kids immediately. So the judge, he says, so, but Karl's got AA problems? No. Karl's never been drunk in his life. Well, how about drugs? No. How about domestic violence? No. How about breaking and entering? No. Karl doesn't have any of the 60 known barrier crimes that would prevent him from having a kid placed with him. No. He's not even charged with any of the 60 barrier crimes. So he's like, so what's the holdup? He said, we would have gave Karl his kids back immediately if he just signed a piece of paper saying he was fit to be a father, and he said, I, Karl Lentz, am fit to be a father, and somebody signs and witnesses it. We would have given his kids back immediately. And the judge says to me, are you out of your mind? Are you telling me you've been doing this for all these years? I said, look, man, it's never as easy as you think it is. Just because I sign a piece of paper saying I'm fit to be a father, firstly, I'm submitting to their control. I'm saying that I'm answering to them. I said, Judge, I don't know how to explain this to you. And that's why I said this on an open court. I said, you see that stapler on the bench? Yeah. If you tell me to blink and you'll give me back my kids, I'll walk up to that bench, I'll grab that stapler, and I'll staple my eyelids to my forehead. So there's no doubt in your mind, I am not submitting to your control. I am not submitting to your jurisdiction. I'm a man. That's my belongings. That's my property. I don't understand what country you think we live upon. We're a self-governing people. I'm sovereign. I don't submit to any man's jurisdiction. You are not my daddy, and you certainly can't tell me what I can and cannot do with that which I created. I said, I'm not putting up with this. I said, trust me. I said, if I sign this piece of paper with them, as soon as I say, yay, I buckle my kids in a minivan, I roll 3 feet out of this courthouse, I'm going to be surrounded by 17 state troopers. I'm going to say, well, look what we found, Mr. Lentz. We found 2 kilos of uncut cocaine under the driver's seat. That's a life imprisonment, and we're going to take your kids out and put them up for adoption immediately. Oh, and the mom happens to be with you? She's an accessory. Dude, I know how you evil fuckers roll. You're never going to let us free. You're never going to let me walk away. This isn't going to how this is going to work. I said, I know what you people are going to do. I said, I know the games you fuckers play. I said, if I don't make a stand in court and explain that there's a man standing in front of your court, there's not a legal person. There's not a parent. I'm not a freaking parent. That's a corporate term. I don't have any childs. I said, I'm not the parent corporation known as Pepsi Cola. My child's a Taco Bell, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Frito-Lay's. I am man. I am father. That's my son. That's my daughter. I'm not a parent, and I have no childs. Those are commercial terms of art. I have no parental rights. Every time somebody asks me for help with their case with their kids, I said, first thing you do is move to court to remove your parental rights and fucking establish who and what the fuck's before the court. There are no childs before this court. There are no parents before this court. There's a man, there's a woman, and there's a man and woman's belongings, their possessions, their property, the one that they have the right to possess. They have the right to control it because they created it. I said, first thing you got to do is move to court to remove your parental rights. Parental rights. That's something that the government created for this corporate entity. So people are like, wow, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. So some lady called me up from the hospital in Missouri, and she was all alone in Missouri. And somebody told her, hey, call up Karl. So she calls me up and she said, I just gave birth to a kid yesterday. And they said, I'm not leaving the hospital because I live in a weekly, monthly motel. And until I get proper place for the kid, they're not going to let me walk out of the hospital. I said, oh, really? Okay. So what you need to do, I said, go out to the nursing station and start smashing computers, start, biting people, start kicking people, start trashing that place, start breaking everything and get arrested. She was like, what? Because I'm telling you, you go to family court and you'll never see a kid again. And I said, you got to go to a real fucking court, like a general district court, a circuit court. You got to go to a real court and explain to the jury the reason why I started trashing this fucking hospital is because they said they're not going to give you back my kid. So I know I have to fight, because if I surrender and I walk away, that's called abandonment. Like I said, in New York City, this is what I was taught when I was a kid, how the old blacks, that's why all these vigilante movies came out. And why do you think these guys all had the Dirty Harrys and vigilante movies came out with Charles Bronson? Because the blacks learned in New York City when I was a kid that if you stole somebody's wallet, all he had to say was the man surrendered it. He abandoned it. He threw it to me. He said, take whatever you want, mister. I got white fucking guilt. Take whatever you want. I tried to give the man back his wallet, but he just said, no, keep it and walk away. Dude, that's how the blacks used to get out of robbing people. They'd make sure that you're walking down a dark alley. They'd take your wallet, and then you'd have him arrested, and the black guy would go to court and say, dude, no, it was a total misunderstanding. What? It was a total misunderstanding. The white guy's like, what? You had a gun? You pointed at my head, so give me your wallet? No. I was just doing this hand jive shit, man. It's just like, hey, brother, can you spare a dime? Can you give a brother a hand? And you toss me your wallet. And I was going to give it back, but I just wanted $1 or $2, man. But he was so generous, he just gave me. And the judge would say, okay, case dismissed, because there was no third-party impartial witness to back up the white man's claim that the black man had robbed him. The black guys figured out a way to totally get out of fucking going to jail by playing the system, by playing the courts. That if there's not a third-party impartial witness, they could get away with any crime they want. So that's why you've seen these Charles Bronson movies, you've seen these Clint Eastwood movies, because the poor black people will say illegal aliens. You guys teach this to black people. You teach this to illegal aliens. You teach this, man. We're going to have it's going to turn to New York City was back in the 70s, or the big cities was. The blacks figured it out, how to get over on the system, how to just rob people like crazy. As long as there's no third party impartial witness, they're not going to jail. And they figured it out. There was a loophole. So like I said, they did that, like I said, with the kids. So they said, She left the hospital and she calls me up. She said they discharged me and give me my baby. She said, go back in there and start hell. So she went in there and started hell, and the cops came and arrested her. And then she calls me up like 20 minutes later, and I said, well, what happened? She said, well, I went in there into the triage, and then when you walked in the emergency room, I pushed the fucking monitor over. I started raising hell. The cops came and arrested me. I said, so you're sitting in jail right now? She said, well, we went about 4 or 5 miles down the road. We pulled into a 7-Eleven, and they got me out of the car and said, don't go back to the hospital. I said, lady, you got it. I said, okay, you know what? Find a local news station down there. Let me see if I can find their number. Say some crazy ladies throwing rocks through the window in the hospital because they won't give it back a baby. Get back down to the hospital. Hopefully the news crew will be down there and start throwing rocks through the window. I said, lady, you have to fight for your kids. If you don't fight, it's abandonment. I said, you can't just walk away. You have to have scratches. You have to have marks on your face. And that's what I say to people. That's how you'd have to, when you just handed a man your wallet, the judge would say to you, where's the marks on your face? Where's the scratches? Where's the black and blues? Did you just hand somebody your wallet and didn't fight for it? Now, if you went to the police department and you had black and blues, you had a black guy, you had a busted lip, the guy knocked your teeth out, then the cops would believe you that you were robbed. But if you showed up fresh as a daisy to the police department and said I was robbed, they'll say, that's Zelle. That has nothing to do with us. There's nothing we can do for you. What? There's no black and blues, no broken teeth, no black eyes. You weren't pistol whipped. We don't feel a lump on the back of your head. That's between you and the black. Whatever you and the black guy agreed to, that has nothing to do with us. It's like, no, man. I'm serious, man. Dude, then there better be broken bones. There better be blood. Same thing with losing your kid. There better be broken bones, lady. There better be blood. When you show up at the court and you got a black eye, you got missing teeth, you got bruises all over your arms, like, what the fuck happened to you? The judge is going to say, I was fighting for my baby. They told me I wasn't going to get my baby back. So I fucking, you know what? I'm going to kick ass like a mother tiger. I ain't taking no shit. You ain't taking my motherfucking baby. You ain't throwing me the fuck out. I'm going to burn this bitch fucking place down on the ground. And people are going to say, okay. And they're going to say, why? They said, because they said, I don't have a stable place to live. And they'll say, well, you know what? Just go to the Catholic Church and I'm sure the nuns will help set you up. They'll get you someplace square. And she said, thank you. Appreciate it. But you got to fight. If you don't fight these motherfuckers, they'll just say, you just, waive a jurisdiction, just gave up control. So like I said, it's kind of wild, man, that sometimes you have to just show scratches. You have to show black and blues. You have to stand up and fight, and you have to take a beating. It's it's funny when people say that's easy for you to say, Karl. I loved it when people said that to me at first, because somebody said to me, oh, you're some candy ass motherfucker. You wrote a dictionary. You're just some fucking, like a little pussy wimpy guy. I said, is that what you think? I said, you know what? I don't have a website. I'll build one real quick. I heard of this thing called GoDaddy. I could build a website like 20 minutes. I said, I'll put some pictures of who I am and what I am. I said, next week when I do my show, you call me up and call me a wimp. What do you mean passive compliant, Karl? We got to actually physically get into like battles with these guys, fight with these guys, gunshot. And dude, I said, dude, I'm going to change my style. I said, I'm going to be passive and compliant. I'm going to take orders. I said, I'm going to fucking walk in the court from now on, and I'm just going to accept orders. No more fighting with these people. You know what? Passive and compliant. Let's take orders. Let's make these people fucking point across the court and say, you are a slave of this court. You are my slave. You will not get compensation. I said, let's try the order game. Let's play this instead of fighting all the time. Let's do this. So it's funny when I put my picture on there and I showed the guy. I said, there you go. Here's my medical records. Take a look at broadmind.org website. Go to the last page of photos and take a look at all that. I got an 18 by 12 inch piece of Kevlar stainless steel screwed in my ribs from fighting when I was a kid. And all the scar tissue when I hit about 50 years old, all the scars started breaking. My internal organs started to come out of my cavity, my chest cavity. So the doctor went in there, and when I came out of the jail for 5 months, we went right to the hospital because I was 70 pounds underweight. It was funny. My pant size used to be a 38-40. When I got out of jail, I was the 31 inch fucking pants waist. I've never been that skinny since like 12 years old. The skin was hanging off all over me, man. It was horrible in jail. They were trying to kill me, man. It was crazy. I was in fucking, what do they call it, solitary for fucking months. And it was crazy, dude. But anyway, it felt good losing all that weight, though, too. It's funny. But like I said, man, if people don't believe in how to fight, well, take a look at the website. That's right. Then the doctor's name was Karl. I was like, where was I going with this? When we got in there, the guy was x-raying me, doing a CAT scan. He said, yeah. I said, I've been here about 10 years. He said, is Dr. Carmichael still here? It's like, no. He said, I used to work with him. He said, yeah, I saw your charts. He said, yeah, I saw that huge patch you got inside of your body. I said, yeah, man, pretty wild, huh? 18 by 12 inches of fucking scar tissue from fucking fighting. And obviously, 99% of the time you fight, you're going to lose because the people you're fighting against, don't want to beat up a big guy. They're trying to beat up somebody smaller than them. I said, yeah, that's all the fighting I had before I was 17 years old till you see the monster stand in front of you now. So once I became this big, ugly monster, nobody ever wanted to fight me ever again. I said, but hey, that's growing up in New York, man, in the 1970s, man. If you don't fight, you'll be the bitch of the neighborhood. And, 80-year-old grandma sees that you're not willing to stand up a fight. She'll, after the guys beat the crap out of you, she'll come over and steal your hat. And a 4-year-old girl steal your shoes. I said, where I came from in New York, man, you better learn to fight, man. Like your bicycle gets stolen, man. You say, Mommy, Tommy took my bike. She'll say, well, go get it back. What? Wait until he walks in the store, fucking grab it and pedal away. Mommy, can you go tell Mommy, call the police? What? You be the bitch in the neighborhood? What, you want me to fight for you? You want me to tell Tommy's mommy to tell Tommy to give you a bike back? Dude, you'll be the bitch in the neighborhood. You better learn how to fight. Don't have your mommy fight your battles. Don't have the cops fight your battles. You better learn how to act like a man. Get some respect in the neighborhood. Well, to get respect in the neighborhood, well, you're going to wind up with a 18 by 12 inch Kevlar patch inside of your chest cavity. When you're 50, because all the scars are going to start breaking. So when I tell people, like they say to me, you know how to fight, dude. What is your internal, what does it look like for you, man? You got any Kevlar stainless screwed into your ribs? And don't tell me what it means to fight. I know what it physically means to fight, and I physically know what it means to lose. I went to court 28 times, 28 hearings, 2 trials. I lost. You could say I lost every single one. But man, the knowledge I picked up was invaluable. If I just won on day one, I wouldn't be talking to you folks right now. I'd just be a normal dad, just doing my normal bullshit stuff and dying, getting fat, old, and dying. So it's a good thing I lost. Whew. But yeah, man, it was fun talking to you guys.
Well, hey, man, I really want to extend an invitation for you to come back. I think Paul does these every single day. So if you ever get a little time in your hand and you want to come share your experience and knowledge, I'm definitely willing to come back tomorrow. So if you wouldn't mind subscribing, maybe you could just hang out in the chat from time to time. But yeah, you do you.
Yeah, I did subscribe, man. I did subscribe because I thought that's what it took. See, because somebody was giving me some BS on the cell phone saying this really ain't Karl. I know who your monitor is. And to get onto this thing, you guys don't realize to subscribe to Talking to You Live, I had to put a debit card number in. This, what's it called?
Really?
StreamYard.com.
Wow.
They wanted either Google Pay or a debit card. And I was like, oh, man, I got to go find my debit card. I was like, oh, man, I got to get online with the bank. And because I lock up my card every time I use it, I lock it, I unlock it. So I was like, oh, man. And then somebody kept saying, this ain't Karl Lentz. So like, what makes you think this isn't Karl Lentz?
Well, you're just so well known, we couldn't believe it at first. So you'll have to forgive us for our skepticism, but I think it was a healthy skepticism. So we know who you are now.
Dude, I don't know, man. I get this a lot from a lot of people, man. There's some guy named Fagliola, whatever, and I tried to join his little group that he has. And man, they did nothing but just bash the hell out of me. I don't
think you'll find that here. Paul, pretty good.
I think that's
out.
Paul.
Yeah, Paul trolls out, so let you speak when you come. So.
Yeah, he started giving me some shit. It was like he was like, "Oh, you backed up your stepdad, and you made fun of your daughter." I was like, "Dude, you have no idea how this story went down. You got totally clueless." My daughter was pushed into a bathroom in high school by some bully that's been picking on her for years. It's the same thing that happened here in Virginia with another dad whose daughter got raped in a bathroom with a boy in there. It's almost the exact same story. Some boy got in there, started molesting the hell out of her. She came home and told my mom. My mom, instead of saying, hey, go down the driveway and tell your dad, she told my daughter to go talk to the guidance counselor. My daughter said next thing she knows, she's got 3 or 4, I don't remember how many she said. She said this little tiny room filled up with cops, deputies. And they said every time I said something they liked, they gave me a fist bump. And every time I said something they didn't like, they said, you know, if you're lying, kid, you're going to jail. She said they asked me, did Uncle Frankie touch me? And it's just like, no. Did your dad ever touch you? She said, no. He said, well, somebody in that house has got to touch you. He was like, well, Grandpa does. And next thing you know, they spun it so they wouldn't get any liability of her being molested. They spun it on my mom's husband. And so I used to tell people this all the time. And I even told my daughters this. I said, look, I can't touch you guys until you're 18. I said, I can't hug you. I can't kiss you. I can't pat you on the head. I can't fist bump you. Can't pat you on the back. You fall down. Hey, you know what? I'm going to have to get a woman over here to pick you up. I said, I'm telling you, man. I said, we just live in a country at a point in time that I can't touch you. And it's funny when they did arrest Frank and they said, well, he sexually molested my daughter. I said, is she a virgin? And they're like, yeah, well, we took her to the hospital. She's a virgin. I said, okay, then we're good to go. Let the guy go. What? Let the guy go. What? I said, look, man, my brother was 5 years old. My mom gave him a prescription to go down to the local drugstore down here. My mom said, can you give little Frankie a ride to the druggist? I said, sure. I said, Frankie, where are we going? He's like, And I said, did mom give you something? She gave him a piece of paper, said Viagra. So I said, this guy in 1980 something was doing Viagra, you know, when he was in his 30s because he was drinking and doing coke and smoking pot back then. Now 30 years, he's been squeaky clean. He's a Jehovah's Witness. I said, if he was on Viagra when he was 100 pounds lighter and didn't have stage 2 diabetes, I said, as far as I'm concerned, those are 2 grandmas taking care of my kids. I said, his dick didn't work in the 1980s. It's certainly not going to work in the 20 teens. I said, he's a virgin. The kid's a virgin. Let the man out of jail. This is bullshit. You know, and I know, man. He didn't do shit. I said, it's just so the school wouldn't get charged with my daughter getting molested. Just let the guy go. And they were like, well, you can't do that. We already arrested him. And he already admitted to all this stuff. He was just stupid. They said to him, if you don't admit to the guilt, you're not going to get a bail bond hearing for at least 4 months. And we don't know how you're going to survive in jail for 4 months. You're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your reputation. And but if you said that you just work with us and plead guilty to everything, we'll tell the judge, you'll get some counseling, and you'll go home. So it's so funny. My little brother Frankie or half brother Frankie was with his dad. And he said, my dad was so funny when they were asking him questions like, well, tell us the first time you touched her. And it was so funny. He's like, I never touched her. And they said, just make up a date. And he's like, they said, what do you mean make up a date? Say, November 1st, 2007. He said, well, if it's a Monday through Saturday, I'm on the road working. So it has to be a Sunday. Every day that you wanted me to say that I touched her, it has to be on a Sunday. So he was helping the cops. That's just stupid. And Frank called him my mom and said, what should I do? The cops want me to just tell them I touched the kid and I can come home. And my mom's like, well, it's November. The farm needs to be winterized. Just, you got a tractor trailer load of produce that's got to go up to Hunts Point up in New York. Just say whatever you got to say, get your ass home and come back to work. And he said to the cops, will you let me come home? If I say whatever you want me to say, he said, yeah, we'll let you go home. So he said, okay. So he said, whatever you want to say. He came home, and I actually got the video of him being arrested on the driveway. After he went down to the police department, the sheriff's department, how come I got a video of him on the driveway? And then the police pulling up because they let him go home. So I said to Michael Rohn, and that's the first case in the United States where cops lost their qualified immunity was I'm trying to remember the lady's last name. I think it was Reyes versus Rohn, and that came out of the Fourth Circuit. That's the case precedent is Rohn. When I was sitting in jail, I was reading it, and I said, Rohn, Virginia, Michael Rohn? The guy I beat in court in 2008, the cop who never lost in court in his life, and he lost to me for the first. Michael Rohn? The guy I got on YouTube video of arresting Frank, saying that he's got the photos, he's got the evidence, he's got the proof, and he's going to come back and show us. That Michael Rohn? I was like, oh my God, I finally caught up to this fucker. So like I said, and if you watch the video of Michael Rohn, he says, yes. I said, Mike, I hope you got the photos. I hope you got the proof. He says, yes, I saw the photos and I got the proof. I said, well, Mike, he said, you're going to get sued and I'm going to get sued. He said, well, how could you get sued? Because my daughter would have been giving false information and I'm dad and I'm going to be held liable for my daughter's actions. So the Russos can sue the Lentzes as well as Augusta County. I said, can you show us the photos? He said, well, let me process Frank first, and I'll come back and show you and your mom. I said, great. Then we're 100% behind you, man. I said, if you ain't got the photos, Mike, if you're lying, I said, dude, we're screwed. So it's funny. He got what they said to Frank to do while they let him go home. They said, get us your laptop, cell phone, digital camera, and your tower, and bring it down to the police department so we don't have to get a search warrant to go in the house and try to find all that stuff. And he said, okay. So my daughter that he supposedly raped and all this other shit was helping him load. And I got her standing in the back of the loading up the back of the trunk of the car with Grandpa. So and they gave him back his gun. And so if he's so dangerous, why did they let the guy go home after he just admitting raping this kid 21 some freaking times? So they knew there was all bullshit. So it's funny when he got arrested. 4 days later, they brought laptops and everything, got the crime lab in Lynchburg, Virginia, and they said there was absolutely no pornography found on any of the 5 devices. They should have let the guy go immediately. As soon as it said there was absolutely no, because if you go to the newspaper, it's going to be November 2015. It's called, what's it called in Stanton, the newspaper in Stanton, the News Leader in Stanton, Virginia. It says child pornographer busted. Child pornography, was on this man's computer, child pornography. And Frank's computers ran incredibly slow. He was a truck driver. He was an older guy. He didn't know how to delete any damn thing. It took him like an hour when he turned his computer on for it to start up. He had a computer from the 1990s, and this was 2015. Computers ran so slow. But the forensics crime lab in Lynchburg, Virginia, I saw the report. You can't find it in the case file anymore, but it said there's been no pornography discovered on any of these 5 recording devices 4 days after he was arrested. But they told him you're not going to get a bail bond hearing for 4 or 5 months. And that's exactly what they did to me. They did not give me a bail bond hearing for 5 fucking months. That's insane. And the judge said, he says, I forgot what it's called, certificate of, something. I forgot the acronym, but it was like a bail determination. This was like CBD, the certificate of bail determination, COBD. And I remember I was standing in jail still. They didn't even bring me to the courthouse for this bail bond hearing. And the judge was like, hey, I'd love to keep Karl in jail for the rest of his life, but on a scale of 1 to 5, he's a 1. That means that he's got no priors. He didn't commit the crime with a gun ever. He's got no domestic violence in his past. He's got no alcohol problems, no drug problems, no psychological problems. Give me a reason why I got to keep this guy in here with no bail, no bond. And they said, well, he's a flight risk. It's like, well, he's got proof that he's lived here since 1988. And how could we keep him here? Give me something to work. The judge was like, lady, give me something to work with. They said, did he destroy anybody else's property? You're saying that he destroyed his animals. Great. But the judge said, I've looked up case law in Virginia, and the case law says in Virginia that the pets are the property of the people and they can do whatever they want with them. It's not our property. We can't tell people what they can and cannot do with their animals. So give me something to work with here, lady. So, yeah, it was funny, man. They said that I got arrested for obstruction, which is funny because I was walking away. And thank God I got the cop on a witness stand to say, hey, man, you were trying to hand me a warrant, correct? Yeah. Okay. I was walking off the land and I said, I'll be on my way. I said, you do whatever you want. You seize, you take whatever you want. I know how to file a claim. Do whatever you wish. Take whatever belongings you wish to take. I know how to file a claim. My brother works for State Farm's a claim adjuster. My family, I know how to handle claims. As far as I'm concerned, I see 20 of you guys in the driveway. I'm walking the other way. If I walk towards you and I say one word to you, you can tell me for obstruction. Obstruction means I walk towards you. I said, I'm walking away. I said, you take whatever you wish. I said, as far as I'm concerned, a fire came through here and burnt everything, took everything with, like California, LA fires, burnt everything down to the ground. I lost everything. Oh, well, I'll start again. A tornado, a flood, a hurricane, a volcano, whatever. It all fucking got destroyed. Oh, well, I'll start again. Take whatever you wish. I'm not stupid enough. You guys got no body cameras on. I'm not stupid enough to walk in front of 20 cops. And I know you guys are looking for a reason to just find a reason to arrest me. So funny. What they arrested me for is obstruction because I walked away. And then he came at me with a shotgun and 5 other fucking cops pointed pistols at me, told me to get on the ground, crawl, and all the other stuff. And thank God I got a video of that. My buddy had a fucking body camera on. Thank God, because these cops weren't wearing one. But William was. So I got obstruction. So obviously they dropped that charge immediately. Obviously that's the first thing I'm going after them for is malicious prosecution for calling me for obstruction. Because when I was walking away from the cop, I had him on a cell phone. And, I was talking to William. William was up on the top of the driveway. I was at the bottom. And the cop said to William, who are you talking to? I'm talking to Karl. So the cop got on the phone. He says, where are you? I said, I'm leaving the property. What? You got a warrant for this property? Yeah. Do you got a warrant for Karl Lentz? No. Okay. Done. Do whatever you wish to do on this property. What? The title hasn't been switched over to my name yet. This isn't my land. Do whatever you want. Take whatever you see on this property. I don't care. I'll file a claim. He said, well, I just want to talk to you. I said, dude, do I have any legal obligation to speak to you at this time? He says, no. I said, well, then I'll be on my way. He says, I want to give you something. I said, I give it to my lawyer. He said, who's your lawyer? I said, that's for me to know. You find out. Have a nice day. So when we got to trial, I asked him that. And thank God I got the transcript that the cop said, yeah. I said, do I have any legal duty and obligation to speak to you at this time? He said, no. There you go. So how can you charge me with obstruction? Because when he arrested me and brought me up the driveway, thank God the supervisor was there. And we got it on video. The supervisor said, what are you going to arrest him for? He said, obstruction. He said, you can't do that. He said, I am. I said, oh, thank God the supervisor said, you can't do that. And he said, yes, I am. So that was the original charge. And then they did the fingerprints, mug shots. And then at 7:32, some girl who worked for animal control said that want to arrest him for that she had to kill 4 newborn kittens that she found in a barn. I said, what the fuck? Yeah, you found 4 newborn kittens in a barn. Yeah. That's not my barn. What? That belongs to the Russos. That's not my barn. I said, and she said, well, you take care of them. I said, no, you don't. That's newborn kittens you found in a barn. I said, I'm reliable for the squirrels and the rats and the groundhogs too. I said, lady, you're crazy. So the black magistrate lady said, nope, no bail, no bond. Take them over to the jail. I said, you're kidding. For 4 newborn kittens. She said she had to euthanize them. I said, you can't destroy, if they were my kittens, you can't destroy them without my consent. I said, lady, I know the law. I said, if you come to somebody's property, you guys came to my property 7-8 years ago doing this shit. I said, and we went over the law way back when. I said, you can't get me for, killing an animal on a farm. Whatever, they were rabied. It's none of your damn business. I said, and you found these kittens where? In a barn, really? And you're going to charge me with felonies? Animal cruelty? For these kittens? So thank God, man, when a veterinarian lady got on a witness stand, that was happening in June. Thank God when the veterinarian lady got on a stand is lie. I said, ma'am, who was liable for those 4 kittens? And she said, nobody. I said, thank you. I said, are they my responsibility? She said, no. I said, whose responsibility are they? She said, the mother's cats. I said, thank you. That's what I've been trying to tell these guys for all this month. How the hell can you get me in here for this? This is Mickey Mouse. This is BS. And the judge, and I said to the judge, I said, you see what the piece of paper that said I was arrested for obstruction, and you see the next thing that happened at 7:32 p.m. I said, we got a problem here. And he said to me, save that for the criminal trial. I said, save it for the criminal trial. I said, dude, the veterinarian lady just said, the county lady said, I'm not responsible for newborn kittens. I said, you see the time right here, 7:32 p.m. on Friday. She said this lady said she killed the kittens. This animal control girl said she killed the kittens on 7:32 p.m. I said, she has no right to use any kind of lethal injection on an animal unless she's a veterinarian. She's not a veterinarian. I said, the veterinarian, she said, oh, no, nobody killed those kittens on Friday night. She said, I killed them Saturday afternoon. I said, you killed them on Saturday afternoon? She said, yes. I said, so let me get this straight. I was sitting in jail at 7:32 p.m. on a Friday because this lady said she had to kill the kittens. You're testifying in court that you killed them on Saturday afternoon. I said, Judge, you see, we got a problem here. I've been sitting in jail since June 2nd. Now it's July 18th. I said, because this lady said at 7:32 p.m. she took out a warrant for my arrest and charged me with felonies of animal cruelty to 4 freaking kittens that I had no idea even existed on Earth. And that's not even my freaking barn. And this veterinarian lady who's literally said, no, she said, no, I put the kittens down. I said, Judge, you see, we got a problem here, problem with the timeline. And he said, well, save that for the criminal trial. I said, dude, I'm in a civil forfeiture hearing right now. I'm in shackles and chains. I said, you got handcuffs on my ankles. You got handcuffs on my feet. You got me chained to this freaking table. I said, I came to court today with one piece of pink paper. And when the trial started, you handed me 4 inches of documents and all these manila envelopes. And you want me to go over this? I said, you don't see that this is an ambush? I said, 24 hours before civil proceedings, everybody has to get a copy of this. Do they got witnesses? Do they got expert witnesses? Yes. then you got to give me the questions and the answers that you're going to ask this expert witness 30 days prior to this trial. I said, are we going to delay this so we could get, so this isn't considered a trial by ambush? He said, no, we're going to proceed. I said, you realize what that's going on, right? So thank God, man, it was funny. And I got all this proof, man. They handed me the documents, man. Each animal had their own write-up. So it's funny when they gave me all these documents, and that every animal on line 4 had their weight. It was like a pound sign 45, pound sign 40, pound sign 50, pound sign 55, pound sign 37. So it's like every time the veterinarian lady said all the animals were massively underweight. I said, wait a second. The director of the valley saw the dogs the morning that they were taken into custody. He said, other than that one dog that had a broken leg, that's got all the pins in her bones, got the pins in her leg, what we brought her to an orthopedic surgeon to get it fixed. Other than that dog with a broken leg, he said, overall, the animals are very healthy. I said, he said it's in a newspaper. And the judge said, it's in a newspaper? I said, yeah, it's in a newspaper. He said, overall, the animals are very healthy. And I said, the lawyer that I tried to hire, man, to help me get a bail and bond hearing, he said that he raises sheepdogs for a living to herd. He said, Karl doesn't have herding animals. Karl's got show dogs. Karl's dogs are show dog quality. They're not herding quality, they're show dog quality. I said, yes. I said, they eat what I eat. I said, we eat the same shit. We eat meat and rice. We eat the same stuff. And so funny that I said, did you take any pictures of any of these dogs? And they were like, no. Huh. And you said they're all grossly underweight. Yeah. How much is an adult border collie female supposed to weigh? And they were like between like 35 and 45 pounds. And I'm looking at the veterinarian's reports, and it literally says pound 40, pound 50, pound 43. And I said, did you weigh any of my animals? And she said, no. I said, you didn't weigh any of my animals? No. Huh. And I said, the animal control girl, I said, did you weigh any of my animals? I said, it's on record. She says, no, we never weighed any of your animals. Huh. That's the first thing every veterinarian does is take the weight of the animal. But you didn't do that. No. Huh. Okay. So it was so funny. By the time I got to like animal 12, I said to the veterinarian lady, so I said, he said, okay, let's go to animal 12. I said, you got any questions? So I said, how much did the dog weigh? And the judge got pissed off. Mr. Lentz, for the last time, she said she didn't weigh any of the animals. Stop asking that question. I said, oh, okie dokie, not a problem. And she said, I said, so you didn't weigh it? Mr. Lentz. She said, no, I didn't weigh it. I'm looking at her signature. It's like a John Hancock signature. It's huge on a piece of paper. So we get to the next animal, animal 13. Karl, get any questions? Do you want to ask the expert witness? Yeah, how much animal weigh? Mr. Lentz, we're not going to do this. I said, oh, okay, we're not going to do it? Okay, oh, my bad. I said, so you know weigh? She said, no. I said, okay. Dude, and I'm looking at the weight that she signed off at, and they're all within, like, tolerance fucking weight. All, overall very healthy weight. It was hysterical. So when they finally got, no attorney in Virginia would help me. So they got a U.S. prosecuting attorney to put paperwork into the court for me because they wouldn't let me put any paperwork into the court. So they said, we'll give you a United States prosecuting attorney. His name is Scott. So I said, okay. So I said to Scott, Scott, did you see that expert witness? Did you get the transcript? He says, yeah, man. He said, you kicked ass in court. I said, yeah, dude. And I was working off of one piece of pink paper. And they're bringing all these witnesses and experts and stuff. Dude, I had one piece of paper. I've been sitting in solitary confinement, having access to a telephone in like fucking 30, 40 days now. I said, I haven't been able to get paper, pen, and ink to get anything into the courts. I said, they're blocking me like crazy. I said, but he said, you kicked ass, man. He said, I read the transcript. He said, man, these are all grounds for appeal on this thing. I said, yeah, you think? I said, especially when their expert witness said that, you see where they said all the dogs are malnutrition and underweight? Yeah. You see where, do you see right here on the veterinarian's report how much each animal weighed? He says, no, Karl. She said she didn't weigh anything. I kept seeing where you kept, the judge started getting mad at you. I said, you can't see on this veterinarian health exam where the fucking, how much the dogs weigh. He says, no, I don't see it. I said, dude, it's the fourth line down. It's doing to a glass window. So the fourth line down, see that pound mark? See the pound mark? It says 45. That's how much the animal weighs. He says, how do you know that's what it means? I said, let's go to a cat. What? Let's go to a cat. Look, pound 6.75. There you go. Let's go to a kitten. 0.125. See that? Let's go back to a dog. Pound 55. He said, oh my God, they weighed every. Of course they weighed every animal. That's the first thing you do when you're a vet. And she lied on the oath 50 times. And I was pounding the table. And he said, why didn't you fucking tell the judge that she was lying? I said, dude, this was beautiful. She lied 50 times on the oath. Why would I fucking say after number one, say the first time I asked on animal number one, what have I said? I said to the judge, Your Honor, I think she's mistaken because here's the pound 45 for dog number one. Here, take a look, Miss. It's like, what would the fucking expert witness say? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was working on another case. Oh, he's right. He's right. I did weigh all these animals. No, I got to lie 50 fucking times on every fucking animal that they brought up. I said, well, how much did that animal weigh? Mr. Lentz, how many times we got to tell you? I said, let me explain something to you, pal. I know the law. And if I supposedly fucking abused animals, you're saying 50 animals, you took my ducks, you took kittens, you took cats, you took puppies, you took dogs. I said, you're not allowed to take livestock. You know that, and I know that. So they ordered to give me back my ducks, and they never did. So what they said, I said, if you took 50 animals, when you took 72 of the people's animals a few years ago, you charged for 72 crimes. When you took the other lady's 10 dogs, it was 10 crimes. When you took the other lady's animals, it was like 32 animals. You charged with 32 crimes. You took 50 of my animals. You're only charging me with 4 dead kittens, a dog that had a broken leg that we got proof from the veterinarian's office that we spent thousands of dollars to put pins in that leg until you guys cut her leg off 2 days after you took her into custody to make sure I got a felony charge on me. And 1 mystery dog that you won't even tell me. Well, there's another dog you abused. What dog? Show me. Well, I said, look, you got to charge me 50 for 50. I said, you can't do this bullshit. I said, if you don't charge me 50 animals, you got to return the animals that were not abused. I said, that's the law. It literally says that in your code book. You have to return the animals that weren't abused. So I said, you're charging me 6. You charged me with 6. I said, you got to return. Well, obviously the 4 were dead. I said, and you got 50 of my animals in custody. Yeah, you got to return. So you only charge me with 2 live animals. Yeah, you got to return the other 48. What? That's the law. Or charge me for 50. And it's so funny when I was going back to jail, the fucking deputies who brought me back said, dude, you so won. You so fucking kicked ass. I cannot believe that you're not going home. He said, they're just lying their asses off. I said, dude, I know they're lying their asses off. I said, but how could the judge find in my favor? I said, I'll own this damn county. I said, I'll own this town. I said, I'll own this jail. I said, I'll own the courts. I said, I said, look, he's got to go to lunch with these people all the time. He's got to go to Christmas parties with these people. I said, if he doesn't rule against me, I said, there'll never be another case on his docket ever again. He had to rule against me because they said that they came down to my property. I said, oh yeah, I had a chain across the driveway. It says no trespassing. Oh, they went right around it. I said, they didn't do their knock and talk. They had no warrant to come talk to me. They had no warrant to be on the land. They just was like, you know what? We're gonna finally nail this guy once and for all. He's helping people all over the world. We're gonna nail this sovereign citizen motherfucker once and for all. They spent 8 hours within. They got there at 5 o'clock. I think they said by 6:30 they had all the animals and taken off the property. They spent until midnight tearing my fucking place up. They went to all of my rooms. Dude, my my sofa was upside down when I got out of jail. A dog cage I had on the floor for the moms who were having puppies in my room, so I keep an eye on her. That was like 3 feet off the ground on a pile of like my bedding. It was hysterical. You know, they tore that place up, and it was so funny. I said to the cops, because the cop was stupid. He came to the jail the next morning, and he said to me, "Can you sign this search warrant?" I said, "What? A voluntary search warrant for what?" Yeah, we left a dog and a puppy in one of the trailers, and we put a cage in there to try to catch her. And we don't want them to starve since you're going to be in jail for a while, you know. So I said, no, I got a guy who'll get your cage and stick it up at the road. So I called up William and said, hey, man, get into that trailer, take the cage, stick it up at the road. So the cop could you pick up their cage. I said, there's no cages on my property. There's no traps. I said, I want that shit the hell out of here. Anyway. So I called up William like an hour or two later from jail. I said, did you put the trap up at the road? He said, well, I went to the trailer, looked for the trap. He said, I couldn't find none. He said, I called that cop. I forgot what his name is. But anyway, he says, Karl, I couldn't find it. And I called the cop and I said, well, look, dude, I'm looking all over his trailer. He says, oh, no. He said, there's no trap up there. We just wanted to get back onto Karl's farm and see if we could find anything. I said, those dirty motherfuckers, man. Thank God I didn't sign a blank search warrant to go back on the property. He told me, he said, Karl, man, he said, they were here for 8 hours, man, last night when you were locked up. He said, they said nobody left until midnight, until their shift was over. He said, they were looking. I said, holy shit. And that's what I told the judge. And then I said, dude, you picking on the wrong guy. You think I'm some sovereign citizen guy, like a bad guy, right? I said, let me tell you what, everybody in this courtroom. I said, all you deputies, you were in my fucking farm for 8 hours. 8 hours. There's 20 years. 8 hours. You didn't find a gun there, did you? You didn't find a bullet, did you? You didn't find a shotgun shell, did you? You didn't find a shotgun. You didn't find a BB gun. You didn't find a bow and arrow. I said, you didn't find a knife. I said, when William and I are walking around the farm trying to open up a bag, it takes us 20 minutes to find a knife. You probably found some sharp sticks. You found no Bibles. You found no American flags. You never seen no crucifix. You didn't say, I love Jesus anywhere, did you? You didn't say any rebel stuff, did you? You didn't see any fucking cigarettes. You didn't find any booze. You didn't find a beer can. You didn't find a wine bottle. You didn't find a whiskey bottle. You found no drugs. You found no crystal meth. You found no still. You found nothing. I told you I'm a boring motherfucker. I said, I've never been drunk in my life, never done drugs. I said, I got no guns, got no bullets, got no shell packing material. I got nothing, got no C4 explosives. When you guys tore my place up, the best you got is you said you found 4 kittens that you had to euthanize. That's it? That's what you put me in jail for? That's the best you got? I said, I know now why you guys want to go back to my farm. You want to try to plant some crystal meth or something. Say, oh, look what we found here in Karl's sock drawer. I said, man, I'm so glad that I said, I'm not signing any damn thing. Why do you want to go back to my farm anyway? Oh, we got a puppy and a mom, and we couldn't get her. She was scared, so we put a trap in there with some food, so she'd walk into the trap. I was like, you know what? What trailer? And he said, the office trailer. I said, okay, fine. I said, but this had to break their hearts, man. I had no law books, nothing. I said, I guarantee you guys went through every fucking filing cabinet, every nook and cranny in my fucking farm. You found nothing. No books. No. Dude, I said, this is 2023. I said, I haven't even been on a fucking computer since 2020. I said, I got nothing. I don't even have a laptop. I got nothing. I'm boring. I said, I don't need a laptop. I don't need nothing. I said, I got a piece of paper and a pen in blue ink. I can write a notice before the court, hand it to the judge, and I'm done. I don't need any books. I don't need a computer. I got this. I know what a man is. I'll write him a notice and I'll say, bailiff, hand it to the judge. And we're good. I'm done. So it's funny as hell, man. So like I said, thank God a guy from California came in. What's his name? Billy? Yeah, Billy L.A. And Billy L.A. snuck a camera into my trial. It lasted, I thought it lasted 2-3 minutes, but on YouTube it's only 1 minute, 43 seconds. And it was so funny, man. This fucking cocksucker Scott guy, man, was told William, some guy from Atlanta came up, Mark and Billy L.A. They came to watch the trial. They were carrying 11 inches of paperwork. There was so much paperwork that William carried like 4 or 5 inches. And the judge and the fucking lawyer guy they gave me 6 or 7 inches. He told me, Karl, look, take this sweet deal. 6 felonies, 30 years. They'll just give you 5. You'll be out in 3. You already did 5 months. And everybody was like, what? You want Karl to plead guilty to 4 kittens that the lady said they weren't his responsibility to begin with? You want him to accept those 4 kittens as well as felonies? Thank God I had these guys with me, man, because that made the lawyer look so stupid. And I got this stupid lawyer on fucking audio. He was begging me. His wife was a lawyer too. She was screaming at me, take the deal. And my sister even said, Karl, take the deal. If you lose, you're going to go to jail for 30 years. Take the deal, go to jail for 5. You'll be out in 3. You already did 5 months. I said to Karen, I said to my sister, it doesn't work like that. I said, I've seen these guys who they're told they'll be out in 3 and they do all 5. And then they lose the paperwork for a while. And then they're in there for 6 or 7. Yes, they'll give them $100 for each day that they're stuck there, but they don't give a fuck. Say it's $100 a day for every day that they don't release them when it was supposed to release them. That's probably because the prison's probably making $200 a day while they're there. They don't give a shit. I said, I see these guys sitting in jail begging. Where's the paperwork? Where's the paperwork? I should have been out here 5, 6, 7 months ago. And he said, look, we haven't got anything from DOC yet, man. I don't know what to tell you. You got to stay here until you get this. Well, that's $100 a day. They said, well, fine, it's $100 a day. Fucking make a claim for $100 a day. They'll pay you. They don't give a damn. It's hysterical. So anyway, this poor fucking bastard lawyer was trying to convince me. He says, he says, if you don't take the deal, I'll never, I'm off this case. You know that, right? He says, I'll never be able to talk to you again. I said, I'm laughing at myself. I said, of course, if I don't take the deal, you'll never have to talk to me ever again. So funny, man. This guy was still begging. We were walking into the courthouse, man, right? We were walking down the street on the sidewalk, walking up into the courthouse door. And the fucking guy goes to me, the Scott says to Billy O'Lake, man, you got to convince your friend to take the deal. You got to convince him to take the deal. You got to convince him. He said, man, he's his own man. Man, he's doing his thing. So he was trying to convince the other 2 guys I was with. We walk into the courthouse, go through the fucking metal detector, get up into the courtroom, and the fucking guy finally turns around and tells me they're dropping the charges. What? I said, but dude, you've been telling me to take the 30-year deal. Yeah, well, I got to tell you right now, they're going to no-low prosecute you. What? But up until 2 minutes ago, until we walked into the courtroom, you told me this is the best deal you could get me. And now you're telling me they're going to drop the charges? He said, well, they could try to fucking bring up the charges in the future. I said, great. Then I'll go after them for this constitutional double jeopardy bullshit. I said, don't worry about it. So funny when he saw the prosecutor lady, in the courtroom, he says to her, well, Karl's not taking the deal. You better go comfort your people. I said, what? Did you just tell this fucking cunt to go comfort her fucking people? I've been sitting in jail for 5 months. I said, I lost 70 motherfucking pounds. I said, I got skin hanging off my fucking bones. You got to comfort your fucking people? You're telling him to go, dude, you should tell your people to go fuck themselves. So funny, man. It's like he didn't realize, man, I walked up. So he walked out and talked in a stairway with the prosecutor lady. He didn't realize I fucking walked to talk to him, find him. And he was talking to him. It's like, well, I couldn't get him to take the deal. I was like, you motherfucker, because your wife wanted to be a county commissioner and she lost by a few votes. That's why your wife was screaming at me this morning. You had my sister crying, saying, Karl, take the deal, take the deal. You got my sister convinced. I said, you dirty rat. You dirty rat. I said, I thought we had something going together, like we're friends. Like you said, wow, Karl, you're teaching me a lot, Karl. I never looked at law where you're looking at it. Wow. Because the first thing this clown said to me, man, when I first met him, I said, I'm a man. He said, my street is 710 Gus Farms Road. I said, they had a warrant for 710 Gus Farms Road. He said, yes, I know that. I said, the fucking 710 Gus Farms Road is only 25 feet from the center of the road. After 25 feet from the center of the road, that's my land. Did they have total public access to that? Yes. Did they go past 25 feet? Yes. And they were no longer at 710 Gus. 710 means it's 7.10 miles from the center of town. What? I said, dude, I used to work for DirecTV, Sprint. I said, I used to work for cable companies. And your address was 3647. I knew that meant you were 36 miles from the middle of the town. So when I'd look at my odometer, I'd go 55 miles an hour down country roads, like in Georgia. I'd go 35 miles, and I'd say, okay, about 35 miles. Start looking at mailboxes. Then I get 3510, 3520, 3530. He said, I never knew that. I said, yeah, dude, that's how we used to do it before Google Maps. If it says 710 Gus Farms Road, that means I'm 7.1 miles away from the center of the town of Waynesboro, which I basically am. He said, I never knew that. I said, dude, when we moved there, that road was called State Road 643. Okay? That was State Road 643. It didn't have a freaking name. Okay? So if they had to go to that home for an emergency, they'd say, oh, it's the Kimball home, or it's the Jackson home, or it's the fucking Kelly home. Everybody knew everybody. There was no house numbers. I said, so that's how we got around in the 1980s. You should have seen when I came from New York to Virginia to find that farm. It took us, I had to go to the post office because I'd ask all the neighbors that lived around that area, can you tell me where the Kimball farm is? They said, yeah, it's right next to the Apple farm and the Smith farm. I said, Apples and Smiths? I don't know who these people are. They said, oh, you're from around here, boy, are you? I said, nope. I said, well, if you knew where the Kimballs were, you know where the Apples and Smiths are. Sorry, there's nothing we could tell you. We don't know how to explain it to you. So it's like, damn. So I went to the post office, and the postmaster said, well, wait till 5, 6 o'clock till the postman comes, and he'll tell you where it's located. And he says, oh, yeah. That's box 174 on Route 4. I'm Route 4 driver. So they say it's 174th mailbox on Route 4. So then he drew me a map, and he showed me where it was, and then I get empty out that stupid moving van that, from coming down from New York. But that's how they did it. Now they turned the jurisdiction control over to 710 Gus Farms Road. So whoever created that road was obviously some farmers, and then it was under the state jurisdiction control, and now it's under the county. And what did the county call it? They called it Augusta Farms Road, and they gave it a number, 710. You stick that 710 on your fucking house, that's their jurisdiction, that's under their control. They created that fucking number, they created that name of the street, they control it. And I got the video. Look at the video on TikTok. I brought fucking Virginia Department of Transportation guys out there, and it was snowing. And Billy, you'll see Billy, Mark, and William out there. And I say the VOT guys, I said, hey, man, where's 710 Gus Farms Road? I said, I want to build a fence, and I want to make sure I'm not in the public easement. I want to make sure I'm not up on the public road. And he says, well, generally, he says 25 feet from the center of the road, you can build a fence. I said, so right here, you'd say it's about 40 feet? He said, yeah. So then I walked where it says no trespassing. I said about 50, 60 feet. I said, if I put a fence right here, would I be fine? Would this be considered 710 Gus Farms Road? He said, no, that'd be considered your land. Thank you. So I said to everybody, see, they had a warrant for 710 Gus Farms Road. When you walk into the court and the judge says, I used to love doing this to a judge. I'd say to the judge, because they always do this to you stupid people. They ask you, what's your name? Bob Cupcake. What's your address? 123 Main Street. Oh, okay. They got you. They created 123 Main Street. Address means, how do you want to be addressed? What do you want to be called? What's your name? So they ask you, what's your name? Karl Lentz. What's your address? 123 Main Street. They got you. They got jurisdiction over you. So I used to do that to judges for laughs. They called me in and said, hey, Karl Lentz, approach the bench, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Just calling here, come forward, blah, blah, blah. I'd come forward. And they'd say to me, you're Karl Lentz? Yeah. I'd say, hey, and then I'd jump into the game real quick. I said, hey, before we go too fast, what's your address? And he'd say, I'm not sure. And they'd say, clerk, what's the address here? They'd say, 123 Main Street. No, Judge, I'm asking you, what's your address? What's your address? He says, I'm not going to tell you. I was like, okay, you could address I as Karl, and I'll address you. I'm not going to tell you. He said, what? I asked you, what's your address? I thought you were going to say Honor or Sir or Judge. But if you want to be addressed as, I ain't going to tell you. Okay, is that Mr. I'm not going to tell you? Or what? Just, I'm not going to tell you? I said, I didn't ask you for your mailing address. I didn't ask you where you put your head down at night. I said, how do you want to be addressed? I want to be addressed as Karl or your fellow man. You want to be addressed as, I'm not going to tell you? Fine. I'm not going to tell you. How you doing today? And he'd say, oh, okay. I said, yeah, because I was like, look at the judge. I said, dude, I got 2 friends that went to judge school. I know exactly what you guys taught these guys. I know exactly what I should or should not say. My address is your fellow man. You could address me as Karl, but as long as you understand I'm your fellow man standing here, there's a man standing for good. I haven't accepted any titles at this time, have I? It's hysterical. Oh, and that's what that clown fucking attorney tried to tell me the first time he met me. He said, well, when you're in society. I said, oh, really? When I'm in society? He said, I haven't accepted any titles to act as a defendant in this case. He says, well, when you enter into society. I said, whose society? The legal society? The Boy Scout society? Girl Scout society? The societal order of the Ku Klux Klan? What societal order do I belong to? He said, well, you're in society. Really? How could you establish? Where's the nexus? He said, well, you registered to vote. I said, I don't vote. Nobody needs to represent I know how to take care of my own stuff. I said, I don't need anybody to say what I should and shouldn't do. And why would I want to vote for somebody to tell you what you should or shouldn't do? You do whatever you want. You do whatever you wish. This is the land of the self-governing. Why would I want to vote and tell some man, can you make some rules to tell my neighbors what he can and cannot do, what I can and cannot do? That sounds ridiculous. Then we wouldn't be living in the USA. I said I'd be living back in fucking Germany. I don't want to fucking do that. So funny. He's like, you don't vote? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Then I have to bear responsibility and liability. What if the stupid Biden guy gets us into a fucking war, gets charged with war crimes, like what happened to Germany? What happened to Germany? The fucking French and the fucking French in England came into Germany every year. They'd come like April 15th and they'd strip all of our machinery. They'd strip all our silverware. They'd strip all of our tools. Why? Because we lost a freaking war. We were charged with war crimes. Why would I want some asshole like Biden to get the United States into fucking some sort of war? We lose, and the fucking enemies got the right to come into our homes and strip out all our stuff once a fucking year. And I said, why do you think the Germans hated the Jews? Why? Because they spoke German. So the Jews are the ones that would knock on your door at April 15th and say, hey, man, we got to do war reparations. We came here to collect, on behalf of the English and the French. Why the English and French knock on your doors? Because they didn't speak freaking German. That's why the Jews spoke German. Oh, that's why you guys hated the Jews. Yes, because after World War I, the Jews would knock on our door once a year, and they'd come in and they'd fucking take all the shit. They'd be backed up by the French or the fucking English, but the Jews were the one that could speak German. And we'd say to the Jews, why are you doing this to us? You're German, we're German. They'd say, no, we're Jewish. We're not German. Remember, we're the people of God. We're sovereign citizens. We don't have to abide by your German laws. We're not your German people. Yes, we speak German, but we're not Germans. So then they were found to be an enemy within. Just like you guys are going to be found enemies to be within. The legal society. You guys are going to be seen as people of God, sovereign citizens. You're not going to want to abide by U.S. laws. Which I don't blame you. But I'm telling you, man, the heat's going to come down. So unless I can convince tons of people in this country, how to act like a man and deal with the legal society coming after you, I'm screwed just as much as you guys are screwed. Do I want to talk to people? Dude, I can't stand talking to people. I'm just trying to blend into the background. Like my dad told me, he said, just look as dumb as you come, man. He said, when they come to round you up, if you got glasses, throw them away. If you got soft hands, stick them in kerosene or fucking gasoline for a few days, make them hard as a rock. He said, you better learn every blue collar trade there is. He said, because when they're done with roofers and they're done with painters and they're done with welders, they're all going to take you away. I know every blue fucking collar trade you could possibly imagine. I look as dumb as they come. I've been trying to play this fucking game, hide from the government as much as I can since I was a fucking little kid. I remember when I went to high school and I graduated. There was like 1,500 kids in the graduating class. And I fucking looked at the board where they had this like printouts, docs matrix paper, whatever the fuck they call it, with the dots on the side. And I looked for my school ranking. And I fucking saw my school ranking. And man, I ripped that section right off the fucking bulletin board. And I fucking marched right into the principal's office and said, what the fuck is this? He said, what? I said, there's 1,470 fucking kids that graduated this year. I'm 1,568. This is bullshit. I said, I got a 63.7 grade average. How the fuck did I get this? He said, well, if you studied more and you did your homework. I said, no. I said, you know how hard it is to get a 63.5? I got a 62.7. I said, he said, what? I said, I want to finish at the bottom of the class. He said, why? I said, didn't you ever hear of dumb Polacks? He said, yeah. Do you know why there's dumb Polacks? He says, no. He said, they're telling you the truth. I said, the Polish fucking people were so intelligent. They kept such meticulous public records that they put the first thing the Germans did and the Russians did, they went right down to town hall. They went right to the schools. And they found everybody who had like anything over a C, D grade. And they killed them all. I said the only people they left were the dumb Polacks because they were easy to control, or they were farmers, or they were general laborers. But any fucking Polish person that had a brain, they killed them. I said, dude, I wanted to finish at the bottom of class. I said, who's the moron that fucking got to the bottom? And he told me the kid's name. I said, wait a second. Ain't that the kid like half his head is missing? Isn't that the kid like brain dead? Like, yeah. Dude, he couldn't spell cat if you gave him the C-A-T. He said, well, you know, we call that a mercy diploma. A mercy diploma? What the fuck is that? I said, well, you know, his parents going to be proud that he goes fucking graduates with everybody else. He spent, 12 years in school. I said, dude, if I realized I was up against a mercy diploma kid, I would have fucking played stupid. I said, and then who's the second guy? And he's like, this kid doesn't exist. I know my competition. He says, no, I met the man. He said, I know he exists in your school. I said, bullshit. He said, why? And then he asked me, he said, that's when he asked me, why do you want to be at the bottom of your class? I said, because when the government comes in and they round us up, they're going to look for the people who are going to make the most trouble for them. I said, you see how stupid I look? I said, I'm 17 years old. I got a black beard halfway down my chest. You can barely see my eyes. I'm so fucking hairy. I'm trying to look as stupid as I can be. I said, eventually they're going to come for us. They always do. I said, and I want to look as dumb as they come. And he even said that to the U.S. Marshals, man, in 2014. They said to me, well, who do you think is going to win the election? I said, well, if Hillary Clinton wins, I said, I'm going to start pushing shopping carts at Walmart. And when they fucking come look for the fucking Karl Lentz that's been teaching people all this shit, I'm going to say, me push shopping carts, me work Walmart, me fall on head, me get dumb. I said, dude, I know exactly if Hillary Clinton wins, what's going to happen to people like me. You're going to round us up because we're troublemakers. Look what they did. They put me in jail for 5 fucking months. No bail, no bond. Dude, it's crazy. I said it's going to happen someday. I told people. Thank God I had nothing on my farm, man. No bullets, no guns, no rifles, no fucking slingshots, no fucking BB guns. Dude, no beer, no booze, no cigarettes, no cigars, no pipes, no tobacco. I am the most boring motherfucker because I knew they were going to come someday. And they did. You should have seen it. All points bulletin. Every ambulance is pulled up. They said everybody who's got first to fucking responder come to the farm. The most they fucking charged me with on day one was obstruction, which I walked away, which is funny. And they said the fucking animal control lady said, well, I found 4 kittens that I had to euthanize in a barn. I said, lady, that's not even my barn. That's not even my house. That's not even my land. That's my neighbor's barn. That's not my barn. And it's, well, too bad. No bail, no bond. Take it to trial. But trial in fucking Virginia takes 14 months. From the time you get arrested, it's 14 months before you fucking get your day in court. They're going to try to keep me in jail. No bail, no bond for 14 months. Thank God enough fucking people started some shit. And fucking people all over the world were starting to fucking call and say, you got to give this guy a bail bond hearing. And like I said, certification for bail fucking determination. I was a 1 out of 5. 1 means stellar. No prize, nothing. And the judge even said to the prosecutor, I got to let him go. I said, whether you like it or not, I got to let him go. I'm going to make it a $5,000 bail and bond. I said to the judge, I said, look, let me explain something to you. I said, 2 months before I got arrested, I said, I saw in a newspaper that this one man drowned his animals, even drowned his snakes. He drowned his animals because he said he couldn't afford to feed them. You let him go on his own recognizance. You said in 1 year, if he doesn't kill any more animals, the case won't even appear on his record. I said, you want me to take a 30-year plea deal for 4 kittens that you found in a barn? And this lady said she euthanized on June 2nd. And then the veterinarian came to court the next in July and said, no, she euthanized them on June 3rd. I said, the reason why this animal control lady had to change her story is because those drugs are so fucking, they're Schedule A, like super fucking, every micro ounce of those drugs has got to be recorded through the state agencies because they're so deadly that if 1 drop is missing, it could kill a human. I said, but she said, oh, well, I euthanized those kittens. I said, really? I said, you either need the owner's consent to euthanize or you need 2 adults over the age of 18 to say that these kittens were such bad health, you had to put them down like blown away with a shotgun. I said, you got nobody who's going to say that they witnessed you killing these animals for mercy. I certainly didn't ask me, is it okay to euthanize those 4 kittens if you thought they were mine? And 3, you don't have the license to, you're on probationary period right now. You're a little girl running around playing animal control agent. So it's funny, near the end of the hearing, the judge, you could see he was fighting on my behalf. You could see he felt bad. And he asked the animal control lady, he says, so let me get this straight. You walked onto this man's property and you took one of his dogs and then you went and got a search warrant. She said, yes. He says, so you're trying to tell me that if my dog was barking in my backyard, you could just come into my backyard, take my dog because it's barking? She said, yes. He said, you do this very often? She said, I do this every day. And it was like, holy shit. The judge was like, okay. So the judge was just like, that was the last thing that was said, like at the trial. I was like, oh my God, this judge just helped me massively. She's saying that she thinks that she's some 16, 17-year-old girl on probationary period, animal control, that she could violate people's Fourth Amendment rights and walk into your backyard, open your gate, walk in there, take your dog and leave. I was like, holy shit. You know, like all the deputies brought me back to jail. It's like, yeah, I seen what the judge did. So yeah, I seen what the judge did too. This girl has no right to just walk into anybody's backyard and take a barking dog. You know, that's flat out trespass, and that's armed robbery. That's theft. And she says, I do it every day. I was like, holy cow, she just fucked up big time. So I could see the judge was like, huh, okay. So like I said, man, it was interesting. I learned a lot. So I kind of got glad, man, that this happened, because honestly, I went 4 years without reading, writing, doing any legal stuff, helping anybody in the courts. I didn't care anymore, man. I just wanted to get fat, old, and die. I was done. I was burnt the fuck out. So you guys got lucky that I got arrested, because it made me get my ass back into gear, which I did not want to do. I just wanted to fucking play with my fucking animals, my little motherfucking farm, and just be let alone. I got video of the puppies, training them how to herd ducks. It was just funny as hell. I look back at the video and said, man, that was beautiful fucking puppies, man. Those border collies are fucking beautiful. And that's what I said to them. I said, if I actually abuse 50 animals by law, you have to charge me with abuse of 50 animals. You charge me with what? 4 kittens you said you had to kill? Yeah, sure you did. And a dog that had a broken leg? And my sister paid for all, and some other man named Jarvis got veterinary bills and thousands and thousands of dollars. And you guys when you guys, I said, oh, there's a dog back there by herself. We built like a therapeutic pond for her to swim around in. She's all by herself. Make sure you put the leg brace on before you transport her. And they said, we know what we're doing. And you guys got this stupid fucking stick with a sling on the end of it. I said, no, man, don't do that. Don't make her pull back on her leg. It's taken almost 2 years to get her bone fucking where it is now. She's starting to use it to scratch her ears and stuff, man. I said, no. She's got a brace on. I said, I'll get you the brace. They said, nope, you're going to jail. I said, you motherfuckers, I said, man, you guys can't pick her up. Let me pick her up and put her in. They said, nope, we've got this. And that they left a stick there, man, that like aluminum fucking stick with the lasso thing at the end. The fucking dumb cunt, man, fucking left her fucking that stick there. So we could prove that that's what she used, man, on the animals. So crazy, man. So like I said, God has a plan for all this, man. And like I said, you can see Donald Trump is giving a finger to the court. So we got the opportunity, since Donald Trump is giving a finger to the court, saying, fuck the court's orders, fuck this. He's playing the opposite way I'm doing. You say, order me not to shut down the Department of Education. Order me not to do it. Place the order. He's going the opposite direction. He's just giving the court the finger. I'm doing it the opposite way. I'm telling the judge, order me. So, like I said, it was funny as shit. One of the funniest thing that happened, it was a civil forfeiture to whether they're going to keep the animals or not, right? It was the Commonwealth of Virginia, which is hysterical, versus Karl Lentz. And when we went to the governor's office and we went to the attorney generals at the state capitol, they said, no, that's like District 7. That has nothing to do with the Commonwealth of Virginia. I said, but they're using your name. I said, well, that's special. But at the very end, the judge said to them, you have to give Karl back his poultry, his livestock. You can't take his livestock. And besides, if they saw, like, look when the 4,000 dogs were being tortured by Dr. Fauci up in Culpeper, Virginia. They fucking went and took a look at the place in July. And they said, okay, we'll give you 90 days to clean the place up. And in October, they came and the place wasn't cleaned up. So they took the 4,000 animals that were being fucking, the beagles that were being abused. They took them into custody. Nobody got arrested. The company got a fine. Hundreds of people obviously were working there. Nobody got fucking arrested. So I said to them, I said, look, if you believed that there was animals being tortured here or hurt here, you have to walk around and tell us. The law in your statutory code says you have to tell us what dogs need help, what animals need help, and you have to suggest to us how do we provide the care for these animals. That's it. And you can say, well, we'll come back in 24 hours, and if the animals aren't taken care of, we'll take further legal action. You can't just walk onto somebody's property and take their shit. That's ridiculous. I said, but you guys just wanted to go after Karl Lentz. You just wanted to find a reason to put Karl Lentz into custody so you can search his property. Hopefully you're going to find I was making a crystal meth lab, that I was fucking making moonshine or something. You're hoping I was doing something illegal so that you could really nail me with some serious fucking getting some serious criminal charges against me. You found nothing. I said, I told you I'm the most boring motherfucker in the world, man. I said, everything I got is in my head, man. I said, I don't need no paper trail. I don't need no computer. I don't leave no tracks for you fucking people to come after me. I said, I told you, man, you fucking with the wrong guy. And like I said, it was funny. The very last thing I did in court, they wanted to take me back to jail. It was like 5 o'clock, 5:30, and they shut the courtroom lights off and said, whoa. I said, we have to wait for the court order. What? This is a civil fucking forfeiture case, right? Yeah, if it's civil, all parties have the right to modify the court order. All parties have the right to participate in the order. And if we don't like what's in the order, we get to say, hey, whoa. This is civilized. We all have to come into an agreement. I said, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. So the fucking correctional officers and the fucking sheriff's deputies were trying to convince me to leave. And thank God the court clerk girl was still sitting there at the desk. So I wrote up a fucking notice saying that if you wish to keep my livestock and the poultry that you were ordered to return, I'm going to charge you $4,000 a day for the use and enjoyment of my livestock that I can't use and enjoy. And then I was in, like I said, they had me in shackles. Dude, I was in shackles and chains at a civil proceeding, wearing a jumpsuit, man, and shackles and fucking chains. I was shackled around the waist, shackled to the fucking chair, my leg was shackled to the chair. My body was shackled to the table. It was funny as fuck. And for a nonviolent crime, 1 out of a scale of 5 for a nonviolent kind of person. And they were just trying to fucking do everything in their power to slow me down. And I threw the fucking notice to the court clerk. I said, enter that into the record. And the bailiff took it away from the court clerk and handed it to went and found the prosecutor lady, said, Karl wants to put this notice into the court. And she said, absolutely not. And the bailiff said, sorry, Karl, we can't do that. And he gave it back to me. So I threw it again to the court clerk. I said, man, file it on demand. And then the fucking correctional officer, the deputy said, ma'am, can he do that? And she read the notice and she said, yep, he sure can. And it's in there. It's in the fucking court record, man. Saying that they owe me $4,000. They owe me $4,000 a fucking day for every day they use and enjoy my belongings. Because it's hysterical, man. They tried to give me a bill for $15 a day for every animal, including like the fucking ducks and stuff. It was funny as hell. They tried to give me a bill for like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. I said, you guys are kidding me. I said, you're trying to tell me it costs you $60,000 to take care of my animals? I said, I said, I've had these animals for over 11 years and it hasn't cost me $60,000 for over 11 years. I said, how do you figure this? And they said, well, it's $15 for the dogs. I said, okay. And how about the puppies? $15 a day for each puppy. But then mom feeds them milk. How could you charge me $15? He said, well, do you want us to charge you more? I said, look, man, I said, if you're making a claim that I owe you $15, I don't know how to explain to you, like I tell you guys all the time. It ended in zeros, right? I said, that's fraud. What? I said, that's fraud. I said, a puppy would be like $1.72 a day. A dog would be $18.09 a day. A duck would be 63 cents a day. I said, $15 a day for each animal. I said, you realize you're committing fraud on this court. You do realize, man, that this is a false claim. This is a false bill you're trying to charge me with. I said, this isn't how this works. He said, well, we could charge you more. I said, dude, I don't care if you make it $1 million a day. It's still fraud. You better have receipts. You better be able to prove it, that this is how much it costs you to take care of each one of these animals. Oh, you're just going to round it off, huh? Well, then that's a false claim. I said, but you folks are going to do whatever you wish to do. You guys do whatever you wish. And it was funny, man, that, like I said, it's like, thank God that's the very last thing that was in there. And yes, did they make a court order? Yeah, they were supposed to make a court order there. When the civil proceeding, nobody's supposed to leave until everybody agrees on the terms and conditions of the order. Well, they had me in jail, and they came up with the order like 11 days after the hearing, the civil forfeiture hearing. And obviously, you got 10 days to appeal it, and obviously they handed it to me on the 11th day. So you just got to love the bullshit that they do. You just got to love it, man, that if you think they're going to play fair, you're out of your fucking minds. And then
so Karl, I've been at that meeting. I just wanted to say I really appreciate you. Go ahead, leave me some you left me contact information. Leave me some way where folks can contribute and support to you. I'm sure that you just carried the last 2 or 3 hours, whatever it was. You gave them some amazing information.
Yeah, it's 4 hours.
And well, all right, send me a bill, man. I didn't order you.
You know what's funny?
I didn't order you. Let's be clear.
You know what's funny is what's her name?
They dismissed me on technicality, Karl. I just wanted to let you know they dismissed me on technicality. They were all playing the legal beagle game. The guy went back and forth with me a few times saying, you got to call me your honor and all the rest of it. We had a little bit of a tete-a-tete, I guess you could say. And then he eventually actually smiled and he goes, well, if that's the case, then thank you, your honor. And how would you like to move forward? He actually, you know the game, Karl, how when you get the administrator to realize you're moving under the common law and they're moving in corporate capacity, at some point they kind of heal to a degree, right? But they continued with the technicalities. Dismissal because you didn't adequately explain in the paperwork what went wrong. And then my response to him was, and then you can talk about this and bring it wherever you want to bring it, and then we'll wrap up. I said to him, listen, what I put on paper and didn't put on paper doesn't matter as much as I'm here today with live voice telling you that a wrong was done. And it's my understanding that you, as an administrator of these proceedings, who I've elected, I've allowed you to be a functionary of this court, because we had to go back and forth with the whole, this is my court, it's not your court, you are a functionary of this court. The facts of the matter are still the same. We have the recording, and I'm testifying and bearing witness to the fact that what wrong was done to I and the woman with me. What's on the paper is secondary, right? So they ran with that. I gave them my understanding, and they're basically saying, if you want to move forward, you're going to have to refile and further substantiate on the record the wrong that was done and the action that you want taken. So practice makes perfect. It's our first time. We're all learning on the fly here. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, because like I said, how I just heard the very last thing you said where the judge totally tricked you. You said, well, if you want to da-da-da-da-da. It's funny because when I was in England, and like I said, when I went to England, I helped Bali up there. The judge warned the prosecutor. They said, how many times has a man come before the court, in the 900 years? They said 5. They said, this will be time number 6. We've been summoned before Queen by a man. He says, how many times have we prevailed in 900 years? He said, we lost 5 out of 5, and this will be time number 6, and we will lose. So it's funny, the judge was saying, we will lose. So that's like, oh, he shouldn't have said, we will lose. He should have said, the crown's going to lose. He was crazy that he said, we are going to lose. So what was funny about that, he said, during the trial, when I was at the trial, Bali didn't apply by Rule 17B, let all parties know within 30 days that we were going to bring a witness to testify on our behalf. So he let the court know, like when I got there, as I said, only 21 days before the trial. I was there for 5 weeks, and we put before the clerk that we were going to bring Farmer Charlie. So the kid who was prosecuting was amazing. I was the best litigator I've ever had against in my life. He was from India. And the kid was awesome. And he said to the judge, well, in accordance to Rule 17B, they haven't given us 30-day notice of their witness, so we can't allow this man to come forth to court and witness. So the judge said, overruled. And the guy said, the kid, he was wearing, these powdered wigs, man. The kid said, the attorney, he was like 35, 40 years old, Hindi dude, says, excuse me? I said, I just told you the rule, and I just provided case law to back it up. And you're trying to say overruled? He says, no, the witness will not be allowed to appear. And the judge says, well, I'm going to allow the witness to appear today. So it's funny, the prosecutor for the Crown, he says, sir, we've got rules. England's had a set of rules for 1,100 years, and these are the rules. And the rules are that he cannot bear witness today because he's in non-compliance with Rule 17B. And the judge, well, I'm going to allow it. So the prosecutor guy was amazing. He goes, well, Your Honor, you understand why we have this bar here that separates us from you. He says, you know what? And he starts shaking a bar like crazy, like he's going to rip it out of the ground. He says, why don't we just get rid of the bar? He says, you think I like wearing this stupid wig? Hell with the wigs. You know what? We're in Judge Bob's court today. You know what? Hell with the rules. So he took his wig and threw it in the air. I was like, oh my God, this guy's putting on a performance. I love this fucking barrister guy. I love this fucking prosecutor. He's like, well, screw the rules. It's funny as hell because the judge was setting Bali and I up for failure. He was going to give the Crown a victory, but the Crown prosecutor didn't see where the judge was going, So I really didn't see where the judge was going with it. So all of a sudden the judge said over to our side, do you want me to place your witness on the stand? And Bali said yes. Like the judge said, well, if you want to blah, 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 whatever you just said, I just catch keywords you want. As soon as the judge said, do you want me to place you witness on a stand? Bali, yes. And I told Bali, don't say a damn thing unless I talk to your head. You're a damn sock puppet. I tell you what to say. I tell you when to breathe. I tell you everything. Dude, I backhanded Bali one time in the fucking court proceeding. He went flying off his chair. His brother fucking stood up and tried to get in my face. I body slammed. I picked this brother by the neck and the crotch, and I body slammed him and said, get away from my client. And I was like, oh my God, what did I just do? Because I just snapped. When I'm in court, man, it's a game of death, man, like that, man. Don't fuck with me. So anyway, when the judge asked Bali, and well, he asked our side, do you want to place Farmer Charlie? Do you want me to put your witness on the stand? Bali said, yes. I jumped up and said, I want of no man. God provides all. You have a duty and obligation, responsibility to this court, Your Honor. You place the witness on the stand or don't. You know what? I'm not going to require you to do anything. I'm going to place the witness on the stand. Witness, take the stand. And then the judge said, witness, take the stand. Because what the judge was setting us up was when he said, do you want us to put the witness on the stand? And Bali said, yes. How I had to jump up and said, I want of no man. I'm a slave of no man. I want of no man. God provides all. I had to yell at it. I said, I will place the witness on the stand. You had a duty and obligation. You want to renege on your duty? That's fine. You do it. I said, but my witness is going on a stand. Because what the judge would have said, he said, do you want me to place the witness on a stand? If we said yes, you said, well, unfortunately, you're in effing England, and we got rules here for 1,100 years. And it's called 17B, and if you can't comply with our rules, well, then don't come into my court. That's what the judge would have said if we said yes, place the witness on the stand. I heard the judge say, do you want? It's like asking a baby, like mommy saying, do you want a lollipop? Do you want some ice cream? Well, you got to eat your goddamn dinner first.
Yeah, versus what you require, right?
Dude, when you require something, you better be careful because that means do you know what require literally means?
My understanding.
It's safer to say if you want to play legalese, it's request. If you want to play it safe, it's demand. If you want to basically, do you know what the word require means?
I believe that it means under the power of law, in a sense.
Not only do I have the power, I have the right. Okay, that's what require means. Not only do I have the power, I have the right. And when you require something of somebody, when I say to some judge, I require something, and he looks at me and says, you meant request, I'll turn around at him, dude, this almost 100% of my shit is stage acting. I'll look at him dead in the fucking face. I said require. Because require means I'm going to come over that bench, I'm going to rip out your fucking skull, and I'm going to fucking beat the fuck out of you, and I'm going to rip out your spine and beat you with it. Require means that I'm going to do whatever it fucking takes. You're talking to God now. When God says, I require you to do this, you better fucking do it. Or he will strike you the fuck down. So when you use the word require, it's incredibly powerful. I just tell people, look, it's safer to use the word demand. Because if the judge really believed that his life was in peril because you required it and that you are going to come over the bench, like I said, I did that with one guy in a tax case in Idaho. He said that, I said, say this to the judge if he thinks, because he said to me, he said, well, Karl, like 10 years ago, Iris came after me. I lost my house, lost my trucks, lost my tools. I said, oh, boo-hoo. What a fucking shame. He said, Karl, they're going to do it again. I said, oh, boo-hoo. What a shame. It was one of the Joneses boys. And he said, yeah, but Karl, it's sad. They take my children's toys and my wife's clothes. I said, they did what? He said, they took my wife's clothes and I said, oh, you didn't tell me that. Okay. Because I don't give a fuck if they take your tools in your truck in your house. Fuck you. You learn to be a fucking man? Okay. But, wait a second. They crossed the Rubicon. I crossed the line. They're fucking with the women and children now. Okay. I got this. That judge fucking says anything, you say this. So it's funny. I had a long ride all the way to Madison, Wisconsin. So was it Madison? No, I was going to New Ulm, Minnesota. Long 15-hour fucking ride. So the guy, I had him keep telling me the story over and over because I was so fucking tired. I'd worked all day on a farm and I had this long ass fucking snowy ass fucking ride up to New Ulm. It's near Rochester. But anyway, so he told me, he said, Karl, when I went into the talk to the judge said something, and he said, it sounded like what you told me, that now jump down the judge's throat, say this to the judge. He said, yeah, the judge said this, and then I said this, and he said, all of a sudden the judge got up and left. And then he says, Karl, he says, it doesn't really reflect on the transcript very well because there's not a timeline. He says, but the prosecutor for the IRS said to the bailiff, where'd the judge go? He says, Karl, I'm reading the transcript. He says, I don't know. The prosecutor said, well, you want to go see if he's okay? He said, I've never seen him just get up and leave like this. So he said, okay. So the bailiff comes back. He says, like 15, 20 minutes later, he said, Karl, it doesn't reflect in the transcript. He said, but I'm telling you, man, it was like 15, 20 minutes later. And then in the transcript, it says, prosecutor, bailiff, where's the judge? He says, well, I checked the bathrooms and he wasn't there. I checked this office. It wasn't there. I went out to the garage and his vehicle was gone. He says, and the prosecutor said, I wonder why he left like that. He says, I don't know. He said, Karl, why did the judge leave like that? I said, because there's certain combination of words you used. And I said, he was smart to get the hell out of there while he was able to. He said, Karl, what does that mean? I said, dude, you and your fucking 3 wacky brothers and your dad, if I taught you, you guys would be doing that all over Idaho and Montana. You'd be fucking getting every judge to run out of the courthouse. I said, you guys would start a fucking, like a riot in this country. I said, the courthouse would be shut overnight if you realized what you did. He said, well, I appreciate it. I said, yeah, fuck you, appreciate it. I said, I hope you never figure out what the fuck I told you to say to the judge. You know, so like I said, it's a certain combination of words, and if they really believe that you know what the hell you're doing, man, it is incredibly powerful. Thank God the judge just smiles and dismisses your shit, and he doesn't like run out of the courthouse and fucking run for his life. You know? Because,
So
dude,
let me ask you this.
He's just another man telling you what to do, man. Like I said, I talked to, what was his fucking name? He was the fucking head of the Alabama Supreme Court. He was the clerk. He was the head of the clerking association American president. William something Jr. Fuck, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he told me, man, years ago when he read the kid's case file, he says, Karl, if I didn't read this, he says, this is obscene. I cannot believe the state of Alabama did this to you and your kids. I said, so you believe me now? He said, yeah. He says, look, man, let me tell you something, man. He said, I've been running this court since 1975. Judges come and judges go. They're all political appointees. He says, they're all a bunch of clowns. He said, the clerks really know what the hell's going on. He said, I'm the president of the Clerking Association. He said, I'm not the vice president. I'm not the treasurer. I'm not the sergeant at home. I'm the president. He said, I teach law school down here in Alabama. He said, I've never seen nothing like this. I can't believe that this is what the government's doing to you people out there. He said, let me tell you what. He says, if you people ever realize, man, we're just another man. We're just another guy. If you ever realize, you people ever wake the fuck up and realize that when we don't got no special powers, we can't take your property, we can't take your money, we can't tell you what you can and cannot do, we can't tell you where to bring a gun, we can't tell you what to do with your kids. If you dumb people ever wake the fuck up, he said, it's all over. He says, we've got no power over you people other than the power you give us. So like I said, thank God, man. Like I said, my dad, yes, taught me a lot, but man, I had a lot of good judges. I had a really good one lawyer, and I've had people like along the way, like criminal prosecuting attorneys from the United States, criminal division, give me little nuggets just to push me in the correct direction. And it's just but like I said, I was teaching some guy in Canada my stuff. I forgot his name. I think it was Mike. And everybody says he's a lot like me, but he's just an asshole. Like I said, well, I'm an asshole. I said, oh, Karl, you're a funny asshole. This guy's just an ugly asshole. He just belittles people because they can't figure it out. He says, yeah, you make fun of us, but you do it a different way. Because this guy calls me up and says, like, we should have 50-50 custody with our babies, blah, blah, in Canada. I said, how old's the girl? He said, 4 months. I said, you got chesticles or something? You're going to breastfeed this kid? And he says, no, but in Canada, I said, dude, I said, look, just because they come up with this new fucking fancy laws, man, the law of our people is no dad is to be alone with his daughter until the age of 14 and not alone with his son until 5. I said, because men are fucking animals. I said, we don't fucking let alone. I said, read the Bible, man. I said, look, dude, you should be conquering the world. You should be kicking ass. You'd be sending the money back home, just like we've done for thousands of years. People went, conquered the world and sent the shit back home to the wife and kids, and grandpa took care of the fucking kids while dad was out there kicking the world in the ass. The guy starts fucking crying on my fucking show. I said, what a candy ass. I said, you're a fucking Canadian motherfucker. I said, go a fucking pair. So it's funny. He calls me up like a year later and says, Karl, I figured out how to fucking get free credit cards, free fucking houses, free shit, free everything. And he says, you know what? He says, I finally started to put it all together. And he says, you're right, Karl, there is a beauty to this beast. He says, you know what? I wanted to fucking come back and destroy all these fucking people. He said, but you know what? I see what you're talking about. If I do what I do and I teach people this, it's going to bring the whole system down. I said, you're damn right. I said, this is all based on faith, all on a belief. So I said, well, at least you learned, man. Because I said, tell me, how would you do a credit card? How would you do a mortgage? How would you do a car loan? I said, stop. You got it. That's it. Don't go any further. Nope, you got this. I got a guy on a YouTube video. He was in jail since he was 16 years old in federal prisons. And he calls me up and he says, Karl, I'd like to talk to you in person, but I can't tell you on the phone because I don't know who's listening. So bottom line, he robbed a bank in Philadelphia, and his friend pointed across the court and ratted him out. He said, called the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, had to drop the case, and then the feds arrested me as soon as he said, I'm standing here walking free, man. He says, I robbed a bank, and I got away with it. He said, I listened to, what the hell was that guy, man, back in the 1970s, early 80s? The guy that died in fucking Supermax. But you can watch his YouTube videos, man. And shit, it wasn't Schweitzer. I lived in Schweitzer's brother's house in Virginia. It was the other one, man. And I said, oh my God, you listen to that guy like in that VH fucking tape? This whole like scrambly, it's like 5 hours of ridiculous ecclesiastic nonsense. And he said, yeah. He said, Karl, I've been in federal prison, man, since I was 16 years old. Now he's like 53. He said, they just let me out. He says, when I was in Morgantown, he said, there was a guy who I met up with, and we both lived in Philly. He said, I know where this sweet bank is where we could fucking rob it when we get out. So when we get out, let's rob it together. He said, okay. So he said, Karl, but when I was watching the videos, he says, I was watching videos on YouTube. He says, as soon as I heard you talking, he said, that's it. You the man. You the one. You got it figured out. Holy shit. He said, I forgot about everybody else. He says, and I came out, yeah, and I robbed a bank. Yeah, and we spent the money, had a good time. We finally got caught. And he was telling me this all in a Chinese restaurant. We'll only put maybe 1 minute of the video where you can actually see him on one side of the table and I'm on the other side of the table, and the rest of it, he's like, I pointed the camera towards the ceiling because he didn't want to like say too much on video, which I didn't blame him. So he took the train, Amtrak, down from Philly, and we met up at a Chinese restaurant. Because I figured out he's black. Black people like Chinese food. He said, dude, I said, I'd really rather go to the steakhouse. He said, dude, I would have bought you any damn thing you wanted, dude. I said, well, I said, you're black. I know how you blacks love Chinese food. He said, well, we love steak too. I said, okay, fine. I'll know that next time you rob a bank. So he brought me a watch. He said it was a valuable baseball card and a pair of earbuds. And I said, dude, next time, just give me 10% of the take. Okay. I don't need gifts. Just give me cash. He said, there won't be no next time. But I got an hour of him recording, talking to him, and there was a guy, Eli, who's sitting at the other end of the table. And he says to me, as he starts to tell me how he did, I said, dude, you don't got to tell me how you walked away robbing a bank. He said, yeah, I let you guess here 1 minute of it saying, yeah, that cocksucker fucking partner of mine, he's sitting across the fucking courtroom and a witness fucking, he points across the courtroom and said, yeah, he's the one that did it all. You know, I had nothing to do with this. It was all his fucking, he's that motherfucking ratted me out. He said, Karl, I walked from the state. He says, I was still on fucking supervised release from federal prison. He said, and then they arrested the feds, took me in. He says, I'm sitting here across the table from you. He said, obviously it worked. He said, I said, dude, do you really want to teach people how to rob banks and get away with it? He said, nope. He said, I don't teach people how to do this, Karl. I said, good. So the guy, Eli, he was down at my place for about 7 months, lazy motherfucker. He just wanted to learn the fucking tricks without fucking having to actually work for him. So now last time I heard, he's living with some Chinese guy in North Hollywood, California. Fucking crazy. Anyway, Eli fucking says to me, we would talk for hours with this guy. And I said, I got to go back home and take care of the animals. He said, I don't want to drive all the way back to Charlottesville to drop you off. I said, you want to catch an Uber? And Eli says, because that's how he met me, coming with an Uber. So Eli said, hey, Karl, can I drive him back and ask him some questions? I said, sure. He said, his train don't leave until like 8 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. I said, sure, drop me off at Home Depot. Let me buy a fucking shop vac, get me back to the farm, and sure, spend as much time as you want down in Amtrak with this guy. So I could get the guy on your show too, and to tell you, man, oh yeah, I did call shit, and yeah, I'm not sitting in jail, not sitting back in prison. So anyway, the guy calls me up when he's on the train. He says, man, that fucking Eli guy, he said, man, he was trying every way to weasel the answer out of me. He said, I did write one notice for him. He said, but that's it. He said, I gave him a little bit of a head start which way to go with this. He said, but man, that guy was asking me every way you could possibly imagine. How did I actually do it? He said, Karl, it's like, why would a magician give up his tricks? You know, then he's got nothing else to fucking that people give a shit about.
He's got to go become a porn star. That ain't going to work for us.
Well, look, I'd have to push shopping carts at Walmart. But like I said, look at Penn and Teller. Look at how Penn and Teller destroyed all these magicians' tricks for thousands of years, you know, because they wanted to make the millions of dollars because they said, well, we're going to show everybody how to do the magician's tricks. Now all the magicians are like, oh, fuck you, Penn and Teller. You destroyed all of our magic shows. Now all the kids know where the rabbit comes out of the hat. You know, why'd you show everybody our tricks? So like I said, it was funny because like my dad told me, he said, learn how to be a consultant. He said, learn every blue collar trade there is, because when you get old, 60, 70, 80 years old, your body's going to start slowing down. The young kids are going to come up to the mountain, try to find the old man. Like, hey, this old man knows how to weld. Hey, this old man knows how to machine. Hey, this old guy knows how to, he's got a saw plane. Hey, this old guy can make planks. Hey, this old guy knows how to preserve wood. Hey, he said, you got to learn. He said, because he says, if you just work in a warehouse your whole life, and when you're 60, 70, you're going to starve. The kids are going to put you out to pasture, and you might as well just walk out in the woods and die, because nobody's going to give a fuck about you. Nobody's going to talk to you. So I said, like I said, I learned every, especially telephony. I learned satellites. I learned fiber optics. I learned computers. I learned copper. I learned NIDS. I learned PBX systems. I learned every telecommunication system that there is on Earth. In case somebody wanted to communicate with somebody on the other side of the world, I know how to set it up. I know how to do an outside plant. So I always thought I was going to be doing something mechanical with my abilities. Like you type in Carlos's auto body shop, and you see Carlos saying that Carl slept on that concrete floor for 7 months. He said we'd get here at 5, 6 in the morning. Carl would be standing behind a computer doing his law paper. He'd go to work, 6 days a week. He'd get in his truck. We'd wait for him to get back to the shop. We'd lock him into the shop, and he'd be right behind the computer doing his stuff to try to get his kids back. And Carlos invited me into his home. He said, my wife and kids love you, Carl. Come sleep with us. I said, no, I can't be comfortable. I got to be miserable. I got to be hungry. It's like that eye of the tiger shit. I got to be fucking miserable. I just sleep in my truck. They had a sofa I could have slept in the break room. I slept on some brown paper that we wrap cars with, and I slept on a linoleum concrete floor. Fucking summer, fucking winter, I didn't give a fuck. I used my shoes as a fucking pillow. That's how hardcore it was. And you can see in that video, he's got a yellow garbage pail at the back of his shop. And I'd just eat the fucking Guatemalans and Mexicans fucking food they threw away at lunch. And I was making $300 a day every day. I was working 6 days a week, and I'd make some side money, fucking adding extra outlets into people's homes and stuff. And I gave all my money to attorneys. I had fucking 8 attorneys at one time. I'm going to get these kids back. And it wasn't working. No matter how much money I dumped in, it wasn't working. And no matter how much paperwork I put in, it wasn't working. It just wasn't happening. So it was funny. One of the best things is Mark from Atlanta. This was up in Beaufort Highway up there in, I think it was the town of Beaufort itself. It was just, it was in Gwinnett County. Anyway, what Carlos's auto body shop is. It's on YouTube. And I said to Carlos, Mark asked Carlos, so what do you think about Karl? You think he was, he's like, so overall, what do you think about Karl? He says, oh, well, I trust him immediately. As soon as I see him come into my shop, I trust him implicitly. I was surprised that Guatemala knew that big word. But anyway, he says, so Karl is great at doing law. He says, Karl does law? He says, no, I don't know anything about Karl does law, but Karl's the maestro. He says, maestro? He said, you mean the master, the teacher? He said, oh, Karl's a master teacher. And he said, law? He says, I don't know, Karl and I never talk about law. He said, but sometimes we're in the shop here and we can't get the paint to lay on the vehicle. And when Karl comes back, we tell Karl we have a problem. And Karl comes into the paint booth. He tells everybody to get out. He checks the pressure. He checks the fluid in the lines. He checks the viscosity. He checks the weight. He checks the proportions. He mixes up the blend. He gets in the paint booth, says, get that out of here, everybody. He goes, psh, 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 and he lays the paint down. He comes out half an hour later. He says, it is a beautiful. He said, I had a shop in Guatemala with my dad. I owned one in the Bronx. He said, we moved down here to Atlanta. He said, I am telling you, Karl is a master of auto body. And Mark says, you do auto body? He said, dude, I do every motherfucking thing. And when I do it better than anybody ever done it. And he said, well,
that's the archetypal man, right? And that's what we've lost sight of, is we are supposed to, as far as God reveals to me, act on our own accord for all of our products and services as much as possible. That's part of what this channel is about, right? We got to be our own physician heal thyself. We got to be our own builders of our houses and, stewards of the land and all the rest of it, growing our own food. And that's why I believe, Karl, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're like me. If you look into me, we could talk forever. I want to address with you, and then I want to wrap up here at some point, because I want you to come back, right? Like I said, send me some information where I can contribute to you for your time, energy, and attention. And then I want to ask you if you want to be a part of, if you need to, look into me and what I do and my history. But if you're willing to be a part of potentially being counseled to litigate this case that we're going to refile, because they're, we could review potentially what just went on if we can get a copy of it, but they're playing the usual legalese games, the status and standing. I did a decent job, but it's my first time, so I didn't really pull the trigger, and I'm sure there's some places where I got some blind spots. So are you interested and motivated in that? Because I just believe this is a higher calling. Whatever went on today, this is synchronicity. This was divinely inspired. I don't believe in coincidences like this and many others I've experienced here.
Well, the next time somebody says there's somebody, man, give them the benefit of the doubt, man.
Well, listen, Karl, I do. If you were to do this, and I'm not going to make excuses, but if you were to take my position on a host and see how many folks come here, pretend to be you, and others lie and play games, and it was presumed at that point that it wasn't you, right? So that was a mistake. If you're speaking about you in the chat, is I just presumed and assumed, to my own mistake, right, which happens, that this was just another imposter. Because I figured, and I was correct on some level, that if you were really Karl Lentz, you'd get up here and talk. Just like if I went somewhere, I get up and talk. I don't need to occupy the chat box, right? That ain't who we are.
What I'm saying is there was no phone number to dial in, and it was this thing called StreamYard Plan, and it says you're almost there. Put your debit card number in or use Google Pay, and I don't have Google Pay. And like I said, to get my card to activate, I got to use a cell phone.
That's not supposed to be like that either. So I don't know why they're giving that prompt to people. You're the second person who told me that. That's supposed to be a direct link to where you are now. So more games, I'm guessing, because it seems, Karl, and you could comment on this, it seems that a lot of folks, or maybe an energy, like a conscious and awareness that inhabits maybe all of us to some degree, if not the public, it seems that certain functionaries don't want this information. And maybe, as you were speaking on earlier, with good reason, to get out there or get around. So I've been shadow banned, right? I've had channels stricken dozens of times, because it seems that while we're effective at court, that is precisely why this conscious and awareness wants to interfere with the spreading or the understanding of this information and how powerful we are with it. God's word, essentially, right, is what this is, or the word of creation, So, yeah, man, I don't even have my words all together, because I'm really just kind of dumbfounded at the way the stage is played out. Like, again, this is beyond coincidence to me. This is another example of whatever is channeled here. Not only the devil incarnate at times, but the God of creation, putting people and places and things together to be part of wherever this goes, right? Which I consider a balancing act. This lawful understanding and this application and these results are necessary now more than ever, and the last 4 or 5 years proves it, even though we're on a loop, right? Historically, we tend to loop. This probably won't be the last time, but I think that we're all players on the world stage at this time to play our part to bring about potentially a difference in the new world order, or how about a new world order under God and the law rather than policy, statute, and code?
Yeah, well, it was funny, man. I used to.
Who's ringing? Is that you?
That's me. That's
okay.
I was trying to get Devin, the man who won. Yeah, I wanted to get Devin on the phone. He's the one. I think he's listening to the show because I hear an echo. Hey, Devin, you still listening to this?
Yeah.
Yeah, hang up on that guy so you could hear me talk to you directly.
Yeah, I've been watching the whole time. Yeah.
Did you tell William that I'm on? I got William on the phone right now too, man.
No.
Yeah. No, it's funny, William.
Okay, you want me to hang up?
No, hang up so we don't hear the YouTube. I mean, just hang up on YouTube. You can stay on the phone with William and I, because I want to talk to you guys as soon as I get done talking to this guy. Hey, what's your name, man? The guy on this YouTube thing.
So I go by Paul Unslaved. If you search, you'll find the original channel, and then this is my secondary spot after I got shadow banned.
Yeah. No, that sounds funny, man. Yeah, William. Sorry about that, man. Nobody believed I was Karl Lentz. Devin called up and somebody's doing your stuff, and he sounds like he's doing your stuff fairly well. You want to jump on and give the guy a hand. And I've been on the phone now for 4 hours and 22 minutes with the guy. But I went back in the bedroom and I got the cell phone was being charged up. I said, damn, I got to get William on this thing. But William could listen to I said some good stuff about you, William. I said it was amazing that you knew the difference between a fictional legal entity and a legal fictional entity. I didn't think anybody knew the difference like that. And you got it. So that was good.
So what would one be a non-physical entity and one be acting in a corporate capacity, or am I off on that?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I told you guys
See,
about.
we're great minds or great hearts are feeling alike.
You did. You did listen what I had to say 4 hours ago.
No, I didn't. We have a similar perspective, right? I believe that God has called us forth and we're reflections of oneself, right?
But you heard me talking about Judge Judy, right?
Yeah, to a degree. And then I had to get out of here to do the hearing.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I told you. That's what I explained to you the difference between legal and fictional. Judge Judy was the perfect example. So like I said, man, it's like I said, you guys, it'll take a while for all this to sink in. But like I said, it's like if you're playing chess, man. Yeah, I could teach anybody to play chess in 20 minutes. But how are you going to really get in there and deal with the chess masters? These judges are chess masters. How are you going to get in there and kick their ass? Yes, I could teach anybody how to say basic, simple things. Like you look at the Brian Bonner video on my YouTube channel, and he says, I just heard about Karl for 24 hours. He said, the judge says to the prosecutor, he said, well, look at the 3 lines he wrote. He says, obviously, he knows how we do things around here. He said, I didn't have a clue. He said, but the judge thought I knew. He said, I didn't have a clue. He said, but I listened, I met Karl 24 hours earlier, and I said, he said, the judge said, well, obviously, Brian knows how we do things around here, because Brian was found guilty 4.5 years. He was turning himself in after the judge lets him have 30 days to get his shit in order. And when he turned himself in, he handed him that notice, and he didn't have to go to jail for 4.5 years. Just on 3 things I wrote for him. Did he know what it meant? Nope. But the judge knew what it meant, and the prosecutor knew what it meant. He says, you hear him in the interview, just go to the YouTube. What's my channel thing called? lawsociety.com. Scroll down to when you see this little leprechaun-looking dude, little redheaded guy with no teeth. And
that's me. Says, you're not getting it. It's me. Like, that's not me, but it's me. Like, I've had gun charges, 8 ounces of weed, trespassing. We've had 6 different cases over the past. They say you're a fraud, and I'm a fraud. I go, how do we fraud when we keep walking out of court and have no background or degrees in legal process or legalese? It's because this information and understanding is sound, and when you apply it properly, it works. So I'm now at the point of, I can't believe how I keep getting dismissals, and everyone keeps telling me I'm going to jail, and I keep walking out. Now I'm on the other side of, how do I get these motherfuckers to realize the next time they touch me or her, because they arrested the woman I'm with, who's a teacher, special education teacher. They took her, put her in the box for 3 days, took the dogs, everything else, stuck her with a bill. And now we're trying to at least get the compensation for what was lost. And more importantly, put it on record that you guys just can't go around interfering with property and rights and doing wrong. I guess you can, but at that point, you gotta, this is where I reconcile it, that God ultimately, like I just said, final words at the court hearing, I said, this is a rather predictable outcome. I'm sure I don't know what I need to know. So this was another learning experience. You're going to dismiss this out of hand, but guess what? God's going to be the ultimate judge. First and foremost, you're not even a judge. You're here to interpret the complicated facts of the matter of law. You are not a judge. God is the judge. And God's going to have the final judgment and say on who did wrong and not, and who's going to be blessed and or cursed, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, that's kind of complicated, because I just say to the judge, I said, well, I have the right to be judged by God or my fellow man. So obviously, you're not going to, claim that you're God. So obviously you're my fellow man. You see what I'm saying?
They did rule 106B, 5A, whatever, they dismissed before we even went to trial. It was pre-trial hearing. He can't give me legal advice. I wasn't asking for legal advice. I was asking for clarification of the setting and venue. They went on to,
if you realize what you just said, you said a whole bunch of, it's called word salad, what you just did. Okay. Now when you just said gets translated in Malaysian or Polynesian, right, there's not going to be certain words to fit in what you just said. So like I said, that's why I got extremely popular in Cambodia and I got extremely popular in Malaysia, because I'd say, well, I have the right to be judged by God and my fellow man. Now you're either God or my fellow man. Are you claiming to be God, or do you wish to judge your fellow man? I only have a duty to answer to my fellow man. Are you my fellow man? See, that's not word salad. See, some guy called me.
Well, no, I'm just talking to you. I'm not saying necessarily.
I know, but when you're talking to the judge too, you're using these high polluted words, and you're using more than you need, and it's called more. You're putting more on it than you need. So when you hear somebody saying moron, you're putting more on it than you need, and you're going to. Yes, it sounds sweet and it sounds knowledgeable, but honestly, some guy called me up during one of my shows, and he said he was in England doing a case before the court, and the judge said, "Stop right there." And he says, "What's wrong?" He said, "Are you trying to act like a man before the court?" He said, "Yes." The judge said, "If you use one more 2-syllable words, I'm going to take the court from you. You want to talk like an attorney? I'm going to treat you like an attorney. So talk like a man and stay with it." The judge said, "You say one word that's multiple syllable, and I am telling you, I am going to strip you. And you are going to stand in this court, and you're going to talk like an attorney. We're going to treat you like an attorney." So I said, "Wow, the judge actually warned you." I said, "I want to warn you. You want to start talking iron hall pollute like, oh, code this and sanction that, statute this, and blah, blah, blah. You want to start talking like you think you know what you're doing? Fine. You want to play the game? Welcome to the game." And I said, "I'm going to destroy you." I said, "You are so lucky that judge talked simple to you." And somebody said to me, "Well, Karl, how would you make a claim real simple?" And I did right off the top of my head. I said, let's do a trespass and robbery. I Tarzan, she Jane steal bone, give back bone. I said, "How's that, guys?" I said the caption would be Tarzan would be the claimant, Jane would be the wrongdoer, the respondent. On the other side of the caption, it would be trespass. The trespass would be robbery because I could identify her. Theft is what I couldn't identify her. And the body of the claim would be Jane steal bone, and the order would be give back bone. So
Okay. But that's essentially what we did. So my question for you would be, how would you handle, because obviously what they're going to try to do is invoke these attorneys and represent the other side, right? The men and women who either gave the order or actually put physical hands on you, acting as some kind of an agent. How are you going to deal with them? Because that's essentially what they just did. They stacked the deck with attorneys. We never saw the people we recognize. And then the court recognized people who used hearsay, double talk, rules, and technicalities.
You just got to find the guy who's in control of the dogs. You don't sue the dog. You go up to the man who's in control of the dogs. You go to the guy who controls those dogs. They're just letting their dogs loose on you. So like if you come to my farm, William's taking care of the dogs right now. Okay. So if the dogs bite somebody, that William would say they're not my dogs. Like he's just like, say, the caretaker of the dogs. So you got the wrong guy. So you got to find the man who owns this land. And right now, it depends on what land. It might be Frank Russo. So you got to go after Frank Russo because he's the man that owns that land. And if he owns that land, he's responsible for everything on that land for committing a trespass on you. So obviously the deputies and them, they're just hiring some dumb dogs to go out there and do whatever they tell them to do, go round them up, go hurt them, go, like a border collie, go round them up, go hurt them back in, do whatever you got to do, put them in a pen like border collies do, round them up, so you just go out there and round them up so we could make some money, whatever, round up the sheep, bring them back in. And, but you don't go after the dog that did it to you. It's funny. It's like I said, you could watch any YouTube video when it's saying that somebody's suing the deputy did him wrong, and the very first name you see on the paper is the sheriff. You don't see the deputy's name, it's the sheriff, because every warrant that you see is signed on behalf, like Deputy Cupcake is signing on behalf of Sheriff Smith. So
right, but what about if it's civil? Because we did, and I concede to that, because I knew after I did it that I invoked the dual jurisdiction, and it gave them more jurisdiction to X me out as a claimant and to presume I'm a complainant and therefore manage the whole thing. So what about if we just stick civil, as they put it, in the sense of the man gave an order to the agents to arrest me is what the agent said.
I don't even use a complicated word like civil. That's too complicated. I'm just gonna lay a claim.
Right.
Like I'm gonna lay a claim.
So let's say John Smith, according to the agent, gave a order to have me and Jennifer arrested for trespassing on property we were inspecting because we had a closing contract. Don't even invoke the agents or anybody else. Just keep it to the man. And then how do we recognize, like they do on the other side, when someone's coming in as an attorney in corporate capacity to speak for that man who has no firsthand knowledge and is going to use technicalities to try to get dismissals? Because that's what they did.
Did you listen to what I was talking before about the Department of Transportation and where land starts and where their jurisdiction is?
So
I'm
you're
sure
going to
you
give
won't.
me the whole like 6 inches above the land versus the actual land?
No. They control 25 feet from the center of the road. That's that address. You got arrested
Okay.
being at some address, 123 Main Street. You weren't at 123 Main Street. You were off of 123 Main Street. You were on a land attached alongside 123 Main Street where they don't have jurisdiction. What state did all this happen in?
A state of confusion and slavery. But I think you mean, I know. I think you mean New
I
Mexico.
asked you what state you're in. Yeah,
well, listen, I try my hardest not to be, but I guess ultimately we all are to some degree, huh?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. When you were, so how long ago did this happen?
What is it, about 6 months? May?
Wow, May. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're up by Roswell, La Cruces, Carlsbad, Hobbs, Gallup, Albuquerque, Santa Fe.
It was Corazoso.
Turcon. Where's that near? One of those cities I just named. Is it Carlsbad, La Cruces, Roswell, Grant?
Closest to Roswell.
Oh, okay. You're down in the south.
Well, we left there. I'm now in Arizona.
Oh, where in like Phoenix area? Mesa?
No, I'm out in the I'm on the land, man. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. What county is this? Do you know?
I mean, you're up at Lake Havasu, fucking Buckeye. I mean, Tucson.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half from Vegas.
From Vegas? Oh, okay. See, up more near Mesquite.
Yeah, I think it's Mojave County.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're up by St. George, Mesquite up there. You're up by Laughlin, Kingman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to live in Vegas for shit, I don't know how many years. I used to work in Phoenix all the time, so I did a lot of work in the Arizona area. But that's what I'm saying. You're more towards Laughlin or Lake Havasu, Kingman.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. We're in that area.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, my motorcycle broke down in Kingman one time. I had to go to the Harley dealer to get it's funny, I had to shift by hand, man, between my legs, man, from the Hoover Dam. I fell off at the Hoover Dam, man, off the cliff somewhere, and I had to fucking drive all the way to Kingman at 3 o'clock in the morning, shifting, man, with between my legs. But it worked. Just at the, it was interesting. Just time to, But no, it's been many years since I've been in Kingman.
So here's what I'd like to happen, right? If you're into it, I know you probably got a lot going on. If you want to be, I don't know if you could be a party to this case, but if you want to re-enter it, like in the sense of I re-enter it and you be counsel for this, we can discuss compensation because I'd like to get more experience with this on the other side. I think they got the quote unquote defensive side down. The return of property, the whole thing. We're now at the stage of, for myself and for the network and other folks, the ones who, as you say, because I'm the same way, this is not for people who are bad faith and dishonorable. This is not for taking out obligations and responsibilities and not being accountable. This is for when they try to do corruption on you and interfere with your property and rights. So I'd like to see you, if you're willing, litigate this case, for lack of a better term, to a result so that I can see more of because it's one thing to tell me, it's one thing for us to study, and part of it's getting the experience, but it's like you got to see it in action as it unfolds to some degree, or you're just trial by fire, which I'm going to do anyway. That's what I've been doing. I've gotten what I needed on every level, and I presume God's going to continue that revelation process. Again, I contend you're part of it at this point. So, if you're open to that, let me know. I'm going to be in contact with you. If you want to show up here, there's up to 10, 20,000 people at a time that listen to this. There's a lot of sort of haters and all the rest of it, but there's a core group who are practicing and they're upholding the law of the land and they're exercising rights, and they are the new vanguard, I guess you could say, for what I believe to be the solution to these problems.
Were you in a Mescalero area when I had that big fire a few months ago? Or were you gone after that or before that?
Oh, yeah, that was part of the whole thing. They were claiming state of emergency, telling me I couldn't be there and all the rest of it. It's been a whole
That's what I was wondering, because
saga.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on, because I'm thinking that you were around, because when you said 5-6 months ago that big fire in Mescalera area, I said, I wonder if this is, I'm pretty good at trying to figure things out without you telling me anything.
Yeah, we're trying to purchase property. We were trying to purchase property, and we can get into whole semantics for colloquial, conversation. We're trying to get property with an exchange of supposed currency, non-currency. And there was a forestry agent who was next door, who lived next door to the property. They had an interaction with me the day before. They tried to order me around and treat me like a slave. They didn't like the responses I gave them. They tried to invoke state code. I told them, go get state police and charge me. They didn't like it. Moral of the story. They then filed.
Like I said, I got a guy I'm helping right now who's having this. He's going up against the state of New Mexico over the use of his land. He's the guy Devin Bay that you saw on a phone. That's what his situation is.
Well, this is a trespass because
so
we were
up by the Lincoln National Forest. You're saying that area?
Yeah, we signed paperwork. We had,
but that's what I'm saying. We by the Lincoln National Forest.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I know New Mexico a lot better than you think I do.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't presume. I'm guessing that you're fairly well traveled like myself. But yeah, man, the bottom line is, for various reasons, but the bottom line is, we were supposed to take possession of a property. We're there to inspect it. We had a signed agreement. The agent called the cops and said they recognized someone. They didn't recognize us on the property. And according to them, the property owner said to trespass us, even though we signed papers to inspect the place and take possession after closing. So it's essentially a real estate, in quotes, deal gone wrong, where the cops maintain and the real estate agent themselves maintain that the other party knew we were there, didn't know who we were, and had us trespassed. That led to a few days in jail. And then the charges were dismissed because we, invoked
the... Funny, man. I bet William would laugh if I said to him, because he's probably pretty good on this, what's the difference between an estate and a real estate?
Is he here right now? He's not here right now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I would say real estate is something that the legal society controls, and a state is something that man controls.
Correct. Real is fake, and you see the word real in front of it, it's fake.
Right. The way Karl explains,
like real property, right?
Everything's backwards. Yeah, real property is fake.
Yeah, it's the inversion land that we occupy.
Exactly. They love to fuck with you guys, man. They love it.
It's a great game. It definitely is. That's why I call it pimping and hoeing, Karl. I go, the whole world's pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. They're just double talking you and double speaking, and they're pimping on all the broken hoes who don't know the law and think policy, statute, and code is law.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I said, I don't do LAW because my dad couldn't do LAW because he couldn't read or write. I do LOR.
Right.
Because like I said, I don't give a rat's ass about LAW. I said that to the judge when he wanted me to do a Ferretta form. I said, it was funny. He said to me, so you want to, represent yourself in court? I said, no, I'll present the man to the court. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll play the game. He says, well, I'm going to need you to sign a Ferretta form. And I played stupid. I knew exactly what he wanted me to sign. I said, so what's that? He said, oh, that's waiving your right to counsel. I said, oh, really? I said, let me take a look at your name up there. Honorable Cupcake. Huh, Honorable Cupcake. I said, by handing me this Ferretta form, was that an honorable thing to do? He says, what? I said, you want to have the title of honorable, so this what you did was honorable, correct? He says, I don't see where you're going with this. I said, did you write this? He said, no. I said, did you draw it up? Nope. Did I draw it up? Nope. I said, is this written in English or is this a legal document? He says, legal. Huh. But I'm not a legal person, correct? I said, I never said I was a legal person. You want to try to hand me a legal document written in legalese, Chinese, Japanese, and I didn't draw this. You didn't draw it, and you want me to claim it, like ownership, take responsibility of it, like you want me to sign like a blank Rembrandt painting. You want me to sign my name that I painted this. This is my work. This is my doing. I'm responsible, liable for everything on this thing. Really? I said, do you have any idea how many years it would take me to get proficient in legalese to try to interpret another man's beliefs? I said, this is very interesting. I said, you don't do this to everybody that comes into the court, do you? He said, yes. I said, and you think this is honorable? You think this is a good thing to do to people who don't read Japanese, Chinese, Cantonese, legalese, Vietnamese? This is honorable to hand him a Vietnamese document, tell him to sign it? Really? That's very interesting. I said, how about we get the man who drew this thing up and we get him to come down to the court and we take a few weeks to try to figure out what's in this man's mind. And let's see if we come to terms and conditions and see if I'll accept this document. He says, well, take as much time as you want. I said, dude, it could take years. He said, take as many years as you wish. I said, nah, you know what? I'm going to sign it. I just want to see you throw a man in jail. I said, I would love to see this. No, I said, you got it. He said, what do you mean you got to order me to go to jail? I said, dude, you got to order me to go to jail. Somebody's going to order me to go to jail. What? I said, you got me on some Mickey Mouse charge, man, of fucking, taking a cup of coffee without paying for it. I said, unfortunately, the corporate policy is 9 o'clock. Coffee's free. And I got a receipt here for 9:37 p.m. And as a matter of fact, I've been going to that place every day for since it's open for 3 years now. So it's about 1,100 days. I've been getting a free cup of coffee at night. I said, I pay for it during the day, but at night I get it for free. But sure. If you guys want to order me to go to jail for this, fine. Let's do this. Order me to go to jail. He says, well, we'll have a trial. I said, dude, you either order me to go to jail. I'm going to own this county for malicious prosecution and false arrest. I said, so you got no choice. You will order Karl Lentz to go to jail. You will not be able to get out of this. And I said, I'm going to love to see you order this man to go to jail. It was a lot of fun. He's like,
so the game is essentially that it's presumed and assumed that without the written order that's signed, that it was your idea to just walk into jail and Otis from Mayberry and close the cell door on yourself.
Right, because he said that to me. He wrote in a court order. Well, when he says, I could put you in jail up to 3 years, I said, do as you wish. So I had 5 guys up there. One guy started sniffling, crying, good guy. And he's like, oh, man, we're going to miss you, blah, blah, blah. I said, dude, this is what God wills, man. Just leave it. Let's just play the game, man. So funny. But I told him the combination of my filing account, where to find the money and what 4 dogs to keep and get rid of the rest and what else to do, So when we came back, he said, the judge said, I'm going to give you 3 days in jail. I said, well, it can't be now. I said, I got to go home, take care of the farm. I said, we could do this next weekend. He said, okay. So then I said, as long as you sign the order, I'll be glad to go. So the next Friday came around and there was the order, but it wasn't signed. It wasn't time-stamped. So it was 4:45, and I walk into the courthouse and I say to the head court clerk, I said, when is he going to sign this thing and timestamp it? He says, oh, well, if you don't turn yourself in at 7 o'clock like you're supposed to, or 6 o'clock, they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. I said, dude, I'm going to be sitting outside this courthouse steps at 6 o'clock. They ain't got to search me very far. I'm just going to say, he's just got to order me to go here. I said, how the fuck can I just walk into what the fuck am I doing now? That I just wanted to do it on my own volition? I had nothing better to do for 3 days. I said, no, he's going to order me to do it. So funny. He finally got the judge to order and sign it, but the judge's order was like, well, we could stay the execution of the order until Mr. Lentz, exhausts all his appeals. I said, nah, let's just do this and do this now. I said, I just love it that it says, but at least the judge was smart enough to put himself in the loophole by saying, well, give himself a loophole the way out. So, well, Mr. Lentz can stay the execution if he wishes to appeal it. We'll delay it until his appeals have been exhausted. I said, well, that's kind of a good way to fucking do it. But you know what? Nah, I'll take the order. I'll carry it out. So yeah, when they put me 3 days, but it was funny, man. They didn't make me change my clothes or give me any kind of pat down. Well, they told me to take them off my belt and my shoelaces, but that was it. And they just said 3 days, go home. But yeah, like I said, man, it's I just I like playing in court, man. I like doing a court game, man. I like litigating.
Well, yeah, it definitely gives you something to do here, right? I mean, beyond the, the regular day-to-day affairs, it's a hell of a game that the creator of this universe has.
Well, it's the nuances of the words, man. Like when you said that the judge said, well, if you want to, and then whatever the hell you said after that, I totally didn't listen because I listened to keywords. Like the judge said, you want, use plural, use the defendant. So. You went right under his control and jurisdiction again because he's daddy and you're a wanton. Like WANTON was like if you read like Oliver Twist or anything like that, they were called wanton urchins. They were kids who always wanted to say, please, can I have some more porridge? Please, can I have another penny? Please. They were called wanton. and they'd wait for the like the Thames River in London to go on low tide, and they'd run into the mud, and they'd find pennies that people threw in there, anything of value. So you're wanting. Are you wanting to stay these proceedings? Are you wanting? You know, so that he's calling you like a dirtbag. He's calling you like a beggar little fucking boy who runs into the mud at low tide to grab whatever crap that people throw into the river on high tide. So you're wanting. Are you wanting to be doing this?
Well, would you argue, because I'm in a way, it probably makes sense that the outcome went the way it did, because I'm a bit split in the sense of where I become a double-minded or hearted man. I know that my cause may not succeed. So do you think that there's ever a position to bring these people in as the prosecutor and seek compensation or get it on the record? Or is this just a place for, if we get dismissals, then the rest is in God's hands? Because on the defensive side, they can no longer play the game of telling me what to do or interfering with my property and rights. If I have that down, is the rest in God's hands? Or is there a place for bringing them in, holding them accountable, and or seeking compensation for being put in a box? In your mind, obviously. Your mind and heart.
Yeah, I mean, you'd always get the compensation. There's nothing wrong with trying to go for compensation. You know, but the big thing is, I usually say restore my belongings, you know, return my property, you know, put it back where you found it, you know, because that's usually just the best way to do it, man. Just let's go back to the status quo. Let's go back to the way it was before all this bullshit happened. Now, if you believe there should be some sort of punitive damages, if you believe that I should be given something for my troubles, well, that's fine. If not, to me, this just was a hell of a learning experience. And, you know, like I said, it's like with social services, when people asked me that years ago, like when those people took your kids, why don't you just kill them? I said, because they got 1,000 more to fucking fill in the spot where those fucking 3 bastards hit the ground. So what's the point? You know, there's always going to be clowns that are going to fill that spot. You know, right. So you get rid of these agents that you're saying, they're just, like I said, they're just going to get more agents, you know, because everything that's like indemnified now, it's just, they're going to do it all based upon like insurance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I'm being completely honest, which I try to be as much as possible, be in touch with aspects of me, it is a bit of wanting if it comes down to compensation beyond whatever they cost us. Which, what did they really cost us when a Harvard degree in law, in quotes, most of this is in quotes, is hundreds of thousands of dollars? If it only costs us 2 days in a box and $600 in tow fees and whatever else and filing fees to get this experience and be part of a bigger game and picture and purpose and meaning, did I really lose anything? You know?
Until they actually put these people that are doing this stuff to you in a box.
I want to win, Karl. All right, there, I said it. I want to win. I want to beat them. I want to get them on record as wrongdoers, and I want them to know that we have some power and value here beyond their double talk, double speak, inauthentic corporate male games. All right, I let my ego out. There it is. Put it on the table.
Until they put these people in a box and let them see how it feels. Like I said, hopefully, like
you're breaking up.
That everybody in this country, you know, until these people actually get put in a cage as well, nobody's going to think anything's going to change.
So vote for Donald Trump to be our daddy and hope that he changes the code so that we can have the non-qualified immunity taken off.
I just hope everybody's hoping that that Donald Trump will put Fauci in a cage. Will put Hillary in a cage.
Don't hope for it.
That's going to put Pelosi in a cage. You know, everybody's hoping that these people, like, their time has come, that they're going to be rounded up and they're going to go to Guantanamo, just like John McCain did. I mean, John McCain, you know, the senator from Arizona, you know, he was executed, right?
Oh man, you're going into like lore, like times 2. You're going into Sobsit, QAnon lore.
No, the man Kucinich, the governor of Indiana, when he was on CNN, the day or two after McCain was executed, the CNN. You know, like Anderson Cooper did not interrupt him. You could Google it. And he was saying, he said, well, you know, John McCain like got caught selling to ISIS and, you know, he was executed. And the CNN guy didn't say, yeah, you know, he didn't say, what? He was executed? What? Even John McCain's daughter, she came on The View and she said, you know, my dad was executed. You know, so like I said, John McCain, he had an ankle monitor on him. And he said he had brain surgery, and I said he's coming off of all drugs they're giving him, and 2 days later he was dead. How does anybody drop dead in 2 days of just getting off the medications? No. So like I said, they showed that the John McCain could be executed for treason against the United States. You better believe, man, that they scared the crap out of everybody. You better believe it to me that if they did that to John McCain, they could do it to anybody. John McCain
but is that really the way? I mean, isn't the way to show them that they're accountable and responsible some way, somehow, even if that means they do get put in a box for 2-3 days like we do, so they can reconcile and resolve? Because I don't want to be a part of having anyone killed or even doing any revenge on anyone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is the people want to see these people be held accountable. And for all these years, nobody's ever been held accountable. So everybody's like, wow, Donald Trump's moving like lightning. He's shutting down all these agencies. He's firing all these people. He's giving a middle finger to the judges. He doesn't give a shit about the rule of law. He's just doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. So you're trying to say, well, hopefully somebody's finally taking this shit serious and the people had enough. And hopefully, the people, and there's enough people behind him now that say, do what you got to do. Do the night of long knives. Do what you got to do. Go in there and get them all. Round them all up. The people ain't going to stop you. The people are going to stand behind you and applaud you. Do what you got to do, Don. Go get them.
Yeah, it'll never happen as far as I perceive, and that's just conjecture, obviously. But it'll never happen when they've inducted at least half the country into this fascism, statism, and all the rest.
They got gay guys and women, and that's what I say. They always say there's a civil war going to break out against what? The gay guys and women against the straight guys? Oh, come on! What civil war? What normal guy is going to line up with Hillary Clinton? Hillary Clinton's your leader. How many guys are going to fall behind Hillary Clinton? The gay guys.
Jennifer's ex-husband. Let's not get into it. Let's not get into it. All right.
That's what I'm saying. And they wouldn't know which end of the fucking gun to hold.
Yeah, this is some kind of cosmic play that it doesn't seem that there's ever a complete ending to it. It's always in a perpetual state of ebb and flow.
We came from, when the Greeks came in, it was fucking funny. I can't stand this constellation crap. I can't stand any of this astrology bullshit. But at first it was a time of gods, right? And then they fucking had like 2,000 years was the fucking time of kings. And then some hippie said to me, well, Karl, we're moving into the age of Sagittarius. We're moving into the age of Aquarius, which means it's the time of man where we don't need kings and we don't need gods. Man is going to move on his own volition. Man's the awakening of man. And I said, well, you know what? That's kind of true because when I went after Alabama way back in 2001, I said, you're going to be able to hold my kid for as long as you wish because there's not a damn thing one man could do about it. I said, I know it's going to, they wrote this like in a case file, like on the first meeting they ever had with me. I said, it's going to take 100,000 people that got my back before, I'm going to be able to do anything to the state of Alabama. I said, well, where are you going to get 100,000 people from? I said, I don't know, but God will provide. But back then I thought it was like 100,000 people I physically needed to do I needed to do a march on Selma from fucking with, Martin Luther King. Needed 100,000 people got my back.
No, it's right here. It's whatever this is right here that's been unfolding. It's already been happening.
Well, that's what I'm saying is now you've got 100,000 people on Telegram, 100,000 people on YouTube, 100,000 people on Facebook. But like I said, they asked me, how are you going to get up 100,000 people? I said, I don't know, but God will provide. So like I said, I do all kinds of telephony outside plant fucking construction. I never thought I'd be inside the internet. I'd be using the internet. I thought I'd build the internet for people to use to communicate around the world. But I never thought that I would actually access the internet, that I would actually be part of the internal. I always just thought I'd do the outside plant. And like I said, now people from Malaysia came up to meet me. And this guy, like I told you, Mark from Atlanta, I was working on a backhoe laying a trench line down to do the drainage for the little duck pond I was building. And he sends me this link. This is a Malaysian blogspot link. And he sends it to me like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. And he says, click on it. I said, dude, I'm in the backhoe. I got shit to do. He says, just click on the damn thing. I said, any blog spots like reading kind of things? Is it pictures or reading? He says, reading. So I hate fucking reading. I said, I read shit. I got time for this crap. And he says, just click on the damn thing. I said, hey, man, is it Malaysian girls with machine guns and bikinis? He said, nope. I said, dude, then don't waste my time. And he said, just click on the damn thing. I said, dude, I'm busy. And I hung up. He called me like 10 more times. He says, look, man, it's an 8-hour ride from Atlanta to your farm. I know where you live. I've been there before. I'm going to drive up there and click on the damn link. Click on the damn link. I said, oh, fine, dude. Don't get in the car. I know you're just that fucking crazy. You will do it. Okay, fine. Let me click on the damn thing. So I clicked on the damn thing. It said famous quotes from people. I said, great. So it's like Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Jesus Christ, Charles de Gaulle, Dalai Lama, Einstein, fucking Gandhi, Moses, fucking Abraham, Karl Lentz. I was like, what? I said, holy shit. I said, my mom named me after an old famous dead guy. I said, holy crap. Check this out. And then I clicked on a link, my name. And I said, holy shit, I'm stealing material from some old dead guys. I don't believe in this reincarnation bullshit, but holy crap, I'm stealing some old dead guy's material. I said, what the fuck is going on here? I said, I don't know nobody named Karl Lentz in the past. So then I click on the second one. It's like, without man, there's no God. Without God, there's no man. I said, holy shit, this is mine. Holy shit, people in Malaysia are quoting Karl Lentz. Who else are they quoting? Jesus Christ, Moses, what? Abraham, Muhammad, what? I said, I'm the only alive guy on these Malaysians list. I said, this is crazy. I'm just some schmo. I said, I can't believe I'm having an impact all because I talk simple, like all the fancy stuff that you said. People, they're going to lose the message. You got to fit it on a bumper sticker. So like I said, without God, there's no man. Without man, there's no God. Now, if you take 2 seconds of your life out, you'll figure it out. It's not arrogant. Without man, there's no God. Does that sound narcissist? Maybe. But without God, there's no man. Okay? There's no other animal on earth that worships a God. Nobody builds temples, no dolphins, no whales. No matter how smart they are. I see them fucking congregating and praying to fucking some deity. Only man gets together and we fucking profess our faith in a fucking creator. And I said, only man fucking worships a God. Without fucking man, there would be no God.
The animals just experience God. They don't have to be told in order to practice faith and do the next right thing in order to get what's meant for them.
I got no first-hand knowledge of that. You got no first-hand knowledge of that. I don't know what's true. That's your belief, but does it make it true? Well, God knows what's true.
All I know is the Creator and I are one. I was made in the image of the Creator, man.
Yeah, like I said, without man, there's no God. Without God, there's no man. So that's what I'm saying.
These interactions are proof positive that a God, whoever, whatever it is, exists and brings us together to be part of the bringing forth of the prophecy. Because that's what all this is.
But what I'm saying, what's crazy is I'm trying to get you to understand the way you're going to get people in Malaysia and Cambodia. Like I said, a Cambodian family wrote to me and they said, we only make about $12 a day, our family. We'll never be able to see you at a seminar if you land in Cambodia. But we just want to tell you, we all got together as a family one weekend and we studied your stuff. And now we know how to act when we go before the court as a man. We really appreciate it. And if you ever come to Cambodia, just let us know what airport you land in, just so we can say thank you. So like I said, I'm having an impact all over the world by talking using single syllable words that could be translated into any language on earth. And people will understand exactly, and they will see exactly what I'm saying instantly. And like people always say that to me. They say, when you speak, I was always I've always had that feeling in my heart, but I never knew how to put it into words. So that's if you want to try to teach people, it's nice that you got this vocabulary. It's nice that you have these beautiful words that you use, but to get to everybody on earth to understand the simplicity, you got to make it as simple. You got to use the simplest word. Like Einstein wrote, the theory of relativity. Now, do you want to read 27 books about the theory of relativity, or do you want to just say equals MC squared and we go find something else to fucking do today? I'd rather just have you say equals MC squared. I believe you. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you. Great. Let's move on. Let's go find something else to do today. Do I want to read 27 books on the theory of relativity? Fuck no. And I'm trying to get people to understand, you stop wasting your life learning 27 fucking books of the theory of legalese and law and fucking whatever the fuck you guys are fighting through the courts, and just say, hey, says who? So what? Who cares? And what's in it for me? Why should I care?
Why should I?
Why should I? Who are you? Is that an order? That's it. Dude, I just fucking, in 14 seconds, I Do you want me to explain to you over the next fucking 20, 30 days what the fuck I just said? Like, I could do it. How about just the word I? How many hours, how many days can you explain to me what the word I represents, what the word I is? I could spend a week just talking about the word I. If I'm the judge and you said, yeah, I see that you wrote I down here on this paper. What do you mean by I? Or I see the word you. What do you mean by you? How many hours you want to spend today talking to me about what the word you represents? What's the word mean? How many hours can you talk to me about the word I or the word you? How many hours can you do? You could probably you're gonna shoot your load in less than 2 minutes and you're done. 2 strokes done. You got to know what these words mean. You got to be a master of these words. You're going to be a spinmeister or wordmeister. You better be a master of these words. You better whatever you said. You screwed yourself by saying you want. The judge said you want, and you didn't catch the judge and said, "I want of no man, God provides all." I'm not going to be beholding to you. I don't want anything from you. You're not my daddy. You're not going to get control because you're going to give me something. No, I'm going to owe you debt. Like my dad, when I was a little kid, man, I remember we were digging out a swimming pool for a neighbor. And there's 3 grown men on one side. And I was like 10, 11, 12 years old. And me and my dad on the other side. And he said, you see those guys over there? The lady just asked them if they wanted breakfast. They took breakfast from this lady. She doesn't owe them anything anymore. Okay. She paid off their debt for digging this hole by giving them food. See, now they're stopping and drinking beer. See? And we get nothing. We take water. Man is entitled to water. Every man has the right to ask even his enemy for a drink of water. We have to hand our enemies a drink of water. We don't have to hand them food, but we have to give our fellow man water. And my dad was whispering. He said, you see them? They're resting. That's a girly man. See, the girly men. Dude, I was like 11, 12 years old. I was a little kid. He says, we don't stop. We don't stop. This is how we do. We keep going. We keep going. So what's going to happen is she's going to owe us big time. We don't want the food now. We don't want compensation now. We're just going to let the debt build up. My dad used to say it to me all the time. He'd buy all the kids in fucking neighborhood ice cream. Oh, ice cream man. Oh, Rudy. My dad's name was Rudolph. It's like, oh, the kids call him Rudy. Hey, Rudy's going to buy us ice cream. My dad would never buy us ice cream. My dad would say, dude, we got a gallon of fucking ice cream in a fucking freezer. Eat as much as you want. But you said, I'm going to give all these neighborhood kids ice cream. It's like, why? Because their parents owe me big time. I got them, man. They're indebted to me now. They're going to run home and say, who gave you the ice cream? Rudy did. Rudy did. So when I need a lawnmower, when I need a rake, when I need a rototiller, when I need to use their boat, when I need to use their truck, they got to give it to me. They owe me. So my dad said they owe a debt. He said, don't ever accept anything from any man. That's like I said, Devin fucking gave money. I said to Devin's on the phone. He put it under the fucking, I said, Devin, you put on whatever you want to put on table, put on table. You want to take off the table, take off the table. You ever need it back, take it back. You know what I'm saying? To me, I'd rather have him be indebted to me than pay me off.
That he can work it off over a longer time.
Whatever. When I need you to do something. That's right. Right. Like you might not pay me today. Like when the guy was getting married and at the wedding, he says, yeah, well, this fucking guy's giving my fucking daughter some shit. And I want you to take care of the problem. I said, yes, someday. It might not be now, but someday in the future, I'm going to come and I'm going to ask you to return a favor. So you remember. He said, yes, I'll do whatever you. We'll just get rid of this guy out of my daughter's life. He's a bum boyfriend. Make him fucking go away. He's like, okay. But just remember, sometime in the future, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you to return a favor. And you will return a favor. That happened to me in fucking New York when I was walking around the grocery store with my girlfriend and my friend and his girlfriend. It was 4 of us. And this crazy looking guy from Vietnam, this is like in the early 80s, like Vietnam just ended in 75. Some Vietnam vet looking crazy psycho was walking behind us. I don't know if I reckon I looked like some gook, whatever some fucking guy that he knew in the military. I don't know if I looked like somebody pissed him off. So I told my buddy and his girlfriend walk down one aisle, and me and my girlfriend walked down another, and then I walked down alone. And halfway down the aisle, I turned around and I said to the guy, you got a fucking problem? Is there some reason why you're fucking following me? I said, oh, you got nothing to say? Got your tongue? So I took off my fucking coat. I said, okay, let's do it right here, right now. He went down to his boot and pulled out a fucking revolver and pointed it right at my head. I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. It was all my fault. You're right. You know what? You got it. You the man. You ain't number one. Whatever the fuck I did, you know what? You're absolutely right. I should have never done it. So I fucking got to the end of the aisle, took my time, picked up my coat, and I fucking ran like a motherfucker, man. I got to the payphone. He goes, I don't have a gun with me. So I called him back at my home and I said to my sister, tell Kevin to bring down something so I could even up the fucking odds here. So I'm going back in. I'm going to get that motherfucker. So she said, well, what does he look like? I said, told him what he looked like. I said, where is he? And I told him what store he was in and what town. I said, okay. So my sister said, don't go anywhere, but I'll send your brother down. I said, okay, well, let's make this fair. So she calls me up like 15 minutes later. And she said, the guy's name is like Bob Cupcake. Do you want him killed now at the store? Do you want him to kill him when he gets home? Or do you want him killed in front of his wife and kids? And I said, what? They said, yeah. Do you want him fucking killed now? Do you want to wait till he gets in front of his house? Or do you want to wait till he gets in his house in front of his wife and kids? I said, yeah. I said, you know what? I think I got this, man. I think I'm going to walk away from this one. She said, well, just let me know, man. We'll take care of it for you. Because she married a Gambino. And I was like, nope, I don't want to owe these fuckers anything. Nope. I know what they're going to do. If I said, yeah, do it in front of his wife and kids, man, that make me happy. Then they're going to say to me, well, Karl, we did you a favor and, we need you to do us a favor. So like I said, man, I grew up in a very interesting time with some very interesting people. I got very, very lucky. I had a hell of a nice life, interesting life before I was 30 years old. And once I hit 30, I thought I was just going to get fat, old, and lazy and have kids. Well, then Alabama fucked with me.
If you'd only invited Mr. Lentz over for a cup of coffee and called him a friend, those people who hurt you would be suffering now as we speak.
Yeah, but they didn't hurt me, man. They actually wanted me to go through this the reason because I'm the only one who can handle this kind of fucking pain. Like I said, look at my website. William was there at the hospital when I asked about this. Dr. Carmichael still worked there. Right, William?
Yeah.
Yeah. William was there when I came out of jail. He got me to the hospital. I took an ambulance and William followed behind me in his truck. And the doctor said, no, Dr. Carmichael retired a few years ago. He said, but I looked at your fucking medical history. He said, yeah. He said, I see that patch, that 18 by 12 inch patch in your body. I said, yeah. How do you think I got all those internal scars, man? From fucking falling off my bed? No, from fucking fighting, man. People fight dirty, man. What are you going to do?
We got Timmy here now, Karl. We're going to have, man, I thought that I had stamina and could yap, but you're like, in the room of a head yapper, you take the cake, man. You get the official title of head yapper.
Angela said that to me on her show. She, because I was destroying all of her guests. I was destroying them. And that's how she's making her money, by having guests come on and selling crap to people. And I was destroying everybody's fucking products. And she calls me up privately. She said to me, how long? She said, look, man, you destroyed all my guests. Nobody wants to come on when you're on.
That's me.
Sounds familiar.
And she says to me, can we beat you up? I said, you know what? That'd be fun. I'd be the guest that shows beat me up. I said, that'd be fun. I said, yeah, get everybody on. That'd be a lot of fun. So she says, well, she said, I do a 2-hour show. She said, do you think you could do 2 hours? I said, ma'am, I said, everybody knows what I know. Anybody who had a dad, everybody knows what I know. And she said, well, do you think you could do it for an hour and a half? I said, nah. She said, you want to book a second guest? I said, that's a damn good idea. I said, lady, honestly, I could probably give you about an hour. I said, there's no way in the world that people don't know what I know. Because I just lived this life, so I think it comes natural, because to me it's natural.
Right, but your first presumption and assumption is one that is not held. The fact that the majority of folks, including myself, were not raised, I would say raised, but not raised by inauthentic corporate males who don't know right from wrong or how to stand their position or stand their ground and be courageous and do what's true and what's right.
Well, yeah, and see, and I could be a dick, and I could say, well, you raise corn, you raise chicken, you raise livestock, you rear children. But I'm not going to be a dick. But it's called rear, not raise. But I know what you meant. But could I be a dick? Yes, I could totally be a dick. But anyway, I don't want to be a dick all the time because you seem to be pretty decent. But see, this is what
I got that covered.
I do shit on people's show. I said, dude, you raise corn, you raise cattle, you rear children. So obviously you weren't raised. What do you fucking stick of corn? So like I said, see, shit like that would just piss the guests of her show off. So
you're saying my father should have beat me more? Because that's been contended on here. I mean, they might have been right.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you had a good and he like when he wouldn't beat me, it pissed me off because he would say, you know what, I'm done. I give up. You know, you're just never going to get it. You know, I can't make a man out of you. It's just not going to happen. Because my dad would say to me, well, let me finish up with Angela. So I got on her show and I talked. And she said, Karl, let me give a break here. How long do you think you've talked to her? I said, about 40 minutes. She said, 3 hours and 30 minutes you've talked. I said, wow, really? I said, that long feels like about 40 minutes. She said, you haven't come off air, I had to get a drink, haven't gone to the bathroom. I said, no. I said, I stood up in court for 9 hours and talked, and nobody fucking broke out of the courtroom. Nobody got a drink of water. Nobody broke for lunch. 9 hours. I talked from 9 o'clock until fucking 6 o'clock. It's 5:30, 8.5 hours. Didn't stop. Judge said, let me hear the story. And I did. I said, if I lie, tell me I'm lying. I said, anybody on the other side say I'm lying. You guys have been all through this process for the last 6 years. If I embellish, if I lie, if I say a time or a date that's untrue, stop me and I'll fucking go home. I said, because I already got the kids back at the farm. I'm still going to prosecute you guys, though. Now it's my turn to prosecute you. So I said, but if I lie or embellish, everybody just jump up and say, Judge, he's lying. And we agreed. So the bailiffs had to come in from downstairs at 5:30 and said, Your Honor, you ready to leave? We usually lock up around here at around 5. And he said, Karl, we just about done. I said, you heard as much of the story as you want to hear? I said, yeah, I kind of get an idea of what happened. I said, okay. But like Angela said, 3.5 hours. She said, nobody's ever made it past 2 hours. She said, this is 3.5 hours. How much longer you talk? I said, I don't know. She said, people still want to ask questions. She said, my fucking switchboard is lit up like a Christmas tree. I said, come on. This stuff when I'm teaching you guys is ridiculous. She said, well, you want to take more questions? I said, sure. So the program automatically shut down, like say this, whatever Zoom conference thing using, whatever she was using, stopped in 5 hours. And she said, I've never had anybody talk for 5 hours. So one time I did a 15-hour show, like just let the show keep going. 15 hours. It was funny. I don't remember the 13th or 14th hour, but I woke up sometime in the 14th hour. And I said to the people, is anybody still listening to me? Like we started like 6 o'clock in the night. And it was like 9 o'clock the next morning. Is anybody still on? They said, yeah, we're still listening, Karl. I said, dude, I don't remember what happened in the 13th or 14th hour. I said, I remember last time looking at the clock, it was like 6 and now it's like 8 something. Was I talking? And they were like, yeah. They said, you were funny as hell. I said, dude, I was delusional. I must have been going like getting delusional. I said, I don't remember a damn thing I said. They said, oh, so you said some funny shit. And that's what I said. When I worked in Vegas, I worked over 700 days straight. And it was 14-hour days driving a taxi. And I did 220 miles a day. And most guys did 110. And it was funny that at the Treasure Island, the valet opened. Well, they all opened the door for the hotel guests coming out of taxis. And by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I was bringing guys home from clubs back to the hotels. And they were literally falling on the pavement. When they opened the door, they were laughing so hard. And the valet would always stick his head in there and says, you got nitrous oxide in here and marijuana? I said, no. They said, dude, you're the only taxi driver that when you come in with a load of guys on Friday, Saturday night, they're literally falling out of your car laughing so fucking hard. I said, dude, I'm on a verge of a mental breakdown. I'm like Robin Williams. I'm just getting more wound up, dude. I've just got to keep my mind going. I said, I've done this for almost 700 days in a row. I'm dying in this fucking vehicle, but I want to make the money. I said, I'm look like shit. I've lost a lot of weight, dude. I said, I'm just trying to make the money. I'm trying to run this fucking wheels off this fucking vehicle so I could buy a house cash. And I did. But that's what my wife said. She said, like in 18 months, she said, this guy we came to town with like $140 on a van. And next thing you know, he owns a Corvette. He's got a fucking truck. He's got a fucking house. She says, I've never seen anybody work like this fucking man.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and say it because I have self-proclaimed here myself, obviously, as daddy to trigger so many other folks because we've done an over 1,000 days straight broadcast, among other things, litigating and all the rest of it, working on the land, not as much as I'd like to be. But I'm going to go ahead and have to give an honorary declaration here today as King of Unslavia. Let my constabulary weigh in on this. Is Karl Lentz now a mutual daddy by title? I know he doesn't usually accept titles, so we'll have to go to him at some point.
And I wouldn't. No, I'm just
or a granddaddy. But nope. Karl, you're on the common law side. We're on the corporate side right now. So
I'm just
you get to be.
Look, anything other than man would diminish my capacity of standing in the image of God.
Wait, but Karl, this is a fictional universe we're in right now. So it's a fictional legal.
Like I said, I'm just.
You won't accept it.
See, like all of a sudden, if you give me a title of daddy, I just lost my capacity to stand in the image of God because God created man, not daddies. Man created daddies.
Well, there's a guy who runs around here, among others, who yell, why is he free? Meaning me. because he can't believe, like, they do whole channels on me with hundreds of thousands of views. They can't believe that I keep walking out of court, and they go, why is he free? He should be in jail. He should be dead. They wish all types of harm onto me. So I took the title of daddy to trigger them, right?
Well, William's on the phone right now. And William, remember Scott said take like the 30-year plea. They'll take you 5 years, and 3 years you'll be out. Good behavior.
Yep.
William was the one that carried the 4 or 5 inches of paper, and Scott carried like 5 or 6, 7 inches. William carried they had like 11 inches of paper against me. 11 inches, dude. And the court hearing was over in 1 minute and 43 seconds.
So basically, for those of you out there, granddaddy here, they had 11 inches of paper, so he pulled out 12 inches of dick. I'm doing it again. All right, Timmy, take over, because we're 5.5 hours in. I'm pent up because they just dismissed this case after 6 months of waiting, and we got to go back into it. And as Karl pointed out, I'm being the dick of all dicks here, and a part of me likes it, and I don't know why. I should have been reared more is what it is, right? I'm going to call my father, apologize to him, and tell him to come beat me now. Timmy, do you have any questions, comments, concerns, or anyone else?
Well, I like to let the people go kick your daddy's ass, because he shouldn't have fucking knocked down it. He was a man himself.
Go spank him? Go take his toys?
Well, like I said, he should have, until you're a man, you shouldn't be breeding. You know, when people.
Well, luckily, no one will fuck me yet, Karl, to get that done. So that's not a contention.
Well, when dads call me up and they get their kids taken from, I said, do you know how to act like a man? And like, no. They said, why'd you breed if you didn't know how to act like a man? You know, it's like, well, I think I act like a man. I said, okay, well, give me the scenario, and I'll tell you what you should have said, what you should have done.
Perfect segue, Karl. That's my question for you right now. I'm going to hit you with something. All right. So I'm a man. I don't like, I'm from New York.
You believe you're a man, but okay. I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to take that your belief.
Okay,
but
I believe I'm.
You got to be kidding. But sure, for shits and giggles, I'll smile over here and say, okay.
I'm a progeny of God.
Dude, like you just said to me, you believe you're a unicorn. Okay. If you believe you're a man, okay. If you believe you're a kumquat, okay. I'm not going to stand here and argue with a kumquat or a man or a fucking unicorn. Okay. Let's see what you got, man.
Right. Okay, even man is a title on some level, right? I'm an image of the I am on the ultimate level, playing playing into the human flesh or manly flesh.
I'll accept anything. Living, breathing, fucking Yahweh, whatever. Sure, fine, whatever.
Yeah, just some.
No. Show me what you got. Put on the show, kid. Show me what you got.
So I've been traveling around the lands of the realm happily, and so on a foreign land, I took a wife and I have a progeny now, and so I'm just trying to bring them back to the land of the free, and it's been a big pain in the ass to what I understand is that the corporate federal government is not able to under any circumstances give passports to a man, right? Because they're only dealing with 14th Amendment corporate citizens, blah, blah. So I'm wondering, I've talked to many people about this. Nobody really has an answer that I've been able to jive with. Long story short, I don't want to be part of this slavery visa bullshit system that they want all these fucking people to come over and beg. I got to beg daddy government for, to have my fucking rightful property, property to I, the wife of I, and the son of I, to be on the land, on my fucking land, on the United States of America. So I can't really get her a passport. It's been a big problem. I'm fighting with the Department of State. But ultimately, I guess I can just walk over and then, try to cross the border with her and the son. And then if that Border Patrol agent, man acting as Border Patrol agent is going to try and stop, then I can, sue him, as a man. But I don't know. What would you say?
What are you trying to get? What are you trying to get at? Dude, just make it real simple. What are you trying to get at? Are you trying to enter and leave the country as you wish? Is that all you're trying?
I'm out. We're outside of the country. I'm simply trying to come into or onto the country without having my fucking rights being hindered.
Okay. So you're like in Mexico and Canada, you just want to come back into the country.
Just simply want to walk onto the land known as the United States of America with the wife of I and the son of I without having to have all their legal documentation nonsense. That is all about corporate entities anyway.
Well, do you know anybody who lives upon this land?
Yes.
You do? Did they
Depends what
invite
you
you?
mean.
Did they invite you to your home? To their home?
Well, I'm from New York. I have proper
No, you're
tie.
from your father or your mother, and they happen to hail from New York at the time of the conception.
Agreed.
You're not from New
True.
York.
Okay.
Unless your mommy and daddy's name is Mr. and Mrs. New York. See, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
Man,
right. They're not.
Yeah, you got a long way to go, dude.
Well, I'm trying to speak. I can't talk to you I can't explain the situation to you. I'm not going to speak to you in legalese because I'm not a legal beagle. I'm trying to speak to you colloquially first,
My sister works with the Indian reservations, right? My sister works in New Mexico. She works with the Navajo. When she talks to these kids, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, they live at the four corners. It's the Navajo. You know, they got Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. And she'll drive across the border. She'll be in one of the other states. And she'll say to these Navajo kids, oh, so you're from Grants, New Mexico, or you're from, Holbrook, Arizona. And they'll say, no, I'm from my father of my mother of the Navajo people or of the Northern tribe. She said when she first heard these little kids saying that, she said, oh, my God, Karl, you've been saying this since you were a little kid. You've been fucking with people like your whole life. People say you're from New York. I said, no, I'm from my father of my mother, and they just happened to be in New York at the time of conception. Yeah. And she said, my God, the Indian kids are taught this from when they're babies. They're not from motherfucking Arizona. They're not from they don't recognize the white man's states. They recognize they're from their father of their mother of the Northern tribe. That's how little Indian kids say it. So you say, well, Karl, why do you got to be a dick? You know what I'm saying? Well, little tiny Indian kids were taught it properly. And these kids don't know how to read and write. They got no books, but their parents, their mom and dad reared them to say, you are from your father. And you were inside your mother of your mother. And we happen to be the people of the Northern tribe. There you go. That way there's no jurisdiction. Arizona don't got jurisdiction over these kids. New Mexico don't got jurisdiction. Utah, Colorado don't got jurisdiction over these kids because they didn't say, the judge didn't say, where you from? Oh, Colorado. Oh, there you go. So Arizona is what? The sperm daddy donor? That's it. Where you from? From my father. The sperm daddy. Where you from? Oh, New York. Oh, that's the sperm donor. No, I'm not from fucking New York. I'm from my father of my mother. But I did that at when I crossed the border one time. It's funny as shit. I was getting worried because the fucking border patrol agent wouldn't let me come back into America. He said, where you from, sir? I said, I'm from my father of my mother. Why? Where the fuck are you from? Uranus. And he said, yeah, really funny. He said, where you from? I said, you see that brown fucking 63-foot fucking oval fucking reefer unit over there sitting in the parking lot there in Lincoln Park across the street? Yeah. In Nogales here by El Paso? Yeah. You see that? Yeah. Was it Juarez? No, it's Juarez. Sorry about that. It's Juarez. Where's about up to El Paso? I said, that's my truck over there. He says, well, where you from, sir? I said, I just told you I was from that truck from over there. I just went over here, got some fucking food, got this T-shirt. I'm going. I got to get back on the road. So he says, no, where are you from? I said, well, I was out there in Yuma, and I fucking went to Salinas, and I got some produce, and I'm going towards Boston. He says, where are you from, sir? And he was dicking around with me for like 15, 20 minutes. So I was like, from New York, Virginia, da-da-da-da-da. Then I went to Florida, Las Vegas. I said, where are we going with this? He said, where are you from, sir? I said, you want to give me a hint? It says, where you from, sir? I said, man, why are you being an asshole? He says, because you're an asshole. He said, where you from, sir? I said, I'm from the third rock from the sun. If you go to the fourth rock, make a U-turn and go back to the third rock, and you'll find me talking to an asshole. I said, what do you want me to tell you? He said, where you from, sir? It was hysterical. Then I said, United States of America? And he says, welcome home, sir. And he pushed a button and let me come through. He said, fuck you. He said, hey, you want to break my balls? He said, I could do this all day, too. I said, oh, okay. I said, next time I know that. Don't break your balls. Got it. But yes, like I said, if you want to talk, like William is on a phone, Devin's on a phone, I'm a real fucking asshole sometimes.
I appreciate it.
Balls when you say something incorrect.
I love it. I love it.
When we're talking to each other, man, we got to fucking tighten each other's game up. I said, your best friend should supposed to beat the crap out of you to help you tighten up your game. I said, that's how you want them to act. You don't want somebody to coddle you and say,
Right.
good job. You know, no, you get either.
Oh no, this is where you're see, he's doing it now, people. He's going to be the new big bad bully around here, like they say I am, because
Well,
I contend
look,
that competition is what makes us.
Did anybody on this thing used to be a contractor?
Yeah, I've done it all to a degree, you know, never for as long as I should have or could have, but I've pretty much.
Contractors know what I'm talking about. Okay, especially when you do any kind of telecommunication. If you pick up the phone on one end and the other person picks up the phone on the other end, and you're a contractor and it doesn't work, you don't get paid. Okay, now if you're in, what do they call it? In-house guy, you know, one of these clowns that drive around in a Sprint truck, and you make your whopping $7 an hour.
Yeah,
you're an in-house guy. You're going to get paid at the end of the week, whether the fucking damn phones work or don't work.
Right.
I'm a contractor. Right. If my job is to hook up a PBX system, that means like a main switchboard, and you're in a hospital, and it goes to all these other rooms, and the guy picks it up. It's got to go to main switchboard operator, you know, sends it down the line. If it doesn't work, I don't get paid. It's that simple. I don't get paid by the hour. I get paid by the job. Okay, right. So it's either 0 or 100. I don't get 99. If it don't work, I get paid 0. Until they sign off on it, they're happy that it works, whether it's their phone, whether it's their computer, whether it's their fiber optics, whether it's their cable, whether it's anything, satellite. I don't get paid a dime. Okay, I get paid 0. Okay, so like I said, I used to make so much money because other guys, dude, I made a fortune in Phoenix because they gave the operating manual for Windows NT back in 1997, 98. They missed a step. Okay, I couldn't figure it out. Okay, I couldn't figure out what the hell, you know, like doing hospitals, doing dentist office, doing dance, doing restaurants, doing dance halls of Mexicans. I couldn't get it to work. So I got lucky. I was using Napster back then, and I was trading country music songs with a guy in Germany and some guy in Vietnam. And I told the guy in Vietnam I was having a problem because he did computers too. And he said, tell me the steps you're doing. He said, well, when you get into the registry, what is the speed that it's looking for coming in, the incoming speed? I said 100 megabytes. He said, that's for a LAN system. He said, that's not for that's for a LAN system. You want a WAN system. He said, local area, if you're hooking up just computers from one office room to another office room, that's the speed for LAN. Now you're looking at WAN. It's coming in from outside, right? I said, yeah. And it's all variable speeds. I said, yeah, it depends like on a faucet, how many people are tapping into the city supply. Yes, the pressure will be there, the speed will be there, won't be there. He says, so hook it up for a wide area network and make it fucking auto detect. He said, type in the word auto space detect, lowercase, into the syntax. I said, wow. So I typed it in and I was like, oh my God, it worked. So I got $60. So it's funny, all the in-house guys had their training manual. It didn't have it. It had it for LAN, but not WAN. So they were sending me out to do all of the in-house guys plus the other contractors guys' jobs they couldn't do. I was making an effing fortune just running around, just tightening up everybody's game. So they did 99.9% of the work. The other contractors, subcontractors, in-house guys, they got 0. I got all that money. And it was funny, when I was leaving Arizona to go to Alabama, you know, I was just going there to hook up with some woman to do electrical contractor work. So we were going to hook up and run our own company. But anyway, when I left, the outside guy knew I was leaving and I'd never come back. And he was walking alongside my bullshit 1965 GMC pickup truck that everybody hated. And they hated me, man, because I wouldn't kiss ass, and I was a total asshole out there. They tried to fire me one time. It was so funny. The guy that fucking ran the company got all the supervisors together, said, yes, Karl's got a fucking attitude, and yes, Karl knows shit that we don't never know. And we got to tolerate Karl's bullshit. He said, because Karl makes us money. You're a supervisor. You cost me money. Karl's the one that makes us money. So we have to tolerate Karl's shit. So now you apologize and, you know, tell Karl you're sorry you fired him. so funny. Poor bastards had to fucking apologize to me. Anyway, the outside plant guy fucking was walking alongside picture. I said, I know what. You want me to teach you how I fucking know what I know? I said, okay, here you go. Here's a training manual. It said, look, you got page 16, page 17. Okay, this should have been page 16 and a half. Here, this is what you clowns need to do. And I wrote it on a piece of paper, stuck it in there, said, here you go. I said, I just gave away my pot of gold. I gave away the fucking moneymaker. I gave you away the answer. I said, because if you guys fucking knew this answer, the first time I gave you any shit, you would have thrown my ass at a fucking curb. You wouldn't put up with my crap. But thank God you guys didn't know the fucking answer, because you know what? I got fed. I got a shitload of money. I got a fucking ton of money in my pocket now, and I can do whatever the fuck, where the fuck I want. $7 an hour in-house fucking guys. Go fuck yourselves. I said,
I'm going to refocus you, Karl, because I don't believe, and Timmy, tell me if I'm wrong, that Timmy got an answer that he's satisfied with as far as
I am. I actually
You're satisfied with that?
I don't even need to ask him anything else because I already knew the answer, basically. And my understanding is to just fucking arrive there and just be a fucking man and tell him how it is and who's proper.
Fuck around and find out, huh?
Yeah, and just fucking go across and not be holding any corporate documentation on us, so that even if they say, "Oh, you had this," not even gonna have any of that on us, and just walk the fuck across. Because
would you have any paperwork, Karl? Try to be as yes and no and straightforward as possible.
Look at one of the most famous ones I ever did. The guy with the kiddie porn, right? Him and his brother produced the kiddie porn, right? And he was in Lowell, Massachusetts, Winchester. He was what's the Remington? I'm trying to remember the name of the rifle company out there. Anyway, he was in the western part of Massachusetts, not near Boston. And anyway, he's got this quadplex. He's in the lower right-hand side. The FBI's outside his window. He takes a order from the FBI to, sell him some fucking kiddie porn. They're videotaping it right through this fucking outside window. You got the stadies out there. You got the feds, and you got the fucking sheriff's department. So he said they walked right into his house. He said he didn't realize they're already in the house. He said they unplugged his computer and said that'll be enough of that. He said within 20 minutes of them walking into my house, he said, I made a full confession of everything. He says, can you get me out of this? I said, yeah, that's a piece of cake. No problem. And he said, what do you mean? I said, it's a piece of cake, man. He said, but I made a full confession. He said, I already paid like a lawyer like 20 grand. I said, dude, okay, whatever. Eventually, he paid me like $6 grand. But he lived at my place for 11 weeks. We put in no paperwork, not a single document, not a single anything. I just taught him how to act. I taught him how to talk, and I taught him how to act like a man. Like I said, when you see some people, like I'm sure when Donald Trump walks in, people like they get this feeling, they get this energy, they get this vibe that this is the man. And like when a king walks into a fucking room, you can tell this is the king. This is a man. He's fucking holding, man. You could just tell the way the guy's walking. Like when I said when that Air Force officer came into family court and he walked on in there, and the fucking like I said, the wife's attorney told everybody look down at the ground, turn your head, don't look at the man. And the judge looked away and everybody walked away. And the guy just walked in, kept talking, blah, 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 talking like Karl Lentz, took his boy and girl by the hand and walked him out the courthouse door. Nobody stopped him. So there's a certain way you could hold a presence before the court without a single damn piece of paper. When they know there's a man there, there's a man before the court. And that's what this fucking kiddie porn guy did. When he came back out to the truck, I said, my God, I said, man, you're like cold as ice, man. I said, dude, you did great. I said, you only fucked up one time. I said, on a scale of 1 to 100, I'll give you an 85, 90. I said, I hope I'm as good as you are. I said, I tried to teach this guy Bali for 5 weeks, and he actually stuck around me from 7:30 in the morning to like 1 in the morning. And he, on a scale of 1 to 100, he's lucky we got a 5. He did terrible. I said, but boy, you're a master of the act. You know how to put on the game. You're a hell of a showman. And I said to him, the only place you fucked up is when the judge said, well, this is going to be quite a few weeks of trial. We got thousands of, images and videos we got to go through. We got tons of evidence. And he says, would you like to have an attorney? And yes, you did do the little stage performance acting, turning, twisting, hands on your fucking chin, huh? Looking up at the ceiling. Yeah, you did. I said, but you said, no, I'm okay. You should have said, thank you for taking my welfare into consideration, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, I'm not proficient in legalese, and this is a legal proceeding. Thank you for worrying about me. Like, it's nice to know that somebody actually is going to give me a fair trial. You know what? I can see the benefit of having somebody who interprets proceedings and legalese better than I can. Sure. Why not? I'll have a co-counsel sit by in case you use some terms that I'm not quite aware of or the procedure I should follow next. That sounds lovely. That'd be great. Sure. Why not? I'd be more than glad to accept that lovely present from the court. Sure. Let's have one. I said, other than that, dude, you knocked it out of the fucking park. And it's so funny when the guy sat there, in the truck. I already had my truck up and running, had the air conditioning on. All of a sudden, man, this guy breaks out in a cold sweat. He's just looking straight out the windshield. I never seen anybody break into a sweat, dude. His shirt got wet. His forehead got fucking sweat bumps on his fucking forehead. He just like zombied out looking out the windshield because he knew he was going to be jailed for the rest of his life. You know, so it was funny. I said, oh, shit, man. I think this is what they call breaking out in a cold sweat. I said, oh, man, I better shut the fuck up. This guy's fucking, something's going on inside this guy's head or this guy's body. He's losing it. Because as soon as he said the magic word, man, I got up. And the judge said, that's a hell of a good question. I asked the prosecutor. And I got up and I said, I walked past the bailiff because I said to the guy, oh, it's funny. When I walked into the courtroom, before we walked into the courtroom, I said, remember I asked you a few weeks ago? I said, I wanted to ask you a question. And I said, I wanted to ask you, I asked you like a whole rapid series of questions. He's like, no. I said, okay, I practiced the night before I asked you this question. I said, I had 12 questions. I said, because I knew you weren't going to answer this question honestly if I asked you. I said, so I had to practice 12 questions. You know, what do you want to eat for lunch? Do you want to have chicken or pizza? Did it rain over on that side of town? Because I want to let them sleep on my farm because I had my kids living at the time there. And I would not let, like, William lives there 24/7, but I would not let this guy spend 2 minutes, man, alone on my farm because I had kids living there at the time. So I said to the guy, but like I said, he was a Catholic choir director, man. He had all kinds of master's degrees and doctorates, man. You know, he was fucking, he had psychology degrees and everything, man. So anyway, so I practiced these 12 questions. So I said to him really quickly, I can't do as fast as I did it that day. I said, hey, do you want to get some chicken today or pizza for lunch? Oh, okay. And yeah, did it rain over there? It rained over here a little bit. Should we put 10 penny nails on it? Should we use decking screws? You know, it's just as fast as I can. It's like, how's your truck running? You know, did you get rid of that fucking, you still hear the wheel bearing scream? Will I ever find the bodies of any of the boys? You know, without saying an I was just like, yeah. And do you want to stop before, you know, you want to call it a day around 5 tonight, or do you want to work until 9? It's up to you. It's getting pretty hot right now. Do you want to start a little bit later on in the evening? And it's funny. He was answering me, yes, no, chicken fine, blah, 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 blah. He said, will they ever find the bodies of any of the boys? He said, no. And then I asked him 3 or 4 more questions, and he stopped. And I could see out of the corner of my eye that he was looking at me. And I kept asking him the questions, and I stopped and said, what? What are you looking at me like that for? He said, what did you ask me? Do you want chicken? Do you want pizza? No. After that, should we use 10 penny nails or should we use deckings? No. Before that. What? What do you think I asked you? He says, dude, you asked me. What did you ask me? I said, what? Tell me, man. Work with me. What did it sound like I asked you? And it's like, man, are we gonna get done sometime this afternoon? You're gonna stand around and ask me stupid fucking questions. He said, well, I thought you asked me something, and I just wanted to know what you asked me. I said, dude, I asked you like a dozen questions, man. I don't fucking can't remember everything I asked you today. So funny. He when we walked into the courthouse, I was not walking into court with him. Fuck no, not with that lunatic. He was never going to change. Because when we went to go pick up something at an auction site, it was really hot out. And I picked up like a stainless steel sink for like nothing and some other crap from a school. And as we were leaving, he was like looking out the window past us, like drooling. So it's like, oh, I guess there's some mom pushing some little kid on a swing, little 5-6-year-old kid on a swing, probably because of the elementary school. He's probably got some, you know, MILF that he wants to nail. So I look around, see what he's looking at, what he's drooling about. It's just a 5-year-old boy on a swing. I don't see no moms. So I said to him, I said, you fucking animal, what are you doing? He says, what? I said, dude, you're a sick motherfucker. Dude. He says, well, my foot got ran over from a lawnmower when I was about that kid's age, and I'm just fantasizing what it'd be to be a whole and complete boy back then. I said, fuck you, motherfucker. You a sick motherfucker. You out of your fucking mind. I said, I thought there could be hope for you. I thought you could change. Dude, you ain't never going to change. You're a crazy motherfucker. So when we walked into the courthouse, man, I got right before we opened the courtroom doors, I fucking gave him this fucking thing to read to the judge. Very last thing, because I said, this is going to get you out of your fucking problem. I said, dude, I'm not walking to that courtroom with you. You're a fucking sick, crazy motherfucking animal. Yes, and you did hear me ask you, will you ever find the bodies of any of the boys? That's going to be your way out. I said, and this is your fucking final question. You give it to the prosecutor, and the fucking case is over. The feds can't do a fucking thing to you. The state can't do anything until if dead men tell no tales. You can't find the bodies of the boys. You're over. The case is over. You're done. So I said, so now you walk, man. You do what you got to fucking do. So I said, I'm going to walk in about 10, 20 minutes later because I want no part of you. So I sat in the very last seat, last row. And then when he asked the judge that question, the judge said, that's a very good question. The prosecutor said, no, we've never been able to find the bodies of any of the boys. And I got up and I said to bailiff. I said, this case is over. And I went outside, sat in the truck, waited for him. You know, he was in there for maybe another 10 minutes. And when he came out, like I said, the guy broke into a cold sweat. But boy, that guy could fucking act. Boy, he was a master manipulator. And that's what I said to him. I said, dude, this is all acting. This is all wordplay. This is all acting. You want to do paper? Do paper. Will it work? Yeah, hopefully if you don't really know what you're doing and you need a fucking, like Brian Bonner, he didn't have a fucking clue. But he called me up at 6 o'clock at night. I wrote something for him. And we talked on the phone from like 6 until 7 with his buddy Denny. Denny's the guy who brought me out there to Indiana to do my very first seminar ever for 4 days. And I sent it to, I said, just hand it to the judge. And thank God Brian Bonner was evaluated with a 3rd grade education. He says, I don't understand what you wrote, Karl. I said, you don't understand that? No. I went, okay. So I sent him 2-3 more copies. He said, Karl, I still don't understand it. I said, oh, fuck, you don't? Okay. So thank God for Brian Bonner, because I've sent him about 27, 28 copies, and by copy 2122 version 2122, he finally said, I understand those words. I said, okay, you understand those words. Super simple, right? Yeah. Okay. We're good to go. He said, yeah, I'll put this into the class. I said, okay. So thank God for Brian Bonner, because see, back in 2013, I was still using highfalutin fucking bullshit words, legal terms. So thank God for Brian Bonner. I said, Karl, I can't do this. I don't even know I can't even pronounce these words. I can't read them. I said, what? He said, dude, I'm not going to be able to do this. I said, oh, shit. Okay, let me dumb it down. And by dumbing it down, man, is why he was able to win. By dumbing it down.
Okay, well, hold on. So you're saying a man, like a sheriff, watched a man filming 5-year-olds doing.
No. He didn't watch it. He bought pornography. You're not listening. Does anybody else hear what I said?
Oh, okay.
He sold. The FBI was outside of his quadplex. The guy lived at the bottom right-hand side of the quadplex.
Oh, you're selling
quadplex
it. Okay.
Is the house that's got 5 families living in. 4 different families living in.
Okay.
So the FBI was outside the window, videotaping through the window. They bought fucking kiddie porn with an FBI credit card. This guy took the FBI credit card and processed it in his computer. He sold the FBI fucking kiddie porn.
Okay.
That him and his brother. It's funny. The guy Mark in Atlanta found this fucking guy. We found his fucking name. What was his name? Patrick. Oh, Petrix. Like your pet does a trick, and it's either Alan is his first name.
Patrick.
His first name is either Alan. I don't remember what the other name was, but Petrix. He actually found him. The guy's back up in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana area, and he has a fucking video fucking business that he goes and does fucking events. The guy, he's out there still.
All right, so you're saying so to clarify for some people that have no idea what's happening, what I understand just happened is that no man or woman is actually pressing a claim against this man. It's just all these state agencies saying, "Oh, you broke some code that we don't like."
He literally fucking did shit to little kids and killed them. Dude, he's a menace to society. He should have fucking rotted in jail for the rest of his fucking life. But
wait, your questioning was in private or that was in a court record? That was questioning.
What I'm saying is, look, the guy was an evil motherfucker, right? And I drove him up to Massachusetts. I said, leave your brand new red Ford pickup truck here on my farm, just in case you get 20, 30, fucking 40 years in jail. You know where to fucking find your vehicle. It'll still be fucking here when you get out. Dude, I could have screwed that guy so fucking bad. I could have fucking set that guy up and said, dude, you're an animal. You deserve to rot in jail for the rest of your fucking life. You know, you're a fucking piece of shit. And I could have fucking told the prosecutor how to fucking nail this motherfucker. You know, and, but I said, nope. Like I said, if the devil came in and asked me for help, I'd help him. Jesus asked me for help, I'd help him. Hitler said, get me out of this call, I'd help him. Why? Because I gave my fucking word to my fellow man that I'll help him. Now, do I want to help him? Fuck no. Do I want to help my fellow man all the time? Fuck no. But he asked me for help. Karl, can you help me? Yeah, I can help you. Now I learned better, and I can say to people, like, you know what? He did that to me too. He set me up beautiful. I did not want to help him. I was going to give him the excuse. Well, I got a lot on my plate. You know, I got too much shit going on right now. I'm sorry to say I can't help you. The guy was a massive manipulator. He called up my show, told everybody in my show exactly what he did. I mean, he didn't lie. He told everybody. I mean, I had 8,000 people like listening to the show. Everybody started screaming, Karl, don't help him. Karl, don't help him. Karl, don't help him. And I said, shut the fuck up, all you fucking idiots. And I fucking muted everybody out. I said, man, you are good. I said, you know exactly my whole psychological profile. You know exactly what kind of man I am. He said, why? What are you talking about? He says, I said to him, you know that you called up on my show and you said what you did to little kids and you fucking made a full confession and you did it and you told me in front of 8,000 people, all these yo-yos who are listening to me on my fucking show, you knew they were going to scream at me. You knew they were going to tell me not to help you. And you knew my style. When people tell me not to do something, I'm going to do the complete opposite just to tell people, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm Karl Lentz. I'm my own man. I'm going to follow my own path. I'm going to do my own thing. I said, you're brilliant. I said, you played me like a fucking fiddle. You know it and I know it. I said, so thank you. And I started naming all the people who were telling me, Karl, don't help him. Karl, let him go to jail. Karl, tell him to go fuck himself. I said, yeah, thanks, guys. Why? Because I'm just going to do what you told me to do, Gus. Like, I'm going to do what you told me to do, Bob. Like, I'm going to listen to you, Dave. I'm not going to listen to any of you motherfuckers. I cut my own fucking path. I don't fucking follow. I lead. So I'm not going to fucking follow any of your bullshit motherfucking guys' advice. Thanks a lot, assholes. Now I got to help this schmuck.
Wait, so do you, if, I mean, you don't have to, obviously you don't have to answer. I don't have to tell you that, but like, do you believe that this dude in his heart was actually remorseful and changed?
No,
or
absolutely not.
So you don't feel any ethical duty.
It's just like any fucking, like you could say, like any fucking lawyer, man. Any fucking lawyer is supposed to help their fucking client, man. You know what I'm saying? But it's like he was a massive manipulator like that. I said, man, you played me good. I said, you got me to. I said, because I said to him, I said, I was going to say, well, you know what? It's an awfully big project. It's going to take many fucking months, many weeks of my life. It took 11 weeks to teach him. I said, it's going to take me a long time to teach you how to fucking walk in the court and fucking pull this one off because you already made a full confession. I said, how am I going to fucking, I said, I would have just said, dude, it's going to be way too much work. I got too much shit around here in my life. I'm building a fucking shop. I don't even know the roof on my shop yet. I got too much shit to do. But no, I said, you told the truth in front of 8,000 motherfucking people and you know my style. 8,000 people will say, Karl, don't jump. Karl, don't do this. Karl, don't do that. And you know, we'll say, fuck you people, man. I'm going to do what I want when I want. Nobody tells me what to do. And it's the same thing when my mom went to court, you know, to deal with my kids, man. It was funny. The judge said to my mom, well, I see that your son's got a lot of sovereign citizen documents that he puts in here, calls a follower of the sovereign citizen movement. And my mom said, I could tell you emphatically, I've known that kid since the day he was born. I'm telling you, he doesn't follow any fucking sovereign citizen movement. He doesn't follow any fucking body. She said, he's 2-3 years old. I tell him, stand right here. She said, I turn my back and he's gone. And we got to send out the posse to fucking hunt this fucker down. He's doing whatever the fuck he's doing, wherever the fuck he's. You can't tell this man what to do. He's not going to follow anybody. She said, now, if you told me he's the leader of the sovereign citizen movement, she said, that I would believe, but follow? No, my son will never follow any man. He said he trusts everybody. He trusts everybody to fuck him. He'll never follow anybody. So I said, you told him that in open court? She said, yeah, I know who you are. I'm not stupid. I'm your mom. It was funny as fuck that she said that. He's the fucking leader of this. Now you tell me he's a leader. Even my sister said that to me when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. She says, you know, when you grow up, if you want to be the next Jesus Christ, or if you want to start your own religion, people will follow you. She said, what? She said, kids listen to you. Old people listen to you. She said, people just naturally come to you and talk to you and listen to your stories. She said, you want to start your own religion? She says, people are going to follow you. I said, I don't want nobody to follow me, man. I want to do my own fucking thing, man. I don't want to be the leader of people. I don't be the responsible somebody's damn daddy. That's fucking nuts. Why would I want to be responsible for fucking people?
So they're saying down there, someone Unslaved yourself says they never. Oh wait, where was that? Oh, okay. I can't imagine Paul helping a man that raped or murdered children just because he asked for help. I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out.
What if the devil asked me for help? What if Hitler asked me for help? Dude, I can make you believe that Hitler was abused as a child. His daddy didn't hug him enough, hugged him too much. His mommy hugged him, didn't hug him. And I can make you fucking fall in love with Hitler. Or I can make you hate Hitler.
Well, that's what I was getting to, Karl, is that I'm self-aware enough and reflective and introspective enough to know that evil lives within every man to some degree. And it would be hypocritical to cast out my fellow man if they actually were somewhat repentant or wanting help, or I believe they were put in my purview in order to create a better man in a better way, then yeah, I mean, it's scripturally sound and it's sound in conscience as far as heart-based intelligence. Who am I to cast judgment on somebody else for doing evil or wrong to somebody else when I'm probably guilty of it on some level myself? May not be to that degree, but when it comes to the judgment of God, so to speak, is anyone escaping that? The idea of causing loss, injury, or harm, or just being evil or wicked, or having a darker aspect of self, if you want to call it evil. I think that we're all potentially working this out, what it means to be human, and you know, how to practice the art of living, right, and co-creating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't tell if you guys could still hear me or not because I'm walking around now. But no, like I said, yeah, it's kind of a weird. It's called a paradox. And look at it this way: how come in our country 50% vote one way, and how come it isn't 20% and 80%? How come it always seems 50-50? What the hell's going on? So to me, God made day, God made night, God made good. If God did not want that evil motherfucker on earth, God would have taken care of himself. But God wants that evil motherfucker on earth for some fucking reason. It's just part of the game. You see what I'm saying?
But you said yourself you wouldn't want that motherfucker on your farm, right? So you are making a definitive judgment to like exclude him from. You're not just like one of these crazy people that's just like, yeah, do whatever you want at all times, right? So you are putting a delineation, right? So why do you stop at the boundaries of your property and then, you know, help this guy to then? He said he's not repentful. So like, you're going to go and do that again outside your property? Like, how does that make any sense?
Did you guys ever hear a German philosopher, Immanuel Kant? K-A-N-T.
Yeah, yes. But I don't really read the words of other men too much. So
okay. Kant says when a murderer comes to your door, murderer rapist comes to your door. Okay, you can't ever lie for any fucking reason. You always have to tell the truth, what you believe the truth is. If a murderer comes to your house, okay, with a butcher knife or a shotgun and says, I'm coming here to kill your women and children. Where are your women and children now? What do you tell them? The Germans run the courts, okay? Germans fucking basically run every fucking thing. Donald Trump's a German fucking kind of guy. We run the fucking world. Okay, what is the German's philosophy? When you say, where's my wife and kids? What do we tell them?
I might shoot him in the head right there because he just claimed he was going to.
You're over here, right behind the gun case. Follow me.
Yeah, I might just kill him immediately. I don't know where you're going.
They're in their bed sleeping. How do I get to the bedroom? Oh, you go up the stairs. It's the first door on the left and the second door on the right. That's what you tell him. And then when he comes in your house, then you blow his brains out. But you don't lie to him. He asked you a fucking question. Where's your wife and kids? Oh, second door on the left and the third door on the right. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. You don't lie to this fucking guy for any reason. Now, you do what you got to do. But you don't fucking lie.
Why do I even answer? Why do you even have to talk to this guy in the first place?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When I tell my stories, and then, like I said, some guy in Australia actually Googled, did it really snow on March 31st, 1989 in New York City? He said, Karl, you actually told the story where you drove your motorcycle in this fucking rare blizzard fucking snowstorm that hit New York City, and you destroyed your fucking cowboy boots because you had to ride your motorcycle 2, 3, 4, 5 miles an hour, and you had to use your fucking boots as like what do they call it? Outrigger canoe, man. You had to use them and stand up while your motorcycle was going left, right on your ass. When this BMW guy was riding alongside you, you really fucking did drive through the snowstorm. Yes. On a motorcycle, yes. It's like, I actually Googled it, yes. They said they had a freak snowstorm in New York as you're going up, yes. And then the next day it went to like 60, 70 degrees and all the snow was gone. And I had me trip back down to Virginia. But I said, I gave my word that I'm going to go to New York and I'm going to go to this fucking guy's fucking wedding. And I hadn't talked to the guy in about 3-4 years because I still got the surfboard on the side of my barn.
Hey, you're cutting out a little bit, Karl.
Oh, yeah, well, like I said, this guy and I bought a surfboard, you know, before this hurricane, Gloria Sand, it was sun up to Gloria. It was, I forgot the name, Gloria hit Carolina, whatever hit New York. We bought a surfboard. Never surfed in our life. That was the stupidest thing in the world to buy a surfboard for a hurricane. Because you're going to get hit with a fucking roof of a house or 2x6s. It's stupid as fuck. So anyway, Hugo was the son of Gloria. That's right. So people actually background checked me to see if I was telling the truth. And Williams could take a picture and send you a picture of the surfboard I got next to my shop. Any fucking way. So he owed me money. And I hadn't talked to him about 2-3 years because he owed me lousy fucking $50. So his wife-to-be calls on my sister, said, "Couldn't your brother come to Rob's wedding?" I said, "Sure." You know, I said to Karen, "Tell his wife to be sure, I'll fucking be there." So I get on my motorcycle. It's a nice day in Virginia. It's like fucking 60 degrees. I got no gloves on. I got my coat, you know, my pair of cowboy boots I just bought. Nothing fancy. And I fucking start driving to Pennsylvania. I run into a rainstorm. Then there's an ice storm. Then there's a fucking snowstorm. And the BMW guy, like I'm putting along my Harley, top speed 62 fucking miles an hour on that piece of shit. And all these was crappy back then. And the BMW boy would get on, he'd fly by me, and he'd do like 100 miles an hour flying by me. I'm doing my 55, 62 miles an hour. That's speed limit back then, 55. And 62 on the downhill. And just putting along. And he keeps stopping on the underpasses to warm up and, get out of the snow for a while. And he tried to muscle me off the highway on 78 going east towards New York City. And he said, "I want to buy a cup of coffee." I said, "Hey, man, I don't swing that way. Thanks anyway, man." "No, thanks." He says, "No, man, I want to buy a cup of coffee. Pull over." I said, "Dude, I don't swing that way because Beamer boys, man. You think Harley guys are hardcore? Fuck, Beamer boys make Harley guys look like bitches, man. They wear fucking leathers that match their coats, that match their colors. Beamer boys are insane. These German Beamer boys. They're really more sense like that motherfucker." Anyway, he cuts me off on this crazy fucking hairpin exit ramp at 20 mile an hour exit ramp. So I said, "Goody, this better be fucking good." So he said, "I want to buy a cup of coffee." I said, "I don't drink fucking coffee. I don't drink coffee in my life." Well, let me tell you, 11 o'clock at night, I drank fucking a whole entire fucking 16 cup of coffee, man, while I was in the shower being fucking defrosted. Any fucking way. I said, "No, I don't want no motherfucking coffee." He says, "Look, man, let me give you a pair of gloves." He said, "I got a pair that was soaking wet. But, dude, you got socks on your hands." I said, "Yeah, because I'm expected to rain or snow." I took my socks off and I was using them as mittens. He said, "Man, let me at least give you a pair of gloves." I said, "Dude, these things are expensive. They're going to be like $60. Where's your mailing address?" He said, "Dude, just keep them. Don't worry about it." He says, "I thought I was fucking crazy." He said, you really fucking crazy." I said, "Well, I gave some man, I gave the man." I said, "I gave my sister the word to give the girlfriend to tell the man that I'd be there. I didn't give the man my word. I gave my sister my word to give her lady to his girlfriend, the wife to be, to give it to this man. Then I'd be there for his wedding." So even though I hadn't talked to him in years because he owed me $50. So I called on my brother and he says, "Man, Karl, it's snowing like crazy here in the open. Why don't you just get a motel?" He said, "Yeah, I see a motel across the street." He said, He said, "I got a credit card. I'll fucking buy it." He said, "No, don't do it." He said, "I gave my word that I'd be there." He said, "Karl, man, it's suicide. You're not going to make it." I said, "Well, God, I'll be fine." He said, "Oh, you got to stop this shit. You're crazy, dude." I said, "Look, man," I said, "I'll crawl in my fucking bloody stumps. I'll crawl in my elbows, dude. I'm going." I said, "I'm going." So he says, "Okay, man." He says, "But just let me know if you want to stop. Just pull over. I'll pay for it." I said, "Dude, it ain't going to happen. That ain't me, man." I said, "Look, I wish I was the younger brother in the family." I said, "I wish I didn't have to be the way I am. I wish I didn't have to keep my word. I wish I could bullshit like everybody else on earth. I wish I could." I said, "It just ain't. I wouldn't know who I am." I said, "You guys are going to lose faith in me. I'm going to lose faith in me. I have to do what I say I'm going to do. I got no choice." And he's like, "Okay, man, like, God bless you." I said, "Yeah, man, dude, let's go for this." So we got on a motorcycle, he was standing up, man, and we're using this like fucking outrage, man. It was fucking funny, whatever they call those fucking things. My brand new boots looked like elf boots when I got to the guy's place. They were curled. And the motorcycle was going left, right underneath us. But we were keeping up with the flow of traffic. It was pretty cool. So we were standing, letting the motorcycle pull us through this snow. He said, "You know, we get pulled over by state troopers. The state troopers going to fucking pull us off the road." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Look, man, I got people coming to meet me at the Jersey, Pennsylvania border. So we don't got to go up to fucking up in the Poconos, up in the mountains." He says, "They'll give you a ride to wherever you want to go in New York." I said, "Dude, I'm doing this, man. Thank you, but I don't want nothing." I said, "I feel bad enough I'm taking your gloves." I said, "I shouldn't take your gloves." He said, "Dude," I said, "You got to take them." So we fucking said goodbye, man, when we got to Phillipsburg. And I kept going through the mountains, man, in the fucking snow, dude. And it's funny, man, I stopped in Newark. I left the motorcycle under that. I got a bag and a little grocery store, man. Bodega, whatever you guys call them nowadays. Deli. So these black guys are all around me, man, looking on my motorcycle. And I lit the running. I said, nobody can steal a motorcycle in the snow. These motherfuckers take 3 steps with the fucking, roll the fucking thing 3 feet and fall on the ground. So I'm making it to New York, man. I get it to the guy's house. And I go around this block. It's 11 o'clock at night when I get there. Obviously, I missed the fucking reception. Obviously, I missed the ceremony. So I knew where his girlfriend's mom lived. So I figured that's where they'd wind up because she was going to live there because he was just probably didn't have no money. And she was like 10 years younger. So anyway, I get there. He has a Harley. And he comes running outside the door. I said, oh my God, you're here. I said, catch me. I can't put my legs down. He said, what? I said, catch me, I can't put my legs down. I'm going like 10 miles an hour. Ah, fuck, I gotta go around a block. Catch me, motherfucker. So he's like, and then I came around again, and then his 2 of his cousins were out there. Well, 2 family members, whatever. And I'm screaming, catch me, motherfuckers. What? I can't fucking put my legs down. Catch me. So it was funny. I had to do it the 3rd time. Thank God, man. He grabbed the handlebars. His 2 fucking friends grabbed it from the left and the right. And they picked me up off the motorcycle. And I was frozen in that position. The ice was so thick on me, it's funny as fuck. So they carried me right into the fucking shower and they put me in a Boston loop. And they just fucking poured hot water on my fucking coat till they get the zipper on my feet and it's funny. So, and man, I drank black fucking coffee. I drank 16 fucking cups straight down. It's funny as fuck. Black. And I was fucking shivering like a motherfucker. And then his dad runs in to the shower and he shows me some fucking bullshit, what do they call those things, Polaroid instant camera pictures. He says, man, you gotta take a look at these photos. I said, dude, I don't give a fuck. He said, you gotta see
cutting in and out, Karl. And I'm being inundated here with folks. We gotta wrap up too. This is I want to have you back on more of the legal lawful stuff. But they're fixated on the child story. The guy you were helping with the child, they can't. Folks are like, we can't imagine you helped them. Why would you do that? We want to hear more about that. What's the deal?
Yeah, like I said, it's so if you're trying to say like the most impossible fucking case that can't be won in court, the guy robbed a bank. Okay, the guy walked. You know, after robbing the bank and saying, "Yeah, I robbed it. What are you going to fucking do about it?" That's what he said in court. What are you fucking going to do about it? And so I robbed the bank. And what's it to you? Dude, he robbed a fucking bank. They can't do shit. The guy fucking rapes fucking kids, kills fucking kids. They can't do shit. Dude, that's how easy it is.
So you're basically saying that it's between the individual and God.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to have to answer what the fuck he's done. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm going to.
And this is how we avoid living in hate in our lives, right? Is that if we can't make judgment on the evil others do because ultimately we're not God. And we're tasked here as much as possible to understand the enemy within and without so that it ceases to be an enemy so we can reconcile and resolve and leave the judgment to God.
Yeah, but it's a fancy way of saying it, yeah. But like I said, yeah, that's a fancy way of saying it. It's like, look, this is all in God's hand. God fucking put that crazy fucking animal on earth for some fucking reason. I don't know. But like I said, I'm not here to destroy any motherfucking thing. You know, like Williams on my farm, he'll see, man, if there's a mouse, man, I'll fucking even take care of the fucking mouse that my sister catches. She's like, you got to be fucking kidding. You catch them like my buddy was working in the shop and there was a fucking a nest of rats living in my toolbox, in one of my Snap-on toolboxes. And he went to fucking take a mouse. What are you doing? He says, oh, I'm going to fucking throw him away. I said, no, you're not. You're going to take him to the other end of the field and you're going to let him go. I said, dude, we don't. William said, yeah. See, William said, yep. We're not. I'm not here to destroy any motherfucking thing. Who the fuck am I?
Yeah, this is why folks oftentimes wonder why I continue to draw from the same wells when it comes to people, because I have never been, irredeemable in the eyes of God, and if I can be redeemed in my heart, anyone can. So I never completely turn my back on anyone, but I do use discernment to create boundaries when necessary, if that makes sense. So I can resonate with that.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, look at the people who said they lost their kids from look at all I learned from them stealing my kids, taking my kids. Look at all I learned. Look at all the crap I had to go through. But God wanted me to go through it. They took my kids. They tortured my kids. They fucking tortured my whole family. They did it all. And I thank them for doing it. Why? Because I learned a lot. I could teach people a lot. Dude, if I had an enchanted fucking life and they didn't take my fucking kids and didn't put me through all this hell for all these fucking years, dude, I would be totally worthless to you people. I'd just be like you fuckers. So thank God, God. I always say, God never fucking gave me anything I couldn't fucking handle. They said they never heard anybody react the way that I did. When they said they had a Downs kid, my wife didn't know what Downs was, and that's the name of a doctor, some like Bob Downs. He diagnosed it. So I knew what it was. So when we had no idea a Downs kid was going to be popped out. So I hadn't seen the kid at the time, you know. So when I got to the hospital, they said to me and my wife in a room with like doctors and psychiatrists and fucking social workers, they said, well, yeah, we're not sure if he's a mosaic Downs or just a mild form, a different type of Downs, a mild form. We're not sure yet. They said, how do you feel about that? And my wife's like, what's Downs? I said, well, they call it mongoloid. When we were kids, they called it mongolism. And she said, oh, and like one teardrop fell out of her eye, real gentle. She didn't cry. She didn't sob, just one teardrop. And they said, well, how do you feel about him, Mr. Lentz? I said, well, God doesn't give me anything that I can't handle. They said, well, he's probably going to be deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled. You know, you're going to have to take care of him for the rest of his life. He might not make it to 18 years old. I said, oh. I said, God never gives me anything I can't handle. I'll figure it out. They said, no, you could just sign him away and we'll take him into custody forever and you never have to deal with it. Like, you know, he's only fucking 2 pounds, 10 ounces. He's tiny, you know, we just, forget about him, you know, you know, if we look the other way, you know, I said, no, you keep him alive, man. He said, it's going to cost millions of dollars. I said, dude, I don't give a fuck. They said, well, you just a cable guy. Your mother-in-law says, yeah, cable guy, whatever the hell. I said, I know how to pay my bills. I said, I don't care if it's $1 trillion. I could pay it. I know how to do it. My uncle's in charge of Visa, in charge of fucking collections. My mom's an IRS fucking tax order. You can hand me any denomination with as many zeros as you want, and I got that bill covered. They said, how are you going to get it covered? I said, ma'am, don't worry how I do my thing. You know what? Just hand me the bill. We're good. They said, well, you fill out Medicaid and Social Security for him now, and they'll cover it. I said, ma'am, I don't want anything from the centralized government. I said, you hand me the bill, and we're good. They said, if you don't fill out these medical forms, you're never going to see that kid again because we want to get paid. I said, you will get paid. He said, how you got that kind of money? I said, ma'am, I got more money than you could possibly fucking imagine. And they're like, well, that's ridiculous. So, you know, we're going to keep custody of the kids until you sign this fucking paperwork. You're not going to take the kid. I said, ma'am, you do whatever you wish. They said, you know, he's going to be deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled. I said, yeah, I'm sure. And I said, and on the farm, I said, I got a perfect room from the eastern view. And then I said, the west view's got sun going down east. I said, I know how to take care of a plant. I said, so you tell me he's going to be a vegetable? Fine. I'm damn good motherfucker with vegetables. I could take care of a vegetable. We're good. And I said, look, man, I said, of course I want a kid that could throw a ball and drive a car and fucking sling a wrench with his dad. Of course I want a normal boy. What do you think? I'm fucking insane? I said, but God would never fucking give Karl Lentz anything that Karl Lentz can't handle. So if Karl Lentz is going to have a kid that's deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled, Karl Lentz must be one hell of a fucking man. Do I have all the answers how I'm going to take care of him? No. But God's going to fucking put me through this. It's going to be a lot of heartache. It's going to be a lot of drama. It's going to be fucking whatever. But God would never do something to me that I don't deserve. He wants me to go through this for a reason. I said, so no, you just fucking, when he's ready to go, you let me know and I'll take him. I got this. I don't want anything from you people. So like I said, man, and they said, we never heard anybody talk like you. I said, look, man, I said, God put down people in the world because they got an extra chromosome, right? I can't create an extra chromosome being. You can't, I can't. He's God's child, okay? Maybe one day we're going to get this crazy virus that's going to break out on planet Earth and kill all us 23 chromosome fuckers. And the only ones that are going to live is 24 because he's done with us. He's done with us.
Karl, you must not know where I sit on this kind of issue, because ultimately I could contend that the Mongoloid children are more intelligent than the average citizen slave. They're never going to think policy and code is law. They're never going to vote for a master, and they're never going to pay tax.
Well, that's what I said. I said, God might be sick and tired of us 23 chromosome motherfuckers, and he wants a gentle, quiet people. He's done with the bullshit. He's done with the wars. He's done with the murders.
He's replacing an inferior model.
Yeah.
We've become obsolete.
I said, my son has got an extra chromosome, so I guess he's alpha male. I guess he's Superman. I said, you look at him that he's below me. Well, he's got an extra chromosome, so wouldn't that make him better than I am? Wouldn't that make him one of God's child? I said, I can't create an extra chromosome, so he must be an extra chromosome boy on Earth for a reason. And maybe it's that strain of DNA that'll save the whole world. Maybe if you guys could pull out that strain of DNA, because the Downs kids aren't dropping for viruses. We are. Like chickens die of chicken viruses, but the cows don't get affected because they got a different DNA strand. He's got a different DNA strand. Maybe these Downs people are going to save the world. I don't fucking know, and I don't fucking care. All I know is I got to go to work tomorrow, man, and I got shit to do. Is there anything else I can help you people with? This is all in God's hands. So like I said, God fucking got that guy on earth for some fucking reason. Now you can say it's an ungodly reason. Well, God fucking created that guy. Why did God create that guy? Dude, I've never even took one look at any child pornography photo in my life because it's one of the, I don't have a brain eraser. There's certain, like I will not watch horror movies. If I see a horror movie, I'll be a candy ass and I'll close my eyes. I ain't doing it. I ain't watching somebody being ripped apart for entertainment. I ain't doing it. It ain't fun. It ain't entertaining. That's pornography. That's fucking something so fucking bizarre from the standard of our community that it's obscene. That's pornography. Two women and a man having sex with each other? That's not pornography, man. That's nature. Now you're having people rip each other apart, or kids running around watching. Ask this fucking guy who thinks it's so horrible what I did. Did he ever watch that fucking that show where the kids are running around? Not Game of Thorns, the other one, where the fucking kids around shooting each other with bows and arrows and shit like that, man. Hunger Games. Ask me if you ever watched the fucking Hunger Games. What do you think? That's fucking entertainment? You think that's fun? Watching children run around putting bows and arrows through each other's eyeballs? Dude, that's pornography, man. That's obscene. You're watching that for entertainment. Dude, you're out of your fucking mind. That's gross, man. That's gruesome. Thinking my sister took her 3 daughters to go fucking watch, and they asked me if I wanted to go see the movie. I said, I don't watch pornography. Sorry. What? She said, you don't watch no, there's no naked. No, naked is nature. Men and women having sex, that's nature. That's natural. That's not pornography. Pornography is when fucking people are hacking each other to pieces, man, and ripping out each other's guts and fucking thinking it's entertainment. People are paying to watch it. That's pornography. That's when something's so obscene fucking within the fucking society, man. That's pornography. So that's ungodly. They said, I was going to say that at the time, I said, you just go watch the movie with the kids. They came back and said, oh man, it's great. Just like the book. I said, they all went to Pentecostal fucking school. And I said, yeah, you girls all go to these Christian college, Christian schools. Yeah. Do you understand that that's what you just watched is pornography? And I gave them the definition of pornography. And you girls are fucking into this. This is pornography. Men and women running around naked is not pornography. That we fucking put clothes on us because we're these like pilgrim kind of motherfucking people that fucking believe that fucking being in the image of God is fucking something ugly and hateful and that we should be ashamed. I said, no, you should be ashamed that you watched fucking kids put bows and arrows to each other's eyeballs. That you should be ashamed of, that you actually think that's entertainment. So like I said, it was just funny. The doctors and the nurses said, we never heard anybody explain going through fucking when we told, they said every single mom and dad that we ever made this proposal to signed the fucking Downs kid away. They said, you're the first one that said, no, my wife signed him away. I didn't. My wife didn't want him. I said, nope. I said, she could fucking turn away. He's mine. And they said, what? I said, look this way, people. You don't seem to understand. I'm going to be 70, 80, 100, 110, 120 years old. I'm going to be here someday. I'm going to be deaf, dumb, blind, crippled like this fucker. And if I sign my fucking kid away, is my family going to be there for me? No. I turned him over to the state. So when I'm 80, 90, 100, 110, 120 years old, I'm deaf, dumb, blind, crippled. They're going to send me away to the state. And then what are you going to do to me? Let me fucking rot on a fucking ice cold table? Fuck you people. I said, my family's been around for thousands of generations. I don't need your fucking help. We've never needed your fucking help. Thank you, but no thank you. You want to try to keep them alive? God bless you. You don't want to keep them alive? Oh, well, I'll just wrap them up. I'll take them home. So it's funny, man. They said, wow, you're the first dad, first parent ever that told us to go fuck ourselves. I said, well, they said, there'll be no financial responsibility. We won't ask you to pay. Lady, I don't give a fuck. I don't care how much. I don't care if this cost me everything I got. You keep that kid going. I've got this. So funny. Dude, it didn't even take me 2 seconds to come up with the fucking answer. Did I want to help this fucking guy? Did the kiddie porn? No. Do I want to help the devil? No. Do I want to help Jesus? No. Dude, I just want to do my own thing. But when they come knocking on my door and ask me for help, I say, sure. Study Immanuel Kant. Kant, K-A-N-T, and you'll understand Germans. If they pronounce it Kant, but it's K-A-N-T, you'll understand how I think. You'll understand how the courts think. Or how they're supposed to roll. Now it's getting perverted. People are just lying their fucking asses off, man. Like I said, the judicial system is totally fucking collapsed. Since 1961, it's totally fucking collapsed. Now it's just all corporate and crap, man.
Well, that's why, by what would be virtuous and true and correct and right. And again, that's could be argued as subjective. I don't believe in subjective morality, but the canon, I believe, states, and what would make sense would be, regardless of what's on that paper, when a man and woman makes the court known that a wrong has been done by one man or woman to another man or woman, then that administrator has a vested interest in determining how that wrong was done and what should be done about it, right? So the fact that over technicalities, folks would look the other way at active wrong being done in a community, a culture, a society, whatever you want to call it, is, to me, the antithesis of what creates prosperity and an orientation toward justice, right? This is the fall of man at this point.
There's just too much money involved nowadays, man. It used to be honorable.
Oh, great.
It used to be like, say, like guys that look like me and think like me used to run the courts. Okay. Now you got a whole bunch of gay guys and women running around there. They don't understand honor. They don't understand, this. They don't understand the belief in God. It's all corporate now. It's all money. It has nothing to do with who's the man, who's caught, who's bringing the claim, who's verifying. There's no who anymore. There's all what's. There's no who. Everything's a fucking what. Like I said, when I helped that judge guy, man, what was his name? Fucking John Capelli. He, the first thing I asked, whose court is this? And they said, it's the fucking Province Ontario court. I didn't ask, what court is it? Whose court is it? You know what? Screw this. You know what? I'm claiming the court. It's called Lentz's court. Anybody? Oh, no, it was John Capelli court. Sorry about that. It wasn't, I didn't say it was my court. Obviously, I said it was the John Capelli court. And it became his court. Like I said, it's, like I said, people are saying, I can't believe Karl Lentz helped this guy, blah, blah, with the kiddie porn guy. Oh, well, people tell me that shit all the fucking time. People can't believe that fucking bank robbers fucking black guys coming out of fucking prison, robbing banks, and they do call stuff and said, yeah, so what? Who cares? What's the deal? And they walk. So, Karl, do you realize people are using your stuff and they're robbing banks and they're fucking having fun spending the money and there's nothing that anybody can do about it? Yeah. And what do you want me to do? You want to go to you want to
as if we shouldn't be able to live the truth around other chimpanzees and genes for the fear that they may do wrong with the truth, right? Like so everyone lives a collective lie together to not be evil. It's fascinating. It really is.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I said, then if the guy couldn't pull my shit off in court, then what's going to happen is going to be martial law. They're going to have Judge Dredd. The cops are going to see you robbing a bank. He's going to fucking just kill you right there on the sidewalk. And it's going to be done. Because when you guys are going to make a mockery out of the courts, that's what's going to happen. So, yes, are some people making a mockery out of the court, like that guy did with the kiddie porn? Yes. Did the guy make a mockery out of the court, the bank robber make a mockery out of the court? Yes, he sure did. And enough people learn how to make a mockery out of the courts. Okay. Now where do we go, folks? Why would you, what now? It's like I said, I said to myself, where in history have I seen somebody pull this off? And it was Fidel Castro. He did it in Cuba. He got rid of we hate the Jew fucking bangers. Oh, we hate usury fees. Oh, they killed the fucking Jesus Christ. Whatever. Dude, I realized what he did. He had this fucking, like the Hispanic people are massive Catholics. Like 90% of the Catholics in the world are Hispanic. So he got all the Hispanics to turn on the fucking Jews. They got rid of all the Jew bankers. Nobody had to pay on a car. Nobody had to pay on a house. Nobody had to pay on the loans. And the banks disappeared from Cuba. And Cuba used to be the second most prosperous country in the Western Hemisphere. Now it's still the poorest country in the world, including Zimbabwe. It's the poorest country on earth. And because the Jews aren't there to fucking funnel in the money. And the world runs on Jew money. And Castro fucking, everybody loved Castro for the first year. Nobody had to pay fucking any of the money back. Everybody got free houses, free cars. All their fucking debt was gone. Yeah, but then the second year when you went to a car dealer, there was nothing to buy. And you couldn't buy it on time because your brother's certainly not going to loan you money. The church certainly isn't going to give you a loan. Who's going to give you a loan? The Jews. Why would your family not give you a loan? Because they know you're not going to pay it back. Why would the church not give you a loan? Because they know you're not going to pay it back. Why did the Jews give you a loan? Because they know they're going to drag your ass into their judiciary fucking courts and they're going to take all your shit. Is your mommy, daddy going to fucking drag you into court? No. Is the church going to drag you into court? No. So you're gonna fucking laugh at mommy, daddy. Oh well, the little Billy needed a pair of fucking shoes, mommy. I can't pay you back this month of the money you gave me. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, brother. Yeah, the Jews will fucking sling your ass. They'll fucking be in their goon squad down there. They'll fucking strip that fucking car away from you, kick you out of the house. That's what they'll fucking do to you. The Jews got no problem fucking throwing your ass to the curb, brother. You ain't that brother. So that's what I'm saying. The fucking, I said, so you guys are all going to love Karl Lentz. Wow, we don't got to pay our credit cards. Yay, we got free houses. Wow, we could rob banks and get away with it. Yay, we could do kiddie porn. Yay, God bless Karl. Until the system collapses and they go say, who's the motherfucker that got us into this? Oh, that was that bastard Karl Lentz. Wait a second. You loved me last year. You love me, just like you love Fidel Castro. Why did Fidel Castro have to kill thousands and not millions of his own people? Because they turned on him. Why? Because he taught them how the games works, how the game is played, how to deal with the courts, how to deal with the Jews, how to deal with the banks. Yeah, then he had to kill his own fucking people because they're coming. So now I'm going to have to kill you motherfuckers because you're coming after me. Why? Because I taught you how to do this shit. Now you're going to blame me because I showed you the rules of the game? Dude, I went to the bank and there was a man named Jason who was the bank manager. Now he's a regional director. And I said to him, I want people to know exactly who I am and what I am. So I said, I used to give everybody my social security number. I was going to do that for you guys too. I put my phone number in there. I said, this is my social security number. Google me. I said, trust me, who would know my fucking social security number, my driver's license? I was going to give you all the information to prove who I am. That's what I did on one of my first shows. I said, to my driver's license, here's a social security number. Here where I was born, there's a hospital, there's my mom's maiden name. You know, I said, none of that shit's my information. I don't know if my name's Karl Lentz. My mom might have fucking banged a Finkelstein for all the fuck I know. How the fuck do I know what my name is? That's not my social security. That's somebody else created. That's something I just carried to fucking help me get along through this legal fucking world. So I told Jason, I said, I'm going to videotape you fucking doing my credit rating. I want everybody to see what my credit rating is. So Jason said, okay, but when I put in vital information, make sure you turn the camera away. I said, yeah, sure. I didn't turn it away. So Jason said, okay, your social security number, you put it in, I'll let you guys see it. Fucking driver's license, background check, And one of the proudest things I ever heard anybody tell me, man, Jason said to me, you don't exist in our world. I said, thank you. I want everybody who watches my show to know I don't exist in your world. He says, but you're like over 50 years old. I said, yeah. He said, you never applied for a credit card. Nope. Never applied for a loan. Nope. Never applied for a mortgage. Nope. He says, that's ridiculous. You're an intelligent man. I had 6 figures in the bank. He says, but it was in the savings bank just to use my fucking debit card, to use a debit card when I travel. He says, dude, I said, yeah, I get fucking offers on airplanes all the time when I go around the world. I said, oh, fill out this application. You get a free 15,000 miles. You go to Hawaii for free. Nope, thank you anyway. They said, all you got to do is fill it out. You don't have to get approved. Just fill it. Nope, thank you. I'm good. And I said, I don't want to exist in your world. He said, you don't exist. You don't have a credit score. He said, how many people in this country don't have a credit score? I said, Amish, Karl Lentz. I said, dude, I don't exist in your world. Why? I said, because I'm going to be indebted to you people. I don't want to be a slave. I said, that's what happens when you get into a credit card world like this. I said, I'm going to be a debtor and you're going to be my creditor or my creator. I said, why would I want to be created in your world? I said, God already created this man in God's world. Why would I want to enter into your world? What creditor is like, well, I'd owe them, right? I'd be a debtor, right? So debtor means slave in German, right? Debt means slave in German. Yeah. And when you owe a debt, what did they used to do? They'd put an earring in your ear. If I owed Bob some money, Bob would put an earring in my ear, and I had to keep it there for at least 7 years. If after 7 years I didn't pay it off, Bob would cut it out. Then if I owed Bob money, that'd be 1 earring. Then if I owed Joe money, that'd be 2 earrings. If I owed Bill money, I'd have 3 earrings, right? That's what they do to a slave. They put earrings in. How many guys you know have earrings and haven't a fucking clue what it means to have an earring in your ear? It means that you're a debtor, means you're a slave. And as you cut it, that's why if you had 3 earrings in your ear and you wanted to go borrow money now from Harry said, whoa. I see that you already owe 3 guys fucking money. Who do you owe? Oh, you owe Bob, Billy, and Mike. I'm going to go talk to Bob, Billy, and Mike and see if you're making payments. Hey, Bob, Billy, and Mike, is he making fucking weekly payments, monthly payments? Yeah, he's doing good. Should I loan him some money? Yeah, sure, go ahead. He's got a good line of credit, man. Go ahead. Give him another fucking earring. Okay. And after 7 years, they had to cut the earring out. Read your Bible, dude. It's in the fucking Bible. What the fucking meaning of earrings is. Right, big guy? Dude, I've studied a lot of shit, man. I'm an old guy, man. I've been
well,
around,
just
man.
like the rap stars and the hip hoppers, they put chains around their neck symbolizing slavery. It doesn't matter if it's gold and silver; it's still symbolic mockery, and it's jewelry, right? Is what it's called, jewelry.
Yep. I used to wear a wedding ring, but that'd be it, because I was a abandoned man. I was a man that was I was her husband. She banded me. Her husband. She banded me. Let every other woman know, man, I'm banded. I got the ball and chain, man. I'm banded. I got duties and obligations now, man. I'm not free to do as I wish. I lost my rights when I became her husband. She banded me, man. It's the same thing when I became a dad. I said the same thing. When the fucking social service people asked me that, like on day one, we were talking, and I said, that little bundle of joy you have on the other side of that window, that's my belongings. That's my property. And they were like, I can't believe you called him property. I said, yeah, I'm his property and he's my property. Yeah. I said, you see that woman at the end of the table? He said, yeah. Hey, woman, are you my property? She said, yeah. I said, are you my property? She said, you're damn right. Your ass belongs to me. I said, there you go. And I said that to the women, like, oh my God, I can't believe you just called her property. And he looked at my wife and was like, I can't believe you let him call it property. I said, honey, am I your property? She said, you're damn right. I own your ass. Yes, only she gets to use and enjoy my ass. No other woman on earth. We got an agreement. We don't have a contract. We don't have a license through the state. But we have a fucking belief that she owns my ass. I own her ass. I own his ass. And guess what? That little bundle of joy on the other side of the window, he owns my ass. I said, I have no rights anymore. I'm his fucking dad. I got duties, obligations, responsibilities on that motherfucker, whether I like it or not. No other kid gets to call me daddy. I don't give a shit about your kid. I don't give a shit if your fucking kid drops in. I don't give you a kid wants a ice cream cone or a bicycle. Tell the kid to go fuck himself. I don't got to feed your fucking kid, but I got to feed mine. So I lose my rights to do whatever I wish to do whenever the fuck I wish to do it. I said I lost my rights once I became a dad, once I became a husband. I lost my rights. I have no rights to these people. These people could hold me liable. These people could hold me responsible. I'm not responsible. Once these fuckers die and all my family members die, then I'm a free man. If I got no fucking sisters and brothers and cousins and aunts and uncles, I'm a free man. Until that day, I'm bound to fucking obligated to help somebody. And then if my fellow fucking man comes along and says, hey, fellow man, I need your help, then fuck. I got to go help my fellow fucking man. It sucks. Until I'm the last man on earth. Honestly, I'm not free. Unless I'm living on Gilligan's Island, I'm not free. I'm fucked. I said I'm always going to have an obligation to help some fucking man out.
So, all right, well, if you're going to help the guy who's doing child porn and the rest of it, then you got to help me, the white gorilla, prosecute this case. Because if not, then this audience is going to hate you. And I'm going to like.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's funny, man. Dude, I love to hate, man. I hate when people say they love me. I love when people say they hate me.
See, is this guy not? Is this Timmy? Is this not my actual father? I think they mixed up. They gave the Mongoloid kid to him, and really, I'm supposed to be his son, and my father, who's like completely fucking retarded. It's like this is what happened. I know it because he's every way down the line. He's doing and saying pretty much it's the same person. So Karl, will you adopt me? That's basically what I'm finally founding my long lost father. Will you adopt me? I'm 30. I'm going to be 36 soon.
Yeah, that's funny, man. A lot of people ask me that. It's funny that they said you're the dad I wish I had. It's pretty funny. But no, what's funny is like you said like that. What the fuck did you say just before that? And not adopted you. People but it's funny. It's just like I said, it's just funny that it's just funny. I was going to give you guys another fucking analogy like that, talking about helping people. But like I said, a lot of times, like look at my sister. I hadn't talked to my sister and I hadn't talked to anybody in I don't know how many months went by. And your vocal cords can atrophy. It's a muscle. So when you see when I see these things on TV, I see the fucking guys coming out of a coma and they're talking bullshit. Because I hadn't talked to nobody in fucking I don't know how long. So my sister calls me on the phone. She asks me how am I doing, and I try to say hello, and I was like And she said, "You okay?" I said, And she said, "Speak to me." I said, She said, "You need me down there?" I said, My vocal cords atrophied because I hadn't talked to nobody in such a long time. I was studying so much. I was just into the books that hard. And I didn't realize I didn't use my vocal cords, so I started to panic. The first time they atrophied, I panicked. Second time, I wasn't scared, but the first time, scared the fuck out of me. I said, well, there you go, Karl, man. You always fucking pray to God that you never have to see anybody on earth anymore. You pray to God you ain't got to deal with these fucking human beings anymore. You always walk up to the top of the hill every day, and I look down at the city of Lexington, hoping it's burnt down to the fucking ground. And I know in 20 days I go there and find canned food in Walmart, bring it back with me and my animals, and fucking have a nice, happy fucking 20, 30 years without dealing with humans ever again. So I said every day I'd walk up the hill, and I'd see if the city was on fire. Nope, I'd go back down the hill. I said, well, the dog better luck fucking them all. So that's how much I couldn't stand people. And it was funny. I talked to
Where do you think that comes from, Karl? You think it's the classic trauma in the childhood where the people closest to us we were supposed to trust kind of took some liberties, and we've kind of distrusted everyone since then?
Well, I've met 4 people now in my life that know what I'm saying when I'm talking. I've met the judge in England, the 70-year-old, 80-year-old judge in England knew exactly what I was doing. The 70, 80-year-old judge in Tennessee knew exactly what I was doing. The lawyer for the governor of Alabama, his personal attorney, he knew what I was doing because they knew what I was writing, how I was writing, and how I was speaking. They knew instantly. I was like, oh my God, when I talked to the governor, it was on my website for the longest time. It was the very last thing on one of the pages. And I said, when I put my claim into the federal court, I sent it in, and when I put the $450 in, I wrote payment to federal court. So then when I got to the PACER website the next day, I guarantee it was funny because people calling me up on a show said, man, your fucking case got dismissed in like one day. I said, yeah, I was kind of pissed. It lasted a day and a half maybe, because I explained to the court clerk somebody must be embezzling federal court funds because I did not put it into United States District Court. I put it into federal court. And if I wake up tomorrow morning and I see that it's still in the United States District Court, we're going to have a problem. I said, that's got to lie where I laid it, and please put it back immediately so I don't have to report anybody for embezzling funds. So the magistrate who was in charge, brilliant fucking man, and he wrote a little paragraph. I got to download it off of PACER. So I called up the attorney for the governor, and they finally put an attorney in there that knew exactly what I was doing, because the other guy was so fucking frustrating. I couldn't get him to understand. So then I called him up in the morning and I said to him, hey, man, like, Bob, did you see the ruling from the magistrate judge in that case? He said, yeah. I said, did you notice how we stylized court? Yeah. I said, how many courts are there? He said, 4. I said, oh, my God. I said, you seen how he wrote it all lowercase and then upper? I don't have to explain it to him, but what he noticed was it said, one said the court, one said upper court, straight across, one said uppercase C, lowercase URT, and the other one was all lower court. So I said, yes, you noticed he mentioned 4 court. I said, oh, God bless you. So I said, so whose court is it? I said, whose court did he mention in there? He said, well, he mentioned the United States court, federal court, his court, or your court. So I said, whose court is it? He said, well, there's no doubt about it. It's your court, Karl. I said, I am so fucking happy. I said, a magistrate understands what I'm saying. A fucking attorney knows what I'm saying. And you guys finally understand that this is my court. Now we're not going to have any problems, right? Nobody has a problem with this being my court, do they? I said, no. So funny, people got on my show, a whole shitload of people, saying, well, Karl, said the case was closed. I said, so what do you think that means? He said, it means case is closed. I said, okay, so if you walk into the bathroom and you close the door, what does that mean? The case is closed. The bathroom door is closed. So that means you're stuck in that bathroom forever? You can't leave? And I said, what? No. Can you open that door?
Yes.
Yes. So can I open that case? And he said, no. He said, it's case closed. I said, dude, you can't be this fucking stupid. If something's closed, you tell me it can't be opened? They said, no, it's closed. I said, holy crap. I said, let me tell you what. And that's one of the best Find My Notices, man. My notices are fucking good. So I said, do you have
access to your stuff, Karl? Just real quick, do you have a page, or can you provide me?
It
is on. Okay.
Yeah. So it's on pace. My notice is on pace. I said there's like 15. I said to the guy, I said, look, I'll put in I'll send 2-3 notices. I'll send 2-3 notices over the court through the fax, and then you got to mail it to the snail mail. But sure, I'll put 2 notices in court tomorrow. And I'll wait 2-3 days, and I'll put another one, and I'll put another 4 or 5 in next week, and I'll put another 4 or 5 the week after that. They said, no, the case is closed. I said, oh, it's my case, dude. I'll put in whatever the fuck I wish to put in there. I said, and I'll fucking convene the court when I'm ready to convene it. I said, nobody can tell me what I can and cannot do in my court. That's ridiculous. That's my court. I said, it's not the United States District Court. It's my court. It's my court. It's federal court. I said, and I define federal any way I fucking wish to define it. I said, it's not in the United States District Court's jurisdictional control. It's in mine. So a shitload. I downloaded all the fucking notices, and I sent them to William and Devin. I know they got them. I don't know. There was a shitload of them. I didn't bother reading them. I remember what I wrote years ago. But I just wrote notices for shits and giggles. Just kept putting notice in. Definition of federal, definition of United States, definition of fucking man, definition of person, definition of standing, all kinds of things. Just notices. Just letting them all aware of what the fuck's going on. Just giving them a knowing. You keep putting as many notices on you wish to put in.
So, Karl, are you going to give us a link to all your notices and paperwork?
Well, what's funny, that's what I was thinking about. The guy, I helped this one guy, what the hell was his name? Panicky Pete and Patrick. They didn't look like brothers, but they were brothers. Panicky Patrick calls me up, and he's a software engineer for the military, and his brother did the hardware for the military. And they lived in the Chicago, Cook County area. But anyway, Panicky Pete, his brother's name is Patrick. Patrick calls me up and says, oh, man, Karl, I love you. I said, holy shit, that's some real homo shit, man. Dude, don't fucking love me. Go find a girlfriend. He said, no, I got a girlfriend. I said, dude, then what the fuck you love me? He said, oh, I'm dealing with the IRS and it's working. I said, what the fuck you telling the IRS? Oh, I'm telling. I said, dude, you ain't got a fucking clue. You're a fucking moron. He said, dude, and he's like, I'm like a computer fucking engineer. I work for the military that I go around to. Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're totally fucking clueless. You're a fucking moron. He says, no, Karl, I love you. You're not teaching people. Dude, you're a fucking moron. And then I start fucking bashing him. And I said, now you fucking love me, motherfucker? He's like, well, Karl, I just wanted. I said, fuck you, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. And I hung up on him, man, during my show. And he said it was funny as fuck. He came back on the show about a month later. And he said, man, I never called in anybody's radio show. You embarrassed me. I was humiliated. He said, my mission in life was to destroy Karl Lentz. He said, I went from loving to hate Karl Lentz. I said, good. And you hate me, right? He says, man, I had a rage. I hate you. I said, I'm trying to get people to hate me. I said, dude, when you hate something, you want to fucking kill it, conquer it, beat it. You want to fucking, you're going to do everything in your fucking power. I said, you dedicated your life to destroying me, didn't you? He said, you're damn right. He said, I fucking had a picture of you in a fucking wall throwing darts. He said, Karl Lentz must fucking die. He said, man, I printed out your fucking photo. I hate you, motherfucker. He says, and then I went back and I listened to the show. He said, I'm going to fucking dispel everything you said. I'm going to prove everything you said is bullshit and everything you're saying is incorrect and wrong. He said, the more and more, and everything that I said was right and everything you said was wrong. He said, the more and more I did, I realized, he's like, holy shit, I was going the wrong way. Holy shit, Karl was correct. Holy shit. I said, yeah, some pretty crazy shit I do to you fuckers. I really give you a mind fuck, don't I? And he says, yeah. I said, now, if you say you love me, I'll take it a little bit, man. I said, but man, don't just fucking call up some guy and say you fucking love him and you think you understand him. I said, dude. He said, nope, now I really understand what you were trying to do. And he said, I really get what the fuck you're doing. He said, I really appreciate what you did. And I said, okay, now tell me what you think you learned. And that's the same thing. It's like, you tell a kid, fuck, that looks like shit, go do it again. Like, yeah, sure, kid. And what do you want me to do? You want me to give you a participation trophy? Is that it? You think you should get a fucking hug now? Is that what you get? You get a trophy? Everybody gets a fucking trophy? Dude, that's not 100. What? That's 99.6. Get the fuck out of my face. Don't come back till you get 100. It's like, man, you suck. Dude, yeah, that's right. But at least like your mama, I don't swallow. At least I spit it out. Fuck you. No, go fuck you. You wish you could fuck me. Your dick is fucking an innie, not an outie. Oh, I love fucking ripping on people on my show. Oh, and that's what the fucking Australians said when they transcribed my shows. They said, Fortunately, we had this isn't verbatim exactly what Karl said because he's a very vulgar man and he's got a very obscene. So we had to fucking change the words and said, hey, the words made the fucking beauty of my show. People love that shit. I said, I got to play to my audience. And when people saw me on a TV show in England, they said, Karl, you didn't swear one time, you didn't curse one time. I said, dude, I play to my audience. Dude, I could talk to a lawyer and you guys wouldn't have a fucking clue what we're saying. I talked in front of this Jewish guy and his dad, and they all went to university in Madison, Wisconsin. And I called them every motherfucking derogatory term I could, but I spoke in legalese, and the dad and his son just took it. They went to college, university fuckers. They never fucking clue what the attorney. I was basically saying to the attorney, I'd run this motherfucker under the bus. He's a fucking idiot. These stupid fucking Jews. Fucking, I said, I can't believe you're fucking helping him, but if you're going to help him, this is what I would do if I was fucking you. And I said, when you walk into court, this is what you do. The guy was charged with kidnapping his own fucking kids and communicating death threats to the judge on an answering machine. So when I was all done, the kid was jet black. He married some woman he always had to get these jet black women from like Ethiopia. You couldn't just go to Chicago and get a black girl. No, he had to get African fucking girl to ship him over.
That's like Timmy down there. He's doing that.
You could find him on YouTube. His name is, what the hell's that kid's name? Crazy Schwartzel, Jesse Schwartzel. He opened up a marijuana fucking store in Madison, Wisconsin, and the government couldn't figure out how to shut him down because he was doing my shit. But since this lousy motherfucker owed me lousy $2,500 because he said he paid me $5,000 to come down to Madison and help him get out of this fucking legal trouble, he only paid me half. I said, what the fuck's with the half? I said, I fucking drove all the way from fucking, I got to pay some clown $100 a day to watch my fucking phone, $150 a day to watch my phone. And $100 if I'm there with him, $150 he's got to sleep over. I said, dude, this isn't cheap. It's like $800 in fuel back and forth, dude. What are you kidding me? So I said, wait a second, you're giving me fucking $2,250. This is $2,200. Where's the 50? You know what? He was going to give me $4,500. He said, oh, yeah, I'm going to take you out to dinner. You're going to take me out to dinner? $50 of my money? I said, oh, fucking Jew. So anyway, I went to go talk to the lawyer, and his dad was there. And it's funny, when we went to go eat at this fucking Chinese buffet in Madison, his dad called up after I said, I'm going to stay behind and talk to the attorney and see if Karl's way will work. And his dad called up and he put him on speakerphone. And he said, well, I got done talking to the attorney. He said, well, Karl's way work instead of doing it the legal way. The fucking attorney said, well, when your son Jesse Schwartzel tried to tell me Karl's method, I figured there's a 5-10% chance it would work. After talking to Karl Lentz, he has 85-90% chance it's going to work. So the guy was supposed to pay me the money that he owed me if it worked. And that's not the agreement we originally had. He was supposed to pay me like $4,500 straight up. That's right. It wasn't $5,000, $45,000, $2,250. I let him talk me down to $4,500 because he's a Jew. So anyway, I didn't hear from him for 2-3 years. His buddy called me up and said, hey, man, check out fucking YouTube. Jesse's got a fucking marijuana Rastafarian fucking weed dispensary in fucking Madison, Wisconsin, like across the street from the Capitol, man, right by the university. And he's doing it as religious sacraments. I said, yeah. I told him, he asked me, how do I set up how could I sell weed? I said, well, you don't sell it. You give it to your parishioners. Like my sister lives down here with the Navajos and their kids all smoke peyote. I said, they can smoke whatever the fuck they want. It's part of their fucking religious sacraments. Yeah. So Catholic kids drink wine. I said, it's illegal to give fucking wine to a minor child, but not a part of the religious sacrament. So he started to do it. And he's like, I said, that motherfucker, man. I said, well, what happened with his wife and kid? He said, well, he got 100% custody of the kid and all the charges against his wife was threatening the judge was dismissed. He said, yeah, he said to the judge on the answer machine, I'm going to take my kid to the promised land. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Try to stop me. So I told the attorney, I said, tell me the promised land is the best fucking rib joint in fucking Chicago and that you die for those fucking ribs, man. They're awesome. We call it the promised land. And the attorney said, oh, okay, yeah. Went to fucking go get some ribs from Chicago. And I call it the promised land. It's like heaven on earth. It's this rib joint, this little place, man, on fucking 2nd Street North. It's called Rib It Up, but I call it the promised land. So I was just saying I'm taking the kid to go get some ribs, and he ain't coming back, until I'm fucking done fucking going to get some ribs in him. Oh, no, I was going to kill the kid and take him to the promised land. No,
it's a strip club.
No. The kid was like, what it was is Jesse knocked on a fucking mom's door Sunday night, knocked on a videotape, knock, mom didn't answer at 6 o'clock. gave her 10 seconds, fucking left. Say the mom opened the door on the 11-second mark. He didn't care. He was already gone. He was just like, fuck her. Bring her to this country, marry, and she's just fucking banging any fucking dago wop that she could find. Fuck him, fuck the Jew bastard. He was pissed. He, like I said, what happened was his attorney fucking did it in court, and he said it worked. And I said, wow, so he did fucking get 100% custody of his kid. Wow, and he didn't go to jail. I was wondering what the fuck happened. I said, shit, I knew the motherfucking Jew wouldn't pay me. So he's like, yeah, but now he's in a fucking battle of his life now, man, with the fucking government. And you can watch all of the, you can watch it on YouTube. You can watch Jesse Schwartzel, man, dealing with the fucking courts. And it was so funny. The fucking prosecutor lady said she doesn't know how to shut him down. Not yet. She said she'll figure it out. But she said so he could still fucking dispense this weed. She said so far he can't. I can't figure it out yet. But he fucked up in court big time. It was funny. There was a judge and a black judge and a white prosecutor guy, and Jesse tried to do my shit in court, but he was a stoner still. And he says to the judge, well, I'm a man. And the judge said, whoa, wait a second. He said, prosecutor, you a man? He said, yeah, I'm a man. And the judge said, well, I'm a man too. And Jesse didn't know how to counter that. Yes. Jesse could have said, he's a unicorn. And Judge says, well, wait a second, prosecutor, you a unicorn? Yeah, I'm a unicorn. Hey, kid, I'm a unicorn too. And what does that got to do with the price of fucking tea in China? See, but the kid didn't know how to play it off. The kid didn't know how to handle it. The judge said, wait a second, you're a man? Oh, there's a man for the court? Oh, good. I'm a man. Hey, prosecutor, you're a man? Yeah, I'm a man. Hey, Jesse, says the black judge, I'm a man too. And Jesse only knew the dialogue. He didn't know how to argue it. He didn't know how to play the game. He just knew how to read the fucking stupid script that he fucking read off from one of my shows. He didn't know how to counter that. So like I said, it's playing a game. You're gonna say you're a man. The judge came back with something beautiful. Hey, I'm a man too. Hey, prosecutor, you a man? Yeah, I'm a man. Oh, Jesse didn't know how do you retort? What's your comeback, Jesse? Look, dude, if you want to be a stand-up comedian, there's going to be hecklers. How do you fucking deal with the heckler? I know how to deal with the hecklers. I know how to deal with the judge when he says, oh, I'm a man too. Oh, really? And if I said I'm a unicorn, I guess you're a unicorn too. Yeah, if I'm going to be a unicorn, you want to be a unicorn? I'll be you. Okay, great. I see where we're going with this. And I could just play off the judge. But like I said, it's not just read off the damn script and all your dreams are going to come true. So funny, man, when they actually did arrest Jesse, maybe 5, 6, 7 months later, and they said part of his release is that he had to get off a pot. You can see the next time that he was on doing a YouTube video, man, the kid talked coherent. You could tell he wasn't on pot anymore. He was lucid. I was like, oh my God, he must be actually be having to take piss tests because the kid's talking like an adult now. He's not like, hey man, dude, hey mom.
I was gonna say we got to get Jack Talcott in here because I want him to interact with Karl just to get Karl's either public or private assessment. Go ahead.
Yeah,
the people know. The audience knows.
Yeah, because it's funny with Jesse. It was funny. He actually broke down and got an attorney then, right? Because I guess you could do my stuff. If you're not good on the game and the judge is good on his game, he's going to fucking destroy you. So anyway, what's funny with Jesse, that he asked his attorney to ask the judge, well, can he still smoke weed as part of his religious sacraments? And the judge was like, dude, do you realize why you're here? You're here because of your religious sacraments. And no, you can't smoke weed, because that's why you're here. Like, it was so funny asking him through his attorney, can I, hey man, can I smoke some weed still? He's like, it's part of my religion, man. He's like, dude, you're going to go to jail. So you think part of your religious sacrament when you're sitting in jail is that you light one up because it's part of your religious sacrament? Yeah, I'm trying to type it in right now. Madison, Wisconsin, and it's going to be called a weed church, and it's called Rastafarian. Oh, fuck, I just spelled Rastafarian. I suck at spelling. Rastafarian. I'll give it a shot. Rastafarian. There you go. Rastafarian church. Got it. Found it. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Found it, man. Took 2 seconds. Madison Rastafarian Church founders evicted from Mifflin, whatever. But this is it. This is it, man. I found it, man. See, it doesn't take long to find it on YouTube. And there's a picture of my old buddy Jesse, man, on the right-hand side. Cease and desist. Now, since then, about 6.
You're cutting it out for some reason.
They didn't know how to fucking deal with it. You can watch it, man. It's on YouTube. You go into it says cease and desist letter issued to Rastafari Church saying practices with marijuana are illegal. Okay. And what was funny is found a loophole, right? And this stupid dude, this guy was getting, I think they said he was getting 6,000 church members every fucking month, like 50 a day. Okay. Most churches are lucky if they get 1 or 2 fucking people a month, maybe 10 in a year. This guy was getting thousands of fucking people to join this Rastafarian church, and he was charging like $100 fucking fee to become a member of his church. You think this stupid Jew bastard would just pay me the $22.50 he owed me, so that way he could call me up and say, "Hey, Karl, man, I'm in a battle for my life here, dude. Yeah, I got my kid back. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't fucking pay you 3 years ago. I'm sorry I didn't fucking call you up, and yeah, everything worked out great. I owe you money, but I'm a Jew. I try to fucking fuck you over." You know.
One thing we're learning about Karl, he's got a penchant for disagreement with the small hatted tribe, but that's too many here apparently. I'm learning that my broadcast is essentially like a hub for everything they said it was. Racist, right-wing, what do they say? The trolls always have the same right-wing, racist, extremist, nationalist, anti-Semite. I'm all that and more. We're all that and more over here.
I don't hate the primate race or the race of felines or the race of canines, but the race of humans? Oh, fuck yeah, man. Fuck that race. I got no fucking time for that fucking race. But any fucking way. I hate everybody equally.
Yeah.
So there you go. But anyway, no, what I'm saying about Jesse, you guys could watch that and you see my story's true. What I'm saying about Jesse. If this stupid bastard wouldn't be such a fucking Jew and he just fucking paid me what he owed me, dude, he was making like $100 a pop, getting like 1,000 people a month to join his church, whatever, 50 people like a day. Every fucking kid at the University of Madison, Wisconsin would come and go off to join his church. Dude, the guy was making like $50,000 a month. You think he would have paid me a lousy $2,200 he owed me, $2,250 that he owed me, so he could call me up anytime he wanted, so I could work him through. I'm the one who taught him how to open up a weed church, how to open up. I said, make it a church. I said, the government can't get involved between the secular and the church. I said, you fucking do a whole church and you provide the sacraments of your church any way you wish. And he did. I said, and then you make your mission statement. You hand the mission statement into the fucking Secretary of State. They're going to fucking get your mission statement. They're going to look at your scribble. They're going to think you're fucking out of your mind. They're not going to read the fucking thing, but they're going to file it. And I said, just make your mission statement. Tell them what you're going to fucking do within the territory known as fucking Wisconsin. And fucking just give them a mission statement. And say, there you go. And we're done. And he did. And they couldn't fucking stop him. But they finally fucking stopped him because they just said, fuck it, man. Let's just arrest him and see how good he is. And he fucking couldn't hold his shit in court.
Yeah, we got a guy here, Rasta, who it's the same exact story pretty much because all things are reflective and holographic, down to the period,
but he couldn't hold his own shit in court, man. As soon as he's
that's always the case.
You could see him you could keep typing his name into YouTube and you'll eventually find where he's in front of the black judge. And he's literally reading off a piece of paper. Like I said, when my attorney guy said to me, that guy, he wasn't my attorney, he's the attorney that government appointed, Scott, the federal prosecutor guy. He wasn't a federal defense attorney. He said he never fucking was a defense attorney in his life. He was a federal prosecutor. So that's what's funny. No attorney in Virginia would help me. The judge, everybody fucking, as soon as they said once he got fucking, the judge fucking said that, he was going to fucking be like working with me. He said, I talked to other lawyers around the county of Virginia and said, yeah, I got this guy, Karl Lentz. And every fucking lawyer said, oh, fuck, not Karl Lentz. Oh, fuck, no. I had the judge come off the bench in Pittsburgh, man, because I wouldn't go up there and help these fucking, I went up there to help this old black guy, said he wants to help the younger black guys in court. So he paid for me to come up there and get a hotel. He didn't give me cash. Like he said, I'll pay for your hotel room and food, and just come watch me do my thing. I said, sure. So I didn't realize he was helping drug dealers. So I said, oh, no. When I got into the fucking courthouse and they were saying they're dealing crack, I said to undercover cops, I said, oh, no. I said, I'll watch you from the back row. I'll watch you from the exit door, but I'm not walking up there with you. You guys are going to walk in first. But they saw me on a security camera with all these black guys in the lobby. And as soon as they started doing their thing,
they knew you weren't Gabe Cotter.
It was so funny. I was standing by them. It was funny. So the judge came off the bench and said to them, so you don't wish to be, defendants, fine, but you should work with me. I could take this over to the Fed. You should let me do the trial here. And it was so funny, man. That fucking cop, man, he looked like a fucking 70s fucking porn star cop, little tight mustache. And I can't believe these black guys would be that stupid to sell it to a white guy that looked like a fucking porn star with a little cop mustache. So this guy was like 37 or 40 years old. The guy wasn't a kid. So funny, man. That cop was fucking furious on the prosecutor's side. What the fuck do you mean? This is the third time we've been here. What do you fucking mean? He doesn't want to be the defendant. Well, we got a good call. I got the drugs. I got the video. Got the witnesses. Got the cash. I got everything. This was a good caller. What the fuck you mean? He doesn't want to fucking be the defendant. What do you mean? He doesn't want to fucking appear. What? This is bullshit. And the fucking prosecutor had to tell him, stop, man. The judge knows what he's doing. So then the judge, they're like, oh, well, and the judge was wearing his robe. He's a big guy like me. He starts walking past the bar, man. He walks down that aisle and he makes a hard right going out the door, like where I'm standing. So I see him coming towards me. So I jump out of his way because it was like an indoor-outdoor. So I jump out of the way because I don't know which door's in and out. So then he jumps in front of me, and then I jump away from him. He jumps in front of me. I jump away. I jump in front. I jump away. Like, oh, fuck. I said, you got something to say to me? He said, yes, I saw you standing back of the courtroom. He said, I just wanted to shake your hand. He said, we appreciate everything you're doing out there and keep up the good work. I said, well, you run a tight ship here. I said, you run a tight courthouse. I said, I seen when you seen us pulling the door, all of a sudden the statey's pulled up, the county pulled up, and the feds pulled up. I said, I don't think I was going home. He says, no. He said, we really appreciate everything you're doing. Keep up the good work. I said, okay. So I don't know if the judge shook my hand and said that. Keep up the good work. What? Because you're teaching all these drug dealers how to sell drugs. They're going to poison everybody in their fucking community. We can't put them in jail. And eventually all these fucking niggas are going to kill themselves. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Us white people don't know how to fucking tell you, Karl. Boy, you're doing a swell job.
It's not exactly the praise you were expecting, but hey, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, wait a second. I just stopped your court. The police are furious. You can't fucking do your job. You can't put these guys in a cage. You can't get fucking money for putting these people in your private prisons. What are you saying? I'm doing a great job. Oh, I'm thinking to myself, because these blacks are selling cracks to each other. And if these blacks figure out how to sell crack to each other and never go to jail, they could do so much fucking wacky crack or pot or marijuana or any drug of choice. Their brains are going to they're going to just melt their fucking brains, and they're going to make nothing but zombies. And you're going to be able to control these people. Thank you, Karl, because we couldn't figure out how to control these fuckers. You're doing it for us, man. You're telling these people, hey, it's my body, it's my choice. I want to do drugs. I'll do drugs. If I want to sell my drugs to my fellow man, I'm going to sell drugs to my fellow man. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's what I thought, bitch. Now get the fuck out of my face, cop, because I'm going to go sell some more crack. So, like I said, when I seen the fury in the fucking cops and the blacks were laughing their asses off, it's like, and the judge comes and shook my hand and said, thank you, you're doing a great job. I really appreciate it. I'm like, wait a second. Shouldn't he be mad at me? I thought he was going to say, you see what you're doing, asshole? You see what the fuck's going on here? I can't prosecute the case. I can't put these clowns in jail. They're going to fucking run mayhem in the motherfucking streets. You better get your ass back to fucking Virginia. And if I ever fucking catch you up here in Pennsylvania again, you'll never fucking leave Pennsylvania. I thought that's what the judge was going to say. I didn't think he was going to say, thanks, keep up the good work. We really appreciate what you're doing. So I'm like, okay. You're welcome. I thought he was going to be furious, man.
Yeah, and then fast forward 15, 20 years, the joke's on them. It's their nieces and nephews who are using all the crap while they think that they're going to do racial purification as they
What's
perceive it.
funny, man, it's like, you know, like I said, it depends, man. It depends. Like, look at Donald Trump's kids. None of them been drunk. None of them do drugs. You know, he fucking teaches them, you know, how to fucking play it straight. You know what I'm saying? Now, the satanic motherfuckers, that's different. You know, they let their kids do all kinds of wacky shit. Like Joe Biden lets his kid do crack and all this crap. Because he's just a wacky.
Oh man,
no,
Karl, they say don't ever meet some of your heroes, right? Like if I don't really have heroes in life, but if I was going to make a list, you'd be near the top of it. And they say, don't meet your heroes because they'll do stuff like support Donald Trump. And that's where me and you were going to argue. If we
like I said, Biden was a fucking dude. God put Biden on here for a reason. God put fucking Trump on here for a reason. Now you might hate Biden, you might hate Trump. Man, it's a necessary evil.
I think it's all nonsense. I think that it's all this or that-ism that leads back to the same place where we get run by statute, policy, and code. You know, I think that's what it's statism, fascism.
Dude, unless it's Lentz sense, it's all nonsense.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Tim, you got anything? Questions, comments here? We got to have to wrap this up at some point because we'll just keep going.
Somebody made that up for me, man. I can't take credit for that, man. I don't know the man, but somebody said on my show, he said, you know what? All the other shit is nonsense unless it's Lentz sense. You know that? I said, dude, I'm going to steal that. He said, go ahead and steal it.
All right. Well, I'm going to cajole some of these slaves and free men and women, the few that might be out there, to contribute and support. I don't normally ask outright, but I'm sending the basket around today at the Church of Unslaved. And we're free to use sacraments, and we're girly men, so we're going to have to take a rest at some point. And we definitely hate Karl here. I'm going to say we definitely hate him here, and we look forward to having him back.
You're going to do everything in your power to fucking bring me down and destroy me. And show
absolutely. Me I'm making it a life mission at this point.
That's right. That all my shit is crap, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Right.
And you're going to prove me wrong. And you're going to make me wish. You're going to make me wish I never opened my mouth.
Like the folks who come back to me 3 to 5 years later on this broadcast over 1,000 days straight here and tell me, yeah, we kind of see why you're doing what you were doing and delivering it the way you were, because we had to get out of our fees, out of our feelers, and get to the facts, right? And then, like you said, the rest is extras. The rest is, the majority of this life beyond, keeping it simple is bullshit, right? It's all extra. So,
well, that's why I'll never get any kind of really hardcore gay guys or fucking women to follow my shit, because I'm just I don't give a fuck kind of talk, and they get all sensitive and feely. And I try to, like I said, like my sister asked me every now and then, "You hungry?" I said, "Come on, Karen, man, I'm German, man. I don't get hungry. That's a feeling." I said, I just got to remember every now and then to eat, because my sister came out to the shop one day when I was like 17, 18. I was welding a roll cage in my Camaro. And the first time you do a roll cage, man, to get the angles and everything, dude, I could do one in 24 hours now. The first time it took me 10 days. So, I was sleeping in the trunk, I'd sleep on the floor. I'd sleep, I don't want to forget where I was. So I'd wake up and I'd be in the trunk. Said, okay, I remember this is where I stopped at. So she came out on Thursday and started on Tuesday. She said, "You want me to make you a sandwich?" I said, "Nah, I'm fine." I said, Germans, man, we don't stop. We don't eat until we're done. And she said, "Okay, I just feel you might be getting hungry." I said, "Nah, I don't get hungry." And she said, "It's the second Thursday. You've been out here 10 days now." I said, "Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm almost done. Go ahead, go make me a sandwich." I said, "I've been drinking out of the garden hose on the side of the shop and peeing up against the fucking wall." I said, "I'm good, man." I said, "But eating? Nah. I'm good." Like I said, William saw me, man. I came out of the fucking jail 70 pounds lighter, man. Dude, I'm not eating your crap. They tried to give me all kinds of corn-based shit, man. It was all cornbread, cornflakes, fucking noodles and shit. Like they're doing the guys in El Salvador. You see the shit they're feeding that Supermax prison in El Salvador?
Was that recent? You losing the weight? Because I just did a 31-day no food. I lost a considerable amount of weight, and I'm kind of curious what the synchronicity is there. I'm seeing a lot of synchronicity happening.
Well, no,
including
that was like I said, I just wasn't going to eat that jail food. I wasn't going to eat it. I wasn't going to do it. So, like I said, I traded my food for the guy next to me who had like one leg, because they had me in like isolation, like solitary. So every now and then we would meet up. They'd roll us out together. and we could watch TV or make a phone call. He like had an hour like on Tuesdays or Thursdays, and he'd give me his apples, and I'd give him my food. I'd give him my regular food. He always got apple juice and an apple, and they never gave me any fucking fruit juice or fruit. So they gave me cabbage. I'd take the cabbage because I couldn't drink the water, and I'd take the cabbage, and I'd let it ferment. I'd have like 4 cups, and I'd let it ferment. And every 4th day, I'd drink that cup of cabbage water because all the good bacteria was in that cabbage water. There was way too much chlorine and fluoride in the jail water. I literally, when I got arrested that night, I was so damn thirsty. I drank like 5 cups of water, and I burnt my throat so bad, and I had to go like to hearing like on Monday. My lips were swollen, my mouth was burnt. All the damn chlorine and fluoride that was in that water, man, fucking just swelled my fucking mouth up. It was brutal. So I said, how am I going to fucking survive if I can't drink this water? So thank God they give you a lot of cabbage in jail. And dude, I used to make fun of people. I used to say, hey, man, at least you got the bologna sandwich, right? You got the bologna sandwich and cheese. Dude, in jail now, they don't give you bread anymore. They give you cornbread, and they give you a slice of bologna and no cheese. I was like, holy shit. So
how do you square that, Karl, right? Because at some point spiritually, I felt called to stop eating meat, and I get a lot of shit from people like Lou Bass down there. He says I'm killing myself because I got gallstones and a bunch of stuff, but I continue to not eat meat. How do you square that if you say you have a servant's heart to a degree and you have a heart that doesn't want to kill the animals or the mice? How do you square consuming these animals and doing harm to them?
Well, I look at it this way. I always say to people, God, my God is a God of war. My God is not a God of peace, or we'd all be walking around like Downs kids or sheep. God gave me fucking teeth to fucking rip into flesh. If God didn't want me to have these teeth, I'd have teeth like a sheep or a cow. I'd have 3 stomachs like a cow where I could process fucking, grass clippings. I don't. So God designed me to act a certain way and be a certain way. And if this is this is the best I could be, this is the best I could be. Now, maybe 100 generations from now, we'll eat air and we could process stuff, to just eating air. We would be air eaters like that crazy guy in Australia. Fucking Santos Panacci. It's funny, Santos Panacci called me up one day and he says, look, I got $35,000 from donations. I'm going to go to jail for a whole bunch of unpaid toll road tickets. He said, I'll give you all 35 grand if you get me out of this. I said, dude, you keep your 35 grand. The only thing I want to see you do is I want you to go down to a sandwich shop, whatever you call them, grinders, hoagies, Subway, sandwich shop. And I want you to load up on a roast beef, turkey, pepperoni, cheese fucking sandwich. And I want you to eat that fucking sandwich, and I'll tell you how to do it. You could be the Karl Lentz of Australia. I said, you keep your 35 grand. I said, I just want you to eat because he said, why? I said, looks like you're going to drop dead and die at any minute. Why do I want to teach somebody who's like fucking high as a kite all the time or drunk or going to starve to death? I said, I wasted my time teaching that kind of person. I said, if you fucking seem like you're going to fucking make it by acting like kind of like a normal person, I said, I could teach you. I said, but if you're going to get, you're teaching people how to eat air. I said, now one of my daughters going to watch you and they eat air and they starve to death because you got this wacky belief that we get all the minerals and every nutrients that we need out of the air if we swallow air. I said, dude, you're going to hurt a lot of good people out there, man. I said, I don't want to help people that are hurting people. I said, but if you show me that you'll change your way and you'll eat a sandwich. And I said, not a fucking Vegemite sandwich, no vegetable sandwich. I want you to chow down on some fucking flesh. He says, I'm not going to do that. I said, well then, dude, good luck doing your Santos Panacci shit. And you could watch a YouTube video of him running around his house telling the police officers, my brothers, please don't do this, my brothers. And he's got some Filipino wife. And one old fucking cop finally says, take him fucking down. They take him down and drag him out. And he goes to jail. Dude, I could have got him out of that shit. And he would have understood in about 4 minutes everything that he needed to do. That's all. And all I wanted him to do was eat a sandwich. He wanted to give me 35 grand. I said, dude, your money ain't no good here, man. I said, act like a normal human being. Start coming down from your cloud. Stop fucking teaching people all this wacky shit. Teach people, and like, what are you teaching people all this junk for, man? Astro fucking philosophy, whatever the crazy shit he teaches people. I said, dude, get people just make it through the day. I said, you know what kind of fucking life you got that you could sit around and philosophize about all kinds of crazy shit? I said, you realize that we're supposed to be working like 16 hours a day, coming home and collapsing, getting up and doing it 7 days a motherfucking week until the day we die? Few people to sit around and be able to prophesize and think. What a wonderful country we live in. What a wonderful time to be in the age of man, that we could sit around and do this shit. I said, this is amazing that we just have nothing to do all day but think. I said, this is awesome. I said, but dude, you you're getting over the top with this eating ass shit. I said, why don't people actually start doing it and start dying? Then what?
All right, so then are you going to meet me in the middle? Because if not, then you're going to tell me I got to go eat a steak for you to work with me on this case. Can we meet in the middle? I'm not saying eat air. I mean, I'm obviously eating something. I'm potentially grossly overweight over here. I'm just saying I don't eat meat. So can we meet in the middle?
Well, I had a guy who I did this to on purpose, man. His name was Jimmy Lynn, and I showed him 3 different ways how to deal with cops along the side of the highway. And every week he called me up and he totally antagonized the cops until he got stopped 3 times, because he had a training center. What do they call it? Like a paramilitary training center. And Alex Jones, he lives right next to Alex Jones. Alex Jones would like jog past his place every morning with his bodyguard. And he used to say to me, do you want to go meet Alex Jones? So I went down to his little paramilitary place in Austin, Texas. I said, no, Alex knows who I am. Alex hates me, man. Alex knows I'll fucking run circles around him. Alex knows who I am. I got offered to work for a GCN network, man, with the guy. The other guy started the next news network or something like that. You see him on YouTube all the time. He was Mike Golden's original partner. When he left and did the next news network thing, then I took over with Mike. So we were going to do a show that led up to the Alex Jones show, 3 hours in the morning. So Alex knows who I am. And so what's funny is Jimmy Lynn came to my farm. He said, I'm going to come up and meet you, because he says, we got a militia group down here in Austin, Texas, and we're going to fucking kill all the doctors, lawyers, teachers. We're going to fucking start from scratch. We're doing like this Alex Jones shit, and we're going to wipe everybody out and start brand new and fresh. He said, but I said, well, hey, man, how about we try it this way first? How about you try this? So he tried it with a cop and it worked. Then he tried it with a cop and it worked. And he tried 3 things. He said, dude, every fucking different way you're trying to tell me how to deal with the cops, it's working. Well, I said, yeah, I just use my imagination. I said, this is what I would do, man. I said, try this. That way worked. Good. You call him, should we try another? How about play the man game with the cop? How about play the order game? Yeah, how about we play fucking servant, fucking you're the king, this is the king's highway, and that's the king's servant. How about let's play that game? You're the public servant, I'm the public, public highway. Oh yeah, well you just said I'm the king, and this is the king's servant, this is the king's highway. Okay. And he said, dude, I said, that's it. He said, I'm coming down to meet you. So he's the very first one to ever come to meet me. And this guy was a vegetarian, and I was 48, 49, 50, right around there. And he was like 57. And he was a vegetarian for like 30 fucking something years. And he saw me eating raw meat. Like I got Devin on the phone right now. I don't know if Devin's still on the phone, but Devin will tell you, man, yeah, when Devin comes over, he sees me eat raw meat. William sees me eat raw meat all the time. And don't cook it because all the nutrients come out of it. So anyway, man, God designed it. What's that, Devin?
Oh, you have to eat meat. So if you're on any kind of vegan deal, that's like what the New World Order promotes. They want you to die. You need to eat meat.
Yeah, but Devin, you see me eat raw meat all the time, right? I offered you some raw meat the other day.
Oh, yeah. I eat raw eggs. I mean, I try to do the raw meat. It's a little harder for me, but I'm raw meat. Do some raw eggs, and it's very uplifting.
Yeah, but like I said, man, I'm German, man. The Germans, they actually eat a lot of raw food like that, raw meat. I can't stand fruits because we don't have berries and peaches. I've never ate like a peach, a plum, an apricot, because it's the texture. In Germans, we just don't do fruit. But boy, we love meat, and we're meat eaters, man. God just designed us to be like wolves, man. We're just Germans, man. That's what German people do. We eat meat, and we like it raw. And, you try to get me to eat a fucking plum or a peach, get that nasty looking thing away from me. And that's probably the way you look at raw meat. But I salivate when I see raw meat. I love it. And it's funny, but like I said, Jimmy Lynn was a vegetarian, and he came up to the farm. This guy had like trail mix, they call it. They got like this big plastic bag, and he's eating like nuts and berries and shit like round the clock. He's just totally waffling his fucking down his throat, man. And I eat once a day. So funny. I said to Jimmy Lynn, I said, they asked me at the end of the, we started the show, the Saturday night show, and I was still working. And I said, Jimmy Lynn, you start the show. I said, you answer the call. So he started the show. And Larry in Texas said, hey, you made it up from Texas too? He said, yep. He says, how's Karl? I mean, is everything that you thought? He said, man, Karl's working my ass off up here. I said, yeah. I said, dude, I'm trying to fucking get you to collapse. What? He said, dude, we've been working around the clock, right? I've been running. I said, you learned the same shit I did. You do telephony, you do satellites, you do fiber, you do the same thing I do, right? Same kind of work. Yep. I said, I want to see if a meat eater could beat a vegetarian. I said, I got to hand it to you, buddy. I've been running this guy's ass off for 3 fucking days. He's a few years older than me. He's keeping right up with me. I didn't think a vegetarian could do it. I said, but he's doing it. And he said, so it's funny, the guy Larry said, so Jimmy, so you guys been sitting around figuring things out? And sitting. Karl doesn't own a chair. I said, dude, don't tell people I don't have a chair here in my home. He said, well, do you? I said, yeah. He said, where? I said, oh, yeah, I gave it to the dogs and the cats. Yeah, they kind of tore them up, didn't they? Yeah, I don't sit on chairs. I said, I stand and I work and I fucking lay down in bed and I go to bed. I said, either I'm standing, I eating, I don't got time to sit. I fucking hate sitting. So he's like, yeah. I said, but don't tell people I don't have a chair. It makes it sound like I'm a bum. I can't afford a fucking chair. He said, well, you don't have a chair. And we've been standing up working like every day, like around the clock. I said, yeah, I want to see if I could take a vegetarian down. He said, what? That's what you've been doing to me? He said, yeah, it's just a little experiment here. So it's funny, Jimmy Lynn, he totally went fucking raw meat on me now. And he's like, man, Karl, he said, I was a vegetarian for 34 fucking years, man. He said, I went to this raw meat like you do. He said, man, I feel so much better. I said, wow, I never thought you'd switch. He said, yeah. Oh, yeah. And how I got this guy so fucked up. He doesn't do this paramilitary shit anymore. I picked him up in Austin. I drove him to Phoenix. He had to take an airplane somewhere. And then I met up with him in this guy was getting, Minneapolis, where this kid was getting electric shock therapy, this man. You're only supposed to get 2 electric shock therapies in a month and no more than 4 in a year. And they were electric shocking this guy, man, every fucking day, which is totally unethical. But they wanted to just keep collecting money by keeping him fucking a zombie. So I went up there to help the family get this guy away from this crazy fucking woman from Pakistan, doctor from the Rochester fucking Mayo Clinic, crazy bitch. Anyway, Jimmy Lynn meets up with me up there in Minneapolis, and I'm driving around with him. He says, hey, man, did I leave a silver platter in the back pocket of the passenger seat? I said, I'll take a look. And there in another envelope, he had this like silver board, circuitry looking board, and he had this fucking crazy looking Hindi lady in it. I said, what's this? He said, oh, that's like an energy board. And this lady's gone around the world. You could Google her. I don't have a fucking clue what her name is. And she's already gave over 1 million hugs to over 1 million people already. And there's a picture of her foot there as well. And because I look at it, what the fuck is in there? He said it was a picture of her foot, a picture of this older, fat, middle-aged woman from India, and an electric fucking silver fucking circuit board. I said, Jimmy Lynn, what happened to your paramilitary thing? I thought you were going to kill everybody in Austin. Oh, he says, no, I go around the country now with this group of people and we hug people. I said, Jimmy, what the fuck did I do to you? You're a meat eater and you hug people. I said, you wanted to kill people and you ate vegetables. He said, well, I started eating meat and it made me look at the world a whole lot different way. I said, really? What? Dude, the guy went 180 degrees the other way. He was all into fucking, he's had a training camp, everything, man. You know, he had like fucking concrete bunkers. He had a beautiful fucking place, man. I got pictures of my dog playing in a little creek that ran behind his place. And it was like below freezing, but it's the stupid dog. So get the fuck out of there, man. It's fucking like 20 degrees. I was like, get the fuck out of that water. Are you nuts? But no, Jimmy Lynn was interesting fucking. Well, his real name is Lynn Jimmy. But I said, what's your name? He said, my name is Lynn. I said, I ain't calling no fucking man Lynn. Give me another name to work with. He said, what's your middle name? Jimmy. Okay, I'm going to call you Jimmy Lynn. I ain't calling no damn man Lynn. He said, well, it's spelled L-I-N-N. I said, I don't care how the fuck you spell it. I'm not calling you Susie. I'm not calling you Kathy. I'm not calling you Lynn. So his real name is Lynn, L-I-N-N. And he was a paralegal, and his wife was an attorney. And, yeah, he went off the rails, man. He said, that's it, man. Fuck this evil bastard shit. Like I said, he lived right next to fucking Alex Jones. So Alex Jones' fucking crew of people were down there doing paramilitary training fucking on his land. So he's really getting into this fucking, we got to kill everybody.
This is so fascinating to me because I even covered the Alex Jones trial, and it's amazing to me how many of these folks, it then comes down to, you have to wonder, are they agents spiritually or the corporation? Both, neither, because they have all this money, FU money, right? I'm in a trailer in the middle of nowhere. You know, I'm hardly a rich man, but it's like, these are folks who have millions of dollars and a whole network at their disposal. They show up to court and they can't even stand for themselves without hiring attorneys to turn on them and lose the case for them. It's fucking, I'm baffled at the world I'm in.
When he was going through his divorce with his wife, people were calling him up and saying, you know Karl Lentz? He's like, yeah, I know him. He says, well, why don't you just call up Karl? You know, he'll say the courts are third-party trespassers within a sacred trust, and he'll stop that court proceeding in a heartbeat. He says, no, I'm going to go with the lawyers. He says, no. I said, he said, Karl will say it's a trust relation, and no third-party interloper can intercourse within your trust. He says, no, I'm going to trust the fucking lawyers. They can do it. And the people would send me the fucking the audio that they played for Alex Jones. He said, Karl, I tried to help the guy. I tried to tell him. He says, he knows who you are. I said, of course this asshole knows who I am. You know,
Karl, were you aware of me, Paul Unslaved, before today? Had you heard about me? Did the word No.
Some guy, like I said, called Devin Bay. He must listen to, wacky shows, and and he said, call me. There's a guy on YouTube right now. How did you find him, Devin? Devin, how did you find this guy?
Yeah, I was just trying to search your stuff up and seeing his channel. So I subscribed like 2 or 3 days ago and been watching a few and noticed that they're called Karl Lentz Q&A, and he's playing kind of like the stuff you can get from Craig Lynch and all that stuff. And I was just trying to listen to more Karl Lentz without bugging you.
Well, Craig Lynch was like I said, I've never talked to Craig Lynch ever in my life.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, no. I'm saying that you brought up his name. And I'm just saying, Craig Lynch, he text messaged me like, say, 10 years ago. And he says, I put all your material up there. You can mute out there a second there, Devin, again. Because you're muting background noise.
Is anyone else shocked at the fact that I said, like, we're going to get Karl Lentz on this broadcast, and then it just happens?
Devin,
this is proof of God to me. This has happened so many times here in various ways. This is proof of a universal godly experience. I'm on my own trip at this point. I am so fascinated how the universe keeps manifesting alignment, and synchronicity. It's beyond fascinating.
Well, that's why I met Devin like years ago too. And like I said, he got obstruction charges, and he tried to keep them from knocking down a Spanish conquistador's statue in New Mexico, and and he was he doesn't like the Proud Boys, but those guys showed up too, and I helped him and his buddies deal with that shit. So that's how I got to meet him. Like on my cell phone it says Devin Obstruction Bay, so when I originally got in touch with him, I had to help him years ago.
What are you putting me in the phone as, Paul the Wacky Show Unslaved?
Nah, I haven't came up with a name for you yet, but no, like I said, look at what was the guy's name? Put my name on Sean. You said, what was the guy's name? Craig Lynch.
Craig Lynch, yeah.
I only texted him maybe 10 times in my life. I've never talked to him on the phone. And like 10 years ago, he said, Karl, I got like 200 or something shows. I cut him up in little pieces, which to me, what he did was horrible. He just cut them up in little pieces. And the stories are a lot longer than 2 minutes, but what he was doing, he was selling like 50 for like 50 and 100 for 100, right? And he text messaged me, do you want any of this money? I said, well, if you think it's fair to give me 10%, 50%, 90%, I'll leave it up to you. You tell me what you think I deserve. And he never sent me a dime. So but he got my word out, because I could have done it. I could have taken my show and I could have chopped it up to 50 pieces that didn't really make any sense, or 100 pieces that didn't make any sense. Because one guy calls me up, he's crying. He says to me, I've heard, you said on YouTube, whenever you go to court, whatever you do, not say a single word, don't open your mouth. I said, dude, when did I say that? He said, I heard it, man. I was like, dude, where? My channel? He said, well, Craig Lentz. I said, that's not my channel. And the guy, I said, when I was like emphatic on some guy said, whatever you do not open your mouth. Don't say a damn thing. He said, yeah, that one. I said, I remember talking to a guy about that. I said, yeah, some guy fucking calls me up. I'm telling you guys the story. He calls me up like on a Tuesday at like 9 o'clock in the morning. And the guy's like fucking whispering. I said, what are you whispering to me? He says, I'm in court. And you doing what? He said, oh, somebody just fucking went before the judge. And the judge, he says, I want to move this over to the common law side of the court. And the judge said that he's not qualified to hear it. And I said, yeah, what do you think qualified means? He says, I don't know. I said, it means he's not identified. It doesn't mean he's stupid. It just means he doesn't have insurance. Like a podiatrist can't be a neurosurgeon. He's not qualified. He does administrative law. He can't move over to the common law side because he's not insured to do it. He's not qualified. Not that he's stupid. He's just that's not his specialty, and he can get in trouble if he fucks it up. You could hold him liable. He says, so what do I do? I said, well, the first thing you do is get the fuck off that phone and walk out the fucking hallway. He said, well, they might call me next. I said, dude, you know what you do? Whatever you do, do not open your mouth. Don't say a damn motherfucking thing. Shut your fucking mouth. Tell the judge, just write something on a piece of paper, hand it to the bailiff, say, I'm going to require competent counsel, and I'd like leave of court until I could procure fucking competent counsel. I said, whatever you do not say a fucking thing. It's not your court. Dude, just stop. Just don't say a fucking word. You say a fucking word, dude, you're going to you're in a world of hurt. So whatever you do not open your mouth. And Craig Lynch just took a little part of that story, saying, well, Karl says, whatever you do, don't open your mouth when you walk into the court. I said, yeah, to that guy, but if it's my court, I'm going to run like little Susie Chatterbox. I'm going to talk like crazy.
Well, that's the same thing that I'll explain to people here, that there's been times where, depending on reading the room, and I guess, you kind of reverse engineer later where you gave up the ground and the jurisdiction, but there's been times where I just put 4 or 5 lines on paper and let it ride because there's nobody on the other side, and I've already made my understanding known, and it seems to work. And then there's times where you go, well, we got to play the game here, So as much as I think there are times, and then you can obviously give me your commentary, there's times to just put the notice or the claims on file and let it ride, because they have to prove their case. And if you don't interact with them and bring life to them, you're not giving them jurisdiction if you haven't signed anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When they locked me up for 5 months, obviously, they locked me up on Friday.
Well, we're just on that, because you said that before. I want to just put something in here.
Well, no,
that's
let me tell you what I'm saying. If they lock
Karl,
me up,
I want to just let the audience know that that's proof right there that it doesn't matter who you are and what your supposed expertise is. There are times where they will put you in a box and keep you there, and there is no silver bullet. It's a sort of proviso, right? But go ahead.
And that's what I said to people. I said, do whatever you got to do to get the fuck out. Make an agreement with anything, get the fuck out, because I can't help you while you're in there. They won't let me. William's on the phone. They fucking
You would take bond and bail?
Like I said, I went to put something into the court, and I sent it to William to put in the court for me, and I mailed it to him like June something, and I finally, he's seen the postmark was like July 27th that they actually put it in the mail. So they wanted to make sure I was going to totally miss my civil forfeiture hearing, that it wasn't going to make it over to William, what I needed him to put in court for me. So what I was doing, I was actually like getting commissary, and I was actually giving guys who were being released from jail to hide my stuff, and William would meet the guy outside of the jail and take him out to lunch and get him like a pack of smokes and take him for a ride like into town in exchange for giving them the court documents that I needed William to do. That's how fucked up it was. Then I had to smuggle my fucking paperwork out. So like I said, they knew what, if they fucking, this, like I said, like I said, there was a guy, like I got arrested in June. There was a guy in March. He drowned his snakes, drowned his like dogs, cats, kittens, puppies, drowned all his fucking animals because he said he was running out of money and he couldn't take care of them. So he drowned them all. They arrested him. No bail, no bond, let on his reconnaissance that day, didn't spend 1 minute in fucking jail. And they said in 1 year, if he doesn't do any crazy, wacky shit like that, it's not even going to be on his record. Me, they want to give me 30 years for 4 kittens they found in a barn. Okay, crazy shit. But that's okay because God wanted it to work out.
How'd they get on the property?
They just, that's the big thing, that when they got brought back to the fucking, when I got back to the fucking jail after civil forfeiture, all of the COs and fucking sheriff's deputy were driving me there, said, man, There was no way, man, they were allowed to come on your property. Like, they could knock on the front door and leave. They weren't allowed to walk down your fucking, like, 300-foot driveway. They weren't allowed to fucking touch any of your fucking animals. They were supposed to get a search warrant first, come back, and then get the animals. And even still, they weren't allowed to do that. They could go get a search warrant, come down, and they could fucking say, this animal needs to be fixed. This animal needs to go to the vet. This animal needs this.
Yeah,
this
they had a hard on for you.
Oh, no, they just wanted to search. Oh, yeah, I had a hard on. That's all it was. It was anybody. Like I said, William and I were both on the property at the same time. They locked me up. They didn't lock up William.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a Sicilian message, as we call it back east, right? As they say in Godfather, that's a Sicilian message. They were coming to find something. They were going to find something. They were going to try to stick it on you, and they wanted to see you do your dance, right? Oh, it's the great Karl Lentz. He's in town. We want to see him do his dance.
William was helping me for years with the dogs. William was living there for years with me with the dogs. They didn't lock him up. They locked me up. They didn't lock the fucking guy who living in the big house, my brother Frankie. They went and they checked his house for any animals, but they didn't fucking lock him up.
So what's the deal? Are you suing these people or what? What's the recourse?
The worst thing to say, turn around and sue these people. The only problem is I'm an army of one. You know, I got to get fucking tons of fucking people behind this story. I can't just do it by myself. If it's just me, they're going to fucking ignore it. Or like I said years ago, my sister was in a vehicle when I fucking filed, when I went to the Alabama Supreme Court. The judge warned me. He says, if you win at the Supreme Court, which you will, he says, and you come back to family court, I'm going to make a ruling against you anyway. He said, that's just, and he walked down the hallway. We stood outside by his Jeep Wagoneer for for quite a while. You know, it was funny when we were leaving the courthouse together, huge fucking courthouse, man, in Birmingham. And everybody recognized him. He was like a Supreme Court justice. And they're like, oh my God, it's Owings. It's Justice Owings. And they jumped between him and, because he was a little guy. He looked bigger on the bench, but he was little when he was actually walking next to me in his black robe down the hallway and outside the door. They thought I was kidnapping him. And they kept jumping between him and I. He said, Your Honor, are you okay? You know, do you need help? He's like, no, I'm talking to this man. I'm going to be his attorney. You know, no, come on, get away. We're doing fine. So it's just so funny. Everybody recognized, like, oh my God, it's Justice Owens. It's Justice Owens. And it was funny. We were walking down the hallway, walking down the steps, walking across the lobby, and all the sheriff's deputies and everybody jumping between him and I. said, do you need help? And he got out to his Jeep Wagoneer, his fucking fake woody panel fucking Jeep Wagoneer, and we just stood there and talked how the courts work. So like I said, see, this shit I did not get out of a book, and I didn't get from no fucking YouTube video. I got it from a judge, man, who felt bad, man, and realized I was getting fucked.
Oh yeah, we've had dozens of folks come here who take the courting process through, apply the understanding and information, just the common law essentially, and they get the administrators, just like I have, to admit at some point, and even to help, proving that it's not that they're, it actually has in a bizarre way warmed me up to the Luciferian quote unquote side of things, in the sense of, this shit's happening for a reason. The devil has a function here, and it's to test God's people, whether they're to be governed by the dark side of the force, so to speak, like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. You know, I'm your daddy, right? Because you don't know God, you don't know yourself, and you're not willing or able to govern yourself. So you got to be put through your paces. Yeah,
but to me, when anybody talks about Luciferian or Satan or devil or anything like that, what was the gift that fucking Satan, Lucifer gave to man?
Information.
Yeah, knowledge, to read and write. That put a pen in hand and fucking write. So I don't want to write. I don't want to read and write. I just want to do what comes from my heart. And that's what I'm saying. People all over the world say, Karl, that's the greatest thing I've ever got from you. It's like I always felt it in my heart, but I didn't know how to put it into words. And you're the man that put it into words what was always in my heart. And that's like the best compliment I could ever get, other than they were going to commit suicide until they found me, and I gave them hope. But that's the second best thing, I guess, is they say, you put into words what is in my heart. And see, that's
the ancient proverb. Knowledge itself is knowledge of the universe.
The devil puts the book in your hand, and devil puts words in your hand, and devil gives you spells and all sorts of crazy shit. I don't even get involved with reading and writing. You know, God did not put us on earth to read and write.
Well, when I say Luciferian, Karl, I just mean that the proverbial idea of a man or a state of...
It's called Gnosticism. I know what you're trying to say. You know what I'm saying when I say Gnosticism?
Yeah, the belief that we can create rules and policies and codes to do the world better than God created it to be. But then we have to accept that Lucifer is one of God's creations who is allowed to do whatever he's allowed to do for a higher
Why did God do
calling,
that
even
to
if
poor
it's
man?
low limit.
Why did God do that? Why did God put Lucifer in our lives?
Because diamonds are made with heat and pressure.
Of course, he was bored shitless.
Wow. I guess it scares me to think that God is more like me than
Yes, he's got a
I'd
hell
like
of
to
a humor.
contest
He's a funny fucker. He's got a
or
weird
conceive
sense of
of, yeah.
fucking humor. Yeah, he's bored.
It's a
And
hell
that's
of a
always
game
say
of
to
life
people,
here.
That's always tell people, man, when I'm not doing God's work, man, when I'm not fighting, man, God's going to take my fucking piece off the chessboard. Every time I try to bail and say, fuck this, I don't want to do this crap anymore. I just want to be a schmuck that works at fucking Walmart, push shopping carts, come home to my fucking wife and kids. God fucking throws something in my fucking face. Like when my kids and I, we all got back together in 2015. We all started living on my mom's farm. Everything was doing good. We eat dinner, have a nice fucking life. And then kids got taken away from me in November. All taken away from my mom. They were living at my mom's house. I'm a man. I can't take care of girls. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. I'm not going to take care of Downs Point girls. That's fucking perverted. You know, that's crazy. A woman's supposed to fucking raise girls, not a man. What, my girls can be all butch and shit like that? That's fucking ridiculous. So no, my girls, you know, the one girl fucking flew to Spain yesterday, 2 days ago now, to fucking continue her fucking education at university. You know, she's fucking amazing. You know, she's 20 years old, already graduated college when she was 17, went to university. Now she's doing after fucking university studies at fucking 20. She went on, she's passed. She's already fucking, and she didn't fucking get some liberal arts degree. She got a fucking bachelor in science. And now she's studying in Spain. The kid's a good fucking, you know, and who did that? My sister and my mom. I didn't do that. What if I took care of my daughter? She'd be spinning a wrench. She'd be chasing chickens. That's no life for a fucking girl. I told my girls that, no, you got to be brought up by fucking women. You know, they'll fucking keep you clean. They'll keep your hands clean. They'll find you a nice, clean, fucking hardworking guy. I said, dude, you don't need to live like this. I said, you don't have to live hardcore like I do. I said, fucking get a nice, clean fucking life going, man. Now, if she wants to marry a fucking plumber or something, that's fine. But at least she could bounce back and get a fucking 6-figure job. She could work from home for the rest of her life, just like my sister does. My sister, you know, works from home. And my daughter and I could work from home for the rest of our fucking life.
So do you think that this calling that I'm not going to speak for you, but I guess I am indirectly, and then you correct me. This calling that we experience to do whatever this legal, lawful, you know, trust, equity, faith, honorability, is this a calling for everyone that just goes unanswered, or is this folks who are chosen in a way?
Dude, I said, God doesn't give you any more than you can handle. And dude, if you could see the crazy shit that's happened in my life, you wouldn't believe it, man. I've lived like 100 different fucking guys' nightmares. And God wouldn't fucking do that to normal guys because normal guys couldn't handle it. You know, I've brought up fucking, dude, I'm so grateful I was brought up German. We have no feelings. We don't fucking care. You know, like I said, look at when they say the Germans, when they were fucking retreating from Russia, their fucking feet were literally falling off their limbs and they kept walking. They didn't cry. They just kept doing it, dude. You know, I rode a motorcycle, man. They fucking had to lift me off the motorcycle, stick me on the fucking, in the shower, man, on a bar stool, and they had to melt the fucking coat off of me. I couldn't move my legs, man. They were frozen. Couldn't put my legs down. They were fucking frozen. It was hysterical, man. I was a statue. Fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's just the German in me, man. It's just, we're taught not to feel and not to care. You know, what, like William could tell you, man, you know, I gave mouth to mouth to fucking.
Yeah, but you have to care to do what you do, Karl.
Well, I'm saying I gave mouth to mouth to newborn fucking puppies when kittens get this fucking bronchitis, fucking pneumonia, fucking I'll suck their fucking snot through their nose and spit it out like venom of a snake. Dude, I fucking done a lot of wacky, crazy shit. I let all the fucking puppies and fucking kittens be born in the bed next to me. So
I think it's because you do care. Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, you can't care about like.
Nonsense.
You can't care about how like you feel. You can't care, man, about that kind of crap.
Okay.
You can't care like, what you got or what you don't got. William will tell you, man.
So basically, humble with humility before the creational force and the truth, and the rest is nonsense. In the world, but not of it.
I drive a $504 fucking car I got at auction, a cop car. You know, I got a fucking I fucking lived in a fucking trailer I paid $1,500 for. People would ask me, help me get a free house, free that. I said, you know how much money I pay a month for my place
You're
where I
so
live?
poor and broke, Karl. I'm going to give you what the haters do to me. You're so poor and broke, Karl. You drive the $2,000 Maxima. You live in the trailer. You know,
Yeah.
you're not balling out of control.
Yeah. I got a cop car, man. I painted it black and white. I got rid of the fucking paint, the stickers that were on the side like that, the residue, fucking glue. Obviously, they scraped them off, but I fucking painted it black and white again. You know, I got it for four. I got 3 cop cars, man, for less than $1,000. So, you know, I put them all together. I got, you know, put the best together, and I got a fucking cop car. But that's my style, man. You know, I like that shit, man. I like getting crap and building it up.
And let's be real too. You're from New York, right? Like myself. So you don't like to be a sucker and you don't like to be in debt. And like we said earlier, debt is equivalent to being a slave. So most of the new shit you buy anyway, you're going to pay overpriced and it's going to break down in half the time anyway. I got a 25-year-old Nissan that's still running like a fucking clock.
Well, debt means slave and creditor means creator. So if I submit to my creator, to the Jews, the Jew fucking money, then they're my creator and they control what I do. Because they do. They control the money. And it's funny. It's great to see the rest of the world going to go over to a brick system and cut the Jews out of their fucking loop and let the Jews build a fucking fridge. How many fucking refrigerator companies do you think they got in Israel? None. How many TV companies do you think the manufacturers? None. How many wash machines? None. Well, you know what they do? They print out their fucking bags of fucking brand new money with the printing presses they own. They go around and buy everything cash. Why? Because they got the printing press. My buddy called me up in Pennsylvania. His name is Curtis. Good guy, ex-Marine. He came and helped me put up a gate on my place. And we built it out of steam pipe that we had laying around. Heavy as fucking hell. And and Curtis says to me, he does real estate up there in Pennsylvania. He says, Karl, man, I never seen nothing like this. He called me a couple of years ago. And he says, man, you got like these guys coming from New York with paper bags full of brand new $100 bills buying these houses cash. He said, we'll put it on listing for $300,000. He said, yeah, we'll get a couple of calls from local people saying, can we get it for $250, $275, $280? And then he said, next thing you know, you get some Jaime motherfucker calling from fucking Jewtown saying, how much you got that house for sale for $300? Yeah, we'll give you $400. And they're like, what? We'll give you $400. Don't sell to nobody. We got the cash. He said, Karl, they're giving us paper bags of brand new $100 bills. I said, oh, yeah, that's fucking, I said, the just like they did when I fucking had to help the Jews up there. And, oh, you guys are going to love me helping the Jews who fucking selling fucking body parts out of fucking China. Yeah, those fucking Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn doing that. Yeah, you're going to hate me for doing that too. But they fucking have brand new $100 fucking bills, man.
Karl just did what Elon Musk couldn't. He just hired Hitler and helped the Jews at the same time. We don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, but that's what's funny. If you've seen that you could Google it, man. The fucking Jews in Bay Ridge, fucking Brooklyn, we got this fucking body fucking parts swapping fucking ring for the Chinese. Maybe about 10 years ago, you see all these Hasidic Jews getting in these big paddy wagons, man, because they were selling fucking body parts, man, all over the world.
Karl, you see them coming out of the sewers in Queens?
Yeah, that's something. Well, I don't know if that was Queens or it was Brooklyn. I'm not sure.
No, they don't get syndicated here with this kind of talk. It's never going to happen. Hollywood's not calling.
No, I don't think Jews. There's not too. I don't know if there's a Jew fucking hangout in Queens. You know, they took over fucking like the Bay Ridge where all the Italians used to live, and they had a big fucking foothold in fucking what's that, Bedford-Stuyvesant. And
I don't know if it's one or the other. I just like 6 months ago.
They lived down to the alphabet streets in Bay Ridge. So anyway, they fucking would give me brand new $100 bills, man. It was funny. So I told them, I said, you know, the only way out of this fucking Jew fucking problem you guys got is the Christian solution, man. I said, it's funny. I got to teach you Jews how to get out of your judiciary courts and swing it over to the Christian side of the court. I said, this is going to be funny. Teaching you Jews how to fucking get away from the judiciary, from the Jewish side, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and how to forgive and forget of the trespass. I said, this is going to be fun. So anyway, those Jew guys, the fucking Federal Reserve prints out the cash. BlackRock fucking sends fucking guys out. And they fucking buy all the real estate up with bags of fucking cash. And you crazy fucking Americans fucking take bags of green paper and yourself giving people houses, and then your kids can't afford it because your kids are going to be slaves because mommy and daddy had to sell their $300,000 house or $400K so they could go live in fucking Florida somewhere in some fucking trail and watch their golden years go by instead of saying, no, this is generational wealth and we're not selling it for anything. We're giving
Carl,
it to
Carl, you can't actually think the BRICS isn't Jews. Come on. You're kidding.
To me, I don't see where the Jews have any angle in there yet.
I mean, you don't see.
Wait, are we now like giving we're now cornering the market on the consciousness that is Shaitan the deceiver and the corrupt sort of the corrupt deceiver and manipulator to just only the small hats? I'm pretty sure everyone's involved to some degree here. No, I mean,
well, like I said, that's what they were. Like I said, obviously, that Bitcoin is run by the small hats. Obviously, it's all run by the Russians and the small hats. But
but isn't it a spiritual element, Karl? Like you think this is ethnic or cultural rather than spiritual in the sense of there's two consciousnesses like Cain and Abel here. Yeah. There's a consciousness of those who care about what's true and what's right, and those who care to deceive everyone for their own profit, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because, like I said, wait until if they, like I said, these American dollars are really Jew dollars. I mean, they should put Abraham, Moses, and fucking Solomon on a fucking U.S. currency. They should get these damn presidents to fuck off because we don't control the fucking dollars in this country anymore. That's what I think they killed Kennedy, man. Because Kennedy fucking had what? Fucking executive order 10101.
Well, yeah, they're gonna do it again. It's again, that's the Shaitan from the
I'm old enough to remember this shit, man. Because like I said, his executive order was like 10101 to abolish the fucking Federal Reserve. Because they're fucking every 50 years their charter's got to be reinitiated, and in the year 1913, they started and had to be redone in 1963. And it's funny, my sister went on a field trip to Washington, D.C. with the School for the Deaf and the Blind because she was teaching the deaf kids. And she went on a tour with the Federal Reserve. And damn, she said the tour fucking lady fucking picked it up in a heartbeat. It was like 2012. And my sister said, do you think the United States government is going to renew the Federal Reserve's charter next year? And she said, oh yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it. And she said she thought it was a crazy question she was asking the tour group leader lady. And she said, Karl, that lady fucking knew the answer in 2 seconds. She said, the lady didn't say, what are you talking about, charter? What's a charter? What 50 years? What are you talking about? Every 50 years, their charter's got to be renewed. So their charter was renewed in 2013. But JFK was not going to renew the charter. He was going to turn the fucking money back over to his control. He was going to turn it back over to the Department of Treasury, which is under the executive branch of the government, administrative branch. He was going to turn the money back over to his control. And the Jews weren't going to let that happen. So why do you think fucking JFK got snuffed? The small hats weren't going to lose their charter. And what's the very first thing on Air Force One when they were shipping the dead body back? Fucking when he got sworn in to be the president, Lyndon Johnson, the first thing he did was revoked fucking Executive Order 101 was the very first thing that he did. Like I said, when was the first country Donald Trump went to? Philippines. What's the very first 2 executive orders Donald Trump filed when he became president of the United States? One was to let fucking firearms go back to people who were fathers, like men who had completed competent, what do they call that? To domestic violence. They were found guilty and they weren't allowed to have a fucking firearms, fucking whatever, Second Amendment bullshit thing. He signed a waiver, like mentally incompetent, mental whatever, that he signed that. And then he made something called an American national that was going to be allowed on U.S. passports. Like that was an option he gave. So one of the first 2 things he did was change the passport from just saying U.S. citizen, and you had an option now to put American national on there, or national American, whatever the fuck it was. And the other one was to fucking lift the fucking order that people who got convicted, men who got convicted of domestic violence, were allowed to have their gun rights back.
Does that include women too?
No, it had to do with men. It had to do with men with being fucking. What's my buddy in Pennsylvania? They tried to find him guilty of that. Mentally something. There was something like, it's just like men always get charged with this bullshit fucking, like aggressive, too aggressive, something mentally something, man. Adjudicated mentally defective. That was it. Adjudicated mentally defective. That's when you get domestic violence. They adjudicate you as mentally defective. So the men who were fucking found like mentally defective, he said that fuck that. You could have your fucking. He told the ATF, let these guys who were considered mentally defective because it was just for domestic violence. You know, to let them fucking women don't get fucking charged for that shit back then. Only men got charged for that crap. So yeah, mentally defective guys, domestic violence guys were allowed to get their Second Amendment fucking rights to carry a fucking purchase a gun restored, and he put the American national option on a U.S. passport. So like I said, you know, like you could say bad things about Donald Trump, but why was that one of the first things he did was put American national and national American whatever on a passport? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. Where do you see that? All the passports are in all caps, so they're not actually for man. So a national.
I didn't say that. Why he gave an option? What the fuck does Donald Trump give a rat's ass about American national on a passport? One of the first executive orders he passed. To me, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, there is a fine line here between you know, the pyramid as we are used to, and then the reflection, as above, so below, as within, so without. So I'm not contending that this stuff doesn't filter down and or filter up. It's not a feedback loop. There, I'm sure is the more that I and Karl and others on the ground do the work to revive this understanding in the common law, the more it's going to be forced into the mainstream, and the supposed representatives are going to actually have to do their duties and obligations. Theoretically, it's possible, but you can't tell the slaves that because they'll go back to voting and paying slave tax and not upholding the law or exercising rights. So it's like, it's a back and forth relationship.
Well, like I said, when Obama, I watched the presidential inaugurations, and I told that to people years ago. Watch how they call us U.S. citizens, people of the United States of America, and they say the people. They'll say the people. They'll say the citizens of the United States, or they'll say the people of the United States of America. So there's like 3 different ways they'll say it, and Gus actually broke it down. And I could hear when Barack Obama was speaking way back when, and I said to somebody, I said to everybody on my show, but Gus actually did it. I said every time he says U.S. citizens, highlight it in yellow. Just download the speech on a printer. Every time he says American citizen, now take all the yellows and cut them, and it'll all make sense. Take all the reds and put them together, and that'll all make sense. And take the blues, the highlight blues, and put that in a separate pile, and you read it, and it all makes sense. And he said he did. And I could pick it up by listening to me. It's like some people have pitch perfect. They could tell you that's an A flat. You know, they could tell you that's a C sharp. They could tell you. I'm pitch perfect when I hear bullshit. You know, I said, he's going off the U.S. citizens. Now he's going to talk about American. Now he's talking about the people. Okay. And like I said, Donald Trump, they said Barack Obama and Biden were the only 2 presidents never to say within an inauguration speech, it's going to be an honor of the servant of the people who are the true sovereigns of this land. Every president has said that, except for Obama and Biden, which to me, they are the presidents of the United States. They're not presidents of the United States of America. They're the presidents of the United States, the corporate entity. They have nothing to do with the people of the United States of America. They have nothing to do with the sovereigns. They are just the daddies of U.S. citizens. They are in charge of the United States bureaucracy.
Yeah, but the things you mentioned were you mentioned
they have nothing to do with the people. And if you're stupid enough to believe that you're a U.S. citizen, well, then they control you.
Well, you mentioned firearms, which is not arms.
Dude, I don't care.
Why are we even talking about civil rights?
Dude, it's an ishkabibble, okay? I'm talking about ishkabibbles that fucking shoot projectiles, okay? It's an ishkabibble. I don't give a fuck what you call it. Is it mine? Is it yours? Did you create it? Did you control it?
I just did that to you 2 hours ago, and you skewered me for the word.
What I'm saying is, you're saying firearm. I don't have an arm that catches on fire. Okay, I don't bear arms.
And also, but then civil rights and Second Amendment is not applicable.
Dude, civil rights is bullshit, dude. Civil rights is something that people created.
I agree.
There's an adjective in front of that noun. So if there's an adjective in front of that noun, then obviously diminished the capacity of that noun. I don't have parental rights because I'm not a parent.
Right, but then so why does it matter what some clown that I didn't vote for says in some nonsense executive order?
He didn't say anything. He doesn't have a voice, dude. It didn't come by the line voice.
Okay, he wrote it, right?
It's an actor.
Right.
Somebody
So why does
acting.
it, so why does it matter to man?
Acting as a
Why does
cop.
that? But you're saying
No
it like
man
it means
told
something.
you shit. No man said
I
a fucking
agree.
thing.
So why does it? Why are you bringing it up? It doesn't matter then to man or woman.
What dude? What?
You
said
were
something about a
saying
firearm.
You did. You mentioned two things that Trump did about passports and firearms. And you're saying like it means something.
Right. Exactly. What I'm trying to say is if he's trying to make you folks like more under control, he'd say, that's right. Not only can you not get a Second Amendment right to a firearm if you're mentally disabled, it's if you got 5 fucking fingers and 5 toes, you can't have a fucking firearm either. No, he's not trying to limit our capacity. He's trying to say, you know what? Take it, folks. Here's option B. At least he's giving you an option. He's not limiting him. He's expanding him. So if you want to believe in this legal shit and you want to be a fucking citizen, fine, be it. This guy's actually giving you more options to be a citizen. You want to be a citizen? It's like a card dealer. He's giving you a card dealer. Would you like to join the fucking U.S.? Would you like to come and join, be part of my family? I'll give you these, this, and this. He's just a salesman. He's a pitchman.
He's leading 80 million folks down to the slaughter.
That's right. People want to be sold. He's a pitchman. And
what have I told you? God damn it. I've done business with Timmy Carini. I've respected Timmy Carini, but I've never trusted him because of that hook nose of his. Timmy, I've told you these people love slavery. They love genocide and they want it served to them on a hot plate. Who are you to stand in between that?
Yeah.
Very selfish of you, Timmy. Very selfish.
Yeah, if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. If you want to buy into the bullshit, buy into the bullshit.
Some people want to be wheat. Some people want to be chicken.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a part to play in this cosmic game. Just be lucky that you got half a sack on you, Timmy, and that you're on the right side of history over here at Unslaved.
If they want to be an NPC, they're an NPC.
We love our hoes here. Unlike Snoop Dogg, we love our hoes here. You know?
Yeah, if they want to be an NPC, they're an NPC.
So I, for one, am grateful for the host and the co-host tonight. Thank you so much for sharing your information. I've been listening and hanging on every word, trying to take it all in, because I'm going to ask my doctor if grow a pair is right for me.
Well, that's why we used to sell. Well, not technically. I mean, but the bit was we used to sell grow your balls pills here, right? It was part of a long line of products for the average citizen slave if they ever decided to like empower themselves with the word and to unslave themselves. It's a choice, you know.
I gotta be willing to, because he's the one.
Well, yeah, you got to check with your physician, right? I mean, I could tell you what would work for you, but maybe it works for me and not for you. So check with your local Satanist, Luciferian physician, potentially, maybe Jesuit, small hat, whoever.
Like I said, I just got extremely lucky, man. I was just like when I went to school when I was a little kid, you know, I could just tell, like I said, I'm very good at picking up the bullshit. Like I trust everybody. I trust everybody to fucking bullshit lie to me. So thank God I'm just quick on the uptick like that. When I hear bullshit, I can sense bullshit. That's it. You got like one shot at fucking with me and then I'm done. You know, then I just know how to play you then for the rest of my life. It's like, it's like, then you become like a necessary evil.
It starts at home, I think, recognizing the bullshit, because you become aware that like all the grownups around you have a healthy amount of bullshit that they believe in just to keep their world kind of turning, you know, and you start to recognize it close to home.
She explained everything I need to know about the IRS. And I was carrying a bag of groceries up the stairs. So she had to go to choir practice like on a Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever the fuck. I had to fucking do something with her fucking caddy so it would run better to get her down to church. She had to get dinner ready. She's seen that I owed the fucking IRS money. She says, give me a break. She says, you make $5 an hour, man, you know, working in a bowling alley bar, you know, you're fucking bartender most of the time. How the hell can you possibly owe money to the IRS? And I said, I put down 99 dependents. She says, you know, that's federal felony. That's federal fraud. You falsified a United States document. I'll write an apology to the fucking IRS and I'll say that you'll never do it again. And she looked at me and she said, if you don't do this, you'll do something fucking else. She said, I don't want to see my son go to jail. And then she explained everything I needed to know about the IRS. She said, we got to make this fast. She said, you believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, a tooth fairy? I said, no. You believe you got to pay taxes? Yes. She said, right there, you screwed up. You fucked up. She said, that's that simple. I said, whatever you fucking believe. And until She said, look, we got to do this fast, man. She said, I'm going to ask you again. She said, who told you about Santa Claus? I said, you did. Who told me about the Tooth Fairy? I said, you did. Who told you about the Easter Bunny? I said, you did. So what does that make your mom? I said, you want me to tell you? Yeah, tell me. It makes you a fucking liar. I said, that's right. But why did I do it? To control you. And you fucking Santa Claus, you behave. Why? He's got eyes in the sky. He knows when you're naughty. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you wake. He's watching you when I can't watch you. Yes, you better not fuck up. Why? You're not going to get any shit. That's what happens. He said same thing with your teeth. Your teeth are fucked up. What do you get? Nothing. There you go. So you better brush them. You ain't got no money. Tooth Fairy don't give you fucking money for fucking busted up teeth, do they? No. How about the Easter Bunny? He's been fucking participating in Easter. You want to go to church? No, but you want the candy, don't you? Yeah, well, you got to fucking go to church. You got to get the candy. If you don't get the candy, you don't go to church. There you go. I said, she said, so whatever the fuck you want to believe. You believe that you owe taxes, you owe taxes. You don't, you don't. She said, it's that simple. She said, now get out there, fix my fucking car, let me start dinner. And that's all I've done. That's the last time I dealt with the IRS in 1983. I owed taxes, 84. After that, haven't done a damn thing since. And on my show, like stupid Dean Cliff would get on his show and say, oh, taxes in Canada, blah, blah, blah. They put him in jail for 40 months for fucking taxes. And I fucking tell the IRS on my show all the time, hey, you want to fucking Google my mom? You want to see what security clearance she had? She had the highest security clearance in the fucking world, in your government. I said her name is Patricia fucking Grace Garner, man. Then she went to Lentz, then she went to Russo. You don't believe me? Google my mom. Fucking go check on your records and tell me that I don't think I could take you fuckers down in less than 14 seconds. I know I can. So go ahead and fuck with me like you fucked with Dean Clifford. I said, you don't want this shit to fucking come out to the court. I said, I'll destroy you fuckers in 14 seconds. I said, you fuckers do your thing and I'll do my thing. I don't teach people how to fuck you people. I said, I don't teach people how not to pay their taxes. I said, but you want to fuck with me? Come on and fuck with me. Then we'll all fucking go down in flames. Because if I taught you guys that, man, how to fucking deal with the IRS, you guys will do it for everything. You guys will take it all down, just like fucking Fidel Castro did. They're still the poorest country in the world. Oh, we want to do it, Karl. We want to do it. That was the stupid Cuban people. They were stupid Catholics. We're smarter than that. We want to fucking destroy our own country. Dude, we're a little itty-bitty country. We only got 300 million motherfuckers here. They'll go over to fucking China and run up a line of credit. They'll go to fucking India. They got billions of people over there. We got a handful. They don't need us. You better not fuck with these Jews. You better not fuck with these small hat people, man. You better fucking love their fucking lines of credit they give you, fucking Christians. What do you think these Jews, man? You fucking went to that fucking Jew town in fucking Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. These guys print the money. Dude, these guys had paper bags full of $100, brand new $100 bills wrapped in fucking cellophane. Dude, they're wearing like their fucking coats their daddy fucking gave them. They're wearing their hats from their grandfathers. Not a single one of them owned a fucking car. The guy would love to. He says, oh, I love renting out cars every now and then. Can you take me for a fucking run to Manhattan in the cop car? I said, yeah, you want me to fucking go like really fast? He said, man, I'd really love it. He says, I never really get to ever sit in the car. You know, I said, okay. Dude, this guy had bags of $100 bills. He paid me brand new $100 bills. The guy was fucking awesome. But do they own a car? No. Those Christian motherfuckers own a car? Dude, black people? Dude, the black people buy Maseratis. the Jews that fucking have paper bags full of cash, they just fucking walk every fucking where. Dude, they don't spend a fucking dime. They don't spend a penny. It's just they have a different style. You know what I'm saying? They're Jewish, man. They do it their way. I'm German. I do it my way. You know, Hispanic people do it their way. Everybody's got a style, man. It's like a breed of dogs. You know, I got Border Collies, got Jack Russells, you know, totally opposite in fucking demeanor and nature. God didn't make a unibody. He didn't make everybody the same. So, yes, is there a difference between, you know, being fucking, you know, it's in the gene sequence of the fucking, sure. What? You getting hungry? You getting hungry? Wait. You cry, baby.
All right, we got to get out of here because I keep saying that, and we'll keep going and going. We're at 8 hours. I got a couple people to thank, and then Karl, I'm gonna text them. You gave me 2 numbers back there. I'm gonna text you, and then I'm gonna get some contact information from you as far as how to send something over.
Are you sure it's me? Are you sure it's me? I'm not just imitating Karl. You sure I'm just not faking it?
I'm pretty sure at this point it could be an advanced AI. So I don't know.
I'm a bot. No, I'm a fucking bot. You got me.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking bot.
Well, you might be one of Elon's latest rounds of production, man. We can never tell.
I'm in the fucking some other dimension that you're not fucking quite aware of yet. That's it.
You're a disembodied voice at this point. I don't know.
That's right. I'm fucking with you, man. He died fucking 16 months ago. That's
all right. So I got Julian here, says for the Karl Fund. He kicked something in. Molly Wright says for manifesting Karl Lentz. I just facilitated that. You know, I guess I did manifest it by definition. The universe all put it together using Devin Bay as the emissary. And we got a Scott B says for a little Lentz hate. So I'll be sending that over to you. Plus, I'm going to throw something in just on equity.
The hate.
Yeah, you know, we got plenty of that here. This is Unslaved. We're known as the big bully on the block. I'm the white gorilla. We're mean over here.
It's funny, man. Us German motherfuckers, if you say you hate us, man, we smile. We're like, yeah, I'm doing my job. Yeah. Learning to fucking earn a hate. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to earn that. The fake love comes easy. You got to earn the love to hate, right?
Yeah, you got to earn the hate.
All right, final words, Timmy, Hank, Thomas, and we'll see where we go from here. If nothing else, it could be a one and done, and it's always going to be another, you know, add-on for the stories of the experience of bearing witness and testimony to whatever this place is, the universe, and what we've opened up here as a conduit. To the otherworldly, so to speak. I'm going to always see it that way. I appreciate what went down tonight. And of course, we hate you so much. We'll have you back anytime. And I look forward to continuing a business relationship, if nothing else. But yeah, this is like, ask these folks here. I never fangirl, you know, I never, I forgot. Okay. We're supposed to hate him. Right. But there's no one. They've seen me curse everyone out, turn down deals, offers, talk myself out of so much money and pussy. It's crazy. And I'm now fangirling here tonight because
there was a guy named Batman years ago. Do you guys remember Batman? Do you remember
the guy the Batman 2.5 whatever on YouTube?
I don't know what he was, but like I said, he was Batman and he fucking hated everybody's shit. So funny. I just happened to call him up, listen to his show just before I do Angeles on like a Thursday night, whatever. And it was funny as fuck. He would beat up everybody. So he seen that I was listening. He says, "This the Karl Lentz?" I said, "Yeah, man. How can I help you?" He said, "Let me ask some questions for you." He was talking about is there a God? How is there a God? How do you know there's God? Dude, he just hitting me, boom, 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 with answers, questions as fast as he could. And I was just knocking him out of the park, home run, home run, home run, home run. I said, "Okay, guys, I got to go." So I fucking I disconnected my phone from that group, but I could still hear him through his show. And then somebody said, "Dude, that was really Karl." He's like, and the Batman guy he's like, "Yeah, man, that guy was fucking great. Holy fuck, that guy's good." He said, "Man," he said, "he was able to keep up with me." He said, and the guy was like, "No, man, he kicked your ass." It was funny. I was like listening. But I love it when people go rapid fire on me, man. I love it. Just keep slinging it, man. I did that to a lawyer in fucking Jerry Carpenter, man, in risk management down in Alabama. I said, "Dude, this isn't fair." "What?" I said, "Dude, you better fucking fill that fucking whatever office you got there with attorneys, man." I said, "I'm going to destroy you." And one day he called me. He said, "Just call me back when you got a whole bunch of people because I'm going to show you how I'm going to take Alabama down." So I was walking through a cow pasture, man, and the phone rang, and it's in risk management. And I said, "Jerry," and they could hear him. He was like on a speakerphone. And he says, "Yeah." He says, "I got a whole bunch of attorneys here." I said, "Oh, okay, good. We're ready to go with this?" I said, "I'm going to show you how I'm going to take you people to part in court." So it's like, okay. So the first 30 seconds, he was pretty adamant. I was 30 seconds the first minute. The next minute, he talked for about 20 seconds. I talked for 40 seconds. Then the next minute, it was 50 seconds to 10 seconds. And then for the next 12 minutes, I was talking alone. I was like, oh, fuck. I'm walking up this hill, man. I said, shit. I went on a zone, man. I was trying to step on the cow fucking shit and go for fucking holes. I said, man, I fucking walked out of range. And I seen the phone was still ticking. I said, "Jerry, you guys still there?" He said, "Yes, Mr. Lentz, we're still there." "Oh." I said, "Do you realize what happened?" The first minute you battled back pretty good. The second minute, Third minute, I was totally kicking your ass. I said, and I haven't heard a damn thing from the rebuttal from you in the last 12 minutes. I said, you see exactly how I'm going to take you people down? He says, we see, Mr. Lentz. I said, thank you. And the next thing you know, after that, man, Lentz is all over the country. We're being called up my sister saying that there's bounty hunters looking for your brother, saying he robbed a fucking bank in fucking Alabama and they want to fucking drag his ass back to Alabama. And I said, yep. And I hadn't told my dad for almost 30 years. And it was easy to find my dad because his name is Rudolph, so that's a weird name. And I knew he was hanging out in a marina somewhere in New York and New Jersey. So I just kept calling up all the marinas, said, is Rudy there? I'm like, Rudy, yeah, Rudolph. And they're like, no, that's an easy name. Thank God my dad's name wasn't Mike or Bill. So one day, finally, somebody said, Rudy, no, he's not here yet. I said, he said, he's at work? He said, yeah, is he a butcher? Yeah. I said, okay, because my family was butchers forever. So I said, okay. So I said, he said he usually doesn't get here until 9. I said, okay. So one of the first things I said to my dad was, I had to convince him I was his son. He goes, I hadn't talked to him so many years. First thing I said to him, I said, are you a kid? You a good kid? He said, yeah, why? Who's asking? He said, you a good kid? I said, what else can I be but a good kid? He said, okay, who the hell is this? I said, this is your son. Because even though he's 70-something years old, the Italians wouldn't let Germans join the family, but we were allowed to be good kids. We could listen in, but we could never be a member of the family. But it's like, who's that kid over there listening in? He's a good kid. I'll speak for him. So my dad was a good kid, and I was always a good kid. So I knew my dad would kind of get it. And he says, so I heard you robbed a fucking bank in Alabama. I said, what? He said, yeah, the bounty hunters were up here looking for you, seeing if I knew where you were. I said, Dad, come on, man. I said, you taught me about this. I said, if I robbed a bank, would bounty hunters be looking for me? He goes, what? Would bounty hunters be looking for me? You taught me this. I said, who looks for me when I rob a bank? He said, the FBI. I said, thank you. I said, and then if I fucking jump bail, who'd be coming after me after I robbed the bank? He said, the U.S. Marshals. I said, thank you. I said, who'd be coming after me as a bounty hunters? He's like, huh? I said, if I robbed, I said, if bounty hunter, because if I don't show up to a state court, but if I robbed a bank, it's FDIC insured. I said, it would have to be like a credit union I would have to rob. Then he would send bounty hunters after me. But bounty hunters are when I don't appear in normal courts, like state courts, county courts, city courts. The feds don't send bounty hunters after people who rob a bank. That's the FBI and U.S. Marshals job. He said, yeah. I said, Dad, look, man, I'm just having going around with Alabama, man. They took your fucking grandkids, even though you don't know you had grandkids. I said, you had grandkids. And the only reason why I'm calling you is he said, you need a place to hide. I said, no, I need a place to hide. I said, but any interested party, I have to put into the claim. And when you find out that if I get millions of dollars, you're going to say, hey, those are my grandkids too. I said, I got to let the courts know. Does anybody want to is anybody else going to lay a claim for the fucking use and enjoyment of the grandkids or aunts and uncles? I said, I got to tell everybody, if you want to be enjoined, I'll enjoin you. And he says, well, how much is it going to cost me? He said, nothing. I said, I just want to see if you wanted to be enjoined. And he says, well, who's going to write it for you? I said, I'm going to do it. He said, dude, you do transmissions. I said, Dad, I haven't done transmissions since I was a kid. I said, he said, but you hate reading and writing. I said, with a passion, I hate reading and writing. That's why my lawsuits are always 1-2 lines long, 3 lines max. He said, well, your sister does it? No. I said, she's got master's degrees. She got 3 of them. She said, but he said, you dropped out in like 8th grade. I said, you damn right I did. That's why my lawsuits are short and sweet. I ain't got time for this shit. I said, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. And I said, you taught me what I needed to know. I said, I just want to know if you'd like to be included in a lawsuit. I'm not asking you for a fucking penny. I said, it's going to take me 2 minutes to write it. I said, no. I said, I just want to know if you want to be included, because if you find out, you hear about, Karl got a shitload of money. Well, how do I get a piece of the action? I'm asking you, would you like a piece of the action? He said, well, if you want to put me down, put me down. I said, okay, fine. And then he died during Hurricane Sandy. He went out on his boat and fucking rode the hurricane out like a tough guy. And you could leave it in dry dock, but that cost a fortune to get it shipped out of the marina. You let it sit in the marina, get bounced around and beat up like a ping pong ball. Or you could be a badass like my 73-year-old dad and take it into the eye of a hurricane and get bounced around, tie yourself down for 2-3 days, be a cork in the middle of the ocean. And he did, and he survived, and he made it to the beach, and he was working on his boat, and a little boat. And they found him with tools in his hand, and his fucking like the crabs and seagulls ate his face. So we had to give him a closed burial. But the old fucking man, he fucking took that fucking hurricane on. He was a crazy bastard, man. I wish I had balls as big as he did. I wouldn't take no damn fucking. I took a surfboard out to a hurricane one time, and I was insane. I'll never do that again. Seeing fucking houses and 2x4s looked like I was fucking surfing in a fucking garbage disposal. Nutty. My daddy was really crazy. But let me let you guys go, man.
Hey, I appreciate you, Karl. Like I said, I'm apparently one of the girly men. The reality is I've been having some gallbladder, pancreas, other issues. If not, I would. I mean, I got half a mind to let Timmy run the broadcast. But I know you could go forever. I'd rather you come back, man. I don't want to use you up all at once. If you're willing to talk and do some Q&A.
Well, Devin and I made some crazy stuff out of salts, man. We did Ring of Solution. You ever hear of Ring of Solution that you give to animals? Well, Google what's Ring of Solutions. They put the same ingredients in Gatorade. And we made this crazy, he measured out with like milligrams, micrograms. You know, we made our own powder. We used 5 different salts. And that's supposed to, like, salts is like a big thing that your body's lacking. You like to say, you just drink regular water. It strips all the minerals out of your body. And if I was you, man, I'd eat, like Devin said, 118, 114 degrees or less with the raw meat, man. And Devin sees me, dude, I eat so many eggs, it's ridiculous. You know, I did that.
Eggs is more of an option for me, but like I'd rather not eat the meat. I've considered it because Lou Bass won't stop emailing me and telling me he's trying to save me. He loves me / hates me, and it's not my time to go. And I got to eat meat.
You got water soluble vitamins and you got fat soluble vitamins, and you'd have to eat like 10,000 pounds of carrots for every like 1 cup of milk you'd have to drink with vitamin A in it. You know what I'm saying? So you should study what's the difference between fat soluble vitamins and water soluble vitamins, and why you have to eat like a ton of vegetables to get like what you get from 1 egg from fat soluble. And I did that with Angela. Her kid got into a motorcycle accident and his brain was pretty well fucked. And I said to her, I said, lady, I said, you know, I think I'm just as lucid and quick as I ever was. I mean, when I talk to people, I don't think people think I sound like a 60-something-year-old man. I don't think they say, oh, man, you sound motherfucking old. I think they think I could be in my 30s, 40s, 50s. I don't think anybody thinks I'm in my 60s. And anyway, I said I eat a ton of fucking eggs. I said 80% of your brain is cholesterol. You know that, right? I said, you know the number 1 source of cholesterol is a yellow chicken egg. You know that, right? You know, if you cooked it yellow, your body can't digest it. It's actually bad for you to cook an egg. And look at Japan. They're the number 2 consumers of eggs on planet Earth, and not a single Japanese person eats a fucking cooked egg. They eat it all raw. They said the odds of getting salmonella from an egg in Japan is winning the lottery twice. So all this crazy shit you hear about salmonella and dying, and also, dude, they're just trying to keep you from having like a good brain. So I told Angela, I said, look, man, just do this. I tricked my wife while she was pregnant. I said I was fucking giving her half a dozen eggs a day. I was putting a little bit of skim milk in it, like say it was 1 cup of eggs, 1 cup of skim milk, and like 2 scoops of sugar. And I'd shake the fuck out of it, and I'd put it in the freezer, let it get cold. And she swore to God that she was drinking ice cream. And I said it tastes like eggnog. It tastes like a shake. And she could never taste the egg in it. And I said, my kids, when she was pregnant, man, my kids were so big and healthy, except for the Downs kid. Obviously, he had a chromosome thing going on. But the girls, oh, yeah, you should see the size my wife got. It was ridiculous how big she got. And I was just basically making an eggnog, and it was just raw eggs and skim milk. You can't use real milk. If you use whole milk, it's too thick. So what you got to do is you got to use skim milk, not because of nutrients or anything, just because it tastes disgusting. If you use whole milk, it's just too thick. So, and then she was just drinking it like candy. And that's what I did. I used to drink, used to go to the grocery store, and we had a bakery. We'd walk in there, like William would tell you. William still does it, man. He still buys 5 dozen eggs at a time. I used to buy 15 dozen eggs at a time. And I eat eggs like crazy. Put them in the dog's food, crack them, put them in the dog's food. That's why I got the ducks, so I could use duck eggs to feed the dogs.
Timmy's disagreeing in chat. I don't think he wants to confront you anymore, but
No, I thought you want to go. I don't.
He's saying milk is for cows. We're going to pick that up tomorrow. We have a lot to talk about, and I want Karl to review my travel video that's been seen over 10 million times on flat. It's actually on flatearth.com. They told me it was like 5 to 10 million views in the beginning. That was a while ago, but yeah, I want him to review the travel video where I had no license, registration, insurance, and plates, and they let me go and pick me apart because I already know.
Yeah, I did my 35 family tour in 35 days around the country. I didn't even have a receipt for the truck. Like when I bought the truck, it was being held. A note was being held by a company that went out of business. But I didn't have I just put a farm tag on it, dude. I went to L.A. I went to Corpus Christi. I went, and it was funny. I pulled up in the courthouse in Boston to help Gus and some girl. And a whole bunch of people were with me, and they see me pulling into the Boston parking lot with a farm tag, and I see Gus pointing at the license plate, laughing at that. Like, oh my God, he's really drove around the whole entire country with a farm tag. I don't have a driver's license.
One of those private ones that said farm truck or something?
I just said farm. You go buy it at go to Tractor Supply. Go to Tractor Supply and just add like a plastic tag that says farm on it. It costs like $3-4. It just says the word farm. You buy a white one with red letters or a red one with white letters. I think I had a white one with red letters. Just said farm. Dude, I was in bumper to bumper in traffic in L.A. for days going back and forth up I-5 up there. You know, I didn't care at the 101. I was driving around farm. Dude, I went to 35 different families, man, around the country. I didn't have a driver's license. I had a passport on me. You know, a cop stopped me one time, you know, because of the lid of my Tupperware fucking that had my clothes in the back of the pickup truck flew off and landed in the middle of the intersection somewhere in Texas. And the cop said, your lid for your clothes. I see your clothes back there, you know, fucking black and yellow Tupperware lid blew off into the intersection. You want me to go back and get it? He says, no, I didn't hit nobody's car. He said, where you going? I said, I got my dog. I'm going to Corpus Christi. Oh, you could Google it, man. Watch Corpus Christi. Type in Eli, Vene, Karl, Lentz, Corpus Christi, and you'll see how they had like a fucking army of fucking people. You know, they had tow trucks to tow away the repo car and truck. They had the gas man who was going to take away their propane tank because they went off of natural gas. They had the water fucking company because they dug their own well by hand. Those guys were going to shut them down. The electric company came to take their generator. They had fucking chickens in the back, so you had animal control, and then you had 5 fucking like these beautiful fucking Spanish, huge fucking, you know, Buds McKinney, fucking 100-pound fucking pit bulldogs, whatever those things were called. Beautiful. My dogs shit a brick every time you saw those dogs. And they're going to fucking take the house, man, because they weren't making payments. It's funny at the very beginning. You see Eli, he was a correctional officer at one time, so he's like this fucking 6'2", 350-pound Mexican guy. He says the cops were at the door, and he said, "Well, I got a 50 cal. I'm going to get this fucking clear this porch." I said, "No, you fucking won't, motherfucker. I got my truck out there, my dogs. Fuck no, I got this." I walked right outside to the front door. He said, "No, don't open the door." Open the door, and the cops were even surprised I stepped out. So I'm out there talking to the cops, and it was funny as hell. Somebody eventually, I don't know if Vene said that. They said, "You better go call up your legal department because I got Karl Lentz here helping me." So you see them going off, and like she's videotaping, I'm videotaping, and at the end, you go to Karl and Vene part 2. You see the correctional officer, the sergeant says, he says, "You got your cameras going? Good. Just, you know, okay, good. I got something to say." He said, "We're sorry we came here. Nobody ordered you to do anything. And we're not going to take anything. And like, have a nice day, folks." So like I said, because he said there's a 50 cal. I said, "Dude, they got an army out here, man. You see a whole length of your street, dude. You got tow trucks out here. They got the electric company out there. They got the water fucking dude. There's an army out here. You're 50 cal. No, dude, this ain't happening. No, I'm going to go out there and we're just going to tell them they could fucking order us to do anything they wish to do. And we're going to carry out their fucking orders. We ain't going down with this." And that wound up absolutely nothing. They didn't take a single fucking thing. But like I said, it was funny because then he had his mom and dad from Matamoros, or her dad and mom from Matamoros, and they were laughing their asses off when the cop left. And I said, "What's Grandma and Grandpa saying over there?" They said, "Oh man, that sergeant always comes here. There's a Billy badass, always talking shit, gonna take the kids, gonna take everything." He says, "Man, when you seen that white man fucking come outside, he was fucking mumbling and stumbling like fucking crazy, like I'm about that, blah, blah, blah." I said, what? He said, oh, yeah, you scared the shit out of that fucking cop. I said, how did I scare him? He said, well, whatever the fuck you were saying. He didn't know what the fuck to say. Dude, I was smiling and having a good time. You know, I got to live for that shit. Oh, good. You're going to do what? But like I said, like they did to me in Virginia, like they said, this Williams on the phone, the supervisor said to the guy who had me in handcuffs, said, you can't arrest him for obstruction. So I'm gone. It's going down. You know, he's going to jail tonight. We're going to get this guy locked up no matter what he did or didn't do, man. He's gone. And Williams, they searched the fucking place for the full 8-hour shift. They left around midnight, Williams said. The dogs were gone by 6:30. They stuck around for another fucking whatever, just searching the property. They wouldn't let William get back on. They found nothing. Got extremely lucky that they didn't plant something. You still on the phone with us, William? Or do you fall asleep? He usually has a long day, man.
Yeah, let's retire, Karl. I'm throwing everyone out. I hate everyone here. I hate you all. I'm throwing you all out. There's always tomorrow. We go 7 days a week here, over 1,000 days straight. So pop up anytime you want. I'm going to text you right now. So be expecting a text from me and send me over a Cash App, whatever the case may be, and we'll go from there. And we could do some segments from time to time, even if you pop in for an hour or two or half hour, whatever you got. I can't be doing the 8-hour marathons, but we'll do half hour. We'll do some segments, critique with Karl, whatever the case may be. And then I'll show you some of my videos and you pick me apart. I think it'll be a good segment.
Yeah, it's funny when anybody ever invites me to do a seminar for them. You never see me reading off a piece of paper. You never see me looking at a computer. And I just walk in there totally cold. I said, what would you folks like to talk about? And the guy was like, Canadian taxes. Okay. Dude, I just talked to them for like 8 hours. You know, it's crazy.
It's a lifestyle. You got to live it. It's got to come from your experience in the heart. And I resonate with that. I'm the same way. I don't do anything prepared. We're off the cuff here. We're genuine. We're as genuine as can be.
Yeah, well, I went out there and I kicked the world in the ass. That's what I did. I went out and lived life. My mom said, when my sister-in-law asked my mom on Thanksgiving years back, she said, which one of your 7 kids are your favorite? And she said, without driving a beat, she said, Karl. And my Greek fucking sister-in-law said, no, Mom, you're supposed to love everybody equally. She said, I don't. She said, Karl's out there kicking the world in the ass. One day he's eating tea and crumpets with the Queen of England. Next thing he's eating fucking cockroaches at a Tijuana jail. That guy's out in the world kicking ass. That guy's out there living. He's doing what we could only dream of doing. And I said, wow. And I said, she looked at my sister-in-law, looked at my sister, said, you okay with that? She said, yeah, I'm fine. Karl's cool. Looked at her husband, Kevin, said, is that okay with your mom? Said, yeah. My mom said, look, these guys, she's always going to be a teacher. He's always going to be in insurance. He's always going to be working at fucking retail. She's always going to be in the theater in New York. Karl, I have no idea where this guy is. I lived through his fucking stories. She said, he's out there kicking the world in the ass. She said, I know the day that I die, out of all my kids, he will be here. He'll be here when I need him. He'll stop his whole world. And she was right. When my mom died, I was fucking the last one inhaling and exhaling out of her. I was the one giving the chest compressions. I was the last one. How did she know that? Back in 1992, that when she died in 2016, I was going to be there. I don't know, but she just knew. She said, I know. When I know him, he'll be there. So it's like,
well, you're blessed to have that kind of connection and respect from the ones closest to you. Many of us who do this have been rejected and rebuked and reviled by the ones closest to you.
My mom and I couldn't stand each other. We were completely opposites, you know, when it came to a lot of stuff. You know, she was very deceptive. She worked for the IRS. She was a tax auditor. You'd cry across from her and say, I'll commit suicide. She said, well, that's a good idea. You know, if you commit suicide, your debt dies with you and your wife and kids get to keep the house and business. She was that kind. She didn't give a fuck. And I used to tell her all the time, I said, Mom, come on, man. I hope you can make it up sometime, you know, when you get older, for all the fucking horror that you fucking pain that you put people through. She said, hey, if somebody didn't do it, if I didn't do it, somebody else would have done it. I said, Mom, come on, Mom. I said, but she didn't care, man. You know, like I said, she had a different kind of style, man. She was a little fucking woman and she liked to see guys crawl. You know, she was just that way, man. Oh, well, you know, I hate to be where she is. Oh, well, you know, oh, well. And I was trying to help people when they'd come to her house with IRS problems. I remember these old couple, they were like 80 years old from West Memphis, from Arkansas. He's a welder guy. And I said to my mom, I said, I ain't got no air conditioning down in my trailer. Can these old people sit in your house while I talk to them? So she said, okay. And she was cleaning like a little fish tank for like 2 hours. But I let her listen to me giving these people IRS fucking how to help them through the IRS. And I said to my mom, is there anything that I said that was incorrect? She said, nope. She said, you hit it all on the head. I said, so Mom, do you understand what I'm doing? She said, yeah. I said, I'm kind of helping them, but not helping them too much. Like, you told me how to solve this stuff in 14 seconds. I'm making these people learn this stuff for days and weeks. I said, so they can kind of get an idea. And I said, but I'm not giving them the answer like you gave me. I said, Mom, do you want me to get you on a radio show with me and you could walk people through the stuff? She said, yeah, I'll do that. So we were just about to start doing that, and she dropped dead and died. She choked to death. Well, she drowned. She started choking, and then she tried to drink wine to get the pretzel down her rest of her throat, and she got her lungs filled with wine. So that kind of fucked up. But anyway, like I said, I was trying to get her on the righteous path to try to fucking help people for all the shit that she did to people in her lifetime. And she just liked working for the federal government. She says it's easy money. She said good benefits. She said I come and go as I please. I work when I want, don't work when I don't want. And as long as I get the prosecution numbers up, as long as I get enough fucking convictions, she said, we're good to go. She said working for the public, she said she used to work at the ball bearing fucking plant as an accountant when the IRS laid her off at times. She said it sucks. I got to show up at work at 9 o'clock. They expect me to be there for 8 hours, and she said there's no benefits. She said the IRS lets me come and go as I please, as long as I fucking get enough people, get enough fucking do what I got to do, to get the conviction rates. She said I do what I got to do to help prosecute. I said, Mom, but and I know, man, no man or woman owes any taxes. I know that, and you know that. But these fucking idiots don't know. I said, Mom, that's just fucking evil. She said, well, she gave me this bullshit. She said, well, who's going to pay for the roads? I said, I just want to buy gasoline. It's $1 every gallon I buy. She said, well, who's going to take care of the old ladies? I said, their sons and daughters, their grandkids. She said, well, who's going to fucking take care of the schools? I said, it's called property taxes. I said, Mom, don't bullshit me, man. You told me this shit back in the 80s, man. They just take our money and they fucking dump it in the ocean for all they give a fuck. They don't give a shit. It's just a way to keep the fucking people down. It's keeping us from fucking nouveau rich, from getting too rich too fast. They don't want the middle class to fucking compete with them. They want to try to keep us down as long as they can. I said, Mom, don't bullshit me. I said, come on, Mom. She's like, all right. I said, come on, Mom. Helps teach these people, man, how to fucking deal with this shit. Not how to get rid of the IRS totally. Dude, I did that on microwave one day. I wrote it down on a piece of paper and I fucking said, here's the statement. Now you make a question. I said, let me make believe there's an IRS agent standing in front of me. I make my statement. I write them down. I ask the question. 14 seconds, I'm done. And that's all you got to do. My mom taught me. She said, well, all you got to do is ask him this question and we're done. Make a statement, ask the question, you're done. That's all you got to do. And you're done. And they'll say, have a nice day. And I'll never bother you again. I said, but what if I teach that to everybody? Then what? The IRS collapses. Now what? Now how do you control people? What? People aren't ready for this shit. How do you get people ready?
Slave them out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because we're not a good godly people. We're not come over on a Mayflower. We're not thanking God every 2 seconds. We're not good godly people, man. So it's a shame. Like I said, who said that? Which was the famous guys? Monroe, Jefferson, somebody said that. They said this Constitution was written for good godly people. If this is not written for secular people, if God comes out of the peoples, this Constitution is a worthless piece of paper. You could Google that. You could Google what one of the founding fathers said, that this Constitution is for godly people only. If this is not a Christian land, if this isn't godly people, this Constitution was not designed for ungodly people. But we have to trust each other that we're not going to fuck each other over. And I trust everybody just to get in there and try to. It's like a Black Friday sales and after Thanksgiving, everybody's going to run in there like crazy and grab everything they can.
John Adams.
Don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. You got to be careful who you teach this shit to.
Well, ultimately, I have faith that, unlike the secret societies, I get the point that, there's a selection that has to go on with folks to make sure that the information's not abused. But ultimately, the universe decides that. It would seem to me that you get safe passage, like all the movies are written, when you are in alignment and you are pure of heart, when your intention is right and the action is right, and you can follow it all through with the proper understanding. If you don't have the proper intention and you don't, get on the X and play your part right and be in alignment, it seems that the doors of the universe close on you, right? And maybe I'm more romantic than I'd like to believe.
Look, they stole all your fucking animals. They stole your fucking kids. They threw you in fucking jail. They tortured your ass, man. And you still don't just want to take them down and just destroy them? I said, can you give me a better fucking solution than what the fuck this crazy shit we got going on now? Can you give me a better? But then I said the other day to William and Devin, I said, you know what? The time might be right. What? It looks like Trump is just going to fucking light the world on fire. He don't give a fuck. He's just going to fuck. It looks like he's going to burn the fucking.
Well, he already encouraged everyone get vaxxed out and locked down. So he may as well use this quote unquote second term to do what he said he was going to do the first time.
Well, the first time, like I said, the man is a great manager of people. He could get people together. And the first time he was a Democrat his whole life. So I think he just wanted to try to be this big peacemaker. Like he wants to get everybody on board and everybody love and hug each other. And he didn't really realize these people are just fucking this. You got good and you got evil. You can't get good and evil to blend. It won't work. And I think he tried to say, well, maybe I could get this side to talk to this side. And we get these people to understand these people. Now, he's like, man, if you don't do what I fucking tell you to do, I'm going to kill every fucking one of you. I don't give a fuck. He's going to say, he's going to flip a coin. Do I go with the Jews or do I go with the Arabs? He said, well, the Jews won. I'm going to kill every fucking Arab in my face. And he just finally understood there's going to be good and there's going to be bad. And you can't get the two sides to meet. You could be this. It ain't going to work, buddy. You're going to have to use a big stick and scare the living bejesus out of these fuckers. Like, I will fucking turn you to a sheet of glass. You do anything and I will fucking fry you. And don't think I fucking won't. And that's the way, I'm sure he just said to himself, you know what, fuck it. I tried to work with the Democrats. And that they every time I try to do something, they fucking like Fauci. Dude, the guy won the president of the United States. Okay, I remember on election day, there was a guy who said and he was on TV the very next day on that good looking broad from Fox News. Shit, she had blonde hair, and she was.
That's
really
all
good.
of them, Carl. You literally basically mentioned all of them.
She said, you call women fat, cows, ugly, pigs.
Oh, Megan
Kelly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy was up in Trump Towers with Donald Trump on election night. And he was explaining to Donald Trump, we could have put Mickey Mouse on a Republican ticket, and the way we gerrymandered the country, he said, we were paid by Republicans, during the fucking tech bubble back in 2000 to gerrymander the country so that in 2016, there's no doubt about it, we were going to win. And he says, dude, we could have put Mickey Mouse on the ticket. And he said, the way we gerrymandered the country, no matter who was on the Republican ticket was going to win. And it's like, yes, Hillary Clinton's supposed to beat you 99-1 odds. He said, unfortunately, we fucking run the computers. Unfortunately, us tech guys fucking did the gerrymandering. We created the districts. We created where the electoral votes are going to fucking land on. And he said, there's no way a Republican can lose. And he showed him how it was done. And he got on that fucking Kelly show, Megyn Kelly show the next day and said, it was in a bag. The Republicans will win. No matter how, it doesn't matter how many people voted for Republican and Democrat. It works on electoral Congress and the way we gerrymandered the country, the districts. Google what gerrymandering districts are. Go to images and see how ridiculous gerrymandering looks like on your map where you live. You're going to laugh your ass off. And he was explaining that to Donald Trump. And then when the election came through, they were watching like across the street from Trump Towers, and everybody saw what did the guy type on his computer. When Donald Trump won the presidency of the United States, the first thing that he typed in, the guy typed in, there was the Trump family was around the computer. What does the president of the United States do? He didn't even know. He just ran for being the president of the United States, and he was totally clueless. He says, "What does the president of the United States do?" He had no clue what it meant to be the president of the United States. He was just doing it for like a dare. He did it for like a dollar bet. He's like, "I bet you I can do it." Well, I bet you I can do it. Oh, let's see you do it. And then when he became president of the United States, he says, "Okay, now what do I do?" So he was totally fucking clueless when he got in there the first time. Now the second time, it's like, okay, they made a mockery out of me. They made me a fucking punching bag. They made me a fucking clown. They threatened the crap out of me. They scared the shit out of me. Oh, well, there's 1,000 ways from fucking Sunday that the intelligence agency could fucking take you down. So don't fuck with them. He didn't know what the fuck. Man, it like when Fauci took over the United States or America, Fauci took the fucking podium and says, yeah, now I and the CDC, we're in control of the United States. And you see Donald Trump standing behind him, said, I wish somebody would have told me. Donald Trump was pissed. He was like, I wish somebody would have told me. I just relinquished power over to the CDC on national fucking emergency crisis. I turned all my dude when he fucking they ripped the fucking they took the United States of America, president of the United States, off his fucking podium. I don't know if you remember the 3 or 4 months after he turned the power over the CDC. He wasn't allowed to stand in front of a podium that said United States of America anymore. The president of the United States, they took it down. He wasn't president of shit. Dude, the guy was totally clueless. And now he said, you know what? I'm going to surround myself with motherfuckers and fuck these assholes that scared me, humiliated me. That's why he ran for president of the United States, because Barack Obama made fun of him at a fucking national fucking press fucking conference, whatever the fucking dinner they have every year. And they made fun of him. Saying, well, there's one thing that I'll have that Donald Trump will never have is the president of the United States. He's like, you know what? Fine, fuck it, man. You know what? I'm going to run. Fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm going to show you. And like I said, it's funny. He was totally clueless the first time he went in. Just like if you became the president of the United States, just like Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was totally clueless, man. He was one of the worst presidents of all time. Nice man. But he was totally factless. He couldn't do shit. Donald Trump couldn't do shit the first time he was in office. Now he's like, you know what? Now it's payback time, man. You know what? I'm going to fucking burn these motherfuckers, man. I'm going to light this bitch the fuck up. Fuck the judges. Fuck everybody. If you're on my side, fine. If you're not on my side, fuck you. I'm going to burn your ass to the ground. So like I said, you got to love the fucking guy. You got to say, good for you, buddy. Go fuck everybody up, man. But like I said, it's only the first couple of weeks, man. And so far, he's lighting fires everywhere. You got to love the guy. See if they can keep up. But yeah, man, let me let you guys go, man. You guys got to be falling asleep.
Not all of us, only the weak ones. I got a little Dutch in me. Does that count as German?
Yeah, it's kind of Nordic. Yeah, that's kind of get it. Oh yeah, it's funny. It's like that said that Aryan race bullshit. You know, everybody says, I can't wait for these Aryan brotherhoods. You see these motherfuckers that got this fucking tattoo shit that says Aryan brotherhood on their backs all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like the Aryan race. You ever heard of that? Yeah, where the Aryan people come from.
The Caucasus?
Iran.
No, well, kind of close. Iran. Yes, they're fucking from India, the Himalayas, Tibet, fucking Iran, Persia. Yeah. So when they said the Aryan race, you see the Aryan Brotherhood. I said, you guys call them sand niggers? What? That's where the Aryans are, the Aryan Mountains. I said, I think you mean the Caucasus Mountains. You mean like in Eastern Europe, by like the Ukraines, or do you mean Nordic? You mean like the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys in Scandinavia? You mean you're the Nordic Brotherhood? No, we're the Aryans. They're called sand niggers. No, man. We're not sand niggers. That's where the Aryan Mountains are. They're in Tibet, India, Iran, Persia area. That's the Aryan Mountains. That's the Aryan people. No, man, we're fucking Germans. Okay, well, then that'd be like the Caucasus Mountains if you're from the south, or Nordic if you live in the north. Like my family's more Caucasus. I got the brown hair, the blue eyes, man. I don't got the blonde hair and the blue eyes. I'm not Nordic. I'm more from Southern Europe. I'm down by Stuttgart, by the Alps. That's where my family's from. I said I'm more from the Caucasus Mountains. So it's funny as shit. You see these poor bastards. I said, who the fuck told these white guys to put Aryan Brotherhood on their back? Like Hitler, he looked Aryan. Chinese fucking straight black hair, dark fucking eyes. Yes, Hitler looked fucking Aryan. Hitler didn't look fucking from Caucasus Mountains. Hitler didn't look Nordic. So is this? Yeah, did all like the fucking basis of our Western culture and Western knowledge come from the Aryan people? Yes.
Hey,
Mathematics. Is that
Yeah.
Devin?
Karl. Yeah, Devin. I'm hearing in the chat that if the stream goes for long enough, it'll all erase.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get out of here because I just lost power. I'm off grid and I'm on solar, and now I'm on the
All right,
generator.
man.
So we got to
All
get
right.
the hell out of here.
Yeah, I want to come back and record it.
Karl talked my solar power out because it was a storm today. Happened to be a crazy storm. There was barely any sun, and we just did almost 9 hours. But I'm throwing you out, Karl.
All right, man. God bless you. Take care.
All right, we hate you.
Okay. The hate's mutual. Hope we hate you soon.
All right, come back tomorrow or whenever you're free.
Yeah, God willing.
All right.
Young God, fucker. God willing.
Blessings, brother. That motherfucker. All right, come on, guys. You got anything before I throw yous out?
Yes, Paul. I love you, and Red 40 is the shit mod. That's
Well,
all.
you got to contribute to the Karl Fund then. All right,
Gotcha.
that's the bottom line. I never do this. Unlike the rest of the disempowered, depressed, disintegrated beggars and needy folks, I'm doing it today. I'm passing the plate around. Some folks have already contributed and supported. If you want Uncle Karl back, it's only right we contribute for his time, energy, and attention. Because I would want folks to do the same for me one day when I get even more depleted and obese and potentially crippled and go out of my mind completely. So that's how it's rolling. Either way, I'm sending something over because it's only right. You know, it's there was no better example to this audience of the synchronicity that I've been talking about here and that others have been messaging me and sharing with me than what went on tonight, right? This to me is evidence of the universal connection. It's evidence of some kind of a godly experience and what they make fun of me for at times, the manifestation. So, yeah, contribute to where you see power and value, and it's going to a good cause. I would believe, because Karl's going to help Jews in between Heiling Hitler, apparently, and he's going to help pedophiles. And okay, I'm not making a great case, but you get it, right? Like the legal lawful thing. It's been very inspiring, empowering walk. I'm so thankful and grateful for this whole experience. You know, just what I'm seeing reflected back. It's profound to me, right? It's full of purpose and meaning. I wouldn't have it any other way. And I look forward to seeing what the universe has in store, however long I'm allowed to be a part of the experience. Hopefully I can get my gallbladder and pancreas and all the rest of it back in working order. And hopefully / faithfully, I don't have to like suck blood and eat meat like Lou Bass. And now Uncle Karl are telling me the same thing. Lou Bass was loving that in chat. It was fucking you could feel it. It was palpable. His pig energy in chat, his farm pig energy. Lou Bass also rides around in a car that says farm on it, but he always gets away with it because when they open the car, they find a cow inside. So they go, wow, this really is a farm. All right, I guess we're going to let you go. Okay, Hacky, seriously, I'm out of here. Let's go, people. We love you. We hate you. Thomas, I hate you. Hank Hill, I hate you. No, you guys know I love you. I don't care if Uncle Karl calls me a homosexual or whatever else he's going to call me. A Jew, a homosexual Jew. That's a shitty comment. That's you, Timmy. All right. That's you. But yeah, great stuff, great energy, great vibes. We did over, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 views. I'm sure this will do at least 8,000 to 10,000. Not too bad. And we're gonna move forward, man. We're gonna do what we do here. See, hard work and when by hard work I mean sitting around being obese and yapping on the internet pays off, people. Okay, at least to some degree. We're making dreams come true here. Let's go, Hank Hill and Timmy. I got to get the hell out of here. Now I got to figure out where I'm going to get gas and all the rest of it.
I'll be quick.
And roll in my sty.
I know the diesel's expensive. So yeah, everybody has the right to counsel, right? And if you're a capitalist and you believe in the Constitution or you believe in some kind of rights, given by God or not, or by nature, whatever, what Karl is doing is what he's here to do. So if you think that he's helping bad drug dealers or whatever, like everybody has these rights. can't just take away their rights just because they got their day in court. That's the time when they need their rights the most. So I'm all for this capitalist Karl to go and do his thing and counsel people on how to move in and out of court and handle their business like a man.
Thank you, Hank Hill.
Good stuff, Hank. Much hate, much hate. See you guys next time. Cheers.
All right. I'm getting the hell out of here. Not much more to say. We've said it all. We'll come back and do it again because we're crazy people. Is the bottom line. We're crazy. I mean, you heard Karl and me and his mother and just the whole thing. These people are crazy over here. Paul unaffected on the way out, I guess. There's so many to choose from. All right, that'll work. Back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 5 MDT. We might continue with the Karl Lentz restream, the question and answer, because it's good information. This legal, lawful stuff, this rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, this courting idea. It's good stuff, at least for me anyway, and I'm sure many of you share that sentiment. All right, I'm out of here. Say goodnight to the bad guy and Uncle Karl. Thank him. Go to the Law Society. Made, so to speak. Is it because I choose to uphold the law and understand legal versus lawful? When you folks wake up and realize you're not doing any of that, you're a go along to get along, lukewarm, mediocre slave who's literally just a pawn in a corporatist fascist system. You've never found yourself or created yourself or even understood the idea of self-made, yet you want to comment on other folks who had to go past complete insecurity, fear, doubt from self and from everyone around them, denial, disempowerment, right? Rejection, being rebuked, being persecuted, being prosecuted, and still somehow coming out better than ever for it. They all got something to say about me in this walk, when people want to take this walk with me especially. You know what the funniest part about it is? They got no problem talking shit, demeaning me and what I do, devaluing me and hers relationship and our connection and our understanding and our walk. And the reason that we're doing this is it's intuitive and instinctual. They want to deny all that. But then we get the results and we get the dismissals. You don't hear hide nor hair of them. They don't come out and say, yeah, we were hating, we were lying, we were talking shit, we were acting like there was no movement there was no power, there's no credibility and value there, right? We tried to do all that, and then we got shown it was exactly the opposite, and we just act like it never fucking happened, right? That's the game. I see you motherfuckers who and what you are. You're the most pathetic, pitiful pack of loser failures you could ever see. And the sad part is it's the majority of folks. You folks are so ignorant and arrogant and unwilling to look at yourselves and what you created, but then call people like Paulie Boy a loser when I am rugged, entrepreneurial, individualistic, Americana, interdependent, if anything, but not codependent. And then there's like a whole other world that came forth. Networks of folks, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, dismissals out the ass, changing the whole game on Denver. We've literally completely changed the game and put it back in its proper perspective, at least on the main state where that video has become famous, infamous, if you will. And they're going to sit here and deny the walk. So again, I'm not complaining. If anything, I'm bearing witness and testimony, and I'm inspiring and motivating a whole other group of motherfuckers to come forth and be what they're meant to be, and just remind them that, hey, when you walk this path in life, you may have access to big things and you may have big dreams and all the rest of it. Just stay focused, do the next right thing, keep the faith, and play a long game. Because if not, you will get tricked out of your power and position. And I'm not claiming I haven't done it to myself at certain times. I may be doing it right now.
God damn it, Paul.
Right, but a lot of my ranting, my raving, my rambling when I come on here, if nothing else, is to inspire, motivate you folks. I'm living an authentic life. I'm pushing past fears and challenges. I'm going to the unknown many times, or to where few have gone before.
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here, because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?